The Kuroki family is one of the few clans that ranks just below the prestigious Gojo family, possessing economic strength slightly inferior to that of the Fushiguro family. The family's ancestral technique is the beast and heavenly forging. Kuroki Tozei is the inheritor of this generation's beast and heavenly forging, having undergone exceedingly rigorous training since childhood, resulting in scant interaction with peers. Concerned that the young master might develop social anxiety, the family decided to enroll him in an advanced academy. Consequently, a well-behaved child who occasionally spoke his mind transformed into a notorious young master upon encountering the academy's diverse populace, much to the elders' chagrin. In truth, Kuroki Tozei has merely been feigning innocence, as such demeanor prevents his elders from troubling him. In reality, he is a polite yet mischievous individual who successfully liberated himself before attending the advanced academy. Due to habitual reasons, he maintains a state of 10% beastly vigilance most of the time, featuring invisible beast ears to ordinary eyes. Initially intrigued by Suguru Geto's Pokemon Orb technique, he later developed an affinity for clinging to Suguru like a cat on a scratching post. Chapter 1. I have found you. Summer, with its incessantly irritating cicada cries. Kuroki Tozei reclines on a tree, squinting his eyes and shielding them from the piercing sunlight with his hand. The beast ears atop his head quiver slightly, gathering information from the surroundings, while his high ponytail sways gently with his movements. The bracelet on his wrist emitted a crisp, clinking sound. He currently resides on the family's isolated island. This island is populated with specially released cursed spirits and beasts. Since his 6th year, he has been subjected to 2 months of independent living on the island each year to hone his willpower, combat instincts, physical fitness, and bodily adaptability and reflexes, with the family refraining from intervention unless faced with life-threatening situations. In addition, he must attend various cultural classes, martial arts training, and etiquette lessons. Although compared to the indulgence shown by other families towards their young heirs, the Kuroki family's method of throwing their young master into a horde of cursed spirits for training appears rather eccentric. Nevertheless, as a genius who has inherited the Kuroki family's ancestral techniques and is poised to become the next head, he finds the facade of interpersonal relationships far more tiresome than the various courses. In fact, what others perceive as 2 months of hell each year is, for him, a rather relaxing affair. Speaking of this, he truly admires his elder brother, who seems to navigate the complexities of fame and fortune with ease, effortlessly managing both the world of sorcery and ordinary society despite his apparent weakness. It seems that social finesse also requires a certain degree of talent. Kuroki Tozei reached for a leaf and began chewing on it. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of cursed energy emanating from below the tree. Rolling his eyes, he thought to himself, "Here we go again." The cursed spirits released by the family's antiquated elders seemed never-ending. The bracelet on his wrist dissolved and transformed into a katana with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. He deftly rolled backward, nimbly flipping to circle behind the cursed spirit, and struck down with a single blow, purple blood splattering across his face. The cursed spirit emitted a piercing shriek, twisting around to face him, its soulless eyes locked onto his, while its grievous wounds, capable of rending it apart, failed to hinder its ferocity as its sharp claws lunged fiercely. As Hei Mu Tongsheng rolled to evade, he inwardly cursed the elders of his clan, pondering what incantations they employed, for the cursed spirits they captured were becoming increasingly troublesome, their hides tough and flesh thick. Previously, a single stroke would suffice to vanquish them. This first-level cursed spirit was nearing the threshold of becoming a special grade. It posed a considerable challenge. He estimated the situation, leaping backward several times, transforming the long blade in his hand into a whip that lashed out fiercely at the advancing cursed spirit. Before the whip could strike, the cursed spirit wriggled, splitting into 2 entities that charged toward him, arriving instantaneously before Hei Mu Tongsheng, claws raised menacingly. Capable of division, the clones exhibited remarkable speed, primarily attacking with their claws. Hei Mu Tongsheng crouched to dodge, casting a glance at the tree that had been struck. The portion that was hit had turned black, indicating it possessed corrosive properties. "Annoying trash," he muttered. With the trial concluded, Tongsheng's eyes transformed into those of a beast, and the whip in his hand reverted to a samurai sword. As the foes converged, he leaped and delivered a powerful kick to one of the clones' faces, using the momentum to slice through the other clone's head, purple blood splattering in the aftermath. Landing deftly, he turned around, squinting at the cursed spirit he had just kicked against the tree. "Oh dear, my apologies. It seems you are the original after all," he remarked with a smile. The cursed spirit howled as it dislodged itself from the tree. Heimu Tongsheng rubbed his ears, remarking, "What an unpleasant sound." He suddenly propelled himself off the ground with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, confronting the cursed spirit at close range. "Just be quiet." He thrust the blade, imbued with cursed power, into the spirit's mouth, cleaving it open. Standing upright, he frowned and shook the blade. Something was amiss. Everything felt profoundly wrong. The cursed spirit's power had not dissipated. Yet, he found himself unable to track it. Moreover, even if both entities were merely clones, the loss of two should have diminished its curse power. To further complicate matters, even if these two clones did not impact the original's power, what about its soul? Clones invariably carried fragments of the soul, and his technique, heavenly forging, attack, manifested through the 4 bracelets formed by externalizing curse power, could inflict both physical and spiritual damage upon any existence. Furthermore, the weapons fashioned from the bracelets could completely replicate the original's curse power under extreme beastly states. Ordinarily, they would reflect half. Now, despite being at a level of 15, the combination of his curse power and the weapon's replicated half should render the cursed spirit significantly affected. Yet, the aura of the cursed spirit remained unweakened. Heimu Tongsheng sighed. Indeed, a first-level cursed spirit nearing special grade was not easily dealt with. The blade transformed back into bracelets, returning to his wrist. At that moment, the beast's ears atop his head twitched, catching the faintest sound of rustling from the grass beside him, a sound so delicate that, had his beast transformation not been maintained, he would likely have missed it entirely. A flying dagger, enveloped in curse power, shot forth with a whistle. "Huh, I found you, trash," he chuckled lightly. Technique information revealed can be skipped beast and heavenly forging, a hereditary technique of the Heimu family. This technique can be understood in 2 parts. Beast. At the age of 6, based on a complex interplay of temperament, curse power, and other factors, one transforms into a carnivorous creature that most aligns with their characteristics. Historically, all have been carnivorous, with a few exceptions being omnivorous. No herbivorous forms have been recorded. When activating the technique, the body undergoes a beastly transformation to amplify itself, with the extent of transformation multiplying the original power by 2. This transformation carries the traits of the animal, and the higher the beastly state, the greater the amplification, influencing the mind to induce animal instincts. Consequently, the body's protective mechanisms will restrict the transformation at certain thresholds to prevent loss of control. The highest recorded transformation in family history was 75, resulting in a twin brother manifesting as a golden eagle, which could be sustained until the curse power was exhausted. Heavenly forging. The 4 bracelets are innately equipped with curse technique externalization, facilitating weapon transformation. They can separate, and the wielder can sense their presence. P.S. They can also serve as locators. They appear to be of a secret silver material, though they are not. The weapons formed from the bracelets can fully replicate the original curse power in extreme beast states, 60. Under normal circumstances, they reflect half. Upon activation, they transform into corresponding offensive weapons in battle as per the wielder's intent. When the technique is reversed, it forms protective weapons that can isolate or guard. Upon contact, these weapons can inflict physical damage while simultaneously affecting the soul or curse power, delivering blows or isolation to the soul or curse power. Note, this is classified information, known to very few beyond the practitioner. Thus, he is referred to as the favored smith of the heavens. P.S. During combat, he can effortlessly switch between corresponding weapons. This ability is highly dependent on talent, with the quantity of curse power determining its developmental lower limit, while physical prowess and combat experience define its upper limit. In simpler terms, the degree of beast transformation can double the self-amplification, but excessive transformation may impair rationality. Meanwhile, the externalized curse power typically manifests as bracelets, transforming into various weapons at will during battle. Below a beast state of 60, The weapon can replicate half of the user's curse power. Above 60, it can fully replicate it and affect the soul. Chapter 2. The disturbance from the brother complex. The flying knife sliced through the grass with a whistling sound. Tozai sensed the attack and swiftly pursued the blade, parting the foliage to witness the knife drop to the ground, while a white figure fled. He immediately extended his hand, and the fallen knife returned to him, transforming into a long whip that he forcefully lashed out. The entire sequence unfolded in an instant. The figure was sent sprawling, and Tozai rapidly followed, appearing above it in a heartbeat. Reinforcing his legs with cursed energy, he delivered a powerful whip strike to the cursed spirit's head, slamming it against the tree trunk with a resounding crack. The trunk splintered, and the cursed spirit clearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Tozai approached, lifting one of its legs with a bemused expression. A single eye, resembling that of a cat? An inexplicable annoyance surged within him, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, he plunged the transformed dagger into the creature multiple times. Remarkably, the blood was quite thick, clearly indicating it had not been exorcised. He shook the cursed spirit in his hand, pondering its unusual appearance compared to the previous two. Was it some form of technique? Regardless, he raised the dagger and struck down upon its skull. Viscous purple blood splattered, yet it did not dissipate. Is the weakness not here? Tozai mused, a twinge of confusion crossing his mind. But it mattered not. Suddenly, he smiled, thinking, let me investigate your vulnerabilities little by little. With the cursed spirit's anguished shrieks echoing in the air, he methodically carved into it, the purple blood splattering across his sunlit, radiant face. Ultimately, after bisecting it, the cursed spirit vanished. He stood, dusting off his hands with a gentle smile, realizing that the true weakness lay in the midsection. After adjusting his disheveled sleeves from the scuffle and brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, Tozai strolled back to the spot where he had first encountered the one-eyed cat spirit. He curiously observed the scattered branches and the drawn cursed spirit on the ground, unmistakably the one that had attacked him moments before. How intriguing, to think one could conjure cursed spirits for combat, concealing themselves while possessing low combat prowess. No wonder the island's cursed spirits seemed endless these past few days. Stretching languidly, he concluded that the situation was now manageable. Most of the other cursed spirits on the island had been eradicated. Calculating the time, he realized he would be returning in a couple of days. Oh, how he dreaded facing those decrepit old men upon his return. As he selected a comfortable-looking branch to recline against, he muttered to himself, but my brother remains ensnared by that group of old fogies. If you ask me, my brother is simply too kind-hearted. Having chosen his branch, he nimbly climbed to the tree and lay down comfortably. Alas, once the esteemed Lord Kuroki returned, he would ensure to deliver a stern warning to those antiquated patriarchs. Indeed, it is an honor for my brother to have a sibling like me. Outside the glass window, the scenery whizzed past in a blur. Tozai closed his eyes and crossed his legs, impatiently tapping his fingers against his knees. A servant dispatched by the Kuroki household cautiously glanced at the young clan leader through the mirror in the vehicle. This was his first time picking up the young master, as the previous attendant had been assigned to a different task. Before departing, the previous attendant had advised him not to be deterred by the young master's somewhat aloof demeanor, asserting that he was, in fact, one of the more amiable sorcerers. Seated in the back, the boy's tousled chestnut hair cascaded casually around him, clad in an expensive light gray casual shirt. After inquiring whether he could tolerate the scent of smoke, he had been taken aback when he responded, "Please, young master, feel free. Do not mind me." He only held a cigarette between his lips, unlit, with long eyelashes framing his eyes, which bore faint dark circles beneath them. Though his expression seemed slightly impatient, there was no urgency in his demeanor. Upon noticing his arrival, the boy merely asked why his attendant had changed, then acknowledged his own fatigue from the long drive, explaining that he had trained for 2 months and had only recently set off after resting for a night. Without a smile, his countenance appeared cold and his demeanor aloof. Yet surprisingly, he was exceptionally detail-oriented, polite, and gentle. "What are you looking at?" Tozai snapped his eyes open. His ink-black gaze devoid of emotion as he glared at the driver. "Just drive properly. I have no desire to become embroiled in a car accident due to the driver's distraction. That would be exceedingly foolish. Apologies, Lord Kuroki." The servant trembled, hastily returning his focus to the road ahead. He retracted the description of the young master as gentle. "How has my brother been lately?" Tozai inquired suddenly. "Has he been too busy to send me a message in over a week?" Of course, he did not voice this last thought, as it would reveal his brother complex. Tozai's irritation stemmed from this very matter. Although communication tools had been prohibited on the island for the past 2 months, his brother had a habit of messaging him every 2 to 3 days. However, after charging his phone yesterday, he discovered that nearly a week had elapsed since the last message, and his brother had not responded to calls either. Concern gnawed at him. The young master has been preoccupied with a significant collaboration, and he has several tasks piling up, the servant ventured, sensing the pressure in the back seat intensifying. His voice dwindling as sweat began to bead on his forehead. Is there no one left in the sorcery community? Toziai's voice dripped with sarcasm, his irritation palpable. I suppose you only pick up on the good-natured ones. By the way, how do you know so much? The boy asked suddenly, his expression devoid of emotion, his tone laden with an oppressive force. I was with the young master before coming to fetch you. The servant wiped his brow. What is your name? Tashiyama Zoka. My lord. Toziai nodded, retracting his imposing demeanor, and closed his eyes again, lazily stating, understood. I shall rest for a bit. Call me when we arrive. Of course. My lord. The absence of messages could be attributed to a lack of time, or perhaps a mission in remote areas devoid of signal. Not answering calls likely meant he was either resting or still engaged in his tasks. Ah, that makes sense. So, my brother is indeed too kind-hearted, allowing those old men to take advantage of him. Toziai mused with his eyes closed. Although those in higher positions dared not act too rashly against his brother due to his influence, it was exceedingly vexing that they would resort to such petty maneuvers while he was in isolation. He had already informed his brother not to worry about him. He could simply refuse if he did not wish to partake. This had been the case for over a year. Those wretched old men were truly infuriating. It seemed he must devise a way to escape the 2-month training on the island, ensuring he remained in a state of constant communication. After some contemplation, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to someone. Chapter 3. It doesn't matter. In front of my brother Tashiyama Zoka drove the car to the entrance of the ancestral home and then exited to respectfully open the door. Lord Kuroki, we have arrived at the old residence, he announced with deference. Toziai, feeling somewhat impatient, alighted from the vehicle. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he turned back and said, You've finished for the day? Go rest. Come back to work as usual tomorrow, and if anyone asks, just say I instructed you to do so. Thank you, my lord, Tashiyama Zoka replied, his eyes glistening with gratitude. It was evident that, despite his somewhat irritable disposition, the young master possessed a kind heart. The ancient trees within the old residence cast shadows across the courtyard and corridors, while the dim evening sunlight adorned the house in a gentle glow. The boy hurriedly made his way toward a relatively secluded room. Though informed by a servant at the entrance that his brother had returned at noon, he was still eager to confirm his brother's safety with his own eyes. With a swift motion, he pushed aside the shoji sliding door, producing a loud sound. Brother, why haven't you returned my call? The young man, clad in a deep blue kimono and holding a teacup, suddenly leaped onto his older brother's back, nuzzling against him with a sense of grievance. You're being so spoiled. Little one, Kuroki Sora remarked with a sigh, as he set down his teacup. His younger brother had always been fond of clinging to him like a kitten that refused to grow up. He possessed an intense territorial instinct. If anyone dared to encroach upon his designated space without permission, he would become irate, hissing defiantly. At just 14, he was indeed still a small creature in need of protection, Sora thought with a smile. Have those old geezers been giving you a hard time again? A sulky voice, belonging to Toziai, emerged from behind him. Not really. It's part of the duty, Sora replied, reaching up to ruffle his brother's hair. Wouldn't it be better to tie it up or cut it short? It must be hot like this. No way, Toziai retorted with stubbornness. You know me well enough by now. Get off, it's too hot like this. No. He flopped down, sprawled against Sora, refusing to let go. You still haven't answered my question, and if you don't, I want to let go. Hey, would I let my brother die from the heat? That's unthinkable. Close your eyes, I'm not listening. Don't change the subject. I saw your message earlier. But considering you must have been exhausted from your time on the island these past 2 months, I thought you'd be asleep in the car. So I didn't want to disturb you. I did reply, didn't you see? Toziai stealthily pulled out his phone and flipped it open, discovering that Sora had indeed sent a message 3 hours prior. However, the little cat would never admit that he had missed it. I saw it. I'm talking about returning the call. I wouldn't mind. Toziai, feeling a bit guilty, swayed back and forth, causing Sora to sway along with him. Be good. I just want you to rest a little more, Sora said with a gentle demeanor. I spent the last week on a mission in an area with no signal. I emerged with a dead phone and messaged you as soon as it charged. All right, Toziai replied, stretching out his voice as he slid off Sora's back to lay beside him. I forgive you. Sora watched his brother, who was now sprawled out without a care for his image. How could he remind him that, despite his transformation, he resembled a small kitten so much? Mind your image. Young lord, it doesn't matter. You'll indulge me anyway, right? Toziai opened one eye to peek at him. You indeed. Sora lightly tapped Toziai's head, feeling helpless. He always found it difficult to resist this brother of his. Their mother had passed away early, and their father was often busy. The elders in the clan only subjected Toziai to harsh training, leaving Sora to raise him almost single-handedly. Yet, Tusii had mastered the art of being adorable. Once he started to act cute, Sora was utterly defenseless. He sighed, knowing that although Tusii was strong enough to endure such hellish training, he never wanted him to go through it at all. He still vividly recalled the time when, at 6 years old, Tusii returned from the island covered in injuries, yet still smiling sweetly, asking for a hug. He had felt a mixture of anger and helplessness. The burdensome training left Tusii without any friends his age. However, he was powerless to intervene. All he could do was shower Tusii with affection outside of training, provide him with the best, and discreetly alleviate some of his burdens to make things easier for him. He could only tell his young brother to vent his frustrations and never to hate himself. Even though their family was shrouded in darkness, the world was ultimately beautiful. By the way, I encountered a boy about your age during a mission recently. He was quite a help, Sora mused, stroking his cup. His technique was intriguing. It must have been the technique of curse manipulation. Help? Curse manipulation? Tusii sat up, propping a leg up, and tilted his head, keenly observing Sora. I thought second-grade sorcerers had partners during missions. How could a child my age assist you? Ah, that partner was someone assigned from above, who remained in the outer circle during the exorcism, so I kept my distance. But unexpectedly, the cursed spirit went berserk, and that person was severely injured, Sora said nonchalantly. And you? Tusii scrambled up, gripping Sora's shoulders and inspecting him closely. I'm fine. The curse manipulator came out and assisted me, Sora waved off. How did he end up there? Once reassured that his brother was indeed unscathed, Tusii flopped back down, tugging at Sora's clothing playfully. It seems he was on vacation with his parents for the summer and sensed something amiss, so he came to investigate. I must say, he truly embodies the traits of a curse manipulator. He is remarkably perceptive, even without systematic training, and his physical prowess is impressive, Sora allowed Tusii to play, recognizing that it was rare for him to show childlike behavior in front of him. Oh, what kind of techniques does he have? I've never seen them, Tusii exclaimed. Well, you can ask him yourself since he helped me quite a bit. I invited his family over for lunch to express my gratitude, Sora replied, gesturing with his lips and winking at Tusii. He is quite a polite child. You should get along well with him. Got it, Tusii squealed, climbing up. Where are they now? His parents left back to the hotel after lunch. Summer was keen to stay since I mentioned during lunch that you were eager to meet sorcerers your age, and with their consent, he remained. I've arranged for him to stay in your living room, Sora continued, and I also provided him with some of your past notes on curse energy control. Summer? That's his name, Summer Yuta. Tusii dramatically bowed to Sora before dashing out with impatience. A curse manipulator, a non-family technique. Appear with impressive physical abilities. Brother, you praise someone besides me for the first time. How extraordinary. Sora chuckled at the sight of his brother, who had dashed out like a gust of wind after a clumsy bow. Indeed, he was still just a child. Chapter 4, Pokemon Master. This marked the first true encounter for Summer Yuta with the family of sorcerers, although he had yet to officially step into the world of Jujutsu. Ever since he learned of its existence and his own uniqueness, he consciously sought to exorcise the cursed spirits around him within his capacity. After all, he was quite powerful and had to protect the weak, ordinary people. Standing at a height of over 170 centimeters, the petite Summer thought this way. Yuta flipped a page in his notebook, the handwriting neat and elegant, the content detailed. Had he not been informed at lunchtime by Mr. Kuroki that it belonged to his brother, he would have assumed it was penned by a poised young lady. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching quickly. Yuta tucked away his notebook, poured 2 cups of tea from the tray brought in by a servant, and smiled as he sipped. Perfect. The sliding door was abruptly yanked open, and a brown-green head popped into Yuta's view, serious black eyes scrutinizing him. Yuta was not startled by Tusii's sudden appearance. Instead, he noted that the tea had cooled down and lost its flavor. What? You're not even startled by my sudden entrance, Tusii remarked, sitting down opposite Yuta. Sensing the arrival of someone at high speed, Tusii realized that only a young lord would dare run so recklessly in his courtyard. Isn't that right, young lord? Yuta smiled. Hey, don't call me that, Tusii said, shaking off the notion with distaste. I'm Kuroki Tusii. Hello, Kuroki-kun. I am Summer Yuta. Are you really a curse manipulator? Tusii leaned in with curiosity. Are you strong in physical combat? You don't seem particularly special aside from that odd hairstyle. Yuta smiled. This is someone else's territory. I feel like I'm about to sprout a cross on my head. If you're referring to my technique, then yes. I am indeed a curse manipulator, Yuta replied, taking another sip of tea. Your sense of caution is rather lacking, isn't it? You dare to venture here alone. Were it not for my brother's benign intentions, merely considering you a friend, and the old man at home residing in the secluded mountains, you might find it difficult to leave. Hitomi propped his chin on his hand, gazing at him. Difficult to leave? Jia merely contemplated seizing this opportunity to delve deeper into the world of cursed techniques and sorcery, while also forging connections with peers, thus preparing himself for his imminent entry into the Jujutsu High. Naive to the foul nature of the higher-ups in the sorcery realm, he remained oblivious to this undercurrent. You feel fine about it? Suguru questioned, puzzled, as the sorcerers he had encountered thus far had been quite amicable. It's understandable that you, having been sheltered within the Jujutsu world, may not grasp this. You must have been discovered by Yaga, who, given his disposition, would undoubtedly shield you from the more grotesque aspects of our society. Your perception of normalcy stems from the fact that my brother is a decent person, and currently, he wields half the authority over this front courtyard you see before you, while the true powers reside in the mountains. Hitomi gestured upward, the night having enveloped them, his smile casting a rather sinister air in the moonlight, though his eyes remained icy. Since they haven't informed you, allow me to enlighten you. The upper echelons of the sorcery world are merely a cadre of suspicious, cowardly old men, obsessed with self-preservation. They will obliterate any threats to their existence, caring little for the lives of sorcerers or ordinary people alike. Their only concern is the power they hold. Pathological, deformed, twisted, insular, self-important, paranoid, and self-serving. This is the nature of the higher-ups in the Jujutsu realm. He fixed a penetrating gaze upon Suguru. So, Suguru-kun, what are your thoughts on this sorcery world? Do you still wish to join it? Suguru was taken aback by the directness with which this newfound peer laid bare the current state of the sorcery world before him, starkly revealing that the heroes he had envisioned as protectors of the ordinary were, in fact, mere puppets manipulated by the upper echelons. Ultimately, Suguru was but an overly idealistic youth. Yet, as an academically gifted and precocious individual, he quickly grasped Hitomi's meaning. With a smile, he squinted his eyes as Hitomi suddenly conjured an image of a peculiar black fox, its bangs askew. What does Kurwakoin want me to choose? Hitomi raised a finger and shook his head. What I think is irrelevant. What matters is your perspective. I have taken up the mantle of a sorcerer to protect the weak, and as long as there are those who are vulnerable, I shall continue to be a sorcerer. As for the upper echelons, let them come. I shall face whatever challenges arise. Suguru chuckled, remarking, I never anticipated someone would come forth and expose their own vulnerabilities so readily. Shouldn't this be more about persuasion? That would be far less entertaining. Hitomi leaned back, propped up by his hands. Rather than persuading, I find more delight in aggravating those above. I can sense your sincerity. Suguru remarked as he stood and turned on the light. Everything I say is genuine. Hitomi scratched his head, casting his gaze toward the ceiling. My brother is like this. Due to my inherent cursed technique and our family's ruthless training, my physical prowess is commendable. The higher-ups are perpetually fearful of me breaking free and assassinating them. Yet they cannot touch me, so they periodically summon my brother to assert their presence. As for me, I have been training within the clan since childhood, subjected to the so-called young master education, always training and attending classes alone, never having experienced elementary or middle school. The only one I can engage with on equal footing is my brother. Therefore, upon encountering a peer like myself, unencumbered by ulterior motives, I find myself speaking quite a bit. He tilted his head slightly, a hint of reluctance surfacing at the thought of dragging Suguru into this murky quagmire. Yet I have already plunged in, Suguru sighed. One must accept their fate after such a leap. After all, I am quite formidable. Speaking of which, I initially intended to inquire about how cursed spirits are subdued and utilized. Hitomi leaned over the table, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes sparkling with curiosity under the light. The only one to wield cursed spirits in a millennium. How fascinating. All right, how adorable. Suguru momentarily faltered before clearing his throat to regain composure. Essentially, you render them near death, then form them into a cursed spirit orb and swallow it. In battle, you can summon them. My heavens! Hitomi exclaimed, astonished. Suguru smirked, enjoying the attention. A Pokemon master, perhaps? Hitomi was left utterly astounded. Very well, I retract that descriptor. Suguru remarked, his expression becoming notably serious. Hitomi is, in fact, quite lively and gentle with those he cares for or finds interesting, often speaking at length, relishing in exposing the upper echelon secrets, and displaying a penchant for affection. Conversely, he adopts a sharp tongue and an aloof demeanor towards those he deems unworthy, all while being fundamentally shaped by his brother into a tender-hearted individual. When confronting enemies, he exhibits a touch of madness, maintaining politeness towards the higher-ups while simultaneously being infuriating. His interest in Suguru stems from encountering a fellow genius of the same age, devoid of familial ties, and the excitement of meeting someone who engages in equal and genuine discourse, free from the brainwashing of the upper echelons. As for Suguru's height, I did not explicitly define it as 185 centimeters. I simply hinted at it. I wish to elaborate further on my thoughts. The original manga and anime do not delve deeply into Suguru's character, especially before his entrance into Jujutsu High. He certainly did not emerge at 185 centimeters. There would have been a growth period with his parents accompanying him as he gradually increased in height. I envision him as a flesh-and-blood character. Regarding Suguru's mindset, he has indeed not succumbed to the brainwashing that mandates loyalty to the upper echelons. However, he has internalized an extreme ideology of protecting the weak, equating weakness with the common folk. Thus, it is not feasible to simply unveil the truth about the upper echelons before him and expect a transformation. This must be approached gradually. The timeline I have established is late August 2004, with a significant interval remaining before entering Jujutsu High in April 2005. Wish me luck. Amen. Currently, Suguru's understanding of sorcerers and the Jujutsu realm is admittedly limited, fueling his desire to learn more. Coupled with his formidable strength and youthful audacity, he dares to remain alone within a family of sorcerers. Thankfully, his brother is a good man. Otherwise, he might have been forcibly bound. Thus, it is wise to refrain from casually returning home with strangers. Chapter 5. May I touch it? I have divulged everything. Now it is your turn to speak. Suguru rubbed his forehead, still pondering. And what is this Pokemon? It resembles that, a Pokemon Pokeball. Hitomi murmured softly. What did you say? Suguru smiled. Oh, my cursed technique. Hitomi glanced at the ceiling again. I heard that. You didn't tea here. Hitomi covered his face. I heard. Yes, Suguru declared. Initially not intending to tease him, yet his reaction was so amusingly guilty that he couldn't resist the impulse to playfully lean in and whisper devilishly. Be quiet. Hitomi instinctively covered his mouth, only to feel awkward and release his hand once he realized his actions. Suguru, too, was taken aback by this response. It seemed this 17-year-old boy, who spoke with such authority, possessed a surprisingly thin skin. How amusing, how playful. Hitomi cleared his throat to ease the tension and began to share his curse technique with Suguru. My technique is beast and heavenly forging. You can interpret it in two parts. Life transformation refers to beastification, which amplifies my original abilities based on the degree of beastification. For instance, if the beastification is at 10%, it would be calculated as 1012. As for heavenly forging, do you see these bracelets on my wrists? Hitomi shook his wrists, and under Suguru's astonished gaze, they transformed into a katana. I can morph these bracelets into any weapon I can wield, and they carry half of my cursed energy. That implies your physical prowess is quite remarkable. Suguru raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Hitomi. Is this really what captures your attention? Tongsheng remarked, expressing his exasperation. I have another point of interest, but one must uphold the principles of politeness. Yet, I don't sense much courtesy from you. You seem rather familiar, he added, gesturing with both hands in resignation. Go ahead and say it. I can handle it. What form does your beastly transformation take? A lynx, a fierce creature, I presume. Might I see it? Suguru Geto coaxed gently. What are you planning? Tongsheng replied, eyeing him warily. I've never seen it before. I'm rather curious. Geto feigned innocence. Absolutely not. Tongsheng turned away in refusal. Very well, Geto sighed. I thought after our lengthy conversation we might be considered friends. Tongsheng's body stiffened momentarily, turning slightly. I suppose I was mistaken, he mused. Seizing the moment, Geto pressed on. Nevertheless, I am truly glad to make your acquaintance, Kuroki-kun. Geto affected a mournful expression. Let me see. Surely, it's acceptable to show me. Tongsheng completely turned around, a hint of irritation in his demeanor. Geto celebrated his small victory with a soft murmur. The transformation manifested before him. A pair of white beast ears sprouted atop the tawny brown head, adorned with black golden fur that gracefully flowed into a line, culminating in a small tuft of long black golden hair at the tips. The ears quivered gently as if animated by their own spirit. Geto distinctly heard the sound of his own swallowing. May I touch them? He blurted out, caught up in the moment. He watched as the fur on the ears seemed to explode outward, appearing even more inviting to the touch. Are you a pervert? Tongsheng exclaimed in shock. Huh. Isn't it normal to want to pet something fluffy? Geto retorted defiantly. Is it truly normal? Absolutely. They exchanged incredulous glances. At that moment, the sliding door was pulled open, and they both looked up to find Kuroki Sora entering. Geto rose to greet him, while Tongsheng remained seated, still wearing a defiant expression. Sora, initially intending to deliver some soba noodles, was taken aback by the sight of the two boys, each unwilling to concede ground, resembling fighting roosters. Oh my. It appears that little Sheng is willing to transform just to show off, suggesting he's getting along splendidly with you, Suguru-kun. Brother. Sora chuckled, oblivious to the awkward atmosphere. It's getting rather late. If you don't mind, Suguru-kun, you may stay the night. Geto cast a sidelong glance at his irritated peer, suppressing a mischievous urge to tease him. Yet, the desire to learn more about the world of jujitsu prevailed, prompting him to politely respond to Sora. Thank you. Then, I'll just call my parents. Sora nodded, indicating for him to proceed. While Geto stepped outside to make the call, Sora, with a grin, turned to Tongsheng. It seems little Sheng has taken quite a liking to Suguru-kun, agreeing to let him stay. I'm merely a well-behaved child. How could I refuse an adult's request? Tongsheng rolled his eyes at Sora. Such a good boy, Sora remarked, stroking Tongsheng's ears. You treat me like a child. Tongsheng muttered under his breath. Just then, Geto re-entered, having received his parents' permission to make friends with someone of his caliber. Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Kuroki. Geto said politely. No worries. I'm quite happy that little Shang can make a friend. You may stay with him tonight. He'll ensure you're well taken care of. I'll leave you to chat. I'm off to rest. After dinner, there will be a servant to collect the dishes from the tray at the door. Sora waved dismissively as he turned to leave. Geto sat down and began eating. And a strange silence enveloped the two until they finished their meal and placed their dishes on the tray at the door. As Tongsheng bent down to set his utensils down, Geto suddenly sprang from behind and playfully ruffled his ears. The warmth and silky texture of the fur compelled him to indulge in a few more strokes, even giving them a gentle squeeze. Is this permissible? Tongsheng gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. The texture is rather delightful, Geto commented frivolously. Suguru Geto, I can hear you. Drop dead. You're welcome to try and take me on first. Do you truly fancy yourself a Pokemon master? If you dare, don't invoke cursed spirits. Then you should revert that dagger back to a bracelet first. Shun to you? Can't afford it? Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of playful combat, while Sora, eavesdropping from the corner, mused about the joys of youth, marveling at how quickly they had become entangled in a playful scuffle. Chapter 6. To Tokyo, the morning sun poured into the room. Tenderly attempting to awaken, the two youths sprawled across the tatami mats. Following their late-night altercation, 2 buckwheat pillows had succumbed to their fate, their contents strewn about. One blanket flung to the corner, while another lay half on the floor, and the sheets were in disarray. Tongsheng curled up with his face to the wall, while Geto lay on his side, turning over due to the sunlight, his hand inadvertently resting on Tongsheng's disheveled hair. In his slumber, Tongsheng furrowed his brow, instinctively pushing Geto's hand away with a vague awareness, which roused Geto from his sleep. He groggily glanced at the time before sinking back into his pillow. Kuroki-sama. The vehicle is ready, a servant announced from the doorway. Geto, eyes still closed, nudged the half-awake youth beside him. That's for you. You handle it. Following their late-night tussle, the two had engaged in a fierce battle that lasted until the early hours, both equally matched, resulting in only the master bedroom being available for rest. Geto had stayed up a bit longer, taking advantage of Tongsheng's exhaustion to indulge in stroking his ears while he slept. It was only 6:30 a.m. How maddening. I can't get up, he lamented. Understood, Tongsheng groaned, struggling to open his eyes, ruffling his messy hair as he yawned. They're probably sending for me again. Why do they rise so early? In a daze, Tongsheng stepped down from the tatami mat, rummaging through the disarray of the table until he found a hair tie. Using his mouth to hold it, he fashioned a high ponytail. After tidying up, he searched for his cigarette case and lighter, but after a prolonged search, he only unearthed his first pack of lady cigarettes. Turning around, he noticed Geto had already propped himself up. Tongsheng lit a cigarette, taking a drag and feeling somewhat more alert. Not going to lie down for a bit longer? I'll take you back once I'm done, he mumbled with the cigarette in his mouth. Geto scrutinized him. What's the matter? Tongsheng asked, puzzled. You just sounded like an irresponsible scoundrel, Geto replied. Cough, cough. Tongsheng nearly choked on the smoke. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any medication for that? Indeed. Would you like some? A knock echoed at the door. Kuroki-sama, the elders are urging you. Tongsheng gestured at the squinting Geto and, in resignation, turned to exit, nodding at the servant waiting outside. Let us go? Geto leaned against the bedroom door, observing the sudden shift in Tongsheng's demeanor to one of aloofness and politeness. Remembering his earlier brashness, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. This fellow seems a touch schizophrenic. No wonder he mentioned needing medication. Tongsheng closed his eyes in the vehicle, as he resided at the foot of the mountain while the elders lived atop it, necessitating a drive followed by a climb up a flight of stairs. With his mind blank, he found his thoughts drifting to Suguru Geto, reflecting on how he hadn't managed to best him. Although he had merely fallen short by a hair's breadth, a loss was still a loss. Despite not giving it his all, merely engaging out of curiosity, it was still impressive that Geto had managed to emerge victorious. Moreover, I find myself inexplicably capable of tolerating his presence on my territory. In addition, my true nature has been exposed in such a short span of time, which was previously inconceivable. I would have at least feigned composure. What enchantment does Suguru Geto possess? My fingers rhythmically tap against my knee. No, it is his demeanor. A typical non-clan sorcerer would either disbelieve my account regarding the upper echelons or respond with fear or excitement. He is the first to express unwavering belief and calmly assert his commitment to his ideals. No, it is not mere calmness, it is confidence, confidence in his own abilities. Thus, I find myself resonating with him, instinctively categorizing him as a friend in such a brief moment. How intriguing. Sir, we have arrived. I shall await you here. Tomo waved his hand dismissively and took a few steps past the staircase to knock on the door. The heavy wooden door swung open, and a servant who had long been waiting gestured for him to enter. Suppressing the loathing within, Tomo walked in with a blank expression. I have arrived. Inside sat 5 clan elders, with his grandfather occupying the main seat. Grandfather, you are rising earlier and earlier. Tomo casually assessed his grandfather's robust physique. With age, sleep eludes him. The old man remained unperturbed, feigning ignorance regarding the young man in that room who manipulates cursed spirits. Tomo's gaze turned icy. So, what do you intend to convey? Let us find an opportunity to bind him to loyalty towards the Kuroki clan, the elder on the left remarked. Goodness, what a fanciful thought. Your reach barely extends to the front yard, yet you wish to meddle with those I and my brother protect. Tomo could hardly contain his amusement at the shamelessness of these elders. My apologies, but I fail to comprehend what you are discussing, Tomo replied with a smile. Tomo, do not act like a petulant child. You know very well what we are speaking of, the old man interjected. Merely a friend of mine has come to visit. Do you all understand? Tomo gritted his teeth. I have yet to address my brother's matter with you. This mission must have been arranged by you all, correct? He should not be so duplicitous, the elder on the right proclaimed with a feigned air of profundity. Simply seeking to reclaim the authority of the front yard, I presume. Tomo immediately dismantled his facade. I advise you not to extend your reach too far. You might not know when it will snap back. After my final visit to the island next February, I shall no longer return. That wretched island can be left to whoever wishes to pursue it. Geto is my first friend. He is merely here to visit me for leisure. He holds no other identity. Tomo fixed his gaze upon them, his eyes transforming into those of a beast. The clan elders felt as though they were being scrutinized by a predator. Be cautious. Should anything happen to him and my brother, I cannot guarantee what I might do. Did you all truly believe yourselves so formidable? You, seated to my right, clearly did not anticipate that the once obedient youth would suddenly reveal his fangs. By the way, Tomo interrupted, his expression respectful. I must thank you all. Had it not been for your deliberate introduction of that special grade cursed spirit during my second level, which nearly cost me my life, I would not have mastered the reversal technique. Thus, I kindly urge you to be cautious. Perhaps someday, I might reciprocate by sending each of you a special grade cursed spirit. Enough, no more of this. The reason I summoned you is to discuss matters regarding the Jujutsu High, the elder rapped on the table. Tomo understood that the old man was delineating a boundary with them, and he could not help but smirk at this crafty fox. You have been alone for quite some time, and we have grown somewhat concerned. Hence, we wish for you to attend Jujutsu High, to forge more friendships. Is that so? How considerate of you. Then you shall attend the Kyoto Jujutsu High. What? The Tokyo Jujutsu High? Very well, I understand. It is Kyoto. Tokyo, I have taken note. No need to reiterate. Tomo pulled out his phone and began typing. I shall attend in Kyoto. Very well, I have already contacted Teacher Yaga, and the tickets to Tokyo have been purchased. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Wishing you all well. With that, Tomo turned his back on the furious shouts of the clan elders and walked away. Once outside, he stretched lazily. The weather was splendid. Off to Tokyo, then. Chapter 7. A pleasant cooperation. You are going to Tokyo? Suguru Geto glanced sideways. Indeed. I shall be attending Jujutsu High in Tokyo, arriving early to acclimatize. Tomo languidly followed beside him. I too shall be attending Jujutsu High in Tokyo next April. You as well? But you are not of age yet. I am a gifted student. A scholar. His tone was teasing. The two strolled through the corridor, exchanging idle chatter. The weather was delightful, not too hot. With a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, and sunlight danced upon the shoulders of the youth. I will escort you back to the inn before returning to pack my belongings. What are your plans? I shall likely explore for a few more days. After all, I have been vacationing in the mountains for several days, and now, with your families in at my disposal, I can leisurely wander around Kyoto. Suguru Geto kept his hands in his pockets. Then we shall not be able to depart together. Why the rush? I have angered the old man at home. My brother is leaving the country for a business trip soon, so I might as well take the opportunity to avoid the storm. Do you have a place to stay in Tokyo? Suguru Geto expressed some concern, fearing that this young master might end up homeless in Tokyo. Fear not. Trust in the prowess of my mother, Sora. Tomo winked and gave a thumbs up. Sora, mother? Suguru Geto pondered before uncertainly inquiring, your brother? Indeed. Quite fitting, don't you think? Tomo interlaced his fingers behind his head. My mother passed away early, and since I can remember, my brother has cared for me. He is very gentle, and I sometimes jokingly refer to him as such. That certainly fits. Suguru Geto recalled the perpetually smiling, gentle young man, unable to suppress a chuckle. Right? Right? My brother is simply the best. Uh-huh. How perfunctory, Suguru-kun. No, it isn't. Then where will you stay? Suguru Geto couldn't help but worry. It was better to confirm ahead of time than to search upon arrival in the vastness of Tokyo. I know. Let us go. Toma urged. After sending you off, I still need to send my brother. Then I shall take my leave. Contact me by phone if anything arises. Suguru Geto bent down to enter the car, waving to Toma outside. I await your news. Ensure he arrives safely. Toma nodded and said to Tanaka, Yes, sir. As he watched the car fade into the distance, Toma languidly remarked, Now that I'm here, why hide? You're lacking. Huh. Your physical skills are still inferior to that little brat, despite my countless teachings. Toma rolled his eyes. Yes. I've tarnished the reputation of your sorcerer slayer. By the way, what brings you to Kyoto? Surely you're not here to collect a debt from me? I recall that I did not withhold your tuition fees. Did I? And just to clarify, I will not part with that quarter of the funds in the other bank card. Toma turned to the robust man lurking in the shadows, raising an eyebrow. You haven't lost another gamble, have you? I heard you rarely defy your family's old geezers. I came to witness the spectacle. News travels fast. I have my channels, the man replied indifferently. Looks like it's time to tidy up the house. Your front yard is quite clean. However, the kitchen is rather dirty. I suggest you clean it before heading to Tokyo. The man straightened up. Remember to come find me for lessons in Tokyo. I'm in need of funds. Seems you've indeed lost in gambling again, Toma teased. I'm leaving. The man rolled his eyes. By the way, how are Mei and Hui? Heir slightly tilted his head, the light cascading upon his face obscuring his expression. Thanks to you. That little brat seems to be faring well. That's good to hear. Take more care of yourself. Although I no longer work as an assassin, there remains a bounty on you in the dark web. And a throng of individuals are eyeing your plump flesh. With that, Heir departed. Before leaving, Heir cast a glance at the boy, who stood tall and slender beneath the shade of a tree, gazing at the wooden gate, seemingly indifferent to Heir's departure, his demeanor cold and aloof. Reflecting on the time he had accepted the bounty to kill him, it was revealed that the boy was training on an island, attempting to disguise himself as a cursed spirit. It was evident that he was either a prodigy or a young master from a certain clan, being hunted down. Yet, Heir remained unconcerned. A 10-year-old child could only blame his ill fate. He had taken the job, intended to kill him, collect the payment. And that was all there was to it. Upon reaching the island, the air was thick with the scent of blood. The boy's hair at that time was not as long, merely reaching his shoulders. He sat atop a tree, surrounded by the corpses of curse users and assassins. And with a grin, he asked Heir, Uncle, are you here to kill me too? Heir, uncharacteristically intrigued by his target, tilted his head to scrutinize the boy's eyes. Ah, those old men, unable to kill me with their cursed spirits, have resorted to hiring assassins. How disgusting. The boy did not await a reply, continuing to speak to himself. Hey, uncle, I find you more agreeable than these people. Can you tell me how much those old men offered? So many are falling over themselves for it. Heir raised an eyebrow. He did not believe the boy could not discern that he was a master of heaven and cursed bindings, yet he divulged the figure. 3 billion. Huh. A bunch of stingy old men. Uncle, I know you. Would you like a more stable job? I'll give you 200 million for 2 months of lessons in physical arts, plenty of free time, no fighting or killing. I won't be in class for 2 months. So it'll be easy for you. Heir calculated the offer in his mind. His life had stabilized. And being a physical arts teacher indeed seemed more advantageous than his daily skirmishes, not to mention it would ease the mind of the person at home. Besides, those old men hadn't even provided a deposit. If it weren't for his financial struggles, he wouldn't have come. This arrangement would at least guarantee a steady income. And if needed, he could still take on extra jobs. Thus, amidst the carnage, the two reached a friendly agreement. The boy gained an excellent physical arts instructor, and Heir secured a stable financial source, leaving both parties quite satisfied. Heir sent a message indicating the mission had failed, and the boy used his phone to call his brother. That same day, Heir received 200 million yen. For years had swiftly passed since then. The boy he had trained for 4 years was still not as adept as those younger than him. Upon arriving in Tokyo, additional training was imperative. Some additional context. Chapter 8. The appearance of Hui. Heir's salary was halved. Brother, there are rats in the kitchen. The boy, perturbed, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, bit one, and with his brow furrowed, messaged his brother. Got it, I'll catch them. Be careful in Tokyo. The reply was immediate. Yeah, you too. Stay safe on your business trip. Understood. I'll use this time to lure those rats out. Heir mentioned to me that he heard you fought with Suguru and lost. Did you cry? Heir had a loose tongue. Next month, half of his salary would go to Hui. Little brat, bear a grudge, huh? The boy kicked a pebble while messaging his brother, and after a few exchanges about Suguru, he abruptly wrote, "I've arrived at the hotel. Got it. A guy came looking for me and threw a few punches. I was just about to retaliate when he vanished. Who is he?" Through the screen, one could sense Suguru's exasperation and resentment. The next moment, a photo arrived, a selfie of Suguru with several large bumps on his head. The boy paused. A guy? An absurd thought sparked in his mind. No way. What does he look like? I'll help you find out. Long hair, black hair, a scar at the corner of his mouth, and quite robust. The boy stifled a laugh, holding the cigarette, unable to contain himself. Heir, that guy. Oh. My irritated mood has lightened a bit now. On the other side. Now, can you tell me about your relationship with Kuroki? Suguru gazed at the man before him with a deadpan expression. Who understands family? I just got off the car and got dragged into an alley by a few iron fists. After that, I had to send selfies to a newly acquainted friend. How embarrassing. I'm that little brat's teacher. As Heir leaned against the wall, he received a call from the boy. Hello, Heir. That's my friend. Please don't bully him. He came to complain to me. TSK. And you gossip with my brother. Half of next month's salary goes to Hui. No. Your mouth is too loose. Heir scratched his head impatiently, and Suguru looked at him with a glint of schadenfreude. That's that. I'm hanging up. Less than half a minute after the call ended, Suguru's phone rang. It was the boy. Suguru cast a challenging glance at Heir, causing Heir to feel his fists clench. Hello, Suguru. That person is my teacher. He probably heard something and thinks you bullied me. I've already called him. When you return to Tokyo, I'll bring him to apologize. Although it's unlikely. The latter part of the sentence was swallowed down. Perhaps he could treat Suguru to a meal as an apology. Suguru rolled his eyes at the man before him. Apologize? Well, it's good enough that he doesn't T1 his life, but he still replied softly. It's all right, Kuroki, it's up to him. I don't mind. Suguru truly was a gentle soul. The boy felt touched. Thank you for the compliment. Suguru smiled brightly. I'll hang up now. I'll find you to play when you return to Tokyo. All right. Suguru cheerfully ended the call. What a hypocritical little brat, Heir remarked. Say what you will. It's not my salary that got halved. Goodbye. Suguru waved and departed. Heir leaned against the wall, perceiving that the boy's mood should have improved. So be it. I'll return and train that little brat diligently. The next time Suguru encountered the boy was half a month later. Tokyo had just experienced a heavy rain, and the temperature was pleasantly cool. He was out shopping for supplies for the upcoming semester with his classmates. Suddenly, a classmate excitedly tapped Suguru's arm, whispering, Suguru, look over there. Both the tall and the small are exceptionally good-looking. Suguru, who was selecting stationery at the time, merely intended to glance in the direction his classmate indicated. He then spotted a person with a chestnut-brown head squatting beside a 3-year-old child with unruly black hair, saying something to him. The chubby-faced child shook his head seriously, his cheeks jiggling, only to be pinched by a mischievous adult. Suguru casually withdrew his gaze. How could one discern high beauty from a rounded chestnut-brown head? Suddenly, Suguru froze. Chestnut-brown a head? He recalled that Kuroki had mentioned taking the teacher's child out for shopping. What a coincidence. The child appeared to be a tall and slender figure, embodying a delicate beauty. His classmate's voice drifted into his ears. Indeed, the muscles beneath the clothing could easily send your 150-pound self flying 3 meters with a single flex. Suguru set down his items, patting his classmate's shoulder to indicate he was going to greet a friend. The classmate nodded and observed as Suguru Geto approached 2 exceptionally attractive individuals, one tall and one short. As he walked over, the classmate felt a sense of daze. After all, how could such a dashing Suguru Geto have friends who were equally enchanting, regardless of their size? No wonder I am merely a classmate. Hey, Kuroki. Suguru greeted the two with a slight bow. Squatting on the ground, Hitomi and Hui looked up at him. Hitomi had styled her hair into a loose low ponytail today. Clad in a milky white short-sleeve top, the hem tucked neatly into her black casual pants, complemented by white sneakers, which softened her overall appearance. Hui's outfit was quite similar, and she carried a small white dog backpack on her back. Their large eyes blinked in unison. Suguru suddenly felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of inspiration. Hello, Suguru, Hitomi said as she stood up, but due to having squatted for too long, her legs felt a bit numb, causing her to stumble slightly. Be careful, Suguru said, steadying her. Hui also grasped Hitomi's leg to prevent her from falling. Glancing up at Hitomi and then at Suguru. It's all right, Hitomi assured once she regained her balance, lifting Hui and presenting her to Suguru. This is Hui, my teacher's child. Suguru found himself face to face with the little girl, blinking in surprise. Hui, with her serious little face, blinked back. Hitomi peered from behind, grinning. Isn't she adorable? She's nothing like our teacher's foul temper. Brother Hitomi, put me down, Hui pouted, pushing gently at Suguru's face with a soft voice. Suguru, caught off guard, turned his face to the side as she nudged him. All right, Hitomi said, setting Hui down while holding her hand. I didn't expect you, Suguru, to be here shopping too. Hitomi had been undergoing rigorous training at Shire's place for the past half-month. Today, with a horse race happening, Shire had gone to the venue to gamble, allowing Hitomi the opportunity to take Hui out. Yes, quite a coincidence, Suguru replied with a smile. Although he hadn't seen Hitomi in person during this past month, they had been in contact, keeping him informed of Hitomi's training. Do you have time later for a meal together? Sure, Hitomi replied, bending down to seriously ask Hui. Would you like to have a meal with this brother later? Is he your friend? The little girl looked up at Suguru, who squatted down to make it easier for her. He is a very important friend, Hitomi patiently answered her. Okay, Hui nodded. Then it's settled. I want to eat takoyaki. Hitomi exclaimed happily. Who has that for dinner? Suguru said helplessly, to which Hui nodded in agreement. Then I'll go buy something with my classmates first, and we can meet at the exit later. Suguru pointed towards his classmates in the distance. After Hitomi nodded, he specifically told Hui to see him later before standing up to leave. Chapter 9. Because I believe in you. You rascal. Have you been waiting long? Suguru approached after saying goodbye to his classmates, casually taking the items from Hitomi's hands. Not long, Hitomi replied, freeing one hand to send a message. Who are you messaging? Suguru noticed Hui struggling to fit her snacks into her small backpack, so he squatted down to assist her, organizing and adjusting her bag before patting her head. Standing up, Suguru held the bag in his right hand and positioned himself beside Hitomi. Shire asked where we are, and I told him we're eating out. He asked me to bring him a portion back. Just bring him some pig food. Hey, Suguru, that sounds rather terrifying. I'm not joking. What do you think, Hui? I agree. Then just bring a little. After all, it's easy to feed, Hitomi concluded. Let us take the leftovers then, Suguru replied with a smile. Shire isn't that bad, Hitomi said helplessly. What does Hui want to eat? Brother Hitomi, I can eat anything, Hui said earnestly, pulling on her backpack straps. I haven't been out much since I came here and don't know Tokyo well. Suguru, you decide, Hitomi said, feeling a bit troubled. Suguru eagerly took this cue to enthusiastically recommend his favorite soba noodle shop. That place is truly delicious, though it's a bit out of the way. As Suguru walked beside Hitomi, he gradually adjusted his pace to match hers. Hui looked up at this quirky boy with the odd bangs, then glanced at her brother Hitomi, making a concerted effort to keep up with her little legs, finally reaching for Hitomi's hand. Hitomi naturally took her hand while continuing the conversation. Do you really love soba noodles that much? Indeed. Hitomi suddenly recalled Suguru mentioning that he needed to swallow cursed spirit jewels, and she turned to him, the streetlights casting shifting shadows across his face. Today, Suguru wore a black short-sleeve shirt and loose black pants, and the warm light seemed unable to leave any traces on him. Thinking about the appearance of cursed spirits suggests that the taste of cursed spirit jewels must be rather unpleasant, right? So, is it that the flavor of cursed spirit jewels is too strong and distasteful that you prefer milder food? What's the matter? Noticing her gaze, Suguru tilted his head slightly. I was just thinking that Suguru is unexpectedly a very gentle person. Unexpectedly? Yes, when we first met, we got into a fight. Did you forget? That time. I was surprised too. I thought you were the kind of person with a terrible personality, but now you're quite amiable. And it seems you treat others differently. I only treat those within my territory well. Although I was a bit cautious at first, I truly consider you a friend now. Like a fierce beast inspecting its new territory? Suguru chuckled lightly. That is not entirely incorrect. It seemed that it was around closing time as the crowd began to swell, and Suguru and Hitomi unconsciously drew a little closer together. Their shoulders brushed, and their hands inadvertently grazed, leading to an unexpected silence, both feeling a slight flush on their ears. Brother, are we there yet? The little voice of Hui broke the silence. Just ahead, Suguru replied, taking Hui's hand and leading her forward while Hitomi followed at a leisurely pace. The shop Suguru recommended was small, but exuded warmth. The soft yellow light filtered through frosted glass, the bamboo curtains shielding them from the city's clamor. The wooden counter and tables were clean, and lanterns adorned the ceiling, each hanging with wooden prayer plaques, while the opposite wall displayed various photographs. The owner, an older lady, wore a gentle smile, meticulously wrapping her graying hair with a floral scarf, appearing quite tidy. Upon seeing Suguru, she greeted him warmly. Hitomi observed her smiling face, tilting her head, wondering if this was the kind of fragile beauty Suguru wished to protect. It seemed rather lovely. Suguru also greeted her with a smile, leading Hui and guiding Hitomi to a seat. I recommend their signature dish, Suguru said, propping his arms on the table and resting his chin on his hands. I really enjoy it. Then I'll follow your lead, Hitomi replied. Hui can just order a children's meal. After studying the menu, Hitomi asked, do you have carrots? I don't eat carrots. I'll let the owner know, Suguru said as he stood up to place the order. Shortly after, He returned to find Hitomi staring into space at the frosted glass, while Hui played with a small toy they had just purchased. An impish idea struck him as he leaned closer to Hitomi's ear, whispering, "Kuroki." Before he could finish his words, he noticed that Hitomi had transformed. Her hair frizzing out wildly, a pair of beastly ears sprouting atop her head, and her eyes wide with reproach as they fixed upon him. Hui also paused her play, glancing over with curiosity. "Suguru Geto, how do you intend to meet your end?" Hitomi exclaimed, a cross appearing on her forehead as she seized his collar, gritting her teeth in frustration. Ahem, Suguru Geto pressed his fist against his mouth, turning his face aside, while with his other hand, he swiftly ruffled Hitomi's frizzy ears. The sensation as delightful as ever. "I thought you would notice. Why are you so lax? Aren't we in training?" "Because I trust you, you jerk," Hitomi blurted out impulsively, perhaps due to Suguru Geto's insufferable expression. And then, the world fell silent. Hitomi's color drained. "Okay, fine, let the world be muted. And listen to the sound of Hitomi shattering. I'm going out to buy something," Suguru Geto said awkwardly, pretending to maintain his composure as he walked out. Hitomi drifted back to her seat, covering her face with her hands. Ultimately, she banged her head against the table several times, contemplating if it would be better to simply knock herself out, startling Hui beside her. However, accustomed to her father's and Hitomi's erratic behaviors, Hui remained relatively calm. She even went to ask the shopkeeper for some ice, intending to apply it to Hitomi's head once he calmed down. When Suguru Geto returned, the atmosphere had shifted, and Hitomi had returned to normal. Suguru Geto placed a bag on the table and pulled out a chair to sit. "What did you buy?" He extracted chopsticks from a bamboo tube. "Takoyaki." Chapter 10, Good Night. Hui slowly pushed her soba noodles around with her chopsticks, occasionally glancing up to observe the two individuals who appeared slightly off-kilter. "Thank you." Hitomi opened the box containing the takoyaki with an expression of normalcy, skewering one with a toothpick. "I didn't expect you to remember. I saw them being sold by the roadside on my way here, and it reminded me." Suguru Geto stuffed a mouthful of noodles into his mouth. "You must try it. The noodles here are exquisite." Hitomi lowered his head, eating the takoyaki from the toothpick before picking up his chopsticks to take a bite, his eyes suddenly sparkling. "Delicious." He looked up at Suguru Geto, saying, "I really like this place. Is this what you meant by protecting the weak? It seems quite good." Suguru Geto hadn't anticipated the conversation to veer in this direction. "That's part of it, but not entirely." He surveyed the establishment, pausing before continuing slowly. "What I wish to protect are ordinary people, those who are non-sorcerers. They are the true weaklings. And I am the strong." Hitomi, who had been enjoying his meal, slowly halted as he heard Suguru Geto's words. He frowned. Suguru's ideology seemed rather extreme. "Suguru-kun," he elegantly pulled out a tissue to dab at the corner of his mouth. "I have a question for you. If the weak you believe you are saving are actually a group of villains who torment what you deem the strong, what would you do?" "Sorcerers can't possibly be bullied by ordinary people," Suguru Geto frowned. "Your question is invalid." "Ah, indeed, you still don't understand the sorcery world. It's rather idealistic." "Suguru-kun," Hitomi thought, having been entrenched in the sorcery world and witnessed its darker facets. "Suguru-kun, you must understand, not all sorcerers are as strong as you or I. Nor do they all come from privileged backgrounds like you, or from sorcerer families like me." Hitomi locked eyes with Suguru Geto. "Most come from ordinary backgrounds, perhaps possessing just enough power to perceive cursed spirits, but lacking the strength to resist. Their abnormalities lead to ostracization, being labeled as monsters, despised by family, shunned by peers, and potentially bullied. Those people bear the brunt of misfortune, with others disdainfully pointing fingers, blaming them for their suffering with a casual not normal to brush aside their own misdeeds. At that point, Suguru-kun, what will you do?" The warm yellow light illuminated the cup, casting rippling halos upon the water within. Hui too seemed to have paused in her noodle eating, gazing up with a serious expression as she listened to their discussion. "I don't know," Suguru Geto finally said, looking into Hitomi's eyes. After a long moment, he quietly admitted, "I never considered these things." No one had ever discussed this with him. His education dictated that sorcerers, even the weakest among them, were still strong, while ordinary people were the weak. And it was the duty of sorcerers to protect the ordinary. But what if the roles of the strong and weak were to reverse? Suguru Geto appeared somewhat perplexed. When Hitomi had revealed the darkness of the higher-ups to him, he had clung to his ideals, yet this question caused him to waver. "Suguru-kun, what truly defines a weakling? If you view ordinary people and sorcerers as separate, that is unrealistic, for we live in a society of ordinary people." Hitomi ruffled Hui's hair and wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, urging him to continue eating before rising. "I'll settle the bill. I promise to treat you." The three of them finished their meal in silence. As they stepped outside, a refreshing evening breeze greeted them. They walked quietly, with Hitomi and Hui in the lead, while Suguru Geto lagged a few steps behind. Kuroki-kun. Suguru Geto called out to Hitomi from the shadowy intersection of two streetlights. Why do you wish to be a sorcerer? Hitomi turned to look back at him under the lamplight, the soft glow kissing his cheeks. Because my birth left me no choice. He stated that his disdain for the role merely stemmed from a sense of obligation to fulfill it, akin to a doctor saving lives, a teacher educating, or a police officer apprehending criminals. I never believed I owed protection to ordinary people. I do not owe them anything. They create cursed spirits. They pay for services. And I take my remuneration, merely alleviating their disasters. That is all. He extended his hand towards Suguru Geto. Every profession has its rules. I adhere to the most fundamental rules, without bearing moral burdens. Suguru Geto regarded him thoughtfully. Hitomi flashed a radiant smile, shaking the outstretched hand. Let us go? Perhaps that smile was too dazzling. Suguru Geto gazed at him, suddenly appearing to relax, a helpless smile escaping him as he sighed, placing his hand atop Hitomi's, stepping into the light. Let us go? When Hitomi and Hui returned to the small villa, the lights remained dim. This little villa belonged to Kuroki Sora, which was later gifted to Hitomi. He thought that living together would facilitate training, as there were plenty of rooms, and thus he welcomed the Shohoin father and son. Both assumed Shohoin had not yet returned. So they bypassed the living room, placing the food and purchased items on the dining table, before ascending the stairs to wash up. Once Hitomi settled Hui down to sleep, he intended to head downstairs for a glass of milk to drink before bed. However, upon descending, he found Shohoin sitting at the table eating noodles. Has that little brat gone to sleep? Yeah. When did you return? Hitomi sat beside him, holding the milk and pushing a glass of water toward him. Earlier than you two. Shohoin glanced sideways, seeing them sleeping soundly on the sofa. You two turned on the lights and woke me up. Oh, Hitomi casually replied, rummaging through the shopping bag for his fresh cream, showing no remorse for returning so early. Lost another bet, didn't you? It was more of an assertion than a question. Don't concern yourself with adult matters. After finishing his noodles, Shohoin tossed the packaging into the trash. Taking a sip of water. Aren't you going to sleep? You need to rise early for your run tomorrow. I plan to sleep until I naturally wake. Suit yourself. Heir shrugged, expressing that as long as you can warm up during our sparring, that suffices. His voice was languid, suggesting that whether he warmed up or not, the outcome would remain unchanged. Tongsheng rolled his eyes and downed the milk in his hand before rising to declare his intention to retire for the night. Heir waved him off. As Tongsheng returned to his bedroom, his phone, charging on the table, emitted a sound. He picked it up to see it was from Suguru Geto. Good night. Chapter 11. Will you accompany me on a mission? In mid-October, Tokyo was drenched by a torrential downpour, the raindrops cascading from the eaves, producing a melodious sound that was soon drowned by the deluge. The rain coincided with the dismissal of students from school. Suguru Geto squatted beneath the corridor of the classroom, gazing blankly at the curtain of rain. Most of his classmates either departed with umbrellas or were picked up by their parents. However, Suguru's parents were currently on a business trip, and although several classmates, mostly girls, offered him their umbrellas, he politely declined. After all, he was about to attend a higher education institution and did not wish to establish unnecessary connections. He was different from them, and he felt a kinship only with those like himself. Since their last meal together, he had been preparing for school. While Tongsheng had a multitude of training sessions and occasional missions, they typically exchanged a few messages only at night. Ever since that day, he often dreamt of the moment he had first met Tongsheng, recalling how the morning after their fight, Tongsheng stood facing away from the window. His beast ears retracted, clad in a white shirt, his long, elegant fingers delicately holding a lady's mint cigarette. The slender cigarette and his graceful fingers complemented each other, the bracelet on his wrist jingling softly with his movements, while the smoke obscured his brows and eyes. Under the streetlight, he turned slightly, the light kissing his cheek as he smiled brilliantly. Ah, how maddening. Suguru Geto wiped the rain from his face, realizing he felt this way for someone he had known for only 2 months, who treated him as a close friend. He felt the remnants of his conscience chastising him. Suddenly, the world before him darkened, and a pair of black shoes appeared. Would this drenched classmate care to join the illustrious Kokaki for a world-saving mission? Came a familiar voice. Suguru looked up to see Tongsheng, his hair tied up and wearing glasses, bending down under a transparent umbrella to gaze at him. Today, he donned a beige knitted cardigan over a white base layer, paired with black trousers. Let me see, has this classmate been crying? Who dares to bully the child favored by our illustrious Kokaki? He smiled exuberantly beneath the umbrella. Yes, our illustrious Kokaki. Suguru surrendered the remnants of his conscience and decisively stood up, accepting the umbrella to share with Tongsheng as they ventured into the rain together. What brings you to my school all of a sudden? There's a mission nearby, and I thought I'd check if you had left yet. If not, we can go together. Don't you remember that your notes mentioned that sorcerers below special grade pair up for missions? Suguru queried, puzzled about his partner. I secretly drugged him to prevent him from coming. I don't like him. The people sent by the higher-ups would only hold me back, Tong Sheng replied nonchalantly. Suguru sighed. One should at least show basic courtesy, my dear. You could get to know him, and when you reach the mission site, you could utilize him as a shield or something. Tong Sheng focused intently on the details of the mission on his phone, oblivious to Suguru's remarks. But I would much rather not see him loitering in front of me. It makes me nauseous. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding the umbrella, which tilted slightly toward Tong Sheng's side, Suguru asked curiously, what is the mission about? There's a first-grade cursed spirit appearing in an abandoned building, which is rather strange. Tong Sheng closed his phone, resting it against his chin. Noticing Suguru's puzzled expression, he elaborated, typically, such long-abandoned buildings, devoid of human presence, would only harbor second-grade cursed spirits at most. Usually, they are mere third-grade nuisances. A first-grade presence is quite peculiar. Could it be that it has existed for a long time and has matured? Suguru speculated. However, if it had existed that long, it wouldn't have gone unnoticed until now, Tong Sheng frowned. Although the windows are unreliable, they shouldn't allow a cursed spirit to linger for so long. Furthermore, records indicate that someone dealt with the cursed spirits in that building last July, 2 third-grade and 1 second-grade. When subsequent supervisors came to handle the aftermath, no other spirits were discovered. This suggests that a first-grade cursed spirit has emerged there in a short span of time. It's abnormal. A first-grade cursed spirit requires an immense and potent amount of negative emotions to manifest, so a sudden appearance implies something significant must have transpired. Tong Sheng's brow furrowed in concern. Is it truly wise to bring Suguru along? Suddenly, a hand reached out, gently smoothing Tong Sheng's furrowed brow. Tong Sheng instinctively leaned into the touch, but the hand stiffened momentarily before withdrawing nonchalantly. Suguru, who had initially remained silent, observing Tong Sheng lost in thought, felt the tension rising around him. As he glanced over, he noticed the boy's brows knitted together in worry. Not wishing to see him frown, Suguru withdrew his hand from his pocket and slightly turned. The lingering softness of that touch remained. Is this troublesome? Suguru inquired softly. A bit, but it's manageable. Tong Sheng shrugged. I thought since it's a first-grade cursed spirit, you might find it necessary, so I brought you along. I didn't think too much of it at the time, but it's fine. If there's a real problem, I can call Heir for backup. He has plenty of cursed tools. Because I need it? Suguru was taken aback by his matter-of-fact tone, quickly shifting the subject. Oh, that child you mentioned is from a teacher's family, so he's Heir's child, right? Yes. I've always wondered how Heir, with such a dreadful temperament, managed to produce such a lovely child as Wee. Let me tell you. Suguru listened quietly, smiling gently as the youth beside him animatedly recounted amusing anecdotes, gesturing excitedly at the highlights. While Suguru occasionally tugged at the enthusiastic boy to prevent him from being overly exposed to the rain, the world blurred by the rain. Yet the boy beside him wore a brilliant smile. The sound of the rain enveloped them, but beneath the umbrella, the boy's voice rang clear and lively. By the way, has Suguru grown a bit taller? The boy suddenly shifted the topic. You were about the same height during summer, but now you're noticeably taller than me. Is that so? I hadn't noticed. I suppose the growth spurt is due to my developmental phase, Suguru replied, secretly measuring his height against Tong Sheng. Realizing he indeed stood a tad taller. Why am I growing so slowly? The boy complained, elongating his tone. I'm in a growth phase too. Perhaps it's because you smoke too much? Suguru chuckled, hastily diverting the topic before Tong Sheng could chide him. Where is that abandoned building? Are we not there yet? Almost, just around the next corner. Jet's thoughts are about to take a turn. I must fundamentally eradicate the source of suffering before entering the higher education institution. Eradicate them all. A scream of mania. Chapter 12, Underground. Sticky, damp, and cold. Time becomes viscous here. Let me go, the cursed spirit howls. Please. The women and children plead. Don't kill me. The evildoers tremble in the corner. In the center stood Hitomi. His eyes transformed into those of a beast, delicate fur sprouting upon his visage, and his beastly ears lowered. Half of his body was stained crimson with blood as he coldly regarded the farcical scene before him. Though he remained unscathed from the cursed spirit's attack, a nefarious individual took advantage of the moment to fire a shot from the shadows, grazing his arm despite his evasive maneuver. Utilizing a reversal technique, he healed himself. Yet the splattered blood remained a testament to the violence. Fortunately, Suguru had ventured upstairs to investigate. Truly as grotesque as ever. Now, have you decided how you wish to meet your demise? Time rewound to the moment they had just entered the building. Is this the place? Suguru Geto looked up and surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, Hitomi confirmed the address. noting that this structure was originally intended to be a shopping mall, but was left abandoned after the owner fled and no other developers took the helm due to the exorbitant land prices. I shall set up a barrier. With a swift motion, Hitomi summoned shadows, purging all filth and corruption from the surroundings. Suguru stood beside him, holding an umbrella aloft. The barrier was fully lowered. Let us proceed. As they entered the building, the dim light enveloped them, and an eerie silence pervaded the air. Hitomi heightened his senses, acutely attuned to the slightest disturbances. This building is exceedingly vast, he mused, frowning. We should search separately, Suguru suggested. No, Hitomi countered. I brought you here to ensure your safety. I can handle myself. Rest assured. Suguru patted his shoulder, ascending the stairs with the assurance that he would send a message if he encountered anything unusual. How frustrating, Hitomi sighed, shaking his head in resignation, understanding that Suguru's intentions were to alleviate his burden by choosing a larger area to explore upstairs. He then proceeded towards the underground parking garage. Suddenly, he heard a series of labored breaths and cautiously approached the source of the sound. Around a corner, he discovered a man curled up on the ground. Appearing exceedingly frail, terror etched in his eyes. Here, there are still ordinary people? Hitomi furrowed his brow and slowly approached the man, preparing to inquire about the situation. He knelt beside him, softly asking, Are you all right? What has happened? The man lifted his gaze, trembling in fear upon seeing Hitomi, stammering, There's a monster, it took my wife and child. Hitomi's heart sank. It seemed there was more than one cursed spirit present. He gently patted the man's shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not fear, I will rescue them. Do you know where the monster is? The man pointed towards the stairwell, his voice quavering. It's below. Understood, wait for me outside. Hitomi rose, glancing at the stairwell, tightening his grip on the knife as he descended. Midway down, he heard a faint breathing sound. Following the noise, he discovered a girl huddled in a corner, shivering. Her hands and feet were bound, her mouth gagged, and her body bore numerous scars. Hitomi approached the girl, softly asking, Are you all right? She looked up, terror in her eyes. Noticing her fear, he quickly removed the cloth from her mouth, soothingly saying, Do not be afraid, I mean you no harm. The girl hesitated before speaking. I was taken by them. No, that doesn't match what they said. Alarm bells rang in Hitomi's mind as he subtly stroked the girl's hair, promising, Do not fear, I will take you out of here. At that moment, he sensed a dangerous aura. His bracelet transformed into a long knife, and without turning back, he struck with it, still maintaining a reassuring smile for the girl. Please, help us. The girl, her hands bound, could only grasp his clothing with her fingers, tears streaming down her face. There are many people down there, just like me, taken away. They are locked in iron cages, she choked out, and there are many guards. Then how did you manage to escape? Hitomi questioned, observing her intently. Do not be afraid, tell me. The stairwell corner was dim, obscuring her view of his expression. I was chosen. Someone picked me to take away, but just now, her voice trembled, fear clouding her gaze. Hitomi gently stroked her forehead, encouraging her. It's all right. The girl swallowed hard. But just now, that man screamed about a monster and then abandoned me to flee. As she spoke, she clutched his clothing tighter, as if grasping onto a thread of hope. I swear, everything I say is true. You will save us, won't you? I can see it. You are different from those who came before. Please, she pleaded, her voice breaking. If you truly are not a figment of my dying mind, then please, save us. Hitomi, expressionless, traced his hand to the nape of her neck before swiftly striking her down with the blade, cradling her in his arms. Sleep now. A brief slumber is all you need. He turned and exited the stairwell with the girl in his embrace. The man waiting at the entrance rubbed his hands together anxiously. Upon seeing Hitomi emerge with the girl, he rushed forward with a sycophantic smile, eager to take her from him. Hitomi did not spare him a glance. Stepping around him to place the girl in a relatively clean spot, the man glared, his eyes flashing with malice as Hitomi ignored him. But the boy turned just in time to catch the man's expression. Before the man could finish his sentence, Hitomi struck him with a resounding slap that sent him flying. He then seized the man by the arm and kicked him in the stomach, rendering him unconscious. Hitomi bound the rope that had been around the girl's ankles to the man's wrists, tying a secure knot. Worthless scum. Hitomi turned and re-entered the stairwell, opting not to message Suguru. He wished to challenge Suguru's extreme ideologies, yet he did not want him to confront these harsh realities too soon. Force Suguru to grapple with such matters while still wavering would only lead him further down a path of extremism. Let those who have traversed the darkness for over a decade deal with this. He re-entered the corridor, gripping the long knife firmly. Silently, he descended deeper into the underground. As he ventured further, he sensed an intensifying surge of cursed energy. The door lay ajar. Raising an eyebrow, he mused, Does one truly think me a fool? Chapter 13 Call for Help. T on you guard. The long knife in his hand morphed into a protective membrane, enveloping him. Beyond his beastly ears and eyes, soft, downy fur began to cover his face. With a powerful kick, he flung the door open, evading bullets that whizzed past him. The barrier's ability to deflect all physical and spiritual attacks shielded him from injury. Attack. The membrane shifted back into the long knife as Hitomi leaped, darting like a specter to strike one of the assailants from behind, the blade crashing down with brutal force. 1. He wiped the blood from his knife and kicked the moaning man aside, grinning as he did so. Then, he pivoted, delivering a kick that knocked 2 others, who had attempted to ambush him from behind, to the ground, their consciousness fading. 2. With a swift turn, the large knife seamlessly transformed into a dagger, plunging into the space between a man's lungs and heart. 3. Hitomi smiled sweetly, cautioning, do not move recklessly. If you remain compliant, you shan't meet your demise. The dagger morphed into a baseball bat, and with a fierce swing, he sent the man flying against the wall, his head lolling to the side as he fell unconscious. 4. Ah, that was quite a distance. With a playful smile, Tongxing tilted his head to evade a bullet. After all, a bullet is only useful if it actually hits its target. He glanced at the man wielding the gun, a faint smile gracing his features, his eyes gleaming with excitement. You're next, aren't you? It seems you're the last one left. He approached deliberately, as if taking a leisurely stroll. The man began to sweat profusely, his companion nearby wailing in despair. He felt the oppressive presence of the youth before him, his hands trembling uncontrollably. His fingers shook so violently he could barely reload his magazine, and the gun in his grasp was down to its final round. Damn it. Everyone else went to stock up today and hasn't he returned? Who could have anticipated that someone would show up here on a rainy day? Bang. The man pressed the trigger, his hands quaking. I told you, a gun is only effective if it's accurate. Tongxing had appeared behind him without a sound. The handgun clattered to the ground. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. The villain trembled, beads of sweat rolling down his face. TCH. I thought those in this line of work had more courage. With a swift kick, he sent the man sprawling to the ground, then brought a baseball bat down hard upon his skull. Perfect. Tongxing clapped his hands and raised his gaze to the writhing cursed spirit. Now that the minor threats have been dealt with, it's your turn. Please, spare me. The cursed spirit twisted and pleaded. Would a cursed spirit truly beg for mercy? Tongxing frowned, transforming the baseball bat into a katana. No, this seems more like a cursed spirit born from fear. His beastly eyes granted him excellent night vision, and he began to scrutinize his surroundings. As he took in the environment, his anger flared dramatically. Surrounding him were approximately 6 iron cages, each containing a dozen or so individuals, including women and children, some of whom were even mothers. These people were entirely naked, covered in filth, with a tapestry of old and new wounds upon their bodies. Collars fastened them to the iron bars, their expressions vacant, their forms emaciated. Those who had witnessed the fight reached out to him from their cages, their eyes filled with a fervent hope as they beheld the battered figure before them. Please, please save us. A bullet suddenly whizzed past him, grazing his arm and causing blood to seep from the wound, staining his clothing. The pain only served to sharpen his focus. He turned around, his smile long vanished. His beastly ears flattened, and his short tail flicked anxiously as his piercing gaze fixed upon the only conscious man remaining. Jazai, you're awake rather early. Ah, look at you trembling. How grotesque. Now, have you decided how you wish to die? Tongxing raised his hand, channeling his curse energy to its fullest, lifting the sword, and unleashing a black flash. The cursed spirit was cleaved in two, rendered powerless. He then teleported beside the man, seizing his hair and slamming his head repeatedly against the ground. What is next? You seem so capable. Why not come and kill me, Jazai? At that moment, a hand reached out, gripping his wrist. The man had already lost consciousness. Tongxing looked up to find Suguru Geto's eyes meeting his reason gradually returning. Geto produced a handkerchief to wipe the blood from Tongxing's claws, casually remarking that his hands were now stained with the blood of these wretches. What are you doing here? Tongxing obediently extended his claws. I came down after seeing the 2 you had tied up, then heard the gunfire, so I suspected something was amiss. I intended to come over, but then I had to deal with a group of people, which delayed me. Geto wiped away the blood with a stoic expression. After finishing, he tossed the handkerchief aside and glanced at the semi-conscious scum on the ground. What do we do with them? Let them go or eliminate them? Kill them? How could we possibly let them off? Tongxing slapped his forehead. Call the police. It's all about fighting and killing every day. Call the police? Geto froze. Yes. I mentioned this before. It's the fundamental rule. I deal with curses, the police handle criminals. At most, I contain them to prevent their escape and spare the police some trouble. Tongxing dialed the police, explaining the situation before gesturing towards the barely alive cursed spirit. This cursed spirit seems to have just reached the first level. You can absorb it. Thank you. Geto nodded, transforming the cursed spirit into a cursed jewel. He then noticed a pair of bright eyes gleaming in the dark. Unable to resist, he ruffled Tongxing's beast ears. With his excellent night vision, Tongxing observed Geto, who had always been so cheerful, now displaying an impassive demeanor, and felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. He did not evade, merely squatting like a small cat, allowing him to pet him. His hair, once neatly styled, was now tousled. Tongxing's face fell. The police arrived swiftly. They were currently investigating this case, and were somewhat surprised to find only 2 students at the scene. Tongxing called the supervising assistant he had taken with him to summarize the situation. The assistant was flabbergasted. So, you took along a student who hasn't even officially completed a task yet. Any objections? No. Did you let him go? I did. Good. Just wait there a moment. I'll be right over. Please, avoid interacting with the police. I'm begging you. The assistant sighed in exasperation. Understood. Tongxing hung up. Ready to leave. Let us go. It's too stuffy here. Why can't you interact with the police? Geto lagged a few steps behind, leisurely trailing after him. Because when I previously dealt with the police, I didn't want to waste time, and they ended up thinking I was an accomplice and nearly arrested me. Tongxing replied helplessly. You. Geto was about to say something when he suddenly noticed the bloodstains on Tongxing's arm. The dim lighting had concealed it, and he had not seen it earlier. Now, he reached out to examine it, but hesitated, fearing to touch the wound. What is with the blood on you? Are you hurt? Huh. Tongxing looked at himself in confusion and finally noticed the blood on his half-exposed body. Ah, my knitwear is ruined. It's nothing. Someone shot at me, but I dodged it. Just a minor scrape that I've already taken care of. Seeing Geto's face grow even paler, Tongxing extended his arm. See for yourself. Chapter 14. There are rules even for fried shrimp. Geto pulled Tongxing close, inspecting him thoroughly, and only relaxed when he confirmed everything was fine. As they exited the building, the rain continued to pour, and their umbrella was nowhere to be found. The building had been cordoned off, and they could no longer enter. Tongxing mused that since his knitwear was ruined, he might as well take it off and drape it over their heads. Observing the criminals being escorted to the vehicles and the rescued individuals, along with the organized police and medical staff, and the supervising assistant who hurriedly intervened to shield them from police inquiries, Geto appeared contemplative. Let us talk. Your emotions seemed off earlier. Tongxing stood beside him, following his gaze at the busy workers. I recall someone mentioning that they would message me if there was a situation. Geto shot him a sidelong glance. Who? I don't recall. Why the sudden guilt? Well, you know, that day, during the meal, you remember, right? I realized my words impacted you, and I worried that seeing such scenes again might lead you astray. Tongxing scratched his face, feeling somewhat awkward. So you didn't message me, wanting to handle it alone? Geto looked at Tongxing, nodding with a resigned sigh. I'm not that fragile. Yes, I know you're strong, but even the strong need care and concern. With a languid tone, Hitomi remarked, Suguru, being resilient does not equate to being impervious to wounds. Even the strongest individuals can become weary and stray from their path after grappling with internal doubts and witnessing tragedies. Do you know what the most commonly uttered phrase by those who have been hurt is? What is it? It's I'm fine. Is that so? Indeed, that is how I cope. If it weren't for my brother's timely intervention, I would have likely veered off course long ago. Hitomi lifted her gaze to him, smiling gently, her eyes softening. The world is not merely a dichotomy of black and white. Human nature exists in varying shades of gray. Do not shackle yourself with overly burdensome moral constraints. My brother once pulled me back from the brink, preventing me from completely losing faith in the world of jujutsu and abandoning it entirely. Thus, I wish to extend my hand to you as well. Suguru tightly pressed his lips together, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke with a parched voice. During this time, your concerns have prompted me to reflect deeply. I find myself perplexed about where the issue truly lies. Well, from my perspective, your conviction rests on the belief that you are a protector of the weak, which encompasses all ordinary people. This is more of a conclusion than a truth. It lacks inherent right or wrong. Hitomi pondered carefully, articulating her thoughts gradually. You see, you merely utilize this conclusion to justify your actions. You draw a line between jujutsu sorcerers and ordinary individuals, yet your profound sense of morality causes you to waver when I posed that question to you the other day. If you had truly separated them, you would not be concerned about the evils perpetrated by the weak. She gestured expressively. Suguru, you lack a foundational logic and constraints that would allow you to reconcile the noble cause you uphold. A lofty moral compass combined with an absence of rules can easily lead to the collapse of a fragile edifice. It is akin to my own principle of maintaining distinct roles. Under this framework, I refrain from intervening excessively in the affairs of ordinary people, at most playing the role of a good citizen when necessary. Ultimately, the consequences and judgments are theirs to bear, and I shall not interfere or concern myself with them. The existence of ordinary society is sustained by its own set of rules. Hitomi pointed to the busy police officers nearby, then cupped Suguru's face with tenderness. Suguru, I share all of this merely to encourage you to contemplate. What are your rules? Do you possess a profound understanding of your own thoughts? For me, Suguru, everything that exists in this world is a conclusion derived from rules. Failing to clarify your own principles and blindly adhering to the conclusions instilled in you by others will ultimately lead you astray. However, as Hitomi observed the assistant supervisor approaching, she gently patted Suguru's shoulder. Today has been quite exhausting. Perhaps we should set these thoughts aside for a moment and clear our minds. She then stepped forward, subtly positioning herself between Suguru and the approaching assistant supervisor to engage in conversation. Has everything been settled with the police? Yes, sir. I have clarified matters with them. You and Mr. Suguru need not provide any statements. The assistant supervisor spoke respectfully. Very well. Hitomi nodded. Do not mention to the higher-ups that Suguru accompanied me. Just say I was alone. But, sir, the assistant supervisor hesitated. They are aware of my character. They will not pursue further inquiries. Hitomi replied nonchalantly. Understood. Sir, I will escort you and Mr. Suguru back. The assistant supervisor offered an umbrella. There are police cars around. My vehicle is parked a bit farther away. So please walk a short distance with Mr. Suguru. Got it. You may go ahead. Hitomi elongated her tone, urging the assistant supervisor to proceed. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she turned with excitement and grasped the hand of Suguru, who stood lost in thought, his head adorned with a soft knit cap. Do you have no classes tomorrow? Yes, why? Suguru, still processing the recent revelations, responded with a dazed expression. Let us go to my house. Hitomi exclaimed, pulling him forward. My brother has been away gambling these past few days, so you can keep me company while we watch Hyoka together. We can have fun. And I'll even make dessert. Do you like cheesecake? I absolutely adore it, and I can whip some up. As the gentle rain gradually ceased, the evening glow began to emerge from the horizon. Round droplets rolled off the leaves, splashing into puddles below, creating tiny eruptions of water. The reflections of two youthful figures danced in the water, framed by a sky ablaze with twilight hues. Sounds good. My parents are also away, so I'm rather bored at home. Suguru nodded, stepping into the puddles. What do you want to eat later? How about tonkatsu rice? Hitomi inquired earnestly, though her eyes sparkled with hidden mirth and mischief. You want that, don't you? Suguru countered, unrelentingly exposing her intentions. How ruthless. I just offered you guidance moments ago. Hitomi feigned a dramatic pose. Spare me. I'm not like someone who doesn't team message back, wanting to handle everything alone. Suguru brushed past her, continuing forward. Hey, why bring up old grievances now? Hitomi chased after him, hooking her arm around his shoulder. Let us add some fried shrimp to that. This time, it's what I want. Are there rules for fried shrimp too? Suguru teased. Indeed, there is a rule that I will devour it all in one bite. That rule is rather unkind to the fried shrimp. As long as it's friendly to me, that is all that matters. Hitomi beamed, her eyes squinting with joy. Make sure to bring a portion back for Hyoka too. Children shouldn't eat fried food. Suguru playfully patted Hitomi's head. A little one-tea hurt. Hitomi insisted, hanging on to Suguru as if indulging in a playful rebellion. As the great Lord Kuroki says. Yes, the great Lord Kuroki. The sun had fully set, and the boys walked briskly, casting aside the weighty discussions for the moment, their laughter and chatter fading into the distance. The post-rain sky appeared exceptionally clear, and stars began to twinkle above. This is merely my understanding of Suguru. Feel free to skip if uninterested. I have often contemplated whether Suguru's principles stem from his own reflections or were intentionally shaped by early education. I lean towards the latter, intertwined with an innate sense of compassion. Personally, I perceive Suguru as adhering to a rigidly defined moral framework while imposing lofty ethical standards upon himself, resembling a lawful good alignment. However, in his youth and impetuosity, he has not thoroughly considered his own limits, nor established clear standards for himself, continuously seeking justifications to rationalize his actions. What happens when reason becomes unreasonable? He aims to separate, yet cannot fully do so. His thoughts gaze down upon the weak from an elevated perspective, while his inherent compassion compels him to meet them at eye level. Thus, faced with a series of setbacks, he succumbs to self-doubt, ultimately entangled in a convoluted mindset. Consequently, I aspire to reshape Suguru's perspective without entirely dismissing the essence of his principles, as he is a goal-oriented individual who desperately requires objectives and endpoints. His discussions with Satoru Gojo about the significance of meaning for jujutsu sorcerers underscore this need. Therefore, I seek to fortify the foundation of his thoughts, clearly delineating his principles while exposing him to the complexities of human nature. The notion that protecting all weaker individuals embodies the essence of being a jujutsu sorcerer can be reframed into the responsibility of eliminating curses and safeguarding those who deserve to be saved. This might transform into a chaotic benevolence, driven by personal inclinations to assist others, without imposing excessive moral shackles upon himself. Chapter 15. You are teasing the benefactor. Suguru-kun, what would you like to eat? Hitomi meticulously studied the menu. Still going for soba? Did we not agree on having the fried pork cutlet rice? Satoru Gojo settled into the seat across from him. But you enjoy soba noodles, don't you? Tosaka's eyes remained glued to the menu, excitement bubbling as he discovered that the establishment offered seafood soba. Have you tried it? Seizing the moment while Tosaka was engrossed in the menu, Gojo discreetly extracted a pair of chopsticks from a bamboo holder, polished them with a napkin, and neatly folded the napkin beside Tosaka, pressing the chopstick ends onto the napkin in satisfaction. Intrigued by Tosaka's comment, he rose and leaned over to examine the menu in Tosaka's hands. I have it, but it appears rather appealing, Gojo mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. However, seafood soba sounds like a dish from the dark culinary arts, Tosaka quipped. I think I shall order this. Gojo pointed at the seafood soba. Are you serious? Tosaka exclaimed, astonished. I was merely jesting. I didn't mean for you to actually try it. It should taste delightful. After all, I am not picky, Gojo shrugged as he settled back into his seat. Then I will have a serving of fried pork cutlet rice, accompanied by a portion of fried shrimp. Ah, I see. This is merely your own desire, Tosaka teased, his voice taking on a playful pitch as he stood up. I'll go place the order. Tosaka approached the cashier, placing orders for both himself and Gojo before inquiring. Do you have any recommendations for dishes suitable for a child around 3 years old? How about the tomato bone congee? It is quite appropriate for young children, nutritious and easily digestible, the cashier enthusiastically suggested. Then I'll take that. Can it be packed to go? Certainly, sir. Could I trouble you to pack it once we finish our meal? I fear it may cool down if packed too early. Of course. The cashier replied with a bright smile. Thank you. After paying, Tosaka returned to their table, holding the order number. What were you discussing with the staff? Gojo propped his chin on his hand, gazing at Tosaka as he pulled out his chair. I was inquiring about suitable food for a child around 3 years old. Is this for Huiju? Gojo raised an eyebrow. Did you not mention bringing him fried shrimp? You also suggested that fried shrimp is not suitable for young children. Tosaka mimicked Gojo's pose, raising an eyebrow. Such obedience, Gojo remarked, his gaze lingering on Tosaka with a knowing look. I am quite receptive to advice. Tosaka tilted his head, grinning. Then I advise you to call me Satoru. Will you heed my suggestion? Gojo mirrored Tosaka's tilt, his expression playful. But I've already called you that, Tosaka replied. Their eyes locking in a shared moment, each adopting the same pose, one raising an eyebrow, the other grinning like a fox. A new group of patrons entered, their youthful chatter blending with the staff's voices and the faint sounds of cooking from the kitchen. The atmosphere was lively, yet not overwhelming. Wow. Is this how you treat your benefactor when it's time to settle the bill? Tosaka suddenly flopped onto the table, his eyes accusing Gojo of teasing him. What consequences might arise? Gojo maintained his composure, pouring himself a cup of tea while also serving Tosaka. None. How could I dare? Tosaka began to respond, but just then, their meals arrived. As Tosaka reached for his chopsticks, he noticed a pair neatly arranged beside him. The chopsticks were meticulously placed on the napkin, and he could easily guess who had done it. A warmth spread through Tosaka's heart. He had not anticipated that Gojo would remember his habits after their previous meal together. Would you like to try? The flavor is quite good. Gojo pushed a bowl toward Tosaka. No, that is a lethal amount of carrots for me. Tosaka glanced at it and firmly declined, glancing at his wrist. We should hurry. I remember that Heir has a flight around this time. And he definitely did not prepare a meal for Huiju before leaving. Gojo nodded in agreement. The two of them ate quickly. When they were nearly finished, the server brought over the congee. Here is your takeout. We hope to see you again soon. The server politely handed the bag to Tosaka. Tosaka accepted it and handed it to Gojo. Could you hold this for me? I need to call the supervisor to pick us up. All right, Gojo took the bag, glancing around idly until he spotted a toy store. Through the window, he saw several small white dogs, their fluffy forms illuminated by warm yellow light. Gojo nudged Tosaka, pointing toward the toy store. Tosaka nodded, signaling an understanding as he discussed the report with the supervisor on the phone. When it was time to settle the bill, Gojo suddenly noticed an intriguing item. He picked it up, examined it, and asked the server to pack it along with the rest of their items for checkout. Upon Gojo's return, the car had already arrived. Tosaka opened the back door for him to enter. Why did you suddenly decide to buy a toy? Tosaka asked, curiously rummaging through the gift bag. It's for Huiju. I cannot visit your home empty-handed. Gojo allowed Tosaka to explore the contents. What did you buy? Tosaka inquired further. A plush toy. Gojo produced a box from the bag and handed it to Tosaka. This is for you. Can I open it now? Tosaka accepted the box. Gojo raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to proceed. Tosaka opened the box to reveal a wooden cat figurine. The cat appeared to be sitting and grooming itself. The craftsmanship remarkably lifelike. Thank you, I truly love it. Tosaka gently stroked the smooth back of the cat before carefully placing it back into the box. It's just a figurine, why cherish it so much? Because it is the first gift from my first friend. Tosaka was oblivious to the slight flush creeping onto Gojo's ears as he placed the box back into the gift bag. I have nowhere to store it right now, so it will stay in the bag for now. The supervisor glanced at the rearview mirror, about to speak, but upon seeing Tosaka, he held back. Tosaka caught a glimpse of him and inquired, Satoru, what is it? Gojo turned his head slightly. You merely passed by that building, correct? Tosaka said casually. Gojo noticed Tosaka's glance at the supervisor and immediately understood the situation, nodding earnestly. Yes, I was just passing by. Did you hear that? Tosaka received a satisfactory response. Turning to squint at the supervisor. He was just passing by, so there is no need for him to be included in the report. So, keep your thoughts to yourself. The supervisor felt as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Why yes, he wiped the sweat from his brow, quickly abandoning the idea of reporting to higher-ups. If he kept silent, the higher-ups might be unaware and not pursue the matter. But if he spoke, he had no doubt that the young master of the Kumo family would ensure he met his late great-grandmother. Young man, do not threaten others carelessly, Gojo remarked languidly, offering no tangible action. Did I threaten you? Tosaka poked the supervisor playfully. The supervisor jumped slightly, immediately responding, no? See, I did not threaten him. Tosaka raised his hands in innocence toward Gojo, feigning a look of virtue. Oh, then it seems I misunderstood, Gojo smiled brightly. You did not misunderstand. The supervisor was on the verge of tears. Chapter 16, Stepping Through the Door. The supervisor respectfully escorted the two to their destination before retreating hastily, driving away as if fleeing for his life. Tosaka, unfazed, retrieved his keys to open the door. Huiju, I'm home. Tosaka pushed the door open, pulling Gojo inside. He quickly changed into slippers and greeted Huiju, who was seated on the living room carpet, engrossed in a picture book. Huiju turned a page and waved his little hand, acknowledging his brother's return. Tosaka then searched the shoe cabinet for a fresh pair of slippers, placing them beside Gojo, who stood at the door. Guests seldom visit our home. Perhaps you should assess whether this arrangement is suitable. Tongsheng accepted the gift bag and kanji from Suguru Geto, placing them upon the dining table. He leaned against the cabinet, observing as Geto changed his shoes. If they were unsuitable, there was little to be done. It was the only pair available. The size was just right. After changing, Geto, hearing this, expressed a hint of exasperation, remarking on the apparent unpopularity of Tongsheng's household, where even guests were a rarity. Tongsheng perked up at this comment, gesturing towards himself. He was often preoccupied with training, tasks, and courses, typically avoiding unnecessary social interactions, a veritable hermit. Hui, being preoccupied with his busy schedule, seldom ventured out, resembling a 3-year-old child reluctant to leave the house. Tongsheng gestured towards Hui, who had already tidied up the picture books and was now shuffling closer. Ko, while considered a normal person, did not reside here regularly, treating this place as a vacation retreat. Tongsheng pointed towards the entrance. Shinner, with a foul temper and a penchant for gambling. He gestured again, indicating that there was not a single normal individual in the household. Suguru Geto was at a loss for words. Hello, Brother Geto, greeted Hui politely. Hello, Geto replied, squatting down. You remember me? I remember. You helped me pack my backpack. Your tuft of hair is quite memorable, Hui replied earnestly, nodding. Geto was about to commend the child's remarkable memory when the latter's comment made him feel as though a cross had sprouted from his forehead. A tuft of hair? Tongsheng could not contain his laughter upon hearing this. Sensing Geto's growing irritation, Tongsheng quickly lifted the kanji from the table, turning away. Had he delayed even a second longer, he would have revealed the comical expression of suppressed laughter on his face. Geto pressed his fingers against his forehead, feeling as if Tongsheng's back was laughing, and quite audibly at that. It's called bangs. Never mind. He decided to abandon correcting the child's terminology. He retrieved a plush toy from the gift bag and presented it to Hui. It was a white puppy, its tongue lolling out, exquisitely crafted and adorable. Soft and fluffy to the touch. Hui's eyes lit up upon seeing the puppy, but hesitated to accept it, glancing at Tongsheng's back. He knows. Geto quickly discerned the child's reluctance. I've spoken with him. He is in agreement. Instantly, Hui's eyes sparkled, and he took the toy into his embrace. Unable to let go. Thank you, Brother Geto. Hui exclaimed joyfully, his face radiating rare excitement. Hearing Geto's words, Tongsheng turned around, leaning against the kitchen bar while monitoring the pot and observing their interaction. Seeing Hui clutching the toy tightly, he smiled and playfully teased the child. Since it's a gift for Hui, why don't you give it a name? Geto nodded in agreement. Hui, with a serious expression, contemplated the matter, and finally, under their expectant gazes, declared, "Shall we name it Little White?" Suddenly, silence enveloped the room, the only sound being the bubbling pot. Little White, a rather fitting name. Geto suppressed a laugh, gently ruffling Hui's little sea urchin-like hair, unwilling to dampen the child's enthusiasm. "Ah, it seems we have yet another naming failure in the house," Tongsheng remarked with a deadpan expression. "Never mind, the child is still young. Let us eat, Hui." He turned to the kitchen to place the warmed congee on the table. "All right." Hui scampered back to the living room, carefully placing the toy on the sofa before rushing to wash his hands. "I'll go upstairs to change," Tongsheng informed Geto. "All right," Geto replied, feeling bored as he began to observe the decor and layout of the house. Upon entering, there was an entryway with a shoe cabinet. To the left was a semi-open kitchen, and to the right, a spacious living room scattered with various cushions, the floor covered in a plush carpet. Beside the sofa was a small bookshelf, presumably filled with Hui's picture books, and near the outer wall, a floor-to-ceiling window revealed a meticulously trimmed garden outside. The staircase was situated near the window, with a room beneath it likely serving as a bathroom, where Hui was diligently washing his hands. The overall decor leaned towards a soft yellow-white hue, creating an inviting ambience. After washing his hands, Hui returned, earnestly attempting to climb onto a chair. Observing the child struggle, Geto lifted Hui by the collar, hoisting him up. This brother doesn't know how to care for a child, Hui assessed seriously in his mind. That day, the brother bumped his head against the table. Hui glanced at Geto, who occasionally stole glances at the stairs, and suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Geto withdrew his gaze to focus on the child holding the baby spoon. The child's thoughts are quite whimsical, he mused, unsure how to respond. "I've never seen my brother with other friends," Hui noted, poking at the rice in his bowl, which featured drawings resembling Geto. "Is that so? What does the drawing depict?" Hui tilted his head, looking at the black cat, which only resembled himself. The sound of footsteps on the stairs interrupted the conversation between the two, prompting Hui to lower his head and earnestly dig into his meal. "Hui, you should eat first. After finishing, place your dishes in the sink. An attendant will come to tidy up tomorrow," Tongsheng announced, descending the stairs in a soft yellow loungewear, his hair half-tied. Hui hummed distractedly as he diligently stuffed rice into his mouth. "By the way, I've been meaning to ask, why do you keep your hair so long?" Geto inquired, his gaze lingering on Tongsheng's hair. "You have long hair as well, yet you question me?" Tongsheng countered playfully. "I certainly don't have it this long. I can't recall, but for some reason, I simply don't want to cut it," Tongsheng shrugged. "Come on, I'll take you to the guest room to freshen up. I just called the staff, they should be delivering some clean clothes shortly. Do you know my size?" Geto raised an eyebrow. "We're about the same height," Tongsheng replied, bewildered by Geto's unexpectedly profound gaze. "Seriously?" Tongsheng's expression reflected disbelief, his eyes drifting elsewhere unconsciously. "I didn't say anything. You're the one thinking that." Geto replied innocently with an open palm. "Ahem." Tongsheng covered his face and tossed his phone to Geto, saying, "You can speak to him yourself." Hui, with his little sea urchin-like head, looked around in confusion, unable to comprehend the adult's cryptic conversation, ultimately opting to focus on his meal. Geto caught the phone that Tongsheng had tossed, noticing the faint blush creeping up the latter's ears, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It was surprising how someone who appeared so composed and mature could be so innocent. Chapter 17, Your Birthday. "Well, that's settled then. Thank you for your assistance." Geto hung up the phone, placing it on the coffee table, gazing at Tongsheng, who had buried his face in a pillow, acting like an ostrich. He sat beside Tongsheng and tousled his hair. "Stop pretending to be an ostrich. We're both boys. I'm not shy, so why should you be?" "That's because you lack shame," came the muffled response from within the pillow. Young Master Kuroki had witnessed countless grand occasions over the years. Yet, he had never encountered a scene quite like this. Amused, Geto tugged at the pillow in Tongsheng's grasp. "Are you planning to suffocate yourself in that pillow and become the first sorcerer to do so?" Before he could finish his sentence, a pillow was hurled back at him. "Shut up, you're being ridiculous," Tongsheng declared, his head adorned with a cross, mockingly silencing himself. Geto did not resist, but simply reclined back, his voice emerging from beneath the pillow, faintly tinged with laughter. "Are you truly considering smothering me?" "Indeed, I must erase all evidence," Tongsheng replied through gritted teeth. "How terrifying." A rage-fueled response. Geto feigned fear. Toshinori felt as though he might explode. "Brother, I've finished eating," came Hui's voice from across the dining table. In that moment, Toshinori regained his composure, loosening his grip and removing the cushion. He was about to inquire whether Suguru was all right, considering he had been somewhat heavy-handed moments before, when he noticed that the fox was still wearing that cheerful smile. With a blank expression, Tashinori slapped the cushion back into place, then used Suguru's arm for leverage to stand up and walk towards the dining table. Having finished her meal, Huihui placed her dishes in the sink before heading to change into her pajamas. Tashinori donned a smile and gently said, "I'll pour you some milk. After you drink it, brush your teeth, wash your face, and go to bed." Suguru removed the cushion from his face, marveling at Tashinori's swift change in demeanor. "All right," Huihui replied earnestly. "Such a good child," Tashinori remarked as he entered the kitchen to retrieve milk from the freezer, intending to warm it up. Huihui climbed down from her chair, tiptoeing to grab the bowl from the table. "Let me help," Suguru said as he approached from behind, patting the little one on the back. "Can you manage by yourself?" "Yes," Huihui nodded. "Very well." After Huihui ascended, Suguru tidied up the table, carrying the bowl into the kitchen and placing it in the sink. He turned back, leaning against the countertop, captivated by the profile of Tashinori. "What are you staring at?" Tashinori turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at him. "I was wondering why I haven't seen you smoking," Suguru replied, tilting his head, his bangs swaying with the motion. "I usually don't smoke on the first floor. Huihui is often there, and children shouldn't inhale secondhand smoke." Tashinori poured the warmed milk into 2 cups, handing one to Suguru. "For me?" Suguru accepted it. "Indeed, it's prepared for the little ones, dear Suguru." Tashinori turned, his smile gentle yet tinged with provocation. Suguru watched him with keen interest, slowly sipping from the cup, his Adam's apple bobbing. As the milk neared the bottom, Suguru leaned in closer, placing the cup in Tashinori's hand and licking the milk residue from the corner of his lips. "Thank you, Brother Kuramaki, it tastes delightful. I'm glad you like it." Tashinori replied with a serene smile, placing his cup in the sink before suddenly leaning in, playfully tapping the corner of Suguru's lips, indicating there was still some milk there. Their breaths intertwined. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Tashinori straightened up, wearing a victorious smile. "I'll go check. It's probably the delivery for the clothes." "You should take the milk to Huihui." Suguru cleared his throat theatrically, concealing the strange feelings welling up inside him, and lifted the cup. "Got it. Which room is Huihui in?" "The second room on the left," Tashinori called out from the kitchen. Hearing this, he poked his head out, adding, "You're in the second room on the right next to mine." He raised an eyebrow, then retreated, leisurely heading to the door. Suguru glided past him, holding the cup. Upon opening the door, Tashinori found Tanazawa Shohei standing outside, looking somewhat perplexed. "Sir," Tanazawa bowed. "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be working at the Kyoto branch?" Tashinori frowned, shooting him a sharp look. "Did those old men send you to spy on me?" "Not at all, sir," Tanazawa said, flustered by such a heavy accusation. "It was Lord Kuramaki who assigned me to this area. I'm here to assist you and supervise." "Proof?" Tashinori demanded. Tanazawa promptly retrieved his credentials from his pocket. "Sir, I was previously a level 3 sorcerer, but I withdrew from the sorcerer community due to an old injury. Lord Kuramaki saved me, and since then, I've been assisting him." "You're my brother's assistant? Then how did you come to pick me up?" Tashinori asked, his tone inquisitive, yet inwardly he was already half convinced. Such trivial matters didn't warrant deception. It was Lord Kuramaki's arrangement. He suddenly had more tasks, and he was concerned that the original assistant might cause trouble. Tanazawa replied respectfully. "How ironic. He the one who needs help over there," Tashinori muttered, rubbing his temples as he took the bags from Tanazawa. "I don't require this. You should return to assist my brother. Lord Kuramaki anticipated you would say that. He instructed me to inform you that he has already tidied up the front yard and is now quite leisurely," Tanazawa cautiously observed, glancing at Tashinori's expression before continuing. Additionally, Tashinori prompted. "He mentioned that this year, you must celebrate your birthday in Kyoto. The clan elders have insisted, and their stance is quite firm. He couldn't decline." Tanazawa spoke softly. "A birthday celebration for me?" Tashinori scoffed. "That's rich. Those old geezers are terrified I might gain power and settle scores. They'd be thrilled to see me dead." He reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to remember he was in his pajamas, and his cigarettes were in the communal storage upstairs. Looking for this, a hand reached out, holding a half-used pack of cigarettes. Tashinori took the cigarette without inquiring how Suguru knew he was searching for one, merely using the flames Suguru provided to light it. "When did you arrive?" He mumbled around the cigarette. "Just now, when I mentioned your birthday." Tashinori nodded, signaling Tanazawa to continue. Tanazawa glanced at Suguru hesitantly. Suguru noticed and was about to leave when Tashinori grasped his wrist. Suguru raised an eyebrow, but found Tashinori merely focused on smoking. "It's fine, go ahead. What else is there?" Tashinori exhaled a puff of smoke. "Well, in a couple of days, there's a gathering of the sorcerer families in Kyoto. This meeting may pertain to future family collaborations. You must attend." "Humph. Every year it's the same empty promises. They feign cooperation while secretly wishing for each other's downfall." Tashinori extinguished the cigarette, tossing it into the trash beneath the eaves. He gestured dismissively to Tenazawa. I understand. You may return to rest. Yes, sir. After Tenazawa departed, Suguru shook his wrist free from Tashinori's grip. Still holding on, Tashinori glanced at him, not loosening his hold. I just heard him mention your birthday. When is it? Suguru asked, unconcerned, simply standing there with him. December 3rd, the onset of winter, Tashinori replied. Gazing into the dark night, his expression neutral. And you? Suguru inquired. February 3rd, the last day of winter, he replied with a smile. The next day marks the arrival of spring. How fortuitous that our birthdays are so close, Tashinori remarked, extracting another cigarette from the pack and extending his hand towards Suguru. Still smoking? Suguru placed a lighter in Tashinori's hand. Without a word, Tashinori ignited the flame and lit another cigarette. Is everything all right? Suguru asked. I'm fine. Just a bit annoyed. You should head inside. I'll stay out here for a while, Tashinori reassured him, patting his shoulder. I'll just air out the smoke. Suguru nodded, but made no move to leave. Tashinori, undeterred, lit another cigarette. All right then. Suguru took the cigarette pack from Tashinori, frowning. I understand you're troubled. But smoking like this isn't healthy. I know. Tashinori extinguished the cigarette on the steps, standing up. It's getting late, and after everything today, I'm nearly exhausted. Let us go inside and rest. He feigned nonchalance as he walked toward the house, with Suguru following closely behind to close the door. The sturdy door shielded them from the cool night breeze. Tashinori handed the bags he was holding to Suguru, preparing to lead him upstairs when Suguru called out to him. Little brother? Tashinori turned in confusion, seeing Suguru standing by the dining table, holding what appeared to be a bag from a dessert shop. Would you like a slice of cheesecake? Hino was momentarily taken aback. He had been feeling somewhat down, thus he had not paid attention to the bags he was carrying. Now, upon catching sight of the dessert bags, he was momentarily distracted. When did you? He began, but was interrupted by Suguru Geto's cheerful interjection. Don't be too moved, okay? Hino, who had initially intended to ascend the stairs, paused his steps and turned around to approach Suguru. It's just cheesecake. How could I possibly be moved? Hino replied with a light-hearted tone. Indeed, Suguru remarked, observing that although Hino claimed otherwise, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he accepted the bag containing the cake. It was evident he was fond of it. He merely feigned indifference to avoid appearing too pleased. Even if the sky were to fall, he would still have his mouth to rely on. I'll head upstairs to freshen up and change my clothes. You can start eating. Suguru seized the opportunity to ruffle Hino's hair. To be honest, he had become somewhat addicted to the sensation of that hair, akin to petting a cat. Hino, already too weary to correct him, simply waved him off, urging him to be on his way. Ah, how ungrateful, Suguru teased. After a while, Suguru descended from upstairs, rubbing his somewhat damp hair. The living room was softly illuminated by a dim light, with no illumination at the dining table. Hino sat upright, his silhouette outlined in the faint light, slowly savoring the cheesecake before him. It seemed he had suddenly comprehended what Hui had told him about the color black and the cat, which was solely his own. Cheesecake was a rather peculiar delicacy. The first bite was rich in creamy sweetness, perfectly balanced, not overly sweet nor too bland, but after a few bites, it could feel overwhelmingly sweet, at least for Suguru. He stood on the staircase observing Hino, the subdued shadows accentuating his figure, and though no one was watching him, he still instinctively maintained a proper posture. There was a certain heaviness in the air. Suguru approached, intentionally making some noise, then flicked on the light in the dining area. Hino merely lifted his eyelids to glance at him, remaining silent as he leisurely continued to eat his cake. Suguru sat beside him, simply keeping him company as he ate. I can't eat anymore, Hino declared, setting down his fork and gazing at the remaining cheesecake. Then let us put it in the fridge and eat it tomorrow. Suguru took the leftover cake and placed it in the refrigerator. Don't force yourself. Suguru, do you enjoy listening to stories? Hino asked, his gaze fixed on Suguru. Suguru was momentarily taken aback before closing the fridge door with a smile. Actually, I'm not particularly fond of stories. I prefer things that are more logical. However, if it's you telling it, I believe I would be quite willing to listen. Hino's hand instinctively clenched and then relaxed, ultimately resting against the back of his chair. I have never met my mother, or rather, I should have, but I was too young to remember. Hino gazed at the small pendant lights made of spherical shapes, lost in reminiscence. Since the moment I was born, I have never seen my mother. My father is a distant man, and my grandfather is the clan elder. He desired a puppet that could be controlled. My brother, possessing a strong personal will, was not entirely under their control. Thus, I came into existence. Suguru retrieved a box of juice from the fridge, sat beside him, and placed the juice before him without interrupting, merely listening quietly. I was taken away by the clan elders shortly after my birth. I must have been around 1 year old, at an age when I could barely walk steadily. I was forced into training, and my brother, worried about me, came along. Hinos looked at the juice in front of him and opened it. They wanted a powerful puppet. And initially, they succeeded. At least until I turned 8, I complied with their every command, adhering to their hierarchy. He inserted the straw into the juice. Before I turned 8, I had never seen my mother. It is rather laughable. Until I was 5, I had never stepped out of that large door. I didn't even know what a mother was. My life consisted solely of training, classes, and indoctrination. I thought all children lived like this. Until the year I turned 5, when my cursed technique awakened, they simply abandoned me on an island, telling me that if I could survive, I would become the young clan leader. I survived the island, but I was gravely injured and had to be hospitalized. It was then that I encountered a mother and child. The mother was gentle, and for the first time, I realized that such a being as a mother existed. They concealed my mother's existence from me, including my brother. I once asked my brother why I had no mother. Suguru, do you know what my brother said? I didn't wait for Suguru's response. Continuing, he said I had a mother who loved me, that I was born of love. She loved me dearly. Yet she was unwilling to look at me. That was how I felt at the time. Was it because I wasn't obedient enough? Perhaps it was because I had never possessed such warmth that I longed for it, even if just once. Clinging to that thought, I trained relentlessly. I never complained, regardless of the injuries I sustained. But then I heard something. I overheard the clan elders saying that ever since my cursed technique awakened, they feared I could not be their weapon in full, so they coerced my mother into suicide. They eradicated my mother's existence. The executor was my father. Suguru, do you find this amusing? My father simply watched as my mother died. The elders I trusted and obeyed conspired to control, dominate, and exploit me. Hino's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth. I nearly killed them in that moment. I hated them, and I hated myself for causing my mother's death. My brother also lost his mother because of me, but he stopped me, saying that mother wouldn't want me to do that. He told me he did not hate me. He understood I had no choice in my birth. His hatred was directed at the family. He urged me not to hate myself because I was born of my mother's love. He advised me against making choices I would regret. I grew weary of these disgusting beasts. Once I broke free from their control, they panicked. At 9 years old, they attempted to kill me with a special grade cursed spirit, but failed. I nearly died, yet I could not perish. My life was a gift from my mother, and my brother was waiting for me. Then I learned to reverse techniques. At 10, they sought cursed sorcerers to kill me again, yet they still failed. And now, they cannot kill me. Hey, Suguru, I am someone who has clawed my way out of the mire. Hino smiled gently at Suguru, his tone tinged with sadness. Thus, I know the feeling of discovering that those you wish to protect are, in fact, villains. Is that why you spoke to me in such a manner? Suguru gazed at him. Indeed. Suguru stood, extending his hand towards him softly. Would you like to rest? Or shall I accompany you for a while longer? The warm light of the dining room cast a gentle glow upon Suguru. Hinos fixed his gaze upon Suguru, suddenly feeling that he was not so troubled anymore. He grasped Suguru's hand and stood, saying, Let us go. It's time to rest. Chapter 19. Closing my eyes, I wish not to see reality. Your hair is still a bit damp. Do you need help drying it? Hinos expressed concern as he observed Suguru's hair, although it was not particularly cold yet. It had just rained, and the temperature had dropped. Suguru ran a hand through his hair, twirling a strand between his fingers, and indeed found it slightly wet. Then I must trouble you. Suguru nodded at him and followed Hinos into his room. Please wait for me a moment. I shall fetch a dry towel. As he spoke, he entered the adjoining small bathroom. Summer Oil Jia responded absently, stealing glances around the room. The ambience of this space was evidently more vibrant than that of his accommodation in Kyoto. Disheveled blankets, plush carpets, scattered books and discs strewn across the floor. Half-consumed juice and a cigarette box resting on a low table, a cabinet designated for records, a half-burnt scented candle on the nightstand, a wardrobe partially ajar, and cushions and plush toys adorning the surroundings, all contributed to a delightful chaos. Though somewhat untidy, each item exuded a sense of quality. The overall palette was a harmonious blend of deep and light greens alongside creamy whites, brimming with life. Please sit here, Tongsheng indicated the carpet, towel in hand. All right. Summer Oil Jia replied, settling into the indicated spot, propping his chin on one knee. Tongsheng knelt behind him, meticulously drying his hair with the towel. Fingers weaving through the strands as the towel's edge brushed lightly against his ear, eliciting a faint tickling sensation. Your room seems rather feminine, Summer Oil Jia remarked languidly. And what's wrong with a boy being a bit refined? After all, I am a young master, Tongsheng retorted with a hint of playful indignation, though his touch remained gentle. What is so refined about a cluttered mess? I call it organized chaos. Sit up straight, he instructed, noticing Summer Oil Jia's increasingly slouched posture, gently patting his shoulder. I can't work like this. Understood, Summer Oil Jia replied, lazily adjusting his position. Are you attending this banquet? I will be. It's likely that the three great families will be present, Tongxing said earnestly, continuing to dry his hair. The strands were smooth under his fingertips, still holding a hint of moisture. As a young master among the prominent families beneath the three great clans, it was generally acceptable to skip such events. But not appearing when the three families were in attendance would be rather inappropriate. Tongxing's voice flowed softly from behind him. Will you also be going to Kyoto for your birthday? Summer Oil Jia, already feeling drowsy, began to sway slightly and yawned. Yes, of course. I'll be making quite the entrance, Tongxing said, ruffling Summer Oil Jia's hair, deeming it sufficiently dry before placing the towel neatly on the low table. I'll accompany you, Summer Oil Jia murmured, his voice low. Tongxing did not catch it, and when he turned, he found Summer Oil Jia had already dozed off against the edge of the bed. Jia, wake up. Go back to the guest room. You might catch a chill sleeping like this, Tongxing said, pushing him gently. Summer Oil Jia did not open his eyes, but grasped Tongxing's wrist. Startled, Tongxing was pulled down but quickly regained his balance, avoiding landing atop Summer Oil Jia. He struggled to break free, but the grip was firm. Let go. If you wish to sleep here, that's your prerogative. I intend to sleep on the bed, Summer Oil Jia mumbled, half asleep. I can't hear you if you're asleep. Tongxing replied, rolling his eyes. Summer Oil Jia's eyelashes fluttered, yet he kept his eyes tightly shut. With a sigh, Tongxing, feeling exasperated, propped himself up and awkwardly pulled a blanket from the bed, draping it over both of them to ward off the chill. It had rained today, and the two of them had been busy for a good part of the day, breaking a sweat. Upon exiting, they had failed to find an umbrella and had been drenched for quite some time, followed by a cold breeze blowing for the better part of the night. He needed to ensure they both stayed warm to prevent any illness. Damn it, I certainly don't want to end up at the pediatrician because of this. It'd be quite embarrassing for two tall men like us to visit a children's doctor, he muttered. It's ridiculous, their essay bed. Yet you choose to sleep against it. Quite the character, but please refrain from such antics next time. Thankfully, the bedside lamp had been turned on upon entering. He shuddered at the thought of what would transpire if the overhead lights had been turned on. He doubted he would be able to sleep tonight. With a resigned breath, Tongxing diligently tucked the edges of the blanket to prevent any drafts, then leaned against the bed's edge, closing his eyes to rest. Perhaps due to genuine fatigue, he soon drifted off, his head gradually tilting onto Summer Oil Jia's shoulder. Summer Oil Jia cracked one eye open, confirming Tongxing was indeed asleep, and gently supported his head before carefully rising and placing him onto the bed, ensuring he was covered with the blanket. Sleep now. A brief slumber will do you good, he whispered softly. He could discern that despite Tongxing's relaxed expression, his mood was still somewhat troubled. Summer Oil Jia extinguished the bedside lamp, then quietly closed the door as he returned to the guest room. Tongxing turned over, burying his face in the blanket. If you wish to accompany me, just say so. There's no need for this charade of pretending to sleep. Though he thought this, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he snuggled into the soft blanket. Enough of that. Time to sleep. On the other side, Summer Oil Jia tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Each time he closed his eyes, he envisioned Tongxing alone in dim light, indulging in cake. He stared blankly at the ceiling. The night provided ample room for his thoughts to wander. Today had left quite an impression on him. From the tasks at hand to Tongxing's past, he couldn't help but ponder his own sense of righteousness against the rules Tongxing had spoken of. If the lives he chose to save were not truly worthy of salvation, did his sense of righteousness still hold? What was the true significance of it for a sorcerer? Suddenly, memories of the busy police officers from the afternoon resurfaced. The police were tasked with purging the wicked from society and maintaining safety. Sorcerers, in their own right, eliminated cursed spirits, thus serving a similar purpose, only replacing the wicked with malevolent entities. In essence, the role of a sorcerer was to uphold security in the shadows. Summer Oil Jia turned over, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. As he prepared to drift into slumber, he mused in a haze about the act of saving others, concluding that according to his moral compass, he would save those deemed worthy. After all, his obligation was solely to eradicate cursed spirits. The next morning, when Summer Oil Jia opened his eyes, the sun was already bright. He tugged at the blanket to shield himself from the light, then reached out to grope for his phone, the room filled with rustling sounds. Lifting the phone cover, he squinted at the time. 11 o'clock. The phone was tossed aside, and tranquility returned to the room. Suddenly, the blanket was flung off, and Summer Oil Jia sat up, his expression still drowsy and bewildered. What time did I just see? He glanced at his phone again. 11:02. With a resigned sigh, Summer Oil Jia shut his eyes once more and sank back into his pillow. Chapter 20. The Day of Tongxing's Tribulation. As Summer Oil Jia descended, clad in slippers and with his hair tied back, he found Tongxing seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. I thought you wouldn't come down for breakfast, Tongxing remarked, closing the book and setting it on the coffee table as he looked up. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be awake this late, but for some reason, I slept exceptionally long today, Summer Oil Jie replied, collapsing onto the sofa beside him, pressing his fingers against his temples, feeling slightly dizzy upon rising. Tongsheng frowned, placing a hand on his forehead, while the other mirrored his gesture on his own brow. You don't seem to have a fever. It's nothing. I might just be coming down with a cold, Summer Oil Jie responded, remaining still with his eyes shut, suggesting they visit the hospital for some preventative medication later. I'll accompany you, Tongsheng nodded. Where's Wee? I sent Tian Shan to take him out for a bit. He shouldn't be cooped up at home all the time, Tongsheng replied. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he smiled and asked, Jia, are you going to the pediatrician later? Summer Oil Jia's eyes shot open, momentarily forgetting about that aspect. I suddenly feel perfectly fine. He stared blankly at the ceiling with an expression resembling that of a fish out of water, but then uncontrollably sneezed. Noticing the barely contained laughter from the person beside him, Summer Oil Jia shut his eyes again, feeling a sense of despair. You seem to have caught a slight chill. Simply return home and prepare some effervescent powder. I shall prescribe you 2 boxes. You must consume it with every meal for 3 to 4 days. The elderly physician, while writing out the prescription, admonished that it is imperative to drink it daily. You children are simply too playful. Why venture out in the rain? My apologies. Summer Oil Jia said, feeling somewhat wronged as he huddled on a small stool, listening to the doctor's admonishments with polite gratitude. Although he was still a minor, his precocious nature and height had long prevented him from being regarded as a child. Thus, hearing someone chide him for being a mischievous child elicited a tangle of emotions within him. Tashinori stood beside Summer Oil Jia, struggling to suppress his laughter. The old doctor cast a glance at Tashinori and frowned. Why is this child blushing so? Are you running a fever? Quickly sit down so we can take your temperature. Huh, me? Tashinori was taken aback, pointing to himself. Who else could it be? Hurry up. Nowadays, children are so oblivious to their health that they don't even notice when they have a fever, the doctor urged. Thus, Tashinori, somewhat dazed, was handed a thermometer and directed to sit on another small stool, the entire experience feeling surreal. This time, it was Summer Oil Jia who laughed. But before he could enjoy the moment, the doctor thrust the prescription into his hands, instructing him to fetch the medicine, rising to his full height of over 6 feet. Summer Oil Jia towered over the other small children brought in by their parents for treatment. The sunflowers taped to the wall were shorter than he was. Naturally, curious gazes were cast in his direction. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Summer Oil Jia shook the prescription and playfully patted Tashinori's head, suppressing laughter as he said, Little brother, be a good boy and take your temperature. I will fetch your medicine. As Tashinori was seated, his height was not immediately apparent. Combined with his delicate features and high ponytail, onlookers realized he was merely accompanying his sister to the doctor. Summer Oil Jia. Tashinori, feeling vexed, muttered under his breath. His expression contorted with annoyance. I'll be right back. Don't miss me too much, Summer Oil Jia chuckled, quickly slipping away. Those nearby, though the voice was clear, could discern it belonged to a boy. So, the sister is actually a brother? They thought, astonished yet maintaining a composed facade. Tashinori felt a wave of frustration. He couldn't call anyone over to clarify, so he simply closed his eyes. Is the temperature ready? The doctor's gentle voice broke through his thoughts, rescuing him from his turmoil. Yes, Tashinori replied, glancing at the time. Let me see. The doctor took the thermometer from Tashinori's hand and noted, a mild fever. No, I'm really not ill, Tashinori hesitated, wanting to explain. Due to the nature of his techniques, his temperature was usually elevated, but he could not articulate that. So he complied with the doctor's admonitions about his health and accepted the prescription. His phone chimed, and upon checking, he saw a message from Summer Oil Jia, stating he was waiting outside. Tashinori felt a surge of irritation. Had he simply caused trouble and then vanished? He smiled apologetically at the doctor before turning to leave, unaware of the puzzled expression on the physician's face, who thought his smile seemed somewhat sinister. As he exited with the medication, he saw Summer Oil Jia squatting with his back to him beneath the eaves. Tashinori swiftly approached and kicked him in the rear. Ouch! Summer Oil Jia braced himself against the ground to avoid falling, then turned his head, a lollipop dangling from his mouth. Still holding a grudge, are we? Tashinori rolled his eyes and glanced around, searching for the source of the brazen comments. All right, I admit it, Summer Oil Jia grinned. Want some of my lollipop? Absolutely. Tashinori replied, not one to refuse free sweets. He unwrapped it and popped it into his mouth, only to recoil from the sourness. Ha ha! Summer Oil Jia burst into laughter. Summer Oil Jia. Tashinori exploded with frustration. Here. Summer Oil Jia responded, still chuckling. You're pushing it, Summer Oil Jia. Tashinori seethed, genuinely wanting to hit him. I'm sorry. Summer Oil Jia, realizing Tashinori was truly angry, quickly raised his hands in surrender. After all, we are in a hospital. We can't afford a brawl. How about I treat you to cheesecake and strawberry juice? Fine. Tashinori relented, initially wanting to hold on to his anger. But who could say no to cheesecake and strawberry juice? I also want takoyaki, he added defiantly. All right, takoyaki it is, Summer Oil Jia agreed readily. Let us go? Tashinori said, walking towards the hospital exit, ignoring the outstretched hand of a certain boy with odd bangs. Forgiving him was one thing, wanting to engage was another. Tashinori marched outside, huffing in annoyance. Summer Oil Jia approached, placing a hand on Tashinori's shoulder. Still upset? I can't be bothered with you, Tashinori retorted, glancing at Summer Oil Jia's hand, but not brushing it off. How about some fried pork cutlet? Summer Oil Jia tempted. Tashinori's eyelids twitched. Not enough? Then how about fried shrimp? Who would resort to tempting others with food? Am I the type to bow to culinary delights? Very well, he was. I forgive you, Tashinori said, swatting Summer Oil Jia's hand away, the bracelet on his wrist jingling in agreement. Summer Oil Jia tapped his lips with his finger. So easy to appease. What are you scheming? Tashinori asked warily, his beast ears twitching as he scanned the surroundings for curses or sorcerers. None in sight. Summer Oil Jia quickly ruffled Tashinori's beast ears before retreating. Tashinori stood frozen for a moment, stunned, before sprinting after him, leaping onto his back and locking him in a chokehold. Summer Oil Jia, you're finished. Chapter 21. The scheme I can't eat anymore, Tashinori lamented, gazing mournfully at the takoyaki before him. Why can't I grow another stomach? Food should not go to waste. Summer Oil Jia rested his chin on his hand, watching him eat. But I've already consumed a serving of fried pork cutlet, a serving of fried shrimp, half a box of takoyaki, and a cup of juice. Tashinori replied, chewing with a grimace. Then allow me, Summer Oil Jia said, noticing Tashinori was genuinely full. He pulled over the remaining half box, and, with a few deft moves of a toothpick, finished the takoyaki. Ding ding ding. Tashinori's phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from Akira. Brother. What is up? Tashinori answered, casually nibbling on the piece of cake Summer Oil Jia had handed him with a fork. Will you be able to return today? Akira asked, his tone serious. Today? But the banquet is still 3 days away, Tashinori frowned. It's not about the banquet, Akira replied, his tone grave. Plans have changed. We may need to acquire it sooner. Understood. He couldn't elaborate over the phone, but judging by Akira's demeanor, it was clear there were matters that required his immediate attention. Tashinori sighed, knowing it was likely those old men causing trouble again. He hung up, offering an apologetic smile to Summer Oil Jia, who was watching him intently. My brother wants me to return today. There's been a situation at home. Is it serious? Summer Oil Jia inquired, concern etched on his face. Tashinori shook his head. It shouldn't be anything major, otherwise. My brother would have insisted I leave immediately and book a flight. Then let me accompany you to the airport, Summer Oil Jia suggested, glancing at the time. When do you plan to leave? I'll head out right away. Although my brother hasn't pressed me, I feel it's best to return sooner rather than later. Tashinori stood, preparing to pack the remaining cake. All right, do you need me to help look after Huihui? Summer Oil Jia asked. Should I accompany you? I'm not worried. He will return tomorrow. In the past, at the Tianshan Manor, my brother mainly acted as the liaison. He is not well versed in the matters of our clan. Tongxing sighed, realizing it was unnecessary to involve someone ignorant of the true circumstances any further. Suguru nodded, taking the cake from his hands. Let us go? I will escort you to the airport. Tongxing walked beside him, and the two shared an uncomfortable silence. Just before boarding, Suguru suddenly inquired, will you be coming back? Tongxing paused at the question, then smiled. Are you foolish? I must attend Tokyo High School. He teased. Suguru, are you perhaps reluctant to part with me? Let us hurry. Suguru replied, the fleeting moment of levity dissipating as he lamented the time constraints of their flight. I understand, Tongxing said cheerfully. Take your medicine, and once you've finished, I shall return soon. Then I shall take my leave. Tongxing waved at Suguru. Understood, Suguru nodded, watching as he vanished into the boarding area before turning away. On the plane, Tongxing dozed off throughout the journey. Upon landing, he did not contact Kuroki Sora, opting instead to take a taxi home. Arriving at the doorstep, the sweeping servant appeared flustered upon seeing Tongxing return unaccompanied, offering apologies for not greeting him. Tongxing merely waved dismissively, instructing her to leave. He swiftly made his way to Kuroki Sora's room, sending all the servants away. Brother, what is the matter? Tongxing queried, noticing Sora's furrowed brow. Elder Wu has died. Sora replied gravely, poisoned. Poisoned? Tongxing frowned, tapping the edge of the table with his fingers. Shouldn't chronic poison take at least 3 years to manifest? Why so soon? That is the issue. Someone must have tainted their food. The person who tested their meals is unharmed, yet Elder Wu has perished. Sora indicated the documents on the table. Those on the mountain wish to suppress this incident and resolve it quietly, yet it has reached my ears. And what does this have to do with calling me back? Tongxing asked, perplexed. Because Elder Wu was not poisoned by an outsider, Sora stated, gazing intently at him. It was orchestrated by Elder San. That old man. Tongxing pondered, immediately grasping the implication. Do not tell me this was to eliminate a rival? Sora smirked. It is even more intriguing. I have learned that 2 elders vied for a young girl. Elder Sen intended to administer chronic poison, but it unexpectedly reacted with the original toxin. A young girl? Tongxing frowned. She appears to be one of their subordinates, secretly offered to curry favor. I regret to inform you that she was tormented to the brink of suicide, but I managed to rescue her. She is now recuperating in a rural sanatorium. Tongxing sighed in relief, rolling his eyes in disbelief. A black market deal, ugly and old, yet playing with fire. I called you back because this presents an opportunity for us. They have long feared your ascension to power, thus failing to formally establish your succession as clan leader. However, with this incident coming to light, and with a banquet approaching, Sora's tone turned enigmatic. He will undoubtedly endeavor to suppress this matter to maintain his dwindling dignity, at least preventing other families from learning of it. Tongxing smiled, recalling, brother, you manage the external affairs of the clan. Indeed, Sora replied with a grin. I now serve as the mouthpiece, determining what should be said and what should remain unsaid, contingent upon Elder San's sincerity. Although, according to our previous plans, you could indeed assume the position of clan leader smoothly and penetrate the upper echelons. It would inevitably raise suspicions among the higher-ups, Sora continued slowly. Once such an event occurs, they may begin to contemplate internal strife. And you, my dear brother, are merely a student at the high school, blissfully unaware. Indeed, Tongxing chuckled, while you remain the ordinary spokesperson, everything at home is still under their control. Have you visited father? Sora asked, passing him several sheets of paper. When you have the chance, do go see him. Tongxing scanned the documents quickly, raising an eyebrow. I have not. Do visit, Sora urged, rising to open the blinds. The weather is splendid today, perfect for visiting family. Understood, Tongxing replied lazily, standing up and waving the stack of papers as he exited. Sora stood by the window, smiling as he watched his brother, now a young man, grow. Time passes swiftly. Nearly 6 years of scheming, and we are no longer the innocent souls we once were. Yet, I hope you can remain purer than I. Chapter 22. Are you speaking to me of ethics and morality? Tongxing turned left and right, entering a deep courtyard that was unguarded yet ensnared in a barrier unnoticed by anyone, trapping those within. He pushed open the heavy wooden door. The ground littered with withered branches and leaves, the air thick with a dust-laden scent of decay. The once vibrant trees stood moribund in silence, and the courtyard echoed with an eerie stillness, devoid of insects or birdsong. He slid open the shoji, bowing casually. Father, I have come to visit you. Something struck his face. Tongxing tilted his head to evade it, a porcelain object shattering on the ground with a sharp sound. Unfazed, he straightened his posture and stepped inside. Father, I advise you against such easily provoked anger, he said with a smile, picking up the fallen books and gently brushing off the dust. After all, your health does not permit such outbursts. The man in the wheelchair merely regarded him coldly. Tongxing, undeterred, found a cleaner spot and sat down. I have come for a specific matter. He extended the sheets of paper toward him, requesting that his father sign the agreement. The man did not take it, merely glancing at it with disdain, which provoked a fit of coughing. Cough, cough. You ungrateful wretch. Father, please do not be angry, Tongxing responded, unperturbed by the reprimand, standing up to pat his back lightly. You do not have many years left. Do not let your temper shorten them. I am not dead yet. You seek to usurp power. The man, at last regaining his composure, pointed at him, berating, do you have no sense of ethics or morality? Huh, Tongxing replied, his expression one of incredulity, as if he had heard the greatest joke. You speak to me of ethics and morality? When you conspired to have me assassinated out of fear of losing your position, why did you not discuss it then? When those old men feared I might become uncontrollable, why did you not converse with me about it? When you murdered my mother, did you not consider a dialogue? Tongxing's realization struck him suddenly, and he surveyed the dilapidated room. You and my mother have been conversing for 3 years. He leaned forward, fixing his gaze on the man in the wheelchair. In these 3 years, have you ever contemplated the visage of my mother in her final moments? As someone so proud and powerful as you, did it not drive you mad to be so utterly stripped of authority? Tongxing watched with delight as the man's pupils contracted in shock at his words. You must be wondering how I know everything. The man's fingers trembled. That day, I was right here. My mother yearned to see my brother and me once more before her death, yet you threatened her, saying that if she did not die, we would. Without hesitation, she took her own life. Father, you taught me that one must seize power in order to pursue their desires, Tongxing stated, standing tall and expressionless. I am merely learning from you. What fault is mine? Cough. Cough, cough. You never even met her. Cough, cough. The man pounded his chest twice, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Although I had never met her, I was acutely aware of her unwavering love for me, and that alone sufficed. Tong Sheng, with an air of cold indifference, demanded the signing of the document. The man wished to make one last emotional appeal. But upon observing the complete lack of sentiment in Tong Sheng's eyes, he suddenly comprehended the stark reality. Tong Sheng was no longer the adoring child he once knew. Ultimately, he chose to acquiesce. You lunatic. The man spat, seething with resentment. A morally bankrupt fool like you will inevitably share my fate. What else with all the fuss? I've long been mad. Find someone clean to come out of this place, Tong Sheng scoffed. Since the head of the family has set a date for abdication, I shall not disturb your convalescence. I shall await your return, hoping you live to see that day, Tong Sheng concluded, unfazed by the cacophony of curses that followed him as he departed with the agreement in hand. As Tong Sheng exited the courtyard, night had already fallen. He clenched the papers in his hand and slowly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one with deliberate ease. The smoke swirled in his mouth before he gently exhaled it into the night air. Smoking again? Koku asked, holding a lantern as he awaited his arrival. Brother. Let us go? Koku asked no questions, merely guiding him forward, as they had done since childhood. The two strolled until they paused before a small courtyard, where Koku produced a key to unlock the door. Inside, one would discover that it mirrored the dilapidated estate of the head of the Kuroki family. Yet here it was immaculate and vibrant, adorned with flourishing flowers, clearly tendered with care. The interior was pristine, and a vase of fresh blooms graced the table, facing an altar dedicated to their mother. This was the home where their mother had lived. Whenever they felt down or needed solace, they would retreat here for a game of chess. They would never allow that beast to defile their mother's sanctuary. After paying their respects to her spirit, they took their seats at the chess table by the window. After the banquet, will you go to Tokyo or remain here? Koku inquired, placing a piece on the board. I've made promises to others, Tong Sheng replied, his gaze fixed on the chessboard. A friend, perhaps? You mean Suguru Geto? Ah, I knew you two would become friends. Koku smiled, pleased. Brother, I mentioned you could rely on me, Tong Sheng said, placing his piece down and meeting Koku's gaze. Koku paused, chuckling. Yes, you did say that. As long as you remember, Tong Sheng replied, tapping the table and gesturing towards the chessboard. Some matters are too grim for you to handle, Koku said, delicately placing a piece down. I will take care of those for you. Tong Sheng remained silent, resolutely placing his piece on the board. They played chess under the moonlight. But Tong Sheng murmured, Brother, I've long been tainted. What are you worried about? Koku softly asked. But at least you must remain cleaner than I, he replied gently. A profound silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the sound of the pieces being placed. It's late. Let us return and rest, Koku said, putting the pieces back into the box as he stood. Are we not finishing? Tong Sheng inquired. No, the banquet is in 2 days, and tomorrow will be hectic. Then let us go, Tong Sheng yawned, following him. He watched as Koku locked the door once more and, with his arms crossed, tilted his head to ask, will the 3 great families attend this banquet? Yes, I hear that the 6-eyed shaman will also make an appearance, Koku replied, turning to him. How rare for him to show up. Indeed, I recall his relationship with his family isn't the best, but it surely can't be as dire as ours. True. You were about to lose, weren't you? To suggest returning to rest? Impossible. Am I someone who cannot afford to lose? Do you truly believe that? Their voices faded as the moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the unfinished game. Shadows danced, and a fallen leaf drifted in, landing on the chessboard, obscuring the deadlock of the white pieces. Chapter 23, Phone Calls and Banquets. Upon returning to his room, Tong Sheng received a timely call from Suguru Geto. When he answered, his expression bore a softness he himself could not comprehend, starkly contrasting with the menacing demeanor he had exhibited in the dilapidated courtyard. After putting the call on speaker and tossing the phone onto the bed, he rummaged through his wardrobe for sleepwear, intending to change. What are you doing? Suguru Geto's voice emanated from the device, slightly distorted. Changing clothes, Tong Sheng casually replied. Suguru fell silent, momentarily unsure of what to say. What's wrong? Why the sudden silence? Tong Sheng asked as he finished changing and sat on the edge of the bed, picking up the phone. Nothing. I just wanted to check how you were doing, Suguru answered, placing his phone on the bedside table and idly flipping through a magazine while they chatted. I'm doing well. Once I graduate, I can officially take over as head of the family, Tong Sheng said, his tone light and tinged with pride. Congratulations, Suguru replied, raising an eyebrow with genuine sincerity. From now on, you will be a friend to the head of a prominent family. Tong Sheng teased. Let me interview Suguru. How are you feeling? Ahem, Suguru cleared his throat, rolling the magazine up and placing it near his mouth, adopting a serious tone. I am truly honored and grateful for the favor of Lord Kuroki. If only Lord Kuroki would allow me to fondle some beast ears more often. Suguru Geto, please refrain from making such shameless remarks in such a serious tone. Tong Sheng replied, exasperated. I am merely articulating my reasonable desires, Suguru said languidly. So your reasonable desire is to be a rogue? Tong Sheng rolled his eyes before changing the subject. Have you taken your medicine? I have. If I don't, what will you do if I don't return until the academy starts? Suguru tossed the magazine aside, picked up his phone, and lay back, fiddling with a key while sighing. You might meet someone more interesting at the banquet and decide not to return to Kyoto. Impossible. I've been in Kyoto for so many years, and there's no one I'd consider worthy, let alone someone who would accept me as a friend. You may question my character, but you can never doubt my judgment and friendships, Tong Sheng huffed, then reassured, the banquet is in 2 days. And I will return right after. Is that so? You said you'd only need to take medicine for another 2 days, Suguru remarked, placing his phone next to the pillow, gazing at the ceiling, and chatting idly with Tong Sheng. Take the prescribed amount, don't skip doses. Tong Sheng's voice trailed off, growing quieter until it was completely silent. Have you fallen asleep? Suguru waited for a response, glancing at his phone. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. How can one just fall asleep like that? I don't want to just be friends, he murmured softly, pausing before adding, well then, good night. And may you have sweet dreams. The following day, the elder and the third elder descended from the mountain. The elder was required to attend, while the third elder came with an air of reluctant obligation. The spectacle was grand and extravagant, with Koku maintaining a facade of polite smiles, while Tong Sheng openly rolled his eyes in disdain. After the two elders took their seats, following a round of amicable, yet subtly threatening, negotiations, an agreement bearing the signature and seal of the current head of the Kuroki family was established. The third elder, while ostensibly remaining neutral, subtly supported the discussion, ultimately compelling the grand elder to begrudgingly announce the confirmation of Tozai as the heir to the family leadership post-graduation, akin to swallowing a fly. Old man, once I ascend to the position of family head, I shall take care of you just as you have taken care of me, Tozai proclaimed, playfully patting the grand elder on the shoulder with a cheerful smile, though his words nearly made the elder choke on his indignation. Alas, he could not voice his reproach, instead forcing a grin and pretending to commend him as a good child. The pretense with which he had arrived was now causing him considerable discomfort. The uninformed observers remarked on how filial the young clan leader appeared to be. Soon, the day of the banquet arrived. The event was hosted at an upscale modern hotel, an asset of the directorate, with attendants designated to valet the cars of esteemed guests. For this occasion, the venue had been reserved solely for the banquet. Tozai sat in the car, fiddling with his phone, capturing a well-angled photograph before closing the device and gazing out at the hotel, which appeared to be under even stricter security than in previous years. The scale of this year's event was indeed grander than before. Tozai leaned against Sora, perhaps due to the influence of the three prominent families. Certainly, the directorate would not wish for any mishaps. Sora adjusted Tozai's posture, tidying his collar as he took his seat. Understood. Following Sora's guidance, Tozai straightened himself. He was adorned in a deep navy kimono, embellished with silver threads depicting bamboo leaves that gracefully spread from the left. Over it, he wore a black haori embroidered with the family crest. His hair styled into a high ponytail, interwoven with a small braid that swayed slightly with his movements. A long purple butterfly earring adorned his right ear, serving as a talisman to help him maintain his composure during beast transformations. However, he typically reserved it for significant occasions due to its cumbersome nature. Sir, we have arrived, the attendant respectfully announced, opening the car door while keeping his gaze fixed on the ground, too timid to meet their eyes. Tozai remained silent, elegantly exiting the vehicle, standing tall and walking ahead with a polite smile gracing his features. Upon entering the banquet hall, he immediately sensed the eyes upon him, discreetly surveying his surroundings. It became apparent that the announcement made the previous day had prompted some individuals to test him. Isn't this the young master of the Kuroki clan? A man set down his wine glass and approached with feigned enthusiasm. I hear you have attained the rank of a first-level sorcerer and confirmed the timeline for your succession. Truly commendable. The man's excessive flattery and insincere smile, coupled with probing words, caused Tozai to furrow his brow slightly, prompting memories of Suguru's genuine happiness for him, which contrasted sharply with this man's demeanor. Indeed, Tozai replied coolly, I am simply fulfilling expectations. The man was evidently taken aback by Tozai's response, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, recalling the promises made by someone from the Kumo family, he stubbornly pressed on. Apologies, but I don't recall minor characters. Tozai interjected, his polite smile tinged with detachment as he interrupted the man's inquiry. Laughter echoed from nearby, and the man's face flushed crimson. As he considered continuing his pursuit, he caught Toziai's icy gaze, leading him to abandon the conversation and storm off. Is this the extent of your prowess? Toziai rolled his eyes. Mind your image, young master. The Grand Elder tapped his cane against the floor. You are the face of the Kuroki family now. Are you admonishing me, grandfather? Toziai replied with a smile over his shoulder. The Grand Elder felt an unexpected chill wash over him, contemplating a retort, but ultimately choosing silence. That's more like it. There's no need for you to worry so much, old man. Toziai nodded with satisfaction. The Kuroki young master certainly carries an air of authority, a nearby elder scoffed. Toziai turned to regard him, his eyes momentarily shifting to their beastly form before returning to normal. With a feigned smile, he responded, Elder Kumo, such words are unwarranted. I am merely showing concern for the elders of my family. Elder Kumo broke into a cold sweat, feeling as if he had been targeted by a predator with Toziai's piercing gaze. Chapter 24, The Banquet in Progress. Elder Kumo, noticing the perspiration on his brow, felt a surge of embarrassment, realizing he had been intimidated by a mere youth. Is this how you speak to your elders, young Master Kuroki? Elder Kumo rebuked. Even the head of the Kuroki family would not dare address me in such a manner. Toziai maintained his courteous smile, elegantly adjusting his sleeve while his eyes sparkled with provocation. Then perhaps you should instruct my father on how one ought to converse. I believe he would be quite eager to have a word with you. Elder Kumo, feeling a chill, retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Is this the kind of upbringing the Kuroki family imparts? The latter part of his statement was directed at Sora, who stood beside Toziai, watching the exchange with amusement. Sora smiled politely and bowed slightly, saying, Elder Kumo, please do not take offense. Our young master is still quite young and inexperienced. I trust you will understand. While ostensibly flattering the elder, the underlying implication was clear. Old man, you wouldn't dare bully a child, would you? Though attendees were engrossed in their own conversations, they discreetly monitored the unfolding dialogue. It was common knowledge that the current head of the Kuroki family had not made an appearance in the sorcery world since an incident 3 years prior. With Sora serving as the family spokesperson, the young clan leader was known for his exceptional talents, yet he seldom appeared in social circles. And his last public engagement had been a family-oriented competition from which he departed after only half the duration. Many speculated that he was merely a puppet. However, the interactions between Elder Kumo and Sora indicated otherwise. Elder Kumo, having suffered a setback, attempted to retort but was interrupted. The Kuroki young master is indeed an exceptionally gifted individual. An applause arose from the crowd. Even your elder brother is eloquent in praise. Zen and Naoya, you have graced us with your presence, Toziai remarked, tilting his head slightly. His ponytail swayed gracefully with the motion. I had thought a scoundrel like you would disdain such a gathering. Why would I not attend when someone like you is here? Naoya approached with a mocking tone. Wearing such earrings designed for women, have you finally come to terms with your desires to fully embrace femininity? He scrutinized Toziai, shaking his head in feigned disappointment. With your demeanor, even if you were to become a woman, no one would desire you. Toziai felt revulsion at his scrutinizing gaze, and while Sora moved to intervene, Toziai restrained him. In your view, must women always be sought after? Such a vile, archaic mindset you possess, Toziai retorted sharply. You spend your days belittling others. Yet what have you truly accomplished? Who are you to speak? You couldn't even defeat me in last year's competition. Naoya scoffed, his expression darkening. Toziai regarded him with a knowing smile. Sora, do you recall? We left halfway through. I hardly had the time to remember someone I could easily best in mere exchanges. Sora stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before shrugging. I've forgotten. What did you? Indeed, there is that. By the way, we have some matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave for now. With a swift motion, Hitomi seamlessly filled the silence left by Sora, observing the unmistakable irritation etched on Zenin Naoya's face, denying him the opportunity to respond. Naoya, please convey my regards to your father, the head of the Zenin clan. After all, he is the only one in your family who possesses some semblance of decency. You are not one of the 3 esteemed families. What right do you have to speak? The mere mention of lineage ignited an unmistakable arrogance in Zenin Naoya's demeanor, one that was utterly irksome. Young Master Zenin, I have no interest in engaging in idle chatter with you. Whether I possess the qualifications is not for you to determine. Hitomi's social smile vanished, replaced by an expression of cold indifference, emanating an undeniable air of oppression. My respect for the head of the Zenin family does not extend to you, a mere spoiled scion. With that, Hitomi seized Sora's hand and, without a backward glance at Naoya, departed, leaving the elder to contend with the fury radiating from Zenin Naoya, who was left in a state of exasperation. The elder from the Kumo family, having witnessed the exchange, had already taken his leave, unable to interject. While Hitomi was making waves in Kyoto, On the other side, Suguru Geto and Mahito exchanged bewildered glances. To be precise, Geto was holding onto Mei, who was standing beside him, while Mahito, having just awakened from a slumber on the doorstep, appeared groggy. To recount the events of the previous day. Although Hitomi had meticulously arranged everything prior to his departure, he did not anticipate Mahito's flight being delayed, with urgent matters assigned to him by the director's office. He had no choice but to entrust the still hungry Mei to Suguru Geto's care. When Geto opened the door, he was greeted by Mei, who was blinking her eyes and greeting him, alongside the flustered Tanaka. "Hello, Brother Mao Mao." The child's voice rang out, bright and cheerful. "You certainly don't call me Brother Suguru anymore, do you?" Geto felt a vain throb in his temple, engaging in self-hypnosis. "Do not strike. Do not strike. This is practically Little Show's half-brother. Do not strike. Do not strike." Taking a deep breath, Geto forced a smile, albeit one tinged with lingering irritation, and inquired of the increasingly anxious Tanaka, "How did you know my address?" All underage sorcerers are required to register their permanent addresses when attending Jujutsu High. This information is publicly accessible, Tanaka murmured, his voice dwindling under Geto's scrutinizing gaze. Seeing Tanaka on the verge of tears, Geto let out a sigh. "I merely asked a question. Is it really that terrifying? Speak plainly, what brings you here?" Geto crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe. "Well, you see, Lord Kuroki's teacher's flight was delayed, and I was assigned urgent work. I initially intended to find a temporary caregiver for young Master Mei, but he is quite resistant to me," Tanaka confessed, his face contorted in distress. "I see." Geto mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "How about you stay with me for a while, Mei? Once your father returns, I will escort you back." Mei nodded obediently and waved goodbye to Tanaka. Geto noticed the gratitude in Tanaka's eyes, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to suggest that Tanaka get on with his own affairs. The plan was originally to return Mei in the evening, but unexpectedly, Geto's parents returned home in the afternoon. Upon seeing the child, Mrs. Geto assumed her son had abducted a little one and scolded him thoroughly. Geto found himself exasperated with his mother, explaining that she was a friend's younger sister and that he was merely watching her for the afternoon. As it turned out, Mei's sweet and gentle nature won over Mrs. Geto, who had been tormented by her son's antics since childhood, and she enthusiastically invited Mei to stay. After updating Hitomi on the situation, Mei successfully settled into Geto's room. The following day, while escorting Mei back, Geto received a photo from Hitomi. Just as he saved it, he glanced up to find a certain man, who had forgotten his keys and was locked out, gazing at him through the doorway. Reluctant to break down the door or window, and ultimately forced to sleep on the doorstep. In another part of Kyoto, Hitomi muttered, "I truly cannot comprehend. Do the three esteemed families suffer from some ailment?" He pulled Sora into a corner, whispering his grievances. "I genuinely did not wish to attend such a gathering. Exactly. I, too, have no desire to be here." Chapter 25. Kindred Spirits. "Hey, did you just speak?" Hitomi shook his head in disbelief, staring at the figure beside him. "That wasn't me. I could never utter such words," Sora replied, glancing around in confusion. "Hey, are you blind?" "I'm right here," a disgruntled voice called out from behind them. Turning to locate the source of the sound, Hitomi and Sora discovered a casually dressed individual with striking white hair and sunglasses, sitting behind a potted plant, sifting through an impressive array of desserts piled high before him. He appeared to be of similar age to Hitomi. Sora patted Hitomi's shoulder, indicating that he was off to find some friends to chat with. Since Hitomi had no acquaintances at the gathering, he decided to approach the intriguing figure. Sensing no malice in his aura, "Do you mind if I sit here?" Hitomi politely inquired. "Suit yourself, just don't disturb me while I enjoy my dessert." The white-haired individual replied, stuffing a cream puff into his mouth. Hitomi surveyed the towering desserts before him, his lip curling slightly. The quantity seemed excessive. Nonetheless, he remained silent. Taking a seat and pulling out his phone. After sending a photo to Suguru earlier, he had not checked his messages, wondering if Suguru had encountered Mahito when returning Mei home. He hoped they wouldn't clash. If they did, it would mean redecorating the house. Watching the screen for notifications, Hitomi felt a twinge of concern for the house when he realized no new messages had arrived. He sent another text, but upon receiving no reply, he sighed, fearing they had indeed crossed paths. "Hey!" A nudge to his side drew Hitomi's attention, and he looked up to find the white-haired individual lazily holding a fork, asking, "Do you also despise those rotten oranges?" "Rotten oranges?" Hitomi echoed, puzzled. "You know, those high-ranking individuals," the white-haired figure remarked, pulling his sunglasses down slightly and leaning forward to scrutinize Hitomi. "I heard you mention it. Do you dislike them? Do you?" Hitomi was momentarily captivated by the striking blue of the individual's eyes, causing him to momentarily lose his train of thought. "Answer me quickly." The white-haired figure seemed displeased by Hitomi's distraction, his tone impatient. "I absolutely loathe them, all right? Hitomi maintained a polite smile, adding, "Could you please keep a bit of distance from me?" The white-haired individual reclined, appearing somewhat better-tempered, and tossed a less sweet dessert towards Hitomi, scoffing, "Quit smiling. It looks utterly ridiculous." "Thank you," Hitomi replied, catching the thrown cream puff, feeling a mix of irritation and bemusement towards this eccentric individual. "What is your name?" "Huh." The white-haired figure feigned exaggerated surprise. "Are you joking? You don't even know who I am. Are you from the countryside?" Hitomi furrowed his brows, scrutinizing him more closely. White hair, blue eyes, an exquisitely refined appearance, and a disdain for the elite. Suddenly, Hitomi had a realization. "Wakaba Gojo?" Gojo struck a pose, exuding an air of self-importance. "I knew it was impossible for someone not to recognize me. I'm utterly bored here. My family insists I come." Claiming that Lord Kuroki's heir just established his succession time yesterday. "They want me to meet everyone, especially since all three esteemed families are present," Gojo lamented. "Is it my fault that I'm here?" Hitomi rolled his eyes while finishing off the cream puff in his hand. "What do you think of that heir from the Kuroki family?" While pondering whether to search for materials to attempt making something for Suguru Geto and the others to taste, he casually inquired, "Why should I care about him? I don't even know him." Wataru Fushiguro rolled his eyes. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Fushiguro sat up with enthusiasm. "Since you despise that group of rotten oranges, why not have a contest to insult them? Those selfish, hypocritical, and endlessly annoying feudal pests. Croaking like a bunch of toads?" Toji Zenin interjected with a look of disdain. Upon hearing this, Fushiguro's eyes sparkled from behind his sunglasses as he seized the opportunity to berate the higher-ups, occasionally snatching a piece of cake from the table to nibble on. As they exchanged insults, they uncovered a trove of scandalous secrets about the upper echelons, and a shared glance only fueled their fervor. Even Toji, noting that Fushiguro was not particularly skilled in cursing, imparted a few creative ways to insult without resorting to profanity. After all, finding a fellow sorcerer in Kyoto who equally loathed the higher-ups and dared to speak passionately was no small feat. They were kindred spirits. Fushiguro's expression reflected a newfound excitement, as if he had opened the door to a whole new world. When Sora arrived, he was taken aback to overhear his brother teaching Fushiguro how to curse without using foul language. He felt as though he were witnessing two unruly kittens causing mischief. "Wait, not only does my brother possess formidable cursing skills, but he is also corrupting another child?" Sora sighed, his voice trailing off as he approached the heated discussion. "I'm here to join your youthful exchange," he announced. "No way," Toji replied. "What is the point? None of the others can hold their own." "None can hold their own?" Sora queried, puzzled. "Ah, this is Wataru Fushiguro," Toji casually introduced, crossing his legs. "And this is my brother, Sora Kuroki. I'm Toji Zenin. Pleased to meet you, Fushiguro," he added, directing a nod towards Sora. "Oh, you're from the Kuroki family." Fushiguro slouched in his chair, resting an arm on the backrest. Tilting his head, "You're quite different from the rumors." "Rumors?" Toji asked, intrigued. "Ah, you're unaware?" Fushiguro teased, gesturing in the air. "You are merely a puppet of the upper echelons, a thoughtless marionette, a marginalized young master." Toji shrugged. "Ah, you're aware. How dull. Doesn't tea matter. It's merely something I spread myself. Their pride prevents them from denying it. I'm off, are you coming?" Toji stood up, finding the atmosphere too tedious. "Where to?" Fushiguro perked up at this suggestion. "Anywhere is better than here," Toji remarked, surveying the window behind Fushiguro, contemplating the possibility of escaping through it. "Sora," came the sigh from behind him, yet Sora refrained from intervening. "I'm leaving," Toji declared, bypassing Fushiguro to open the window. "7th floor, dare you?" "Huh." Fushiguro rose, a challenging glint in his eyes. With a swift glance, Toji leapt backward, plummeting down. Fushiguro raised an eyebrow, unwilling to back down, and followed suit, vaulting out the window. Toji transformed into his beast form. Coupled with the protective barrier, he flipped mid-air and landed gracefully. "You're so slow. I've been waiting ages," he quipped upon landing, his tone teasing. "I'm not blind. You were merely a second faster." Toji brushed off the comment, dusting off his hands. Chapter 26. Back to Tokyo. Where to next? Wataru meandered beside Toji, his demeanor languid. "You just followed me out like that?" Toji shot a sidelong glance. "What's the difference? You can't defeat me anyway." Wataru shrugged indifferently. "How would you know if we never fought?" Toji raised an eyebrow. "Want to throw down?" Wataru halted, a provocative expression on his face. "Though you'd definitely lose, I wouldn't mind a little sparring." "Not happening," Toji replied leisurely. "Are you scared?" Wataru challenged. "This is a public street. You might not care, but I don't want to be seen as a fool or end up in the news." "How boring," Wataru rolled his eyes. "Say what you will." Toji's phone chimed, and he glanced at it. "I'm heading to the pastry shop to pick up the desserts I ordered." "I'll accompany you. I didn't get enough sweets earlier," Wataru said, falling into step beside him. Toji stowed his phone and stretched. All right, let us go. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Shinichi watched as Suguru Geto greeted him and skillfully retrieved tea bags from the kitchen, brewing tea with graceful fluidity before pouring 2 cups. What on earth? Shinichi questioned, eyeing the unfamiliar surroundings. Hey kid, he called out. Where did you get the key? Little Shin gave it to me, Geto replied, sipping his tea. Little Shin gave you the key? Shinichi muttered incredulously. Geto merely set down his cup, smiling at him. You call him Little Shin? You do realize he is a year older than you? Shinichi probed, intrigued. What of it? Geto replied calmly, unconcerned. He doesn't mind. Shinichi raised an eyebrow. Recalling a past incident where someone had attempted to befriend Toji but was met with a brutal response. Being warned that only those he cared for could address him as such. Indeed, he is so gentle. How could he mind? Geto replied, arching an eyebrow. Gentle? Shinichi's expression shifted, perplexed. Are we talking about the same person? Are we not? Geto countered with a smile. Shinichi stared at Geto in disbelief. No way. Is that Little Shin putting on an act in front of you? He told me you were his teacher, Geto remarked. Sort of. Shinichi averted his gaze, contemplating whether to probe further. I have no questions. Geto shook his head slightly. If he wants to tell me something, he will. I'm merely confirming things. He stood up politely. Well, I'll take my leave now. Shinichi waved his hand, urging him to hurry along. Geto didn't mind, offering a brief farewell to Hui before departing. As he stepped outside, intending to check the time on his phone, he noticed Toji's message. I ordered Kyoto's specialty desserts with a mild flavor. I'll be taking the Shinkansen back to Tokyo later. Don't forget to pick me up. It was still early, likely a message received moments ago. Understood. Text me when you get on, Geto replied. Meanwhile, Toji was waiting for desserts with Wataru. Noticing Toji frequently checking his phone, Wataru tilted his head and asked, Do you have some compulsive need to be glued to your phone? Is that how you always speak? Toji sighed. What is wrong with how I talk? Wataru huffed impatiently. Toji smirked, rolling his eyes. Whatever makes you happy. Be clear, Wataru demanded, dissatisfied. So rude. Toji teased him. You think I'm rude? We're equally matched, aren't we? Wataru retorted, crossing his arms and giving Toji a sidelong glance. Without you, I'd still be at the venue. What right do you have to judge me? Toji pondered for a moment, realizing Wataru had a point, and chose not to press the issue further. Just then, his phone chimed, and he glanced at it. Geto's message had arrived, prompting him to focus intently on his response. Watching the smiling Toji, Wataru felt an inexplicable chill. Bored, he began to look around, and suddenly, spotting something, he slapped Toji on the back. Hey Kuroki. Stop grinning foolishly and look over there. The sudden clap on his phone nearly caused Tongsheng to drop it. You better have something important to say. Gritting his teeth, Tongsheng followed his gaze, and his pupils constricted. Is that her? He frowned, subtly gesturing towards the figure. Wataru Gojo stroked his chin. It's her. She hasn't even removed the stitches on her head before coming out. This sorceress possesses quite a robust vitality. Tongsheng frowned, instinctively sensing an unusual malice emanating from her. She might be a curse user. How do you know? Gojo glanced sideways. Perhaps it's an innate intuition that comes with my technique. Tongsheng shrugged. Sometimes it's surprisingly accurate. Should we take her out? Gojo made a slicing motion across his neck, sticking out his tongue playfully. Let's not. It's uncertain, and we're in the city. We wouldn't want to incite panic, Tongsheng replied coolly. So why care about these ordinary people? Because the normal lives of sorcerers depend on the functioning of ordinary society. Tongsheng stated. Your dessert has arrived, sir. The waiter brought over the dessert ordered by Gojo and handed a package treat to Tongsheng. Mr. Kuroki, here is your snack. If you can't finish it, please refrigerate it. Thank you. Tongsheng accepted the snack, rising. I must take my leave. I'll miss my ride if I linger. Gojo glanced at him, lazily propping his chin on his hand. Where to? Tokyo. I promised someone very important that I would return. Tongsheng indicated his phone. The one who just messaged you? Gojo asked, chewing on his spoon, tilting his head. Your partner? What nonsense. Just a friend, Tongsheng chuckled, instinctively brushing aside the peculiar feeling in his heart. You're fine being here alone, right? I'm perfectly fine. With these sweets, no one can harm me anyway. Gojo replied, fully engrossed in the dessert. All right, I'm off then. Kuroki, you're so motherly, Gojo teased, leaning back against his chair. If it weren't for me dragging you out, I wouldn't bother. Tongsheng shot back, a cross appearing on his forehead as he departed. Regardless of his words, there was nothing to worry about. Tongsheng hurriedly made his way to the car, barely catching it in time. After sending messages to Suguru Geto and Kuroki Sora, he leaned back in his seat, staring blankly at the rapidly retreating scenery. It was a rare moment of mental emptiness for him. Upon disembarking, he spotted a strikingly tall figure amidst the crowd waiting for arrivals. Suguru Geto, casually standing with one hand in his pocket, exuded an air of ease. A few girls nearby kept sneaking glances at him. Suddenly, They noticed Geto straightening up and waving in a particular direction. They turned to see a handsome boy with a high ponytail and refined attire waving back at them. As Tongsheng stepped off the platform, he immediately saw Geto, approaching to hand him the snacks before hanging on to him. After sitting for over 2 hours, his back felt slightly sore. Geto didn't mind the wait. You promised to return before your medication ran out. Tongsheng raised an eyebrow. Very reliable. Welcome back. Geto chuckled lightly. Chapter 27. Trust. Dressed so formally, are we? Geto asked with a smile. Yes, I came straight from the conference. Tongsheng slid off Geto and twirled in place, his butterfly earrings fluttering with his movements. How do I look? Pretty? I thought you looked splendid in the photos, but seeing you now really conveys the impression that you are indeed a young master, Geto remarked. His gaze drawn to the earrings. They suit you well. Don't you think it looks strange? Almost feminine. Tongsheng tilted his head, crossing his arms, his ponytail swaying gently. Not at all. Accessories are meant to enhance visual appeal. Anyone can wear them, regardless of gender, Geto replied. He initially intended to ruffle Tongsheng's hair, but, seeing the high ponytail, he discreetly shifted his hand to gently massage Tongsheng's neck, only to have it swatted away. You look quite charming, Geto affirmed, noting. I didn't realize you had ear piercings before. I got them for convenience with cursed tools, but I don't wear them much otherwise. Tongsheng shrugged as they strolled outside while chatting. By the way, you've been wearing those ear expanders. I haven't seen you switch them out. I have several pairs that I alternate. I typically change them every couple of days, disinfecting the ones I take off, Geto explained. Tongsheng regarded Geto's ears thoughtfully. Watch the road. Not me, Geto said, pulling Tongsheng back to prevent him from tripping. What are you thinking about? Nothing much, Tongsheng chuckled lightly. Oh right, Geto. Did you absorb the last cursed spirit? I did, why? Geto replied, puzzled by Tongsheng's inquiry. Nothing, just don't absorb any lower-tier cursed spirits that turn into cursed jewels. Leave one for me, Tongsheng instructed calmly, though concern flickered in his eyes. Geto paused, turning to look at Tongsheng, confusion dancing in his gaze. He didn't understand why Tongsheng would suddenly request such a thing, but he nodded. All right, I understand. He refrained from questioning Tongsheng further. I won't harm you, Tongsheng said earnestly, wanting to emphasize despite Geto's silence. His eyes were resolute and clear, as if conveying trust and commitment to Geto. Geto nodded slightly. I know, he replied, his tone calm and gentle. Their eyes locked, an unspoken understanding hung in the air, revealing their innermost thoughts and emotions. Clearing his throat, Tongsheng awkwardly diverted his gaze. Fidgeting with his nose, adjusting his sleeves, and smoothing his collar, performing several feigned gestures to mask his discomfort. Geto watched his antics with amusement. Those movements look so fake, he remarked teasingly. Shut up, Tongsheng nudged Geto lightly in the chest, though not with much force. All right, enough of the nonsense. Let me take you home, Geto said, rubbing the spot where he had been nudged, catching up to Tongsheng and draping his arm over his shoulder. Tongsheng shot him a sidelong glance and slowed his pace. I'm back, Shiner said, watching the television as Tongsheng entered. Has Hui gone to sleep? Tongsheng asked while changing his shoes at the entrance. Placing the 2 boxes of snacks on the coffee table before heading to pour water. He had ordered 3 boxes, one with a light flavor for Geto, one with a standard sweetness for Shiner, and a smaller box for Hui, containing smaller, milkier pieces. Little one sleeps early. He was waiting for you, but gave up. So I took him upstairs, Shiner said, unboxing a snack. Why is this so rich in milk flavor? He complained. Tongsheng approached to take a look, rolling his eyes. Why are you eating Hui's? Just testing for poison, Shiner replied nonchalantly. What kind of joke is that? Eat your own, Tongsheng said, casually scooping one from Shiner's box into Hui's and then placing the snack box in the refrigerator. Little brat. What? Tongsheng sat down on another small sofa. What's the situation with that cursed spirit user? Shiner asked, changing the channel absently. What situation? Tongsheng responded, utterly perplexed. You weren't like this before. Heir reclined on the sofa, resting his chin on his hand as he watched the horse races. What was I like before? Tongsheng found it amusing. You don't even remember how you used to be? Heir quipped, suggesting that Tongsheng's trust in him was profound enough to hand over the keys. Tongsheng remained silent, the only sounds in the living room emanating from the chaotic television. After a moment, he spoke slowly. You know, I possess a certain intuition for malice due to my techniques, which has allowed me to evade numerous assassination attempts, especially from Xiaoyojia. Heir shifted his gaze to him, and Tongsheng pursed his lips, continuing, how should I put it? He is exceptionally clean and pure. Moreover, it's not just that. What matters most is that I wish to befriend him, and his actions and character warrant my trust. He is someone I can easily include in my circle. Jia is genuinely a good person. Heir clicked his tongue, feeling increasingly puzzled by these words, yet unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Have you told him everything? Does he know what you've done? Following his principle that if he was uncomfortable, others should not be happy either, Heir asked pointedly. Did you only share with him what happened before you turned 10? Observing Tong Sheng's expression, he understood. But being his student, he refrained from being too harsh, merely stating, making friends is your own affair, I can't be bothered with it. But he will find out sooner or later. It's just a matter of whether he learns it from someone else or from you. Do you have any cigarettes? Tong Sheng certainly understood what he meant, but he merely lowered his head, his hair cascading over his face, obscuring his expression. Get them from the drawer on the side of the coffee table. Tong Sheng retrieved a cigarette from the box, placing it between his lips without lighting it. The smell of smoke should dissipate by tomorrow. Heir cast a glance at him. Tong Sheng simply shook his head, indicating that he would not smoke. You should get to bed early. You haven't trained these past few days, so tomorrow you'll need to increase your regimen. Heir spoke flatly. Huh. Tong Sheng briefly diverted his attention. No, please. Teacher, I've been utterly exhausted these past few days, dealing with all those scheming old oranges. Get upstairs and sleep. Heir dismissed him, stating that if he continued to whine, he would add another hour to their practice tomorrow. I'm suddenly so sleepy, Tong Sheng joked, biting the cigarette as he stood up. What do you mean by practice? It's just one-sided beatings for an hour. I'm not a masochist. Tong Sheng paused at the corner of the stairs, suddenly halting. I'll think it over. He murmured softly, thank you, teacher. Heir seemed not to hear him. Fully engrossed in the horse racing on the screen, Tong Sheng paid no mind, heading upstairs. He knew Heir had heard him. After Tong Sheng ascended, Heir ruffled his hair and sat up, taking a piece of cake from the box, a smile gracing his face that he was unaware of. This little rascal, truly. Chapter 28. First Snow Tokyo was blanketed in a heavy snowfall. During this time, Tong Sheng lay sprawled on the floor of the training room, having just concluded a practice session with Heir. Although it was termed practice, it felt more like a one-sided thrashing. While he was no longer utterly overwhelmed as before, he still found himself on the receiving end of blows. Tong Sheng grimaced, lying motionless on the ground, feeling as if he might die. Every part of him ached. Heir approached, giving his leg a gentle kick. Noticing that Tong Sheng remained unresponsive, Heir pulled out a timer, glancing at it. This was quite good. You managed to hold out for almost an hour at 7/10 of my strength. Could you not go so hard? Tong Sheng protested. If I ease up, it won't be effective, Heir replied. I haven't even unleashed ugly treasure yet. Huh. Tong Sheng elongated his tone. How can I spar with you? A being of such inhuman stamina? Changing the subject, Heir asked. Your birthday is approaching, right? What are your plans? Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he rested his chin on his hand, observing Tong Sheng. If you decide to wreak havoc when you return, I'll have to take Hui to watch the spectacle. I was just wondering how you suddenly remembered my birthday, Tong Sheng replied. Turning over, his face contorted in pain as he managed to say, I'm not sure. Heir raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say you would return? That was then. This is now, Tong Sheng retorted weakly. Heir, do you know anyone who makes cursed tools? He suddenly inquired. Why this question out of the blue? I want to create a cursed tool. It's very important. Heir stroked his chin thoughtfully. Don't you have anyone at home who can help? I do, but I asked. The thing I want to make is too small and intricate for him, Tong Sheng replied, exasperated. If he could do it, I wouldn't be asking you. Most of my cursed tools are purchased from auction houses. I haven't had much contact with those who craft them. Tong Sheng gazed at the ceiling, contemplating that if he couldn't find anyone, he might have to create it himself, reasoning that those who frequently made cursed tools would likely be more reliable than he. Hui dashed down from upstairs, spotting the half-conscious Tong Sheng and the languid Heir sitting beside him. Initially, his cheerful steps faltered, and his expression suddenly turned serious. Dad, have you finally beaten my brother to death? Huh. Heir wondered what was going on in this child's mind. Dad, you should confess. Hui advised earnestly. Heir stood, kicking Tong Sheng, who was still pretending to be dead. Hey, are you still pretending? Tong Sheng suddenly tilted his head, opening his eyes wide to stare at Hui, his tone ominous. I am dead. Ah! Hui lunged at Heir. Heir lifted Hui, irritably slapping Tong Sheng on the head. Why did you scare him? Tong Sheng sat up, supporting himself with one hand while rubbing his head with the other. I didn't mean to. I've never scared him before. I didn't expect him to react so dramatically. Heir brought Hui up to eye level. The child's eyes were red, stubbornly holding back tears, then glanced at the grinning Tong Sheng beside him, unable to suppress a smile. Oh dear. Tong Sheng felt a second blow to his dignity. Heir set Hui down, asking, why are you suddenly up? It's snowing outside. Hui exclaimed excitedly. What is so great about snow? Heir questioned, unable to comprehend the child's logic. Hui pouted, ignoring him, and tugged on Tong Sheng's hand, leading him upstairs. Dad doesn't understand anything. Exactly, He doesn't understand a thing. Tong Sheng laughed provocatively at Heir as Hui pulled him along. Heir followed with a look of disdain. Outside, a considerable amount of snow had already accumulated. Tong Sheng and Hui crouched in the snow, pondering how much longer it would continue to fall. From behind, Heir observed the two fuzzy heads lean together. How about we sit by the floor-to-ceiling window tonight? Drink tea and enjoy the view? Tong Sheng teased Hui, and we can have your favorite sukiyaki. Hui glanced at him and then turned to go inside, rummaging beneath the cabinet for the first aid kit. Brother, sit here. What's wrong? Tong Sheng obediently walked over. Hui dug through the kit, retrieving disinfectants and adhesive bandages. Touching his face, Tong Sheng realized he must have scraped it when he fell during their earlier scuffle. Lowering his head, Hui beckoned him over. All right then. Tong Sheng bent down, and Hui diligently disinfected the area and applied the bandage. Heir stood back, leaning against the doorframe, watching them. After Hui packed up the first aid kit, he looked up and asked, should I call Lu Hai Gij? Lu Hai Gij? Tong Sheng queried. You mean Xiaojia? MHM. Hui counted on his fingers. Last time he told me not to call him Mao Mao Gij because he doesn't like it. So I call him Lu Hai Gij instead. Uffed. Heir couldn't help but laugh, only to receive a stealthy glare from Hui. All right. With a suppressed smile, Tong Sheng glanced at his watch, noting that school would soon be over. They would go find him shortly. Before departing, Tong Sheng noticed two scarves haphazardly tossed on the entryway cabinet. He stole a glance at Heir, who was sitting on the sofa, gazing vacantly out at the falling snow while subtly monitoring their actions, and couldn't help but chuckle. He wrapped the scarves around Hui and himself, then waved goodbye to Heir as they left. Heir lazily waved back, signaling his understanding. As Suguru Geto exited the school gates alongside his classmates, he spotted Tong Sheng standing amidst the snowflakes, greeting him with an umbrella in hand. Beside him, the little sea urchin slightly crouched down, only to have his hair ruffled afterward. Dressed entirely in black and adorned with a white scarf, his braided hair made him quite conspicuous in the crowd. Suguru Geto noticed him instantly. Hey Suguru, isn't that the one we saw at the supermarket last time? I recall he is your friend. A classmate chimed in as they noticed Suguru halting. Indeed, Suguru nodded. Does your friend have a partner? The boy inquired curiously. What do you mean? Suguru turned with a smile. I asked if your friend has a partner, the classmate reiterated, feeling an inexplicable chill as he rubbed his neck. Yes, his partner is quite remarkable, Suguru replied with a grin. Oh, is that so? The classmate responded, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Suguru smiled as he bid farewell to his classmates, then turned to walk towards Tong Sheng, his leisurely pace quickening. You're here, he exclaimed. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the bandage on Tong Sheng's face and anxiously asked, how did you get hurt? This. Tong Sheng gestured to his face. It's nothing, I just scraped it during training. Hui insisted on using a bandage, so it looks worse than it is. Suguru felt relieved. When did you arrive? I just got here as school was letting out, Tong Sheng replied, shaking Hui's hand. It's the first snow today, and we wanted to have a hot pot and tea at home. Hui wanted you to join us, so we came to find you. Moreover, Tong Sheng looked up at him. I wanted to see you too. Chapter 29, Hui is buried in snacks. Upon hearing this, Suguru was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes crinkled into a smile. I feel the same way. So, are you available? Tong Sheng inquired cheerfully. If not, it's perfectly fine. Just a moment, let me message my parents, Suguru said, pulling out his phone to type a message. Tong Sheng and Hui squatted by the flower bed at the roadside, crafting various shapes from the accumulating snow. Snow from the umbrella fell on them as they played, prompting Tong Sheng to close the umbrella since the snowfall was light. My mother agreed and asked me to send her regards to you, Suguru said, glancing at his mother's reply. His eyelid twitching slightly as he casually closed his phone and leaned down to see what they were making, brushing the snow off their clothes. Mrs. Geto's exact words were, Oh dear, how thoughtful of you to remember me, your mother. If your friend invites you, go ahead and join him, and please send my regards. Great, Tong Sheng exclaimed, standing up on his knees. Let us head to the supermarket first. I need to buy some ingredients. You can cook? Suguru raised an eyebrow in surprise. Tong Sheng's cooking is delicious. He can even make little cakes. Hui tugged at Suguru's sleeve and said earnestly, Tong Sheng doesn't tea like auntie, so he usually cooks. If he doesn't tea, Dad will cook. Hui suddenly recalled something, scrunching her little face in distaste, but it's edible. I can see you're quite particular, Suguru chuckled, unable to resist pinching Hui's cherubic cheeks. Let us go to the supermarket, Tong Sheng said, watching Hui struggle playfully against Suguru's grip. They had already bought enough and needed to return home, where an elderly person awaited. Suddenly, Heir, who was watching television in the villa, sneezed. What was that? Heir asked. Let us set off, Suguru said, releasing his hold on the little one's face and taking Hui's hand. Tong Sheng leisurely followed behind them. The trio arrived at the supermarket, pushing a shopping cart, and placed Hui inside it. What do you want to eat? Tongxing bent down to inquire. Pudding. Hui's eyes sparkled. All right, big brother will buy you some. Tongxing patted Hui's head, simultaneously searching the shelves. What flavor do you want? After some contemplation, Hui gestured for yellow with black on top. Is that caramel pudding? I can help find it. Suguru chimed in. Found it. Tongxing exclaimed, placing the pudding box in the cart. Shouldn't we also buy some sweet potatoes to roast later? Suguru suggested, pushing the cart while grabbing 2 bottles of strawberry juice and a box of cheese from the shelf. Let us buy some. If not, we can always cook them. And they taste good. Tongxing mused, deciding to purchase some beef as well. Let us get more. I love meat. What flavor of sukiyaki are we making? Suguru asked, browsing through various soup-based packets. How about tomato soup? Let us do a tomato beef sukiyaki. Delicious, and we can use the leftover broth to cook soba noodles. Tongxing tossed some raw tofu into the cart, then selected a few bags of snacks, inspecting their production dates. Good idea. Why didn't I think of that before? Suguru said, adding the freshest soup base to the cart. Hum. Tongxing hummed contentedly, grabbing several boxes of different flavored biscuits to examine. Suguru returned from the freezer with several packs of beef, only to discover a mountain of snack bags in the cart, while Tongxing continued to scrutinize the snacks. However, Hui had vanished. Buying so many snacks? Suguru sighed. Where is Hui? Isn't she in the cart? Tongxing replied without looking up. Huh. Not here, Suguru remarked, puzzled. Huh. Tongxing finally shifted his gaze from the snack box in his hands to Suguru. The air grew silent as they exchanged glances before abruptly staring at the shopping cart. Hui. Tongxing reached into the cart and pulled out a forlorn Hui. That hurts. Hui exclaimed, smacking Tongxing on the head as soon as she was lifted. Suguru observed this curious scene, fascinated by how the snack bags had perfectly concealed Hui. Meanwhile, Tongxing squatted down, apologizing to the little one while returning some snacks to their place. Suguru, having finished his observation, began taking pictures of the amusing scenario. Eventually, the 3 of them approached the checkout with 3 bags in hand, 2 filled with snacks, while only 1 contained the actual ingredients, which Tongxing had managed to sneak a few lollipops into. As they headed home, the snow continued to fall. The weather forecast says the snow will last until tomorrow, Tongxing remarked, catching a snowflake that drifted down from the sky. In a few days, it will be your birthday, right? Are you going back to Kyoto? Suguru turned to him. That was the plan, but now I'm not so sure, Tongxing replied, observing the snowflake melting in his palm. I see, Suguru nodded. What's wrong? Tongxing asked him. It's nothing, Suguru chuckled, letting out a sigh tinged with regret. I just realized that if you celebrate your birthday in Kyoto, I'll have class and 1T be able to accompany you. It's all right, Hitomi said with a cheerful smile as she patted Suguru Geto. Anyway, if I return today, I will be back. The 3 of them engaged in casual banter as they leisurely made their way home. By the time they arrived, the sky had turned completely dark. We're back, Hitomi announced, pushing open the door and changing her shoes in the entryway, while also handing Suguru the slippers he had worn during his last visit. Welcome back, Zenin remarked, crossing his arms as he approached. The stove is ready over there. I've already started boiling the tea. Hitomi flashed an okay gesture and handed over the snacks in her hand to Zenin before receiving the ingredients from Suguru and heading into the kitchen. Zenin rummaged through the bag. What the heck? Why is it all snacks? He exclaimed. Hey kid, Zenin called out to Hitomi. Don't tell me both these bags are filled with snacks. Hitomi peeked over and replied, what else would it be? I've nearly finished my snacks and needed to restock. Zenin sifted through the contents, opened a box of matcha finger biscuits, and seeing that Yuta wanted some, began to tease the little one. Hey Zenin, don't finish all of them. I only bought 3 boxes of those biscuits. Hitomi shouted, brandishing her apron in dissatisfaction. Suguru had changed his shoes and stepped over. Let me help you. Hitomi paused for a moment, looking at him in surprise. You can cook? Really? Suguru took the apron, lifted Hitomi's hair, and helped her tie it. I often find myself alone at home. I can't eat out every day, can I? True. Hitomi nodded, rolling up her sleeves. Then let's get to work. Chapter 30, Sukiyaki. Hey, did you buy the alcohol? Zenin asked, tossing 2 biscuits to Yuta as he called into the kitchen. I bought sake, but I need it. You can have cola. Hitomi shouted back. Tisk, where's the cola? Zenin grumbled. Get it from the fridge yourself. I'm busy. Don't annoy me, Hitomi replied impatiently. When are you going to change this irritable cooking habit of yours? Zenin complained, directing Yuta, go get it. Yuta? You're so lazy, forget it, Hitomi rolled her eyes. Can Yuta reach it? I'll get it, Suguru said, pausing his task of chopping onions. With tears brimming in his eyes, he opened the fridge door, using its cover to shake the bottle vigorously, his veins bulging. With a smile on his face, he walked over to hand it to Zenin. Zenin eyed him suspiciously, then glanced at the cola bottle, smirking, open it for me. Suguru maintained his cheerful demeanor as he replied, sure. Then, With a swift motion, he yanked the tab, causing the cola to spray everywhere and drenching Zenon's face. Ha ha ha. Zenon, you finally got yours. Hitomi burst into laughter upon witnessing Suguru shaking the cola bottle. Sorry I slipped, Suguru said, feigning an apology while showing no remorse, handing Zenon a couple of tissues. Zenon received them with annoyance, but froze as he looked down at the tissues. Then back at Suguru, his eyes glistening with tears and a cross appearing on his forehead. What the heck are you trying to do? Oh, I forgot I had onion juice on my hands. It wasn't intentional, Suguru chuckled, raising his hand. Hey, kid, come down and practice with me in the training ground, Zenon said, exasperated, pointing at Suguru. Suguru raised an eyebrow, turning to Hitomi. It's fine. If you want to go, then go ahead. The rest is fine. I can manage on my own, Hitomi said, pouring a little sake into the pot to taste, waving them off. Just don't wreck my training room. Suguru nodded and followed Zenon downstairs. After a while, there was no significant commotion. The sukiyaki was cooking perfectly, and Hitomi nodded in satisfaction. Yuta ran over, clutching the biscuit box, tugging at Hitomi's sleeve. What's wrong, Yuta? Hitomi looked at the pot. Why are they fighting? Yuta tilted his head in confusion. Zenon is retaliating for the prank, and Suguru probably wants to get back at him for being beaten earlier. Besides, I think Suguru is quite eager to have a match with Zenon, Hitomi explained, turning off the heat and squatting down with a smile for Yuta. Suddenly, the floor shook. Hitomi's smile faltered, and she continued, Yuta, boom. Hitomi forced a smile. We shouldn't. Boom, boom. Taking a deep breath, she mentally reminded herself not to lose composure in front of the children, once again donning her smile. We shouldn't learn from them. Boom, boom, boom. The floor shook even more. Yuta's eyes widened. Chopsticks. They broke. We shouldn't learn from these two, Hitomi said quickly, standing up with a smile. I'll go break up the fight. Yuta, don't mess with the pot. Okay. Good boy, Hitomi gently smiled, ruffling Yuta's hair before methodically removing her apron, turning to expressionlessly draw out the long blade as she descended the stairs. Yuta, tilting his head thoughtfully, pondered. Breaking up fights means one has to look terrifying and wield a long blade. I see. But why did my brother let his fluffy ears out while breaking up fights? Is he really going to intervene? Bang. Hitomi kicked open the door, nearly choking at the sight of the chaos within. A cross appeared on her forehead as she surveyed the training ground, which looked as though it had been plowed, littered with debris and dust. Suguru had unleashed a cursed spirit, while Zenon brandished a cursed tool. A cursed spirit darted out from who knows where, and Hitomi, mindful that it was Suguru's, merely kicked it aside with an impassive expression. You too. Hitomi's aura darkened. Did I not say to keep it under control? Zenon and Suguru halted at the sound, glancing at Hitomi and then at the surrounding chaos, suddenly realizing the state of the room. Yuta, you go ahead and eat, Hitomi said, ladling a bowl for Yuta, then smoothly pouring tea from the stove and placing it on the iron rack to roast sweet potatoes, staring out the floor-to-ceiling window. Lost in thought as the snow fell outside, Yuta lowered his head, fiddling with his small bowl, glancing up at the two standing in the corner, each with a steaming bag of punishment, then back down again, stealing a furtive look. Zenon exchanged a knowing glance with Suguru, who looked back at him with a resigned expression. Little Yuta felt a significant sense of mission. Brother, aren't they going to eat? Yuta cautiously inquired, glancing at Hitomi's expression. Sighing, Hitomi turned to them, pointing, you two should be ashamed, making a child plead for you. Zenon shrugged, while Suguru maintained his cheerful demeanor. Let's eat. Hitomi sighed again, rubbing her forehead in resignation. This was her way of signaling the end of the matter. The two promptly sat down, with Zenon taking a seat beside Yuta and Suguru leaning against Hitomi. Hitomi glanced at Suguru, shifting slightly away, pushing the bowl and teacup toward him, then nodding toward the sweet potatoes. Look at the sweet potatoes. I want to eat. Okay, Suguru nodded. Pour me some tea. Sure. Help me. Don't you have hands? Zenon remarked, watching their interaction, feeling a twinge of annoyance as he commented to Hitomi. Now you remember your attitude with your young master. I tell you, when I first met him, he had quite the temper, Zenon continued. He would get angry over the smallest things, just like earlier. He would explode if I ate even a little of his snacks, and he would be impatient if I tried to talk to him while cooking. I could sulk in his room for an entire day. Hitomi rolled her eyes, but did not deny it. Will he be upset if I go into his room? Satoru Gojo raised an eyebrow and turned his head to observe Megumi Fushiguro, suddenly noticing a small blue earring shaped like a butterfly adorning Megumi's ear. You know about his technique, right? Satoru inquired, as he picked a slice of beef from the pot. He returned his gaze, nodding. After the transformation, his species domain. Eat your meal, Megumi interjected. How can you speak to a teacher like that? Satoru rolled his eyes, but refrained from continuing the conversation. He smiled at Megumi. I have a strong sense of domain. Upon uttering this statement, Megumi fell silent, focusing intently on his meal. This little brat never allowed anyone but his brother into his room. Finding the food delightful, Satoru served himself another helping and casually added a tomato into Huiju's bowl, encouraging the little one to eat more vegetables. No, Huiju declined. Just be a good listener, Satoru frowned. Meanwhile, the father and son duo began bickering. Satoru's gaze remained fixed on Megumi, who was seated beside the floor-to-ceiling window, the snow continuing to fall outside, his eyelashes quivering slightly, accentuated by the contrasting light and shadow. Megumi, Satoru called softly. I really like it. What? Megumi lifted his eyes to meet Satoru's, finding himself reflected in Satoru's gaze along with the heavy snowfall behind him. The shabu-shabu is delicious. I really like it. Chapter 31, Boundaries. The shifting light in the living room cast a warm glow over him. I understand, Megumi replied, momentarily taken aback, lowering his gaze. After a brief pause, he added, as long as you like it. After finishing their meal, Satoru took the initiative to clean up. Megumi retrieved a roasted sweet potato from the iron rack, peeling off the skin and taking a spoonful to savor, his eyes narrowing in delight. Satoru approached, drying his hands as he sat down to pour tea. Megumi scooped a spoonful and offered it to Satoru, who raised an eyebrow but skillfully swallowed without spilling any tea. You two? Satoru's friend observed their interaction with a frown. What's wrong? Megumi inquired, raising his eyes. Are you two in a romantic relationship? Satoru's friend scrutinized them. Megumi paused, instinctively refraining from denying it, but soon realized. What a joke. We're just friends, he said, a hint of irritation coloring his tone. Indeed, we are merely friends, Satoru replied. His gaze lowered, concealing the emotions in his eyes, his tone composed. Hearing this, Megumi felt an inexplicable wave of annoyance and stood up. I'm going to wash up. Hey, what about this little brat? Satoru's friend turned to him. Megumi halted, puzzled. Isn't there a guest room? Huh. Have you forgotten that you blew up both guest rooms a while back? His friend was exasperated. The guest rooms were just renovated, and you've altered them again. They're uninhabitable. It's fine, Satoru smiled. I'll take a cab home later. It's too late now, and it's still snowing. Megumi glanced at his wristwatch. It's not safe to go back. Who exactly is unsafe? Satoru's friend scoffed, grabbing a pastry from the table and stuffing it into his mouth. Disdain evident on his face. Just handle it as you wish. I'm not going to sleep with this little brat. Don't think too much. I wouldn't sleep in the same room as you either. Satoru sipped his tea, his expression equally disdainful. You can sleep in my room. Megumi interrupted them, then told Satoru. The clothes from last time at the Tanaka estate are still clean and in my room. Satoru nodded. Huh. His friend's pastry fell onto the table as if he had seen a ghost. Whose room are you letting him sleep in? Megumi ignored him and headed upstairs. His friend glared at the relaxed Satoru, growing increasingly irritated. He patted Huiju's head, urging him to go to bed. Hey kid. After Huiju left, Satoru's friend tapped the table. Satoru, holding his tea, lifted his eyelids to meet his gaze. That little brat has never had friends and has never been in a relationship. His romantic history is painfully sparse, yet he trusts you deeply. His friend scrutinized Satoru, who appeared relaxed, but Satoru felt his muscles tense. He may not distinguish between friends and lovers, unaware of the differences in interactions, but I do, and I believe you do as well. His friend's tone was casual, as if genuinely conversing with a friend, yet it was clear that it was a warning. Satoru gently set down his teacup. What if it is intentional? If it is intentional, I won't interfere. How far you can go is your own capability. His friend's relaxed demeanor suddenly vanished, replaced by a fierce intensity as he fixed his gaze on Satoru, his expression unchanged. But if it is unintentional, then it's best to retreat sooner. Satoru looked up with a smile, completely unfazed by the tension. It is intentional. The two engaged in a silent standoff, Satoru's hand beneath the table clenched tightly. Yet his face remained as steady as a mountain. From upstairs came the sound of footsteps and the clinking of bracelets. Megumi stood at the top of the stairs, peering down. What are you two doing, still awake? Putting on a show while watching the snow? Should I provide some music for you? Satoru, don't you have class tomorrow? Just come down, Satoru called up, then nodded at his friend, pushing himself off the floor. I'll head up first. His friend waved him off. Once upstairs, Satoru entered Megumi's room with familiarity. Megumi was lying on the bed, engrossed in a book. Without looking up, he said, Your clothes are on the bathroom rack. I've put them out for you. Satoru raised an eyebrow at this display of thoughtfulness. How considerate. Get lost. Megumi hurled a pillow at him. What a rogue, Satoru said, innocently placing the pillow back on the bed. Whereas the rogue behavior. Get in there and wash up. Megumi sat up, and Satoru ceased his teasing, heading into the bathroom. Upon exiting, he was struck by a book. Are you attempting murder? Satoru skillfully caught it. This is a book on basic knowledge of the Jujutsu world. It's for you. Do you want it? Satoru set the book down and noticed the bedding laid out on the floor. Am I sleeping on the floor? What else? Megumi shot him a sideways glance. You can sleep in the bed, and I'll take the floor. But it's snowing outside, Satoru pointed out, gesturing toward the window. So, let us sleep together. It'll be warmer. Satoru grinned, sitting on the bed. We've done it before. Suit yourself. Megumi fell silent for a moment before lying down and covering himself with the blanket. That's an agreement. Satoru lay down, tucking himself in comfortably, just before falling asleep. He seemed to hear Megumi murmur, I can distinguish. He jolted awake, eyes wide, turning to look, only to see Megumi's back, appearing to be asleep. It must be a figment of my imagination, Satoru thought, gradually drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, Megumi, with clear eyes, turned to gaze at Satoru's sleeping form, then quietly rose, picking up a cigarette box from the desk as he headed to the terrace on the second floor. Still awake? Satoru's friend ruffled his hair, approaching from behind. Megumi lowered his head to light the cigarette, resting his arms on the terrace railing, gazing outside, his back turned to him. Just having a smoke before bed, Megumi replied, lifting the hand holding the cigarette. Do as you wish. Satoru's friend mimicked his stance, leaning against the railing, watching the swirling snow. What are you thinking? Megumi knew his friend referred to their previous conversation. He extinguished the cigarette in the snow. Not much. I'll say what needs to be said. He patted his friend and pointed to himself. Do I smell like smoke? Heir gazed at him, his expression difficult to articulate. Adopting the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind, he decided to retreat to his room. Well, it is what it is, Tongsheng muttered to himself. I'll just stand here for a while to dissipate the lingering smoke before heading back. The following day, when Suguru Geto was awakened by the blaring alarm clock, Tongsheng was still lost in slumber. The moment the alarm sounded, he opened his eyes and swiftly silenced the phone, glancing sideways at the person beside him. Seeing him sleep soundly, he let out a sigh of relief. Quietly, he rose, dressed, and made his way downstairs, placing the cursed spirit talisman that Tongsheng had asked him to keep on the coffee table before preparing to leave. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Zenin Tsumaki, who was just about to knock. Upon seeing Geto, Tsumaki immediately addressed him with respect. Mr. Geto, the clan's young master has arranged for me to escort you to school. Breakfast is in the car. Thank you for coming so early, Geto replied politely, nodding. It's no trouble at all. After all, the young master pays my wages, Tsumaki said with a genuine smile. Geto turned to glance at Tongsheng's window before entering the vehicle. Chapter 32. He would not allow himself to descend to such depths. Are you sure you won't be coming back? Kwon confirmed over the phone. I want TB, Tongsheng mumbled, a lollipop perched between his lips. There's really no need anymore. Have you smoked again? No, Tongsheng replied, crunching the candy of the lollipop between his teeth. Are you trying to quit smoking? Kwon inquired. Intrigued. Weren't you adamant about not wanting to quit before, claiming that smoking kept you alert? I'm not quitting. I don't have an addiction, Tongsheng stated, removing the stick from his mouth. I used to smoke because I had nothing to help me relax, but now that my worries have lessened, I smoke less. That's good to hear, but unfortunately, I want to be able to join you in Tokyo for your birthday tomorrow, Kwon said, a hint of regret in his tone. Why not? Just too much on my plate. I can't break away. Kwon flipped through the papers on the table, creating a rustling sound audible to Tongsheng. Thank you for your hard work, Tongsheng said, scratching his face in mild embarrassment. Since he began researching cursed tools, many responsibilities had fallen onto Kwon. It's no trouble. Just a tough life, Kwon sighed, gathering up the documents. I'll accompany you next year. You'll be in high school then. And I've never been to Tokyo's high school. It'll all be perfect for you to show me around. Sure, Tongsheng replied, wedging the phone between his arm and ear as he perused the blueprints in his hands. I'll spend the entire day with you. I heard from Tsumaki that you've been searching for materials to create cursed tools. What prompted this sudden interest? Kwon asked, frowning slightly as he sipped his coffee. I want to create something very significant, Tongsheng said, organizing the blueprints before adding earnestly, Brother, I think I've developed feelings for someone. Kuroki Kwon's hand trembled, spilling a few drops of coffee onto the table. He set his cup down, grabbed some napkins, and gently asked, Can you share this with me? Well, Tongsheng pondered. I find that I don't feel repulsed by him at all, and even those who barely know us perceive our interactions as those of a couple. Stop, Kwon interjected, striving to maintain a calm tone. Are you feeling this way because others see you as a couple, or is it genuine affection you feel for him? Tongsheng opened his mouth to respond. You must ask yourself, Kwon sighed. Your instincts will not deceive you. Tongsheng touched the earrings on his ears, gazing at the scattered materials on the table, reflecting on many of his subconscious actions. I do like him, and it's not because of others, Tongsheng affirmed confidently. Kwon exhaled. Excellent. Your little brother is finally maturing. Who is he? Can you tell me? Not just yet, Tongsheng replied, wary of his brother's probing nature. Little Sheng, I respect your choice, Kwon said, but you must maintain balance in your emotions. Understood, Tong Sheng replied. I'll hang up now. I have a meeting coming up. Kwang gestured to his assistant nearby. All right. Tong Sheng ended the call, gazing out at the darkening sky. With 6 hours remaining until his birthday, he felt an overwhelming desire to see Suguru Geto. He glanced at the haphazardly piled materials for cursed tools, then decided, never mind. I'll continue my research. I wonder if I can finish it in time for his birthday. It was past 11, nearly midnight, when Tong Sheng finally received a call from Suguru Geto. Are you asleep? Geto's voice came through the phone, slightly distorted. Not yet, Tong Sheng replied, putting the call on speaker as he stretched and moved around. Why are you still awake at such an hour? I figured you would call, Tong Sheng said lazily, his voice drifting through the line, enticing. Have you returned to Kyoto? Geto inquired, leaning against his bed. No, I don't plan to go back. Tong Sheng picked up his phone. Happy birthday. Tong Sheng paused, glancing at the time on his phone, noting it was precisely midnight. Thank you. You're the first to wish me, Tong Sheng said, his eyes brightening. That's quite intentional. Geto raised an eyebrow, a smirk evident in his tone. I noticed. Get some rest. I'll give you your gift today. Tong Sheng nodded, though he realized Geto couldn't see him. All right, you should sleep early too. I will. Geto replied as Tong Sheng waited for him to hang up. Why aren't you hanging up? Tong Sheng asked, unable to suppress a laugh. I'm waiting for you to hang up. Then I will hang up now. Okay, good night. Good night. Tong Sheng ended the call, tidied up a bit, and headed to his room to wash up. When he emerged, he noticed 2 pieces of paper that had likely been slipped under the door. He walked over to pick them up. One was a child's drawing of a crooked birthday cake, unmistakably drawn by Hui. The other was a postcard featuring a lynx, with happy birthday beautifully inscribed on the back, obviously from Heir. Sitting on the carpet, Tong Sheng opened the nightstand and retrieved a box, carefully placing the drawings and postcard inside. The box already contained a child's drawing, 2 postcards, and a hand-woven lucky bag given to him by Hui's mother while she was still alive, which contained a protective charm. At that moment, a message arrived from Kwang, likely due to the earlier call not going through. It wished him a happy birthday and noted that the gift had been sent. Tong Sheng caressed the box while reviewing the texts and call logs on his phone, suddenly recalling what the head of the Kuroki family had said, that he would eventually fall to such depths. How could that be? He mused. When I am surrounded by so many who love me. When Tong Sheng arrived at the school gate, classes had already concluded. This time, he did not wait across the street but stood directly at the entrance, waving as Geto emerged. Have you been waiting long? Geto asked. Not at all, Tong Sheng replied, extending his hands. Where's my birthday gift? All right, I got it, Geto said, retrieving a beautifully wrapped gift from his bag and placing it in Tong Sheng's hands. Tong Sheng squeezed it gently. It felt soft and plush. Can I open it now? It's yours now. You may decide, Geto arched an eyebrow. Tong Sheng carefully unwrapped it, revealing a milk-white scarf with a hint of pale green, the end adorned with a stitched fox. The scarf looked incredibly soft, promising warmth. Initially, I had chosen many options, yet I believe this one would suit you perfectly. Suguru Geto elucidated your earlier statement about your birthday being on the cusp of winter. Thus I hope this scarf will afford you some warmth. Thank you, Toji Fushiguro replied, pressing his lips together as he donned the scarf. How does it look? My taste truly is impeccable. It suits you splendidly, Geto remarked with a smile. Well, who can blame me for being inherently handsome? Toji replied with a hint of pride. Where shall we go now? Geto inquired. Let us just wander, Toji nonchalantly responded, indifferent to the destination. After some discussion, they decided to visit a nearby mall for a meal, engaging in light conversation as they strolled casually. This year's birthday must feel far more relaxed compared to previous years. Geto teased him. I find it quite agreeable. My past birthdays often resembled social gatherings, with few genuinely wishing to celebrate my special day, Toji lazily retorted. In contrast, this year feels notably more comfortable. As for the greetings I've received thus far, they all seem sincere, which is quite delightful. Abruptly, Toji halted, as if he had spotted something. What's the matter? Geto asked. Look at that blanket. Toji pointed in a particular direction. Following his gaze, Geto beheld a blanket intertwined in shades of purple and black. Do you like it? I find it quite appealing. It mirrors the colors of our eyes, Toji replied, though he kept the latter thought to himself. Geto nodded in understanding. On their way back, Toji carried a bag containing the blanket. As they prepared to part ways, Geto grinned at Toji, stating, now this blanket is officially our shared possession. So, where shall we keep it? Toji inquired. Let us leave it at your place for now. Once we arrive at the higher institution, we can use it together. You're so confident, Toji chuckled, tilting his head. Aren't you afraid I might abscond with it? I am quite certain, Geto replied, imitating Toji's manner, his bangs swaying slightly with the motion. Chapter 33, Confession. Bang. A resounding crash echoed through the room, yet the servants, accustomed to such disturbances, remained unfazed. Clearing his throat, Toji waved away the smoke lingering in the air, furrowing his brow as he sifted through the blueprints he had meticulously examined countless times before. Logically, he should not have erred, but where had he gone wrong? Another explosion? Kuroki Sora casually stopped a servant, inquiring, "Is this the third occurrence today?" "Indeed, young master," the servant replied with a slight bow, his demeanor respectful. Sora sighed, pondering how this child was engrossed in whatever cursed tool he was experimenting with, causing 2 or 3 explosions daily and occasionally frightening the household's cursed tool artisans, who had come to him with grievances multiple times. As the new year approached, Toji had returned to the ancestral home in Kyoto, proclaiming to be in seclusion, dedicating his days to secretive pursuits in his room, shrouded in mystery and preventing others from peering in. Toji scrutinized the materials intended for crafting the cursed tool, embarking on the creation of a new one, cautiously infusing it with his cursed energy after reversing the technique. This process proved arduous. Despite the frigid weather and the absence of heating, beads of sweat soon adorned his forehead. Yet, predictably, he failed once more, running his fingers through his hair. He slumped in defeat. Why is making cursed tools so exasperating? It was only upon receiving a call from Suguru Geto that he realized the new year had arrived. His days spent in the dark confines of his room had nearly caused him to lose track of time. "What are you doing?" Geto inquired while placing a plate handed to him by his mother onto the table. "Wrapped in our shared possession, I'm being smothered," Toji replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "What is going on?" Geto asked, bewildered. Outside, Sora knocked on Toji's door, calling, "Toji, come out for dinner." "Coming, brother." Toji elongated his voice in response, then told Geto, "It's nothing. I was just rambling. My brother is calling me for dinner. I'll chat later." "All right." Just as Geto hung up, he turned to find his parents seated at the dining table, discreetly attempting to eavesdrop. He shook his head in resignation and joined them for the meal. However, his parents' penetrating gazes felt tangible even during dinner. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish." Geto finally conceded, unable to withstand their scrutiny any longer. The couple exchanged glances, and then Mrs. Geto tentatively asked, "Are you in a relationship?" It was hard not to suspect, as whenever Geto received a call or messaged someone, an unknown smile graced his face. "No, I'm pursuing someone," Geto replied, setting down his chopsticks, bracing himself for his parents' inquiries. "Last time you mentioned wanting to learn how to knit a scarf, you ended up ruining several attempts. And I had to assist you in embroidering the fox motif on that scarf for the person you're pursuing, right?" Mrs. Geto interrogated. "Yes," he nodded. "What is the other person like?" Mr. Geto asked, swallowing a mouthful of food before speaking slowly. "They must be quite remarkable to have captured your interest." "Indeed. They are exceptional." Mrs. Geto's eyes widened in surprise at the revelation of a male interest. The pivotal moment arrived, and Geto inhaled deeply, his hands clenched, yet maintaining a composed smile. The Getos exchanged glances. "Do you genuinely have feelings for this person?" Mr. Geto inquired cautiously. "Yes, I am quite serious." Observing Geto's earnest demeanor, the couple exchanged conflicted glances before Mrs. Geto spoke. "If you truly like him, then embrace that feeling. We respect your choice and won't hinder you." Mr. Geto nodded in agreement. Taken aback by his parents' unexpected reaction, Geto expressed his astonishment. "Once you've pursued him, bring him home to meet us," Mrs. Geto encouraged, patting Geto's shoulder. "What are you waiting for? Let us eat," she added. Toji, rendered speechless, noticed that he had drifted off again. Traditionally, these New Year meals were shared solely between the two brothers. "Understood, brother," Toji murmured, pushing the food around in his bowl. "About the person you mentioned liking previously." Sora hesitated. "I plan to confess on his birthday." Toji set down his chopsticks, taking a tissue to dab at the corners of his mouth. Sora paused, finally realizing that the individual in question was indeed a boy. "Yes, I am quite serious." Toji smiled, resting his chin on his hands, gazing at his brother. "You once said that your instincts would never deceive you. Are you certain it's not merely because of a close friendship or other factors?" "Brother, you already know who it is, don't you?" Toji sighed. "Why do you all perceive me as so naive? Just because I lack romantic experience does not imply I am oblivious." Sora gazed at Toji with a complex expression, while Toji smiled back at him. After a long moment, Sora seemed to relent. "Ah, my little brother has grown up. Toji, if you've made up your mind." "I respect your choice," Sora spoke slowly. "In this world, same-sex relationships are challenging, and as your family, I do not wish to be the first stone that brings you sorrow." "Brother," Toji was about to say something when fireworks suddenly erupted outside, interrupting his words. The two brothers gazed out the window together, observing the old houses in their vicinity, modestly built and allowing a distant view of the expansive sky. In the distance, vibrant fireworks ascended, heralding the commencement of the New Year's celebration. "The talisman you crafted was a gift for him, wasn't it?" Ko inquired, watching the fireworks bloom and dissipate. Indeed, Tozai nodded. You should take the time to speak with Mother. She would wish for your happiness. Ko raised his glass, clinking it against Tozai's cup resting on the table. I feel the same, he added. Understood, brother, Tozai replied, lowering his gaze to conceal the redness around his eyes. He lifted his cup and drank deeply, then stood. I shall go keep Mother company. Go on, Ko waved his hand, pouring himself another glass of wine. Tozai gently pushed the door open before closing it behind him, opting not to turn on the lights, but rather navigating by the moonlight until he reached his mother's photograph. The woman in the picture wore a gentle smile. He said nothing, merely arranging the pastries he had brought, and seated himself before her image. Suddenly, his phone chimed, revealing a text from Suguru Geto, Happy New Year. Tozai chuckled softly, typing a slow reply, Happy New Year. After sending his message, he looked up, lost in thought as he gazed at his mother. Mother, I have found someone very important. I will be happy, won't I? His quiet voice was swallowed by the cacophony of fireworks. Chapter 34. I really like you. The Geto family huddled around a single phone screen. Mrs. Geto, with a hint of exasperation, lamented, what a splendid opportunity for the new year, and yet you haven't confessed your feelings? Have you received a response? Mr. Geto inquired, more concerned about the reply. I have, Suguru sighed, observing his parents' excitement, which surpassed his own. I wish to express my feelings in person the next time we meet. He tucked his phone away and earnestly explained to his mother, using a text message seems less sincere. If it is a confession, it should be somewhat formal, regardless of the outcome. Indeed, Mrs. Geto agreed, nodding. Formality is always preferable. However, Suguru had not anticipated that their next meeting would coincide with his birthday. Since fully confiding in Ko, Tozai dedicated himself to the art of talisman crafting. He experimented with a myriad of materials and techniques, yet very few yielded success. A handful of his creations survived intact, but when Tozai believed he had finally perfected one and tasted the cursed spirit gem, he retched. Ugh, he groaned, clutching the table as his eyes reddened with discomfort. What on earth? Why is this so potent? Does Suguru consume this every day? How does he manage? I would surely go mad. Initially, he aimed to create a talisman capable of masking taste, which seemed relatively straightforward. However, upon completion, he discovered that, while it successfully obscured the flavors of food, the revolting taste of the cursed spirit gem remained pungently discernible, even more so than before. Later, he shifted his perspective, realizing that the cursed spirit gem, derived from negative human emotions, bore no specific flavor. Its essence likely interacted directly with the soul, which then translated into taste. The soul is the primary target of such attacks. Merely dulling the taste would heighten discomfort since it did not sever the connection between the soul and taste perception. To alleviate this, he intended to create a protective barrier around the soul or sever the feedback loop between the soul and taste. In that moment, he found himself unexpectedly grateful to the clan elders. Without their teachings, he would not have grasped the principle of reversal techniques, which allowed him to establish a safeguard against both spiritual and physical harm. However, after days of relentless study, he was nearing the point of hair loss without any success. He stared at the pair of ear cuffs before him, feeling disheartened. He believed his craftsmanship had reached a level suitable for market sale, having created numerous pairs already. He entertained the thought that if he ever fell on hard times, he could resort to selling handmade crafts to sustain himself. With a wry smile, he carefully infused his own cursed energy into the latest pair. This time, they did not explode due to material failure. He donned them and, with closed eyes, took another taste of the cursed spirit gem. Ugh, well, that was another failure. What is missing? Tozai pondered, rubbing his forehead as he picked up the ear cuffs and headed to the talisman maker. Young clan leader, the issue lies in the absence of a barrier. The talisman maker assessed, inspecting the intricate craftsmanship. Without a barrier to stabilize the cursed energy, it will dissipate rapidly, rendering it a mere ordinary object. A barrier? Tozai furrowed his brow. This is a technique only we, the talisman makers, possess. The talisman maker explained that his previous inability to fulfill Tozai's request stemmed from the complexity of isolating and protecting the soul, an inherently intangible concept. Even top-tier talismans merely bypass cursed energy. However, in your case, I can assist in adding a barrier, which should ensure success. Your diagram did not mention barriers, Tozai retorted. Exasperated, the talisman maker offered an awkward smile, admitting, you only asked for the crafting instructions and did not mention it. What nonsense is this? Tozai rolled his eyes. Let us establish an agreement. The details of this talisman must remain confidential. Tozai asserted with grave seriousness. The talisman maker nodded, recognizing the gravity of the matter. By the time the 2 pairs of ear cuffs were fully completed, it was already time for spring break. Tozai had made 2 separate attempts to wear the ear cuffs while tasting the cursed spirit gem, and this time, He discerned none of the previous nauseating flavor. He let out a sigh of relief, managing to finish just in time for Suguru's birthday. He had remained in Kyoto during this period, primarily communicating with Suguru via text. On the second day of spring break, he purchased a ticket back to Tokyo, not informing Suguru of his return. At midnight, Tozai called Suguru. At that moment, Suguru was staring at his phone, feeling dejected. After all, it was his birthday, and the person who was supposed to return from Kyoto had not even sent a message. When the phone rang, he was caught off guard, fumbling the device, which promptly hit him in the face. Rubbing his nose, he hastily answered the call. Suguru, come downstairs, Tozai cheerfully beckoned. Down. You're back. Indeed, Tozai replied, his mood buoyant. Wait for me, I'll be right down. Suguru quickly dressed and slipped out of the house. In the adjacent room, the Geto couple exchanged glances at the sound of movement, and once the door closed, they quietly peeked out. They saw that Suguru had indeed left, and they instinctively crept to the balcony to spy. Suguru bounded down the stairs in a few swift motions, spotting Tozai, who wore the scarf he had gifted him. Smiling back, he yearned to embrace him but restrained himself from doing so. What brings you here? Tozai laughed, pulling him into a hug. How could I miss your birthday? Suguru instinctively clutched him tighter, burying his face in Tozai's neck, speaking in a muffled voice. I thought you weren't coming. Hito was struck by an inexplicable sense of grievance emanating from that voice, prompting an involuntary chuckle as he reached out to gently caress the tousled hair of Suguru Geto. What is so funny? Geto inquired, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing his tone. Nothing, Hito replied, releasing his hold and retrieving a box containing a birthday gift. May I open it? Geto asked, accepting the package. It's already yours, so it's entirely up to you, Hito teased, raising an eyebrow. With meticulous care, Geto opened the box to reveal 2 pairs of exquisite earplugs, one in a regal purple and the other in a deep black. The surfaces shimmered with a radiant light, reminiscent of a scattered galaxy. Thank you, I truly adore them, Geto expressed, attempting to close the box, only to be halted by Hito's hand. Why not try them on? Hito suggested with a playful smile. Taken aback, Geto removed his current earplugs and donned a pair of the elegant black ones from the box. How do I look? He inquired, turning his head to gauge Hito's reaction. Quite splendid, Hito affirmed. Do you have any cursed spirit jade? I believe I do, somewhere in this jacket. Geto suddenly paused, casting a sharp glance at Hito. Hito simply smiled encouragingly, indicating for him to give it a try, before turning away. No need for that, Geto insisted. Turning him back around, glancing at his balcony, he pulled Hito into the corridor and retrieved the cursed spirit jade, swallowing it with a determined gulp. Hito watched him with concern, gripping a mint candy tightly in his hand. How do you feel? Hito inquired softly. Without a word, Geto abruptly embraced him. I don't think I've ever told you, foolish Geto. You don't need to, Hito replied, affectionately rubbing the top of Geto's head. You've already brought me a warm winter. Huh, what am I to do with you? Geto said, straightening up to meet Hito's gaze, his voice dropping to a whisper. I really like you. I feel the same. I like you a lot. Chapter 35. I'll wait for you. I had even told my mother I wanted to give you a formal confession, Geto murmured as he wrapped his arms around Hito, mumbling his thoughts aloud. All right. Hito chuckled, gently patting Geto's back. Are you being coy, Geto? Geto nestled against the soft scarf, resting his head on Hito's shoulder, and lazily replied, Hito affectionately tousled Geto's hair, teasing him. What is informal about this? Today is your birthday, after all. Nothing about it feels formal, Geto pouted. Oh dear. It's rare to see you acting so childishly, Hito teased, his eyes crinkling with laughter. Geto's ears flushed a faint red, stubbornly remaining nestled against Hito. Come on. You're heavy, Hito laughed, playfully nudging him. No, Geto elongated the word, refusing to budge. We're in the corridor, Hito said, exasperated. Stop fooling around. Geto reluctantly released his grip and stood up straight, as Hito adjusted his clothing and draped his own scarf around Geto's neck. Make sure to stay warm when you go out. I want to be running away, Geto remarked, his gaze fixed on Hito. I'm eager to see you, Hito replied, wrapping the scarf snugly before pulling it slightly downward, prompting Geto to bend slightly in response. What as Hito leaned in gently, their lips meeting in a tender kiss, where Geto caught a glimpse of Hito's softly trembling eyelashes. Their kiss was innocent, their breaths intertwining. Hito's voice was barely above a whisper. Geto gazed at him, his eyes filled with affection. Hito murmured his name softly. I'm here. Geto leaned in, brushing his lips against Hito's cheek. I like you so much. I know, I feel the same. You're mine now. Yours. Geto chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling as Hito felt warmth radiating from his embrace. Geto, I'll be going into seclusion for 2 months soon, and I might be a week late reporting to the school. Hito intertwined his fingers with Geto's, pulling him from the corridor and back beneath the streetlight. "What's wrong?" Geto asked, his demeanor suddenly tense as he scanned Hito for injuries. "Not at all. It's just a family rule. Before I become the clan leader, I must spend 2 months training on the island each year. Since I'll be going to the school this year, I decided to go early," Hito explained with a smile, allowing Geto to scrutinize him. "As long as you're not injured, that's a relief," Geto sighed. Though a hint of dissatisfaction lingered beneath his composed facade, for a qualified boyfriend should not become an obstacle for his beloved. "I'll reverse the curse technique. Injuries aren't a big deal, I won't die," Hito teased, playfully coaxing him. Geto sighed in resignation, but safety must come first. "Geto, animals in the wild prioritize safety above all. It's instinctual," Hito remarked, removing a hair tie from his hair to tame Geto's unruly locks into a low ponytail. "I will certainly be cautious." Geto merely observed him in silence, not responding or moving, and Hito felt a sense of grievance reflected in Geto's expression. It was understandable. After all, hearing that your newly confirmed boyfriend would be disappearing for 2 months without any means of contact would leave anyone feeling aggrieved. Hito touched his conscience, feeling a bit guilty despite not being able to pinpoint why. "Why don't you consider it as an early adaptation to the school's facilities? I promise I'll report in no later than a week," Hito coaxed, tugging at the hem of Geto's clothing, softening his tone. "You can guide me around. Take me to the cafeteria and help me tidy my dorm. I heard we can choose our own dorms. I'll just stay next to you. How does that sound?" Geto sighed again, tousling Hito's hair and smoothing down any stray strands. "I can't help but be at your mercy. I simply cannot stay angry at you," Hito chuckled, glancing at his watch, realizing he needed to leave soon. "Keep the scarf for me. I'll take it back once I return from the island," Hito said, rearranging the slightly disheveled scarf and planting a gentle kiss on Geto's cheek. "I must go now. I'll watch you leave," Geto said, lowering his gaze to follow him. Hito took a few steps away, then turned back, running into Geto's embrace. Geto instinctively held him tightly. "I love you, Geto. Wait for me," Hito whispered in his ear. Upon hearing those words, Geto tightened his embrace, his previously chaotic emotions suddenly settling. He realized that nothing else mattered. He heard his own voice, slightly hoarse as he replied, "I love you. And I'll wait for you." Hito stepped back, waving goodbye with a radiant smile. "I really am leaving now. Be careful on your way," Geto nodded. Watching Hito turn and disappear into the night, Geto lingered for a moment before heading upstairs. Upon opening the door, he found his parents seated in the dark. "Why aren't the lights on?" Geto asked, bending down to change his shoes. "Your mother feared it might disrupt your atmosphere and startle your friend," Mr. Geto replied. Taking a sip of tea, Mrs. Geto rolled her eyes at her husband before noticing the scarf around Geto's neck. "Isn't that the scarf he gave away?" Geto carefully removed the scarf, folding it neatly as he answered, "It's his." "Did you confess?" Mrs. Geto inquired with a hint of curiosity. Geto paused momentarily, his ears flushing slightly, but he maintained a nonchalant demeanor as he replied cheerfully, "I did." He reciprocated. "I saw him. He is quite handsome." "Of course. He is the most exceptional and attractive in my eyes," Geto replied, his tone imbued with the pride of a teenager speaking of his beloved. "He came to bring me a birthday gift." Geto proudly displayed the earplugs adorning his ears to his parents. With an air of composure, he returned to the house, undeterred by the teasing glances of his parents. Meanwhile, Tongxing settled into the car, shedding the soft demeanor he had displayed in front of Suguru Geto. Yet his cheerful disposition remained evident. He lifted his chin and instructed Tanshan Zhuang to drive directly to their destination. "Very well, sir," Tanshan Zhuang replied, casting a furtive glance at Tongxing, sensing a newfound gentleness in his tone. Was it perhaps due to Mr. Geto? "What are you staring at?" Tongxing replied nonchalantly. Engrossed in responding to messages from Ko, Tanshan Zhuang, emboldened by the positive change in Tongxing's mood, ventured to inquire, "Is it because of Mr. Geto?" "Yes," he confessed. "And I accepted," Tongxing replied, tucking away his phone and resting his chin on his hand, gazing out the window. His tone remained flat, yet one could discern the underlying exhilaration. Tanshan Zhuang, taken aback by the revelation, was grateful that his steady driving prevented any mishaps. "I wish you and Mr. Geto happiness," he sincerely offered. "Thank you for your kind words," Tongxing replied, crossing his arms and shutting his eyes. "Let me rest for a bit. Wake me when we arrive." "Understood." "Sir," Tanshan Zhuang said, refocusing on the road. Time passed swiftly. Before they knew it, the branches burst forth with new buds, winter attire was shed, and 2 months had flown by. During this interval, Suguru Geto had reported to the school, engaging in a brawl with his peers on the very first day, resulting in half a building being demolished. Ultimately, both were held accountable by their homeroom teacher, which inadvertently fostered a bond of camaraderie. Upon his return from the island, Tongxing wasted no time tackling the backlog of tasks awaiting him. By the time everything settled, he found himself at the school for his registration over a week into the semester. Chapter 36, Meeting the Classmates. Brother, I've arrived. Tongxing sent a message to Ko and perched himself atop his suitcase as he awaited. Prior to his arrival, he had communicated with Yaga Mazumichi, who informed him that he was currently absent from the school and had asked Suguru Geto to fetch him. Initially intending to message Geto, he mischievously decided against it. The weather in April was pleasantly mild. Tongxing stretched and yawned, feeling drowsy from the lack of rest after hastily handling his affairs. He glanced at a nearby tree, deemed it satisfactory, and swiftly climbed up to find a comfortable branch to doze off. To be on the safe side, he let his beast ears emerge and then wrapped his arms around himself, drifting into slumber. Why do we have to pick up the freshman? Wataru Fushiguro complained impatiently. Hey, Wataru, Yaga-sensei specifically instructed Suguru to come, alright? Nanami Koko retorted, exhaling smoke in exasperation. But Koko is here too. Huh, I was dragged out by you, you scoundrel. Koko shot back. If it weren't for you, I'd still be napping in the dormitory. But he is a latecomer. ISNT. Aren't you curious? Koko inquired. Not at all, Geto replied with a resigned smile, his mind clearly elsewhere. Hey, Geto, Wataru nudged him, walking backward. Are you thinking about your boyfriend? Koko turned her gaze towards him, having noticed that since the first day of school, he had been subtly flaunting his relationship, without even having met the boyfriend. They already knew he was exceptionally handsome and outstanding. The ear piercings, hair ties, and scarves were all subtle displays of pride. How come even a scoundrel can find a partner? He told me it would be another 2 days before he arrives, Geto replied nonchalantly. If you ask me, we should just go to your boyfriend's house and bring him here. Why bother with all this? Wataru suggested eagerly, but then he paused, turning to look into the distance. What's wrong, Wataru? Geto asked. How could he be here? Isn't he supposed to be at the Kyoto school? Wataru queried, staring at a distant tree. Geto and Koko followed his gaze, spotting a lone suitcase. Upon seeing that familiar suitcase, Geto's heart raced, and his steps quickened. Wataru squinted, leaping up to perch on a tree, scrutinizing Tongxing. Geto arrived almost simultaneously at the base of the tree. Koko rolled her eyes at the two who had dashed off, leaving her behind, and ambled over. Tongxing, sensing the commotion, opened his eyes to see Wataru's mischievous hand reaching toward his ears. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at Kyoto? Huh, I was going to ask you the same thing. Wataru retorted, attempting once more to reach out. Keep your claws to yourself, Tongxing said, glancing down to see Geto standing beside his suitcase, arms crossed and expressionless, a sudden wave of guilt washing over him. I need to go appease my boyfriend. Wait, your boyfriend is Geto? Wataru stammered, taken aback. Tongxing chose not to respond, instead leaping down from the tree and landing gracefully in front of Geto. Still 2 more days? Geto shot him a sidelong glance. Ahahaha, Tongxing chuckled nervously. I was just trying to surprise you. His voice trailed off. Geto, seemingly exasperated, ruffled Tongxing's beast ears and hair, while Tongxing submitted to the affection without resistance. Hey, why can Geto do this and I can't? Wataru complained from his perch. Tongxing, currently uninterested in him, was focused solely on soothing his boyfriend. Still angry? He asked, his disheveled hair framing his face as he opened his arms. I came straight here after finishing everything at dawn without sleeping a wink. Upon hearing this, Geto's demeanor softened immediately. He rubbed his forehead with his thumb, embracing Tongxing. You always know how to play the pity card. It works, doesn't it? Tongxing smiled brightly. Koko approached slowly, arms crossed as she observed the pair, while Wataru suddenly appeared beside her. Without lifting her gaze, she asked, Is this Geto's boyfriend? The question was framed more as an assertion. I believe so, Wataru mused, stroking his chin. These two are practically glued together. How could it not be? Koko, taking a drag from her cigarette, proposed a bet on how long they would remain in each other's embrace. I'll bet 5 minutes, Wataru raised an eyebrow. I'll wager 3 minutes, Koko remarked, glancing at the time. Just as they placed their bets, the two separated. You two could hold on a little longer. Koko and I haven't even set the rules yet, Wataru lamented. Exactly, Koko agreed. Hi, I'm Hino Kuroki. My technique is beast and heavenly forging. Tongxing greeted Koko with a smile. I'm Koko Nanami. My technique is reversal technique, she replied, nodding. Your technique is reversal technique? Tongxing inquired, glancing at Geto, who gave a slight nod, confirming that Koko's technique could be applied to others. That's impressive, Tongxing remarked. I nearly perished before mastering reversal technique. You can use reversal technique too? Koko asked, intrigued. I told you he is exceptional, Geto chimed in, walking alongside them. Geto is impressive too, Tongxing praised his boyfriend. What about me? Why don't you praise me? I'm just as strong as Geto, Wataru complained, draping an arm around Geto's shoulders. Yes, Wataru is the best. Tongxing soothed him. Koko raised an eyebrow, subtly probing, aren't you jealous? What? Tongxing asked. Then noticing the two fooling around and joking with each other, he understood. Not at all. I have confidence in myself, and I trust Geto. Moreover, given Satoru Gojo's egotistical nature, would he truly fall for someone else? Hitomi scoffed. And Shoko nodded in agreement. Hey, I can't hear you, Satoru grumbled under his breath, only to be silenced by a hand from Suguru. Thus, there was no need for such concerns. Hitomi shrugged. The group, in a lively uproar, accompanied Hitomi to register their cursed energy and obtain their student IDs. Subsequently, Shoko expressed her desire to catch up on sleep, while Satoru set off in search of desserts, leaving only Suguru and Hitomi behind. Suguru led Hitomi to the dormitory. Opening the door, Hitomi glanced around and asked, "Is this your room?" "Yes," Suguru replied, locking the door and setting down his suitcase. He approached from behind, enveloping Hitomi in his arms, spinning him around before pinning him against the door, one hand around his waist and the other shielding his head. "What's wrong?" Hitomi, unperturbed, gazed back at him with a smile, his eyes sparkling within the confines of Suguru's embrace. Suguru leaned in to kiss him, the kiss assertive yet welcomed. And as they parted, both were left breathless. Suguru pressed his forehead against Hitomi's, whispering, "I miss you so much." "Me too," Hitomi replied, grinning as he draped his arm over Suguru's shoulders. "Shall we share another kiss?" Suguru's gaze darkened, his Adam's apple bobbing as he replied hoarsely, "All right." Chapter 37. How did you become so skilled all of a sudden? Suguru kissed him gently, his eyes filled with longing. This kiss was less forceful than the previous one. A delicate invasion into Hitomi's territory, leading him to blissfully drown in the moment. Ha, ha. Hitomi gasped softly as they separated. Suguru leaned close to Hitomi's ear, the furry appendages twitching sensitively, and remarked with a hint of amusement, "How did you become so skilled all of a sudden? Did you learn this during your retreat?" Hitomi slightly tilted his head, reluctant to admit that he had spent 2 months on the island reading romance novels to prepare for their relationship. "How did you become such a good kisser? Who else have you kissed?" Hitomi feigned anger, gently pushing him and shifting the topic. "No one. I just wanted to kiss you," Suguru responded, straightening up. "Haven't you been resting? Want to take a quick nap?" "But my dorm isn't organized yet," Hitomi replied, turning to grab his suitcase. "Which room do I stay in?" "The one inside. It's quieter and further from the stairs," Suguru explained, pointing first to the adjacent dorm before indicating across the hall. "That's Gojo's room. Shoko lives upstairs, with the girls on that floor." "All right." Hitomi opened the dorm room on the left side of Suguru's, finding it tidy, with a basic wardrobe, desk, bed, bedside table, and a small refrigerator. A television hung on the wall, with a row of storage cabinets beneath it, and a bookshelf stood by the window, facing the entrance. To the left upon entering was a small bathroom for washing up. The curtains were a deep green, unlike those in Suguru's room. As of now, only Suguru in the entire school knew his preferences. "Did you change these?" Hitomi asked, tugging at the curtain. The fabric felt luxurious, similar to that in his Tokyo room. But this was evidently more opaque, adorned with subtle patterns. "Do you like them?" Suguru inquired with a smile, not denying it. "I do, very much," Hitomi said, planting a kiss on the corner of Suguru's mouth before placing his suitcase on the floor, opening it to take out bed linens, and begin making the bed. Perhaps due to his overwhelming fatigue, Hitomi's movements were rather chaotic, with sheets and blankets intertwined, creating a messy amalgamation. "Let me handle this," Suguru said, taking the bundle from Hitomi's hands and diligently untangling the bedding. "Why don't you take a nap in my room? I'll come get you when it's time for lunch." "All right." Hitomi yawned, snuggling against Suguru's waist for another kiss. Suguru leaned down and kissed him gently, patting his back. "Go on now." Hitomi understood that, given his current state, staying to tidy up would only be counterproductive, so he willingly entrusted his living space for the next 4 years to Suguru and retreated to Suguru's room for a nap. He closed the door, drew the curtains, and collapsed onto Suguru's bed, curling up with the blanket and drifting into a deep slumber. Suguru meticulously unfolded the crumpled blankets and arranged them neatly, placing the pillow just right. While sorting through Hitomi's suitcase, he discovered a neatly folded and well-preserved blanket, which brought a smile to his face. He placed the blanket on the bed and hung up the clothes Hitomi had brought. Upon finishing, he noticed a decorative figurine of a cat licking its paws tucked beneath the clothing. Suguru picked it up, gently caressing it before setting it on the bedside table. Satoru returned from his quest for snacks, intending to play video games in his room, just as he was about to knock and invite Suguru along. A hand from the adjacent room pulled him aside. Suguru patted the disgruntled Satoru, signaling him to be quiet. He listened intently to the sounds coming from inside, ensuring Hitomi had not been disturbed before relaxing. "Hey, did you two have a fight? Did Blackwood kick you out?" Satoru draped an arm over Suguru's shoulder, pushing up his sunglasses with enthusiasm. "Let me analyze the situation for you. Just wish me well." Suguru rolled his eyes, opening the door to the next room. We're not likely to argue, and if we did, your advice would probably be even less reliable. What? Satoru replied, bewildered. I'm exhausted from the journey. And my dorm isn't even organized yet, so I decided to nap in your room. I'll help him tidy up. Suguru went inside, and Satoru followed, noticing the curtains. Is this what you mysteriously bought the other day? Suguru, bending down to place the last few sealed records into the storage cabinet, responded, this is it. Satoru pulled out a chair and sat on it backward, hanging his arms over the backrest as he scrutinized the newly added items with disdain. What is Blackwood? Some JK girl? This stuff is so cutesy. Satoru, don't say that, Suguru replied, turning around after finishing organizing. By the way, I wanted to ask. Do you know Hitomi? I do. He absolutely detests old oranges and even dragged me to jump off a building during a family banquet. Leaving early, Satoru casually remarked, propping his chin on his hand. Satoru, you jumped on your own accord, didn't you? Suguru understood his classmate's personality well. He would undoubtedly be the first to participate in such antics. Correct, but there's no reward for that, Satoru smirked. What do you want with me? Suguru crossed his arms, sensing another task was at hand. Come on, let us go play some games, Satoru said, standing up and heading for the door. Peeking out, he provocatively announced, there's a new game, you in? Sure, Suguru replied. Checking the time, he noted it was still early for lunch. Hitomi's dorm was mostly organized, leaving only some small items for him to handle, as he had his own habits. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided to head to Satoru's room to play games. When Hitomi finally stirred from his deep slumber, the sun had begun to set. He glanced at his watch, his hair in disarray, giving him a slightly dazed appearance. Sitting up, he surveyed his surroundings, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity, leading him to initially believe he had been kidnapped. This kidnapper is surprisingly nice, letting me sleep to my heart's content. It then dawned on him that he was indeed in Tokyo Jujutsu High, residing in Suguru's dorm. He tousled his hair and glanced at his phone, noticing several messages from Suguru Geto. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he slowly and deliberately read each word. Suguru and Satoru suddenly received a mission, and I couldn't wake you to tell you. I've left already. The food is on the table. Remember to heat it up. After approximately 2 hours had passed, another message arrived. We're at the station now. Suguru sent a picture, followed by, are you still not awake? We're nearing our destination, which is deep in the mountains, and the signal is poor, so I might not be able to send further messages. This was a message from over an hour ago. Togen opened the image, revealing a selfie of Suguru and Satoru with their arms around each other. In the picture, Suguru seemed to be holding the phone in one hand while the other was tucked into his pocket. Satoru, slightly lowering his glasses, stuck out his tongue and made a silly face, with the Tokyo Shinkansen station in the background. Togen smiled and typed back, I just woke up. I'll heat the food right away and later go pick up my school uniform. Wishing you success on your mission. Chapter 38. What gives him the right? Togen got out of bed, used Suguru's comb to tidy his hair, then picked up the lunchbox from the table and headed to the communal kitchen on the first floor to find a microwave. While he was eating, Shoko stumbled in from outside, and upon seeing Togen at the communal table, she walked over and pulled out the chair opposite him to sit down. How are you? Togen asked, noticing her weary expression with concern. I'm fine. Shoko waved her hand dismissively, pulling a cigarette from her pack and placing it between her lips. This was a public space, and she wasn't certain if Togen could tolerate the smell of smoke. Aren't you going to rest for a bit? Togen swallowed the last bite of his meal, cleaned up the lunchbox, and took it to the sink. No, Shoko leaned on the table, watching Togen wash the dishes. I have to return to the infirmary soon. I want to have enough time for a proper nap in the dorm, and I don't want to wake up sleep-deprived. That sounds exhausting, Togen said, drying his hands and glancing at the clock before turning to ask her, how long can you rest? About an hour, Shoko replied weakly. What's wrong? Nothing. Would you like to go over to that sofa and read for a while, or just relax? It's more comfortable over there. Togen gestured to a sofa a bit farther away, then opened the storage cabinet and checked the fridge for supplies, asking her to wait a moment. Shoko didn't inquire about what he was preparing. She simply nodded and got up to sit on the small sofa, casually flipping through a medical magazine. Meanwhile, Togen busied himself in the kitchen. Is Suguru not around? Shoko asked as she turned a page of the magazine. He and Satoru went out for a mission in the deep mountains, Togen replied, glancing at his phone to see that Suguru hadn't responded yet. After about half an hour, Togen approached with a tray and placed it on the small table in front of her. Mint honey lemon tea and light cream souffle, care to try? He sat down across from Shoko, resting his chin on his hand. When I'm tired, I enjoy emptying my mind while savoring light desserts and refreshing beverages. Divine light. Shoko suddenly felt as if she were witnessing a miracle. She realized that this DK peer was remarkably more reliable compared to the other two. Finally, she had a dependable counterpart. It was truly moving. How did that sly, mischievous Suguru managed to find such a gentle partner. Don't you like it? Togen noticed her staring at him, hesitating to taste the dessert, and felt a pang of uncertainty. No, it's not that, Shoko snapped back to reality. That's good. Soufflé is best enjoyed quickly, otherwise it collapses and loses its delightful texture. Togen sighed in relief, standing up. My assistant supervisor mentioned the school uniforms have arrived. But he can't come in. I'll go retrieve them. Okay, Shoko gestured with her hand, and Togen nodded before leaving. She picked up a spoon, took a bite, and was pleasantly surprised by the taste. She sipped the drink, finding it equally delightful. That's Live Fox, what gives him the right? She pulled out her phone and sent a message to Anko. I have a good news and a not-so-bad bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Anko replied instantly, can I skip both? Nope, Shoko typed back while enjoying her dessert. Then let us start with the good news. Anko hesitated before choosing the good news. Congratulations. You now have a dependable DK Jr. Is he the one who was late reporting in? He came today? Anko asked, surprised. Yes, he is really nice. Shoko snapped a picture from a flattering angle and sent it to Anko. He made this. Really? That is fantastic. I finally have a DK Jr. who will properly call me senpai. Anko exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes. So what is the not-so-bad bad news? I can handle anything right now. He asked Suguru's partner. Huh. Anko sent a message filled with existential confusion. Who? Suguru. When Shoko returned, she found Anko lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Anko blurted out, what gives him the right? Huh. Shoko, puzzled, felt Anko's forehead for warmth. Meanwhile, Suguru crouched beneath a tree, checking his phone while sneezing multiple times. Satoru was gleefully jumping on a defeated cursed spirit. This particular spirit seemed inexplicably resilient. Hey, someone's scolding you, Satoru teased, coming closer with a smirk. Shut up, Suguru shot back, glaring at his phone that showed no signal. Muttering that it was probably Togen missing him. Ugh, Satoru rolled his eyes. Satoru, stop playing around and finish up quickly so we can head back, Suguru said, standing up and dusting himself off while transforming the defeated cursed spirit into a cursed spirit jewel. Hey, Satoru suddenly called out Suguru's name, prompting Suguru to jump aside, summoning his fish spirit and soaring into the air. Just then, the ground where Suguru had been standing collapsed, revealing a massive cursed spirit emerging from the earth. Satoru, why are you shouting? Suguru exclaimed as he settled on the cursed spirit, rubbing his ears. Huh, because your vigilance is just too weak, Satoru mocked. Huh, you want to fight? Suguru challenged. Come on, who's afraid? Satoru retorted. Roar. The cursed spirit interjected. Shut up. The two of them yelled in unison at the cursed spirit. Suguru stroked his chin, glancing at the cursed spirit. Satoru, let us make a bet. A bet? On what? Satoru scoffed. Let us wager on this cursed spirit and see who can exorcise it first. Suguru pointed at the spirit. Huh, just this? I'll definitely beat you. Don't speak too soon, Satoru. That is not guaranteed. Togen arrived at the entrance of the high school, where Tanaka and the others were waiting by the car door. Where's the uniform? Togen extended his hand toward him. Right here, sir, Tanaka said respectfully, handing it over. Togen glanced at the car, then knocked on the rear window. Asking, you couldn't even say hello? I came here to work. Thinking I'd just take a quick look at you before leaving, Ko replied, rolling down the window. Are you in such a hurry? Yes. I had someone customize your uniform. The pants were altered to be tapered at the ankles. Ko reminded him that it was freshly washed and urged him to try it on. If it didn't fit, they could return it for adjustments. But he estimated it would fit well. Understood, Togen nodded, rifling through the bag. Sir, your toiletries, Tianshan Zhuang said, extending another bag with both hands before slightly bowing at the car window. Young Master Kong. It's nearly time. I shall take you to the airport. Well then. I shall take my leave, Kong nodded. Goodbye, Tongsheng waved, watching the vehicle disappear into the distance before he gradually made his way back. By the time he returned to the dormitory, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Shirako had vanished, and the plates and cups on the table were clean and neatly arranged. A note was left on the table, inscribed with a simple thank you alongside a doodle of a figure holding a cigarette. A smile graced Tongsheng's face as he tucked the note away and returned to his room. Glancing at his phone, he noted that Suguru Yaga had yet to respond, prompting him to tidy up the remaining items before trying on his school uniform. It fit rather well. Tongsheng loosely tied his hair into a casual low ponytail and admired his reflection in the mirror. Just then, a message from Suguru popped up. It seemed the meeting had concluded. But Wataru was looking to purchase some souvenirs, which might delay their return. With a sense of idle time at hand, Tongsheng decided to head downstairs, preparing a selection of light and sweet pastries for them. He donned a pair of blue light-blocking glasses and settled onto the small sofa, perusing the documents Tianshan Zhuang had sent while waiting for their arrival. As time passed, he found himself gradually curling up with his laptop, succumbing to sleep. his animal ears softening in repose. Chapter 39. Why are you so delicate? Tongsheng awoke to the sound of hushed whispers and the rustling of fabric. In his drowsy state, it felt as if he were resting upon something. He furrowed his brow and shifted slightly, causing the object beneath him to stiffen momentarily, prompting him to instinctively nuzzle against it. The surrounding noises faded as he drifted back into slumber. Suguru, noticing Tongsheng's rhythmic breathing, finally relaxed from his tense posture. Wataru, I told you to keep it down, Suguru murmured in a hushed tone. Wataru, tossing a piece of pastry into his mouth, rolled his eyes at the remark. If he wakes up, we can chat. You're far too cautious, Suguru. Wataru, Tongsheng hasn't slept well for several days. It's rare for him to be in such deep slumber. Please don't disturb him, Suguru pressed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Wataru scoffed, questioning how anyone could rest well in a place like the Kuroki family estate. Yet, the motion of reaching for pastries became more subdued. Shirako, unfamiliar with Tongsheng and his past, grew curious upon hearing Wataru's words. She poked Wataru and asked, what do you mean? With one hand gently combing through Tongsheng's hair, Suguru used the other to select a pastry thoughtfully arranged by Tongsheng, casting a glance at Wataru. It's normal for Shirako not to know, but for you not to. That's unusual. Wataru tilted his head in disbelief. Aren't you his partner? Our relationship doesn't necessitate divulging every detail of our pasts. I understand he has kept certain things from me, but he has the right to choose what to share, Suguru replied softly. Is that so? So you aren't interested in hearing it? Wataru teased, crossing his arms. Is that something you'd expect from someone like me? Shirako quipped, taking a drag from her cigarette. She rummaged her pockets, but found no lighter, likely left in the infirmary's lounge. What do you mean by someone like me? Suguru retorted, tossing a lighter to Shirako. You smoke? I've never seen you do that. Shirako raised an eyebrow as she caught the lighter. I don't smoke, he does, Suguru said, gently placing his hand over Tongsheng's eyes to shield him from the warm glow of the desk lamp, ensuring he remained comfortable. Then, he turned to Wataru, who was reclining with his legs crossed, tossing pastries into the air to catch with his mouth. He may not speak of it, but I wish to understand. Suguru's voice was low. Upon hearing this, Wataru straightened up, casually responding. There's really nothing much to it. Just that his family is a bunch of rotten oranges afraid he might want to eliminate them. His bounty is still active in the black market. But fear not, Wataru waved dismissively. That Kuroki fellow isn't someone they can harm. Though his abilities aren't as strong as ours, he is not someone those lowly scum can reach. Those elders aren't his relatives? Shirako inquired, perplexed. Wataru, I remember your family elders treating you well. The situation is different, Shirako. Very different, Wataru replied, eyeing the dwindling pastries on the table, hastily grabbing another. Surprised by how delicious Kuroki's treats were. I had an exclusive portion this afternoon. Shirako rested an arm on the back of her chair, glancing at her cigarette, nonchalantly flaunting her indulgence. Hey, Shirako, you're a glutton, hogging all the food, Wataru complained. Indeed, I've never even tasted the desserts Tongsheng made, Suguru added, equally disgruntled. Is that so? Shirako arched an eyebrow. Suguru smiled outwardly, but internally, he felt a pang of concern for Tongsheng, realizing the risk he faced even at home from potential assassination attempts. By the way, what's the deal with the Kuroki family? Shirako exhaled a plume of smoke. Aware that only the four of them were present, two didn't mind, and one, though asleep, was a smoker, so she felt at ease. Ah, Shirako. You have no idea. Those rotten oranges care nothing for blood ties. They're cowardly and fearful, Wataru explained, swallowing a bite of pastry while resting his arm over Shirako's shoulder. Gesturing animatedly, their family operates like a cult, passed down through generations. Perhaps Wataru's voice had risen a bit too much, as Tongsheng stirred, rubbing his temples and sitting up, sleepily scanning his surroundings. You all are back. Not going to sleep a bit longer? Suguru gently brushed Tongsheng's hair, inquiring softly. Are you not going to sleep a little longer? Tongsheng, still groggy from sleep, found it hard to open his eyes, and without much thought, he leaned against Suguru's shoulder, nuzzling close like a cat. Don't disturb me. I want to sleep a while longer. Shall I carry you back to your room to sleep? Suguru asked, disregarding the incredulous expressions from the two across the room, gently kissing Tongsheng's forehead while softly embracing him. Ugh, Suguru and Kuroki are so mushy, Wataru scoffed, and Shirako nodded in agreement. With that, Tongsheng nestled comfortably in Suguru's embrace, drifting off once more. Suguru slowly lifted him, acknowledging the visibly uncomfortable Wataru and Shirako with a nod, signaling to take Tongsheng back to rest. Don't forget Kuroki's laptop and glasses, Shirako said, pointing to the items she had saved from slipping from Tongsheng's grasp as he returned. I'll come down to help him with that, Suguru replied. Ascending the stairs while slightly tilting his head, the dim light glinted off his ear piercings, almost as though they were breathing. Noticing this, Wataru smirked. Suguru, those piercings are quite something. Is that so? Well, I'm off. I'm so tired. Shirako extinguished her cigarette and rose to place the empty pastry platter in the sink before heading upstairs to rest. As Suguru reached the doorway, he hesitated momentarily, but ultimately carried Tongsheng into his own room, gently laying him on the bed and tucking him under the covers. Bending down, he pressed a soft kiss to Tongsheng's eyes, preparing to rise and retrieve the items Tongsheng had left downstairs. However, as he turned, he felt a tug at the hem of his shirt, preventing him from leaving. Looking down, he saw a slender hand emerge from under the covers, delicately grasping his shirt. The silver bracelet on the wrist chiming softly. Hito's face was nestled deeply into the pillow he embraced, his disheveled hair adding to the aura of sleepiness that lingered in his eyes as he slightly opened one to furtively observe Suguru Geto. The innocence of his still drowsy gaze was evident, and his muffled voice emerged from the pillow. Where are you going? Suguru crouched beside the bed, coaxing him gently. I'm off to fetch your computer and glasses. Don't. What do you mean, don't? Suguru inquired patiently. Don't leave. Hito tugged at his hand and nuzzled against it, his voice soft and endearing. Instantly charmed by his cuteness, Suguru felt his heart soften. Why are you so adorable? I'm not, Hito huffed, releasing his hand and turning away. Then you can go. Are you angry? Suguru teased, poking at his cheek like one would a cat. You're so annoying. I want to sleep, Hito grumbled, shifting deeper into the covers, his voice carrying a hint of complaint. Yet it sounded more like a gentle whine due to his recent awakening. All right, Suguru conceded, rising to his feet and exiting quietly. As he gently closed the door, he turned to find Wataru Fushiguro leaning casually against the doorframe, one hand in his pocket. Are you asleep again? Wataru indicated the room behind him. Yeah. Did you need something? Suguru nodded. I brought you some stuff. Wataru lazily gestured towards the area beside Suguru's door. Thanks. Get some rest yourself, Suguru replied, picking up the items from the floor and preparing to return inside. Hey, Suguru, Wataru called out. Suguru turned his head slightly to see what was the matter. Is Hito afraid you might run off? Wataru tilted his head and pointed to his ear. What? Suguru furrowed his brows in confusion, only to suddenly realize, rubbing his ear. Oh, you mean the earbuds? I know they can be tracked, especially since our cursed energy is connected, and it gives him a sense of security. I don't get how you guys in relationships think. Wataru shivered dramatically, rolling his eyes before shutting the door. Suguru chuckled softly, closing the door behind him. He delicately placed the computer and glasses on the desk before heading off to wash up. After freshening up, he casually donned a t-shirt from the wardrobe and intended to return to bed. Upon turning around, he was met with the sight of Hito, who had somehow turned over. Snuggled within the blankets, his eyes transformed into predator-like slits, stealthily watching him. Amused, Suguru thought, if you want to look, just look. It was like a cat sneaking around, afraid of being caught, yet he was more than welcome to gaze. What are you looking at? Suguru approached and sat on the edge of the bed, lifting the covers to lie down beside Hito, enveloping them both within the fabric. The not-so-large single bed felt a bit cramped with the two of them nestled close together. Nothing, Hito murmured, rolling into his embrace and poking at his well-defined chest. How did you get so fit? You're better than me, and I rely on physical techniques. But aren't you a sorcerer? What on earth? Suguru chuckled, holding Hito's hand and leaning in to plant a kiss on the corner of his mouth. Cursed techniques are just my skill. Physical prowess is my passion and hobby. Hito pouted, pulling the blanket over their heads. Are you trying to suffocate us both under this blanket? Suguru sighed, yet allowed Hito to continue. Hito merely reached out, brushing his fingers against Suguru's face, smoothing back the strands of hair that had fallen across it, softly asking, Are you tired? Suguru gently placed his hand atop Hito's, interlacing their fingers, guiding Hito's hand to his lips, where he nuzzled against the palm and pressed a light kiss to it, replying softly, A little. Let us sleep, Hito said, feeling somewhat awkward, wanting to withdraw his hand but finding himself unable to, a hint of resignation in his tone. Suguru, he called softly. Suguru feigned ignorance. What's wrong? Never mind. Hito closed his eyes, using his other hand to slightly lift the blanket and lean closer, pressing a gentle kiss. Let us sleep. Content. Suguru wrapped his arms around Hito and drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Hito awoke in Suguru's embrace, the hour still early, likely due to the excessive sleep from the previous day. Glancing at the time, he noted it was approximately 6:30. Suguru remained soundly asleep, oblivious to the world. After observing him for a moment, Hito carefully lifted Suguru's arm that lay across his waist and slowly climbed out of bed, returning to his room to wash up. He changed into sportswear, intending to jog a couple of laps and perhaps stop by the cafeteria to grab breakfast for his peers who had likely stayed up late and would be tardy today. While jogging, He encountered two senior students who had presumably just returned from a task outside the campus. He paused to greet them. Good morning, seniors. Hello, I'm Kaname. And this is Mimi. Kaname cheerfully introduced herself. Mimi smiled and nodded. If you're looking for ways to earn some money, feel free to reach out to me. Hello. Kaname-senpai, Mimi-senpai. I'm Hino Kuroki. Hito politely introduced himself. Kaname's eyes glistened with admiration as she appraised Hito, noting his polite demeanor, tall stature, striking features, and the subtle elegance he exuded alongside perfect social etiquette. This was the junior she had always wanted. But alas, he was Suguru's partner. TSK. Kaname felt a twinge of frustration, earnestly telling Hito, please don't let Suguru and Wataru lead you astray. Of course, Kaname-senpai, Hito replied, maintaining his smile. Mimi chuckled, nudging Kaname. All right, we need to head back to write our report. If you find any opportunities to make money, do let me know. She winked at Hito. Absolutely, Mimi-senpai. Hito grinned, his eyes crinkling with delight as he watched them depart. Once they were gone, Hito checked the time again and deemed it about time to head to the cafeteria for some sandwiches. The cafeteria at the Jujutsu school provided excellent meals, offering fresh ingredients around the clock, and students with their ID cards could dine without charge. Initially, he picked several savory sandwiches, but, after a moment's reflection, he set two aside and opted for sweet ones instead, along with 3 cartons of milk and one of sweet milk, as he had taken quite a bit. The cafeteria lady kindly offered to help him carry his bounty. After some thought, Hito requested a basket from her, leisurely making his way back to the dormitory. After taking a shower and changing into his uniform, he carried the basket while humming a tune as he headed to class. As Yaga entered the classroom, clutching a book, he spotted Hito munching on a sandwich with one hand while flipping through a book with the other. A carton of milk sitting on the desk alongside a basket whose contents remained a mystery, though he appeared to be an exemplary student. Yaga recalled past encounters with Hito via his phone and some insights from the jujutsu community that suggested this student was likely a bit of a troublemaker. However, he was undeniably polite, and Yaga felt a sense of fulfillment in reclaiming his role as a teacher, reminiscent of his time with Shoko, who had now gone astray. Good morning, Teacher Yaga, Hito greeted him courteously. Yaga placed the book on the lectern, scanning the empty classroom. Where are the others? Suguru and Wataru returned late last night from a mission and were quite exhausted. Shoko was busy in the infirmary all day yesterday and didn't return to the dorm until dawn. They left me a note asking me to request some time off for them, so they'll be here a bit later. Hito spoke smoothly, his smile unwavering. Upon hearing this, Yaga's frustration dissipated, and he sighed. Well, they do have a lot on their plates with missions and classes. Those kids are quite worn out. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Suguru entered, his hair somewhat tousled. Come in. Yaga gestured for him to enter with a wave. Suguru hesitated, taken aback by Yaga's unusually amiable demeanor, and glanced surreptitiously at Hito. I've already requested your absence, Hito mouthed to him, propping up the book. Upon comprehending the situation, Suguru Geto immediately relaxed, his entire demeanor becoming more animated as he approached the desk beside Toma and playfully whispered, Why didn't you wake me up? Toma replied in a hushed tone, I noticed you were sleeping too soundly, and you all stayed up quite late last night. So I thought I'd let you sleep in a bit longer. He then suggested that Geto send a message to the other two, informing them that he had granted them leave, and that there was no rush. All right, Geto said, retrieving his phone to compose the message. Have you eaten breakfast? Toma asked quietly. Geto shook his head. Toma then took out a bottle of milk and 2 sandwiches from the basket and handed them to him, to which Geto readily accepted. Yaga Yoshinobu observed the 2 boys interacting with a sense of exasperation. They were the only 2 in the class, yet were still conspiring in secret. He cleared his throat to remind them, only for Toma to look up curiously. Did you not have breakfast, Yaga-sensei? Yoshinobu was genuinely caught off guard, choking slightly as he waved his hand dismissively, allowing them to continue their self-study. Nagi arrived just before the end of the first period, while Satoru Gojo came during the long break. Toma distributed the sandwiches and milk to them. Thanks, Nagi said, opening her straw. So tired, Gojo lamented, slumping over the desk while chewing on his sandwich. If you're tired, then just sleep. Toma casually replied as he flipped a page in his book. What are you reading? Geto inquired, resting his head on Toma's shoulder to peer at the book. Chapter 41, Assigned Tasks. It's merely some light reading, Toma replied, leaning back slightly and lazily raising his hand. Would you like to take a look? Geto took the book, glanced at the title, and fell silent. Gojo, seeing Geto standing still while examining the cover, leaned in with curiosity. What is this, anatomical dissection? You consider this light reading? He questioned, flipping through the pages with a puzzled expression. Nagi, who had initially planned to catch a few more ZS, perked up with interest. Are you interested in anatomy? More accurately, I am intrigued by the anatomy of rotten oranges, Toma replied. activating his technique to transform the bracelet on his wrist into a sharp scalpel. What a convenient technique, Nagi remarked, impressed that he didn't need to carry a scalpel around. Wow, can you transform it into other weapons? Show me another one. Gojo's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had spotted a cat toy. Toma smirked, let me show you a trick. He transformed the scalpel into a katana, which he then threw out of the window. Moments later, he beckoned with his hand, and the blade returned, soaring through the air and landing perfectly back in Toma's grasp. Just as he was about to speak, the sliding door was abruptly pulled open, and Yoshinobu glared at the four of them, veins visibly throbbing on his forehead. How can you all be so unruly during self-study? The four of them turned to look at him simultaneously. Wow, look quickly, Suguru. Yaga's face is so dark. Did he just come back from mining? Gojo whispered conspiratorially to Geto. Satoru, I didn't know you were aware of what mining meant, Geto replied, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Huh, Suguru. What do you mean by that disgusting expression? Gojo retorted, looking defiant. It means you actually possess some knowledge beyond the basics, Nagi chimed in calmly. Taking advantage of their distraction, Toma swiftly dispelled his technique, picked up his book, and smiled innocently. Who threw the katana over there? Yoshinobu exclaimed, rubbing his temples in frustration. Are you all incapable of behaving during self-study? Yoshinobu, are you getting old? Where's there a katana? Gojo poked Geto. Did you see it? No, Geto replied with a smile and a shake of his head, shrugging. I'm quite concerned about your mental state, Yaga-sensei. Perhaps the excitement of possibly becoming principal has raised your blood pressure and muddled your thoughts. Hey, Satoru, don't attribute everything to medicine, Nagi chastised lightly, giving Gojo a light punch. Exactly, Toma added, enjoying the commotion. Do you take me for a fool? Yoshinobu was utterly speechless. You three behave yourselves in the classroom. And Toma, step outside with me for a moment. Me? Toma exclaimed, caught off guard, while the other three turned to look at him. His gaze briefly met Geto's before he collected his book and stood up, walking over. What's the matter, Yaga-sensei? Wait a moment, Yoshinobu replied, pointing at the three remaining boys and emphasizing. You three stay put and behave. Do you hear me? Especially you, Satoru. Be on your best behavior. Why am I being singled out? Gojo protested loudly. You can't be serious. You should include Suguru too. What do you mean include me? I was an exemplary student before encountering you, Geto retorted. Nagi relaxed with her legs crossed, smoking a cigarette and observing the scene, occasionally adding fuel to the fire. Yoshinobu, uninterested in their antics, firmly closed the door, bringing a much-needed silence to the room. What is going on, Yaga-sensei? Toma inquired politely, stroking his bracelet. Let us discuss it in my office, Yoshinobu replied, nodding and turning to lead the way, with Toma following leisurely behind. In the classroom, Geto leaned against the door, asking Gojo, have they left yet? I saw them leave, Gojo confirmed, peeking out through a crack in the door. Nagi rested her arms on the windowsill, leaning out to observe. They must be heading to Yaga-sensei's office. Exchanging glances, Gojo and Geto hoisted Nagi up. Let us go see what Yaga wants with Toma. Nagi appeared unfazed as they pulled her along, taking a drag of her cigarette and exhaling. Two pieces of work. Meanwhile, Toma followed Yoshinobu into his office, where shards of glass littered the floor. Toma shifted his gaze, feeling a bit guilty about being summoned for something important. You must have called me over for a significant matter, he thought, trying to redirect Yoshinobu's attention. Take a look at this, Yoshinobu said, handing him a stack of documents just received via fax. Toma flipped through them, frowning at the designation of a level 1 cursed spirit task. Is this a mission assigned by the higher-ups? They specified it must be you alone, and it may not be a benign request. If you would prefer not to go, I can help you decline, Yoshinobu stated earnestly. Toma remained silent for a moment, suddenly appearing to relax, raising his hands in resignation. Though I am not fond of such assigned tasks, they are certainly up to something behind the scenes. However, if I don't go, it will place considerable pressure on you, Yaga-sensei. He waved the paper. In any case, I am not in dire need of this opportunity. Have you made your decision? Yoshinobu inquired, frowning. You don't need to worry about me. Toma replied nonchalantly, nodding. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Just one more thing. I need a 2,000-word reflection submitted to me by Thursday, Yoshinobu added. What? Yaga-sensei, that is too much. Toma froze, grimacing as he turned away. Add another 1,000. Goodbye, teacher, Toma exclaimed, swiftly making his way to the door, bowing as he opened it and closed it in one fluid motion. Just as he turned, he spotted the three of them huddled together, eavesdropping by the wall. Didn't Yaga-sensei tell you to behave in the classroom? Toma teased them with a smile, holding up the documents. I was forcibly dragged over by these two. Natsuki propped herself up on her knees and stood. Tomo, devoid of conscience. We are clearly worried about you. As Gojo Satoru pinched his throat to mimic a delicate JK voice, he darted over and snatched the documents from Tomo's hands to peruse them. Are you all right? Suguru Geto approached, taking his hand. Tomo gently squeezed Suguru's hand to reassure him, casually tossing the documents to Gojo for his examination, then raised an eyebrow, inquiring if Natsuki had any cigarettes. Natsuki rummaged through her pockets, tossing a pack of cigarettes and a lighter to him, then leaned over to Gojo to inspect the documents. The group advanced together. Suguru, concerned, wrapped his arm around Tomo's shoulder and softly asked what had transpired. "It's nothing. Don't worry," Tomo replied, biting down on a cigarette, slightly tilting his head to rub against him, just as Gojo interrupted. "Huh. We have to execute 2 grade 1 cursed spirits alone within a limited time? Is Yaga finally experiencing a midlife crisis?" Gojo exclaimed, his expression filled with indignation. Natsuki's countenance was equally grim. "Go, what did you say?" Suguru raised his voice, his expression dark and foreboding. Tomo felt the grip around his shoulder tighten suddenly, though it did not hurt. "It's not Yaga. It's a directive from the higher-ups." Taking a puff of his cigarette, Tomo continued, Chapter 42, Don't be alarmist. "This bunch of rotten oranges is truly infuriating." Gojo grimaced, taking a bite from his hamburger. "I'd rather say we should eliminate them all." They were currently dining in a burger joint on a commercial street. All right, I'm not even angry." "So why are you so irritable?" Tomo smiled to placate him. "Killing them outright would lead to complications later. Let us take it slow." "Why aren't you angry? You looked terrifying just now." "I thought you were going to confront the higher-ups," Natsuki remarked, sucking on her cola straw as she glanced at Suguru. "Being angry won't help. I'll handle the upcoming tasks myself." Suguru bit into a French fry, resting his chin on his hand. "So, why did you take this task?" Gojo crumpled the hamburger wrapper and tossed it into the trash. "Perhaps to present a grand gift to the higher-ups?" Tomo picked up a spoon meant for scooping mashed potatoes, taking a bite before licking his lips. "Suguru, do you want these 2 grade 1 cursed spirits? If so, come with me." "Of course I want to go." Suguru shoved a French fry into Tomo's mouth, regardless of whether they are grade 1 cursed spirits. "I'm definitely going with you this time." "I'm going too," Gojo insisted. "Come on then, Natsuki, do you want to join?" Tomo chewed on the French fry, then donned gloves to start dismantling the freshly roasted chicken. "I want to be going," Natsuki shrugged helplessly. "I can't enter Jujutsu High without necessity." "But Natsuki is already out now." Gojo reclined against his chair, rolling his eyes. "Since we're already out, why not return?" Yaga-sensei might explode upon hearing that. Tomo retorted. "You are the only one left with a 2,000-word reflection, right?" Gojo chuckled, relishing the moment. Tomo promptly stuffed an egg tart into Gojo's mouth. "It's all right. Natsuki." Suguru grinned, pointing at Gojo. "With the 2 of us standing tall, even if the sky falls, we've got this." "Exactly. 1 heir from the Gojo family, 1 from the Kumo family, and the only cursed spirit manipulator in a millennium. 3 grade 1 sorcerers will ensure your safety. With 2 of the strongest and 2 highly ranked family sorcerers, they wouldn't dare to trouble you," Tomo said, sitting down and attentively disassembling the chicken while casually adding. "They'd only dismantle it to make things difficult. Want a taste?" Tomo felt his hair was somewhat obstructive, but his hands were currently occupied, so he gestured to Suguru with his wrist. Suguru naturally removed the hair tie and helped Tomo tie his hair into a low ponytail, casually snatching the chicken pieces Tomo offered. Gojo, having swallowed the egg tart, discreetly extended his hand to grab the chicken that Tomo had dismantled. Tomo shot him a glance but said nothing, indulgently allowing him to proceed, and continued with the chicken in his hands. "Then let us go together." Natsuki decisively agreed. "All hail, Queen Natsuki." Tomo grinned, dividing the dismantled chicken pieces and pushing them toward them. "Do you have obsessive-compulsive disorder?" Natsuki, donning gloves, gazed at the neatly arranged chicken pieces, appreciating their aesthetic appeal. "Not at all," Tomo replied, stuffing his mouth with a piece, resting his chin on his palm as he chewed. "His room is a complete mess," Suguru quipped. "Shut up, can't the chicken block your mouth?" Tomo rolled his eyes. "What do you plan to do?" Suguru changed the subject. "I have a cursed tool at home that can temporarily bind a cursed spirit by inputting cursed energy. That's how the cursed spirits in my training ground were captured," Tomo said, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. "I have the keys and permission to access the cursed tool room." Gojo leaned forward, raising an eyebrow. "What do you intend to do?" "I plan to sneak home and borrow it quietly," Tomo whispered back. "Isn't that stealing? Why not just take it out directly? What's with the secrecy?" Gojo shrugged nonchalantly. "What do you mean stealing? How can it be called stealing when it's the matter of a clan heir? Don't be alarmist. Being too ostentatious could alert the enemy." Tomo chuckled softly. "We want to give them a big surprise, and then treat Suguru to a meal." "Good idea," Gojo nodded. "I'll borrow that cursed tool from you later as well." Tomo instantly understood, nodding in agreement. The 2 fluffy heads huddled together, occasionally erupting into strange villainous laughter. "They look so foolish when they laugh," Natsuki remarked, leaning back with her legs crossed, lazily munching on a French fry, observing her two equally absurd peers with disdain. Isn't that quite adorable? Suguru calmly sipped his cola. Hey, is there something wrong with your eyes? You should seek medical attention promptly. Natsuki shot him a sideways glance. Want me to perform a reversal technique? No need, Suguru chuckled softly. What do you think they resemble now? Natsuki teased. Friendly and amiable, Suguru replied. A bunch of fox friends, Natsuki chimed in. Oh, it seems that among those fox friends, we must add another you. That's unfair, Natsuki was involved too. Hearing the description, Gojo protested, insisting that Natsuki be included as well. Who agrees? Raise your hand. I agree, Tomo raised his hand. I agree, Suguru, propping his chin. Mimicked Tomo, extending his hand while elongating his voice, laughter lacing his words. Unanimous approval, let us applaud. I hereby declare the Fox Friends group officially established. Gojo led the applause, only to be sternly reprimanded by Queen Natsuki. Tomo covered his face, realizing they had caused quite a scene, and since none of them appeared ordinary, they had already become the center of attention in the restaurant. He simply could not match Gojo's level of audacity. He still retained a modicum of shame. What's wrong? Suguru, having noticed Tomo's contemplative expression, intentionally asked him. I was pondering what ridiculous name Gojo came up with for that group. Tomo sighed. It sounds dreadful. I heard that. Gojo ruffled his hair. Oh, Tomo replied nonchalantly, glancing at the table, noticing their food was nearly finished. I plan to head back to Kyoto now to borrow the cursed tool. His phone buzzed. Tomo glanced at it, signaling for silence before answering. I'm not on a mission today. The other end seemed to say something. Suguru took Tomo's hand, playing with it, and Tomo shot him a glance. Letting him be. Yes, no rush. I'll call you later. He hung up. Who was that? Suguru inquired, fiddling with Tomo's hand. It was Yamashiro. He is currently my assistant supervisor, asking when I'll be on a mission to pick me up. As Hitomi held on to Suguru Geto, explaining as they stood up. The group made their way outside the store. Shall we head to Kyoto first? Have you ever been, Shoko? It would be a perfect opportunity for some leisure, he suggested. No, what could possibly be entertaining in Kyoto? It's all just ancient relics and old fogies. Wataru Gojo interjected with a scowl. That's only because you've grown up in Kyoto. Hitomi retorted. Then I'll book the hotel, Suguru said, scrolling through his phone. Go ahead, but if Wataru and I check in, we might get discovered, Hitomi remarked. Focusing on booking the tickets. Wow, our boss is generous, Suguru chuckled, ruffling Hitomi's hair affectionately. It's good to know. Hitomi smirked, glancing at the other two engaged in playful banter while slyly scratching Suguru's chin. Chapter 43, Never Losing It. Hey, what strange sounds are you making? Hitomi rolled his eyes. Stepping forward. The tickets are booked. Geto, stop grinning like an idiot. Wataru nudged Suguru with his elbow, a teasing smile on his face. Are you shy? Shoko noticed Hitomi's flushed ears. Oh wow. Hitomi is actually shy. Wataru exclaimed, quickly catching up to Hitomi to observe his ears with curiosity. I swear, when I turn around, I'm getting a dog. Hitomi shot him a glare. And I'll train it to bite you on sight. How malicious, Suguru laughed, shaking his head. Geto, control him. Wataru shouted in mock complaint. I can't control him, Suguru replied with a resigned smile, quickening his pace to match Hitomi's side. Kuroki, my lighter, Shoko, leading the way. Called back while holding a cigarette. It's right here. Hitomi tossed the lighter he had borrowed from Shoko, who caught it with precision. What is so great about smoking? It's not half as enjoyable as a lollipop, Wataru scoffed. It's a stress reliever, Hitomi replied, feeling a gentle touch on his hand. He paused momentarily, maintaining his composure as Suguru's fingers intertwined with his, their hands entangled. He could feel Suguru's mischievous thumb brushing against his fingers. Suguru's attention was drawn to Hitomi's ears, noticing how they flushed from a subtle pink to a ripe red, while he remained outwardly unperturbed. The deep purple earrings accentuated the rosy hue of Hitomi's ears. Weren't you the one who said you weren't accustomed to wearing earrings? Why are you still wearing them? Suguru teased softly. Hitomi pursed his lips, glancing at the two ahead before whispering. You said I looked good in them before, and besides, he hesitated, they match your ear gauges. Really? Let me see. Wataru suddenly turned around, curiosity evident in his expression. Shoko, eager for gossip, couldn't stop him and merely covered her face, silently distancing herself. What's with your incessant curiosity? Hitomi blushed, feeling flustered. He released Suguru's hand, quickening his pace and pulling Shoko along. My ride is here. Let those two make their way on their own. Shoko blinked, smiling as she waved back at the two, being pulled away by Hitomi. Why are you suddenly upset? Wataru pondered aloud, slinging his arm over Suguru's shoulder. I just wanted to see the earrings. Wataru, just forget it, Suguru sighed, completely exasperated, shoving Wataru's hand off his shoulder. Stay composed, I trust you. Hey, what's with the sudden odd behavior? Wataru grumbled. Hitomi called for 2 rides. In the car, Shoko leaned back, resting her elbow on her knee, tilting her head to look at Hitomi. Are you upset? No. How could I be angry over something like this? Hitomi replied, meeting her gaze. Then you're just shy? Aren't you two a couple? Shoko teased. Spare me, Shoko, Hitomi sighed. I'm really not upset or shy. Shoko straightened up, her ears reddening. Hitomi rubbed his ears, falling silent. In public, being easily embarrassed might gradually diminish Suguru's sense of security, Shoko mused slowly. Leaning against the car door, Hitomi was lost in thought, remaining silent throughout the journey. Upon arriving in Kyoto, Shoko led the way, with Wataru trailing behind her, while Hitomi and Suguru walked at the rear. Suguru's gaze often drifted to the fluffy tips of Hitomi's ears. Why did you suddenly let your animal ears out? Suguru asked. It's customary here in Kyoto, Hitomi replied, steadfastly avoiding eye contact, remaining vigilant. Suguru sighed. You're still uncomfortable. Suddenly, he felt a gentle touch on his hand, and seeing Hitomi's lack of response, he intertwined his fingers more firmly, eliciting a smile from Suguru as he tightened his grip, securing Hitomi's hand within his. I love you, Hitomi declared suddenly, his voice steady and clear amidst the crowd. I love you, Suguru echoed, momentarily taken aback yet responding in kind. What prompted such boldness in front of so many people? Suguru's eyes sparkled with amusement. Shoko said it would make you feel secure, Hitomi replied, eyes fixed on the ground, relying on Suguru's guidance. Suguru glanced at Shoko, who winked and gave him a thumbs up, nodding in approval. Suguru silently expressed his profound gratitude to her. Hey, are you two snails? Hurry up, my ride is here. Wataru waved from the roadside. We're coming, Suguru assured, leading Hitomi forward. Wataru raised an eyebrow at their intertwined hands. Upon reaching the hotel, the front desk confirmed their reservation. Good day, Mr. Suguru Geto. I believe you have booked 3 rooms? Indeed. Suguru nodded nonchalantly at the trio of gazes fixed upon him. Very well, here are your room keys. Would you like assistance finding your way? The receptionist inquired with a professional smile. No, thank you, Suguru replied, accepting the keys. Enjoy your stay, gentlemen and lady, the receptionist bowed politely. At the door of their room, Suguru handed 2 of the keys to the others. Shoko, once you settle in, you can explore a nearby shopping district. They have quite a selection of local Kyoto specialties, Hitomi suggested, particularly highlighting the delicious pastries. I'll go with Shoko. I want to see if they have any new desserts. Wataru raised his hand eagerly. What about you two? Shoko peeked her head out before swiping her key. I need to think of a way to keep my brother in the dark, Hitomi replied. Suguru and I have something to discuss. Shoko nodded, retreating into her own world. Suguru opened the door, pulling Hitomi inside, and once the door was closed, he pressed Hitomi against the wall, using his hand to cradle Hitomi's hair as he leaned in for a kiss. I wanted to kiss you the moment you said that outside, Suguru murmured, lips brushing against Hitomi's. Tentatively, Hitomi extended his tongue to caress Suguru's lips like a curious kitten, melting Suguru's heart. Suguru, this is my first relationship. So if I ever make you feel insecure or anything, you must tell me. Don't suffer in silence. The voice of Hitomi was low, expressing her desire not to inadvertently lose you. Do not worry. I am here, by your side. Hino Kuroki will never lose Suguru Geto, and Suguru Geto will never lose Hino Kuroki. He placed his hand upon his heart. You too must always inform me if anything arises. Hitomi's eyelashes fluttered gently. Outside, a cleaning staff member observed the 2 peculiar individuals squatting by the door, smiling, and contemplated whether to alert the authorities. Chapter 44, Accomplice now. Let's discuss the matter at hand. Hitomi stood upright. I intend to retrieve it tonight. I recall you just mentioned your brother? Suguru let go of her hand in compliance. Yes, there are no guards at my family's cursed tool chamber. Hitomi approached a chair and seated herself. It is protected by a barrier. Only 3 keys grant access, mine, my brother's, and that of the Grand Elder. Doesn't the clan leader possess one? Suguru inquired as he sat beside her. My brother's key is, in fact, the clan leader's. Hitomi stated seriously, it requires 2 keys to unlock, so we must devise a way to obtain that key from my brother. Now we are accomplices, Hitomi teased. Lifting Suguru's chin, Suguru raised an eyebrow, grasping her hand, leaning slightly closer. What can you offer me? 2 grade 1 cursed spirits. Hitomi extended her hand, signaling A2. I want the grade 1 cursed spirit, but I desire one more thing, depending on what the boss is willing to give, Suguru jested. Hitomi pointed at his chest. Of course, you shall receive it. Suguru appeared satisfied. The 2 eavesdroppers outside contemplated whether to enter. Shall we not step in? He straightened up, teasingly calling toward the door. I haven't locked it. The door was suddenly thrust open, revealing Wataru Fushiguro, who swaggered in, while Kinji Hikari casually closed the door, playing with a lighter. You knew we were outside? Wataru leaned against the chair's back, tilting his head. I had my suspicions. Hitomi swatted Wataru's outstretched claw away from his head. Wataru rubbed his hand, pouting. Hitomi, how stingy. So what do you plan to do? Kinji questioned. Suguru stood to boil water, intending to brew a pot of black tea. I'm not sure if my brother has any social engagements tonight. If he does, that would be excellent. Hitomi was cut off by the ringing of his phone. Glancing at it, he looked up. It's my brother. What a coincidence. Wataru raised an eyebrow, eager for the show. Answer it, quickly. Hello, brother. Hitomi stepped onto the balcony. What mischief are you plotting now? His brother's tone was somewhat stern, but held a hint of indulgence. Tian-shan and I were informed that you took on a task, but did not attend. Yaga asked if I knew where you four had gone. What is going on? Oh dear, brother, how did you find out from Yaga? Hitomi's eyes darted, attempting to gauge his brother's mood. What can I say? As soon as I heard, I knew that a certain restless kitten was causing trouble. Kuroki Akira sighed, rubbing his forehead. Are you trying to pull one over on me? There is still hope. You didn't call me by my full name. Hitomi nodded subtly. Come on, just tell me, he implored, softening his tone. I said, since you all are contemporaries, I invited you to Hokkaido for a trip. Your homeroom teacher nearly scolded me to death, demanding I send a photo to confirm your safety. Akira had no choice. He could never resist his brother's charms. I don't know what mischief you little rascals are up to, but this time, I've managed to cover for you. Just send me a photo to verify your safety, and I will forward it to your teacher, his brother instructed. Hitomi glanced back, seeing Wataru sprawled on the sofa, arms draped over the back, complaining of boredom, while Suguru prepared the tea, Kinji already sipping and raising his cup toward Hitomi. He nodded. Aren't we all just good kids here? Understood. Thank you, brother. Hitomi smiled sweetly, his voice melodic. We promise we will not engage in any wrongdoing. Where have you all gone? Feeling down, just out for some fun. You, Akira sighed. Remember to unblock Yaga from your blacklist. Got it, got it. Hitomi nodded repeatedly. If you get into trouble, call me. Akira warned again, concerned. Impossible, Hitomi declared resolutely. How could I possibly cause trouble? Let us hope that is the case. Akira pressed his fingers to his temple, a sense of foreboding lingering, before hanging up. Come, come. Hitomi beckoned the others after ending the call. What is it? Suguru looked up at him. My brother said Yaga couldn't reach us, so he called him instead. He covered for us this time. But now he wants a photo as proof of our safety. Hitomi flipped his phone to camera mode and raised it. Suguru lifted his cup, his gaze fixed on Hitomi, while Wataru lethargically raised his hand and waved it, and Kinji, reclining against the sofa, closed his eyes, giving a peace sign. Hitomi, closest to the camera, beamed joyfully. The evening sun streamed in through the balcony, the soft breeze lifting the delicate curtains, casting a gentle light upon them, capturing the exuberance of youth in that moment. Hitomi sent the photo, glanced at the sky, and ordered dinner. We shall depart at midnight. He swallowed a bite of egg tart, recalling how he had stuffed one into Wataru's mouth earlier, missing out on his share. My brother retires at 11 p.m., and his key is in the study's secret room. Suguru and I will head to the secret room, while Wataru and Kinji handle the individuals at these nodes. He smiled, pointing at the small map he had drawn. Do not hold back. They are from my family's rotten orange faction. Wataru grabbed the last egg tart. Is it really that simple? After all, we are quite powerful. Hitomi replied. I don't require much from you. Just keep the noise down. I have a question. Kinji raised his hand. Do I have to go too? Since you are already here, Suguru snatched a piece of daifuku from Wataru's grasp and stuffed it into his mouth. Hey, Suguru. That was my daifuku. Wataru complained. Suguru chewed. Hands raised in surrender. I didn't eat it. Wataru lunged forward, grabbing his throat. Hitomi and Kinji lifted their bowls, urgently rescuing their dinner. Hurry, Kinji. Take the photo. Quickly, Hitomi urged. I got it. I got it. Kinji pulled out his phone, snapping pictures rapidly. The group was lively until the midnight hour. And then they stealthily made their way to the Kuroki residence. Who would have thought my first return home would be so sneaky? Hitomi mused. Wataru, eyes sparkling with excitement, grabbed Kinji and bolted. I'm off. Last one, there is a tortoise. Then you are bound to lose, Hitomi taunted. Kinji, cigarette in hand, exhaled smoke. Too lazy to scold them. Then we shall depart as well. Hitomi seized Suguru's hand, and in a few quick bounds, they climbed onto the rooftop. The two swiftly and quietly maneuvered around the patrolling guards, landing beneath an unguarded window. Are you two not supposed to be out having fun? What are you doing here? A familiar voice echoed from above. Huh. Hitomi and Suguru's eyes widened in surprise as they slowly looked up to see Akira leaning against the window, smiling at them. Brother. Hitomi extended a hand. Hitomi Kuroki, come inside. Akira beamed at him. Oh no. Hitomi swallowed hard, tugging at Suguru's sleeve. His brother was truly angry. Speak. Akira commanded in the dimly lit room, where only a single lamp illuminated their faces. Draped in a coat, he poured tea, while Hitomi and Suguru obediently knelt across from him. Hitomi's ears drooped pitifully. Brother, do not try to charm me, Akira interrupted, placing down his cup. What exactly are you four up to? Chapter 45. Conversation, nothing much, just feeling homesick, Hitomi chuckled nervously. Do you really need to sneak back home like a thief? Your expression suggests you think I'm a fool. Brother, Tongsheng leaned in, wanting to act cute. Kneel properly. Kong shot him a sidelong glance. Oh. Tongsheng pouted and knelt back down. Yagakuen, you speak. Kong rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. Yagajie stole a glance at Tongsheng. He had never witnessed such a scene before. With a deep breath, he decided to say, I brought Xiaosheng here because I wanted to take a secret look at his parents before officially meeting them. Tongsheng covered his face, wishing he hadn't said anything. Haimu Kong fixed an enigmatic smile on the two of them. Let us see what you both can concoct. Tongsheng could hardly tolerate his brother's teasing. Since they had already been caught, he boldly stated, I intended to get the key to retrieve a cursed object from home, to catch 2 grade 1 cursed spirits, and throw them into the meeting yard on the upper floor. They were dragged here by me. All of this was my idea. Tongsheng closed his eyes and took a deep breath, bracing himself for the scolding that never came. After a moment of silence, he cautiously opened one eye. It's one thing to create chaos for yourself, but why involve Yagakuen? Haimu Kong sighed, standing up. The key is in the secret room, go get it yourself. I'll pretend I didn't see anything, but be careful on your way. You're the best, brother. Tongsheng beamed with delight. Stop flattering me, go on. Kong ruffled his hair. Yagakuen, come out with me for a moment. Brother, Jiehe, Tongsheng began, but was interrupted by Kong, who smiled at him. You're already protective of him? What are you afraid of? I want to eat him. It's fine. Yagajie pat Tongsheng's hand, standing up to leave with Haimu Kong. Tongsheng absent-mindedly adjusted the painting on the wall and entered the secret room. After retrieving the key, he quickly emerged, only to find Yagajie standing alone under the eaves, lost in thought. The trees outside the corridor had sprouted new leaves, the moonlight scattered, casting dappled shadows, and a breeze rustled gently. Where's my brother? Tongsheng asked him. He left first, said he was going back to rest. Yagajie looked at him with a soft gaze. Did you get it? I got it. Tongsheng turned to close the door. What did my brother say to you? Nothing much, just asked if you were adjusting well to the Jujutsu High. Yagajie smiled. We should hurry, or we'll be called turtles. Huh. I want to let that happen. Let us go, let us go. Tongsheng urged, grabbing Yagajie's hand. Yagajie allowed himself to be led forward, his thoughts lingering on what Kong had just said. Xiaosheng. He burdens himself too much. He claims he doesn't save anyone, but he is softer than anyone else. For years he has been pulling others along in his own way, yet he feels he is not a clean person. I used to pull him along. But now he has grown up and doesn't share many thoughts with me anymore, only the good things. I know I can't hold on to him anymore. When Kong looked at him, the shadows of the leaves stirred, casting fleeting light and dark across his face. He spoke earnestly. He is the one you chose. I trust him, and thus I trust you. I'm merely requesting, as an elder brother, that you lend him a hand when necessary. Jie? Yagajie? What are you lost in thought about? Tongsheng waved his hand before Yagajie's eyes. We've arrived. Yagajie snapped back to reality, lifting his gaze to behold a solemn and imposing courtyard, the stone bricks laid out in a circle, surrounded by trees, creating a stifling atmosphere. Hello. You all take your time. A teasing youthful voice echoed from the side, as Fushiguro Wataru and Shoko leapt down from a tree. I was almost asleep waiting for you. Wataru complained with a pout, but quickly perked up. If you lose, you'll be the turtle. Fine, I was caught by my brother. Tongsheng rolled his eyes, bantering back with Wataru. Who is the turtle, you think? You guys are so weak, you actually got caught. Wataru made a face at him. Right. We're weak, what about you? Didn't you destroy my family's courtyard? Tongsheng shot back. Huh, my martial arts are exceptional. I'm perfect. Check your temper. Are you serious? Shoko, with a lollipop in her mouth, stood beside Yagajie. What happened? You seem distracted. It's nothing. Yagajie smiled, patting Shoko's shoulder. Shoko shrugged and called out to Tongsheng. Hurry up, girls need their beauty sleep. Got it. Tongsheng turned to open the large door. Finding a hidden button at the edge, he turned it 2 times clockwise and 4 times counterclockwise. The button sank, revealing a concealed compartment adorned with intricate animal patterns resembling triangles. Tongsheng took out the key and placed it into 2 of the grooves. The large door began to slowly open. I'll head in now. Tongsheng nodded at them and entered, watching the door slowly close behind him. Wataru rushed forward as it was closing, attempting to knock on the door, only to have his hand rebuffed. Wataru rubbed his chin, examining the imposing door, while Yagajie joined him in pondering, and Shoko ambled over. This must be a restriction that only direct descendants of the Haimu family can enter. Wataru tried reaching out again, only to be rebuffed once more. Inside, Tongsheng walked straight to the innermost part, retrieving a bamboo tube carved with runes from a sealed box. Once in hand, He quickly exited. Just as he opened the door, a fist came flying towards him. WOC. Tongsheng leaned back to evade. Standing upright, he looked at Wataru, who was rubbing his head. Friend, do you want to kill me? I just wanted to test your family's barrier. Wataru feigned innocence, whistling. Stop thinking about it. Only direct descendants can enter. Tongsheng rolled his eyes, retrieving the key from the grooves and putting it away. What about the cursed object? Let me see it. Wataru pawed at Tongsheng's shoulder. Wataru. Yaga Jia grasped Wataru by the collar, smiling as he pulled him down from Tongsheng's shoulder. We need to leave quickly. We can look at it when we get back. Shoko wore a knowing expression. Time to wrap up. Let us head back to sleep. Tongsheng stretched lazily. The group left the Haimu family's old residence in the dark, returning to the hotel. Once in their room, Tongsheng and the others examined the cursed object in their hands. Why is this cursed object a bamboo tube? Wataru tossed the object up and down. Be careful with it. Tongsheng boiled a kettle of water and retrieved tea bags he had snuck from Kong's office, peeking his head out to yell at Wataru. This cursed object actually looks quite nice. Shoko took it and inspected it closely. This is a cursed object from my family long ago. It's older than all four of us combined by who knows how much. Tongsheng approached to sit down. Where's Jia? Wataru asked. He went to the restaurant to buy a late-night snack. Tongsheng took the cursed object from Shoko. Chapter 46. Heartstrings. How do you use this? Shoko inquired, intrigued. Open the lid of the bamboo tube, infuse it with cursed energy, and you can capture cursed spirits within. Tongsheng pointed to the lids on either side of the bamboo tube and then tapped it. The runes on this are for confinement. It's a 2-section tube, capable of containing 2 cursed spirits. Just then, Yagajia returned, carrying takeout food. He sat beside Tongsheng, placing the bag down. The cheesecake at the restaurant is sold out. Greasy food at night isn't good, so I brought back some porridge. Save half for me. Don't eat too much, or you'll feel unwell. All right. Tongsheng obediently responded, opening the bag. Tomorrow, we'll spend the day in Kyoto before heading back. As Hitomi opened the box and swallowed a mouthful of porridge, I planned to head straight to the mission location. I noted that the place where that bunch of rotten oranges were convening near Tokyo was not too far away. What about me? Wataru pointed to himself. Teacher Yaga is summoning you. Suguru indicated his phone, stating that there was a mission requiring our presence, and the materials had already been sent over, urging us to finish up and return promptly. Wataru grimaced in disdain. Then I shall just head straight back to Jujutsu High. Fine, it's just right to inform Yaga that you're safe, Hitomi said with a cheerful smile, pushing the spoon and porridge towards Suguru, who accepted it while glancing at the information on his phone. Speaking of Teacher Yaga, I recall that Kuroki still has a reflection to write. Suguru raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Let me see what day it is today. Wataru pulled out his phone. It's Tuesday. Oh, it's Tuesday. How many words do you have left? This matter cannot simply be brushed aside, can it? Hitomi said, exasperatedly pressing his forehead and urging everyone to leave. So heartless, came the mocking replies. Are you not going to intervene, Suguru? He cannot manage them, Suguru replied. Hurry up and leave. Hitomi was thoroughly at a loss for words due to their teasing. He pushed them out, locked the door, and upon turning around, found Suguru sitting on the sofa with a smile directed at him. What are you laughing about? Hitomi approached and sat beside him. For some reason, it feels delightful. And I find myself wanting to smile, Suguru said naturally, playfully holding Hitomi's hand. You have something on your mind, Suguru, Hitomi asserted. You've said so little tonight. You would have usually joined in their antics. Suguru opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Did my brother say something to you? Hitomi observed his hesitant demeanor, confirming that indeed, his brother had shared something with him. What are you hesitating about, Suguru? Hitomi softened his voice. So, it's something you cannot share with me? Suguru sighed, not quite. Your brother is very worried about you. Hitomi, you are remarkable. Suguru's tone was gentle yet earnest. Do not unconsciously deny yourself in your heart any longer. Suddenly, Hitomi comprehended what Kuroki and Suguru had discussed. My brother, he? Hitomi asked cautiously, resembling a cat tentatively reaching out a paw towards something it adored, gently hooking Suguru's finger. Nothing. Suguru understood what he was about to say and comfortingly squeezed his hand. He merely entrusted me to take good care of you. Hitomi's heart trembled unexpectedly. Although Kuroki was gentle, he would never have said such a thing in the past. His hands trembled slightly. Hitomi parted his lips, but found himself at a loss for words. He suddenly recalled that since he planned to go to Tokyo, he had not spent substantial time with his brother for a long while. His time had been largely occupied by new people and new experiences. Had he inadvertently left his brother alone in that residence? Did his brother harbor a tinge of resentment towards him? Suguru sensed his sudden wave of unease and rose to pour the warm tea he had prepared, placing it in Hitomi's hands. The warmth within his grasp brought Hitomi back to reality. Hitomi gazed down at the gently rippling tea in the cup, his voice barely above a whisper. No. Suguru interrupted him. Hitomi paused, trying to force a smile, but discovered that he was incapable of doing so. He set down the cup and attempted to prop up the corners of his mouth, only to be gently held by Suguru. No need, Suguru shook his head, lightly enclosing Hitomi's hand. Do not feel compelled to force a smile. The balcony window was left ajar, and the night breeze softly lifted the curtain before letting it fall again. He loves you. I know. The following day, Hitomi was awakened by the loud banging of the door by Wataru. He struggled to sit up, only to be pulled back down again. He nudged Suguru beside him. Suguru's eyes were tightly shut, seemingly in a deep slumber. If you don't open the door soon, Wataru will tear it down. Hitomi groggily pinched his face, knowing he was capable of such antics. Understood, Suguru mumbled, groggily rising to ruffle his hair and lean over to plant a kiss at the corner of Hitomi's mouth. I'll go. Hitomi, already wrapped in the blanket, drifted back to sleep. Suguru, yawning and sporting tousled hair, opened the door. Why are you all up so early? Huh. It's already past 1 in the afternoon. Did you two go out robbing again? Wataru questioned with disdain. Wasn't it said we were just going out to play? Suguru leaned against the doorframe, his head nodding as if he were about to fall asleep again. Upon hearing that, he reluctantly opened one eye to glance at Wataru, who was holding his phone in front of his face, before yawning again. All right, I'll go wake Hitomi. How come you two are so tired? Shoko questioned, her tone laced with skepticism. Insomnia, Suguru replied, slumping back into the room with his hands in his pockets. Both of you experienced insomnia together? Shoko followed him inside, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Yeah, Suguru said, pulling Hitomi up. Really? Wataru stroked his chin, skepticism written all over his face. Hitomi was unceremoniously yanked up by Suguru, only to slump back down with the blanket, ultimately being forcibly dragged down by both Suguru and Wataru, each holding an arm. I'm really so tired. Hitomi clung to Suguru, reluctant to let go. Suguru, now fully awake, allowed him to hang on while he washed up. The previous night, they had both suffered from insomnia due to the aftereffects of tea, chatting until the early hours. Initially thinking they might as well stay up all night and ambush the other two, only to lose track of time and eventually fall asleep. The following day, they were rudely awakened by the duo's relentless knocking. If line 1, if Suguru defected, Hitomi and Wataru would be teachers at Jujutsu High. After Suguru declared war on Jujutsu High, he stealthily slipped into Hitomi's residence there. The room was empty, but the commemorative gifts he had secretly sent each year were neatly arranged in a glass cabinet, untouched. His old mug and another mug were placed together, remnants of red tea still lingering inside. Old game discs lay scattered on the floor, a blanket they had bought together draped over the sofa, and 2 pillows rested on the bed, accompanied by several plush toys he had once gifted him. On the bedside table sat the cat figurine he had gifted on Suguru's first birthday, its colors having faded with time. In the half-open wardrobe hung clothes he had left behind when he defected, while the table bore 2 pairs of earplugs, sent back after he left, still shimmering as they had when he first received them. The hues of deep green and cream matched the curtains he had hung in Suguru's dormitory when he first entered Jujutsu High. In a daze, it felt as though they had lived together for a decade, unchanged. Suguru sighed, gathering the scattered discs on the floor and arranging the plush toys, discarding the leftover tea and washing the mug before placing it back. He then settled onto the sofa, pulling a blanket over his legs, using his arm to shield himself from the light. He had initially intended to deliver something and take a moment to breathe before Hitomi returned, but unexpectedly, he dozed off. When he awoke, the sky had already darkened, a warm yellow light glowing beside him, accompanied by the sound of pages turning. You're awake, a familiar yet strange voice said. Why aren't you sleeping in bed? Satoru Gojo's movements momentarily faltered as he reined in the emotions swirling in his eyes. He raised his gaze with a smile, but it was tinged with a gray hue. Warning, you might dirty your bed. I know how much you detest changing the sheets. You find it a hassle. Tagusa, having collected the written report submitted by his students, regarded him earnestly and replied, You wouldn't understand. He added, and stopped smiling. It's evident you don't wish to. Satoru Gojo, caught off guard, found himself at a loss for words. His gaze drifted to the glass cabinet, prompting him to shift the conversation. Do you not like the gift I brought you? You haven't even unwrapped it. Why should I open a gift from a lover who has become a curse bearer after a decade of silence? Tagusa replied. His expression stoic, yet a hint of sorrow lingered in his eyes. He settled beside him, pulling half the blanket over his legs. So, what brings the timid-hearted Satoru to his ex-boyfriend's abode? Perhaps this is a commemorative gift, potentially the last one. Satoru's smile remained gentle. Tagusa, fixated ahead, refused to meet his gaze, though his eyes glimmered with unshed tears. I don't want it, take it away. As long as he did not accept it, it would not signify the end, and Tagusa clung to this notion to evade reality. Tagusa, Satoru sighed. Please, don't call me that. If you continue, I might genuinely cry. You cannot avoid it. The former caretaker discerned his thoughts instantly. I have prepared this for quite some time. Satoru rose and moved in front of Tagusa, who maintained his impassive demeanor, though the corners of his eyes betrayed a flush. Satoru sighed, cupping Tagusa's face and resting his forehead against his, whispering, I'm sorry. Allow me to kiss you one last time, before the final battle. Why must you be so tender now? The tears finally escaped, cascading down their faces as they clashed like beasts in the night. Satoru's fingers entwined with Tagusa's, their hands bleeding from the grip. Before departing, Satoru set down the gift, and Tagusa watched him for a long time, finally inquiring as he turned to leave. Will you come back? Under the moonlight, his silhouette appeared fragmented, yet silence was the only response that dissipated into the night breeze. Satoru was gone. He had already stepped beyond the confines of Jujutsu High. Wakaba Fushiguro appeared in the room, perhaps having teleported there, casually bending down to rummage through the fridge for the sweetest drink before plopping down on the small couch. Are you still not tired of strawberry juice after all these years? He teased. But Tagusa, lost in thought, merely covered his eyes and muttered an affirmative sound in response. The room fell into a profound silence. Are you not going to open it? Wakaba crossed his legs, nodding toward the gift on the table. It could be a proposal gift, you know. Tagusa scoffed. What are you pretending to be cheerful for? You're not fine either. Wakaba simply sipped his juice, remaining silent, the bandages obscuring his expression. The atmosphere was thick with quietude. Tagusa propped himself up, gazing at the gift for a long moment, ultimately deciding to open it. He quietly asked, has Shoko found out? Her. She had just decided to quit smoking recently, but I heard she smoked all day today. Wakaba replied lazily from the couch. Upon opening it, Tagusa's pupils constricted, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face, prompting Wakaba to sit up straight. The tears trickled down his cheeks, dripping onto his hands as Tagusa blinked, realizing. Strange, I didn't want to cry. I really didn't want to cry. He covered his eyes and slumped back on the couch. Satoru, you've trapped me here again. Satoru leaned wearily against the wall. Tagusa, are you sure you want to come? He seemed to hear Wakaba's voice, a rare moment of seriousness. Wakaba, I know I cannot change the outcome, but I wish to see him one last time, to keep him company. That familiar voice, it has grown tender, he mused. No, he has always been gentle. If this is your will, I shall respect your choice. Satoru raised his gaze and beheld his dear friend and lover. Even the simple act of lifting his head now felt exhausting. He noticed a platinum ring adorned with a circle of black diamonds on his lover's left ring finger. In truth, he should not have been able to see clearly due to blood loss, yet that was the ring he had painstakingly chosen over a decade. That had spanned his youth. He remembered every line and detail of that ring, engraved with his name on the inside. This ring was also a cursed tool with protective properties. It was his final gift, a curse upon Tagusa, ensuring he would always remember him, always protect him, though, regrettably, he would not be the one to place it upon his finger. Wakaba crouched before him, while Tagusa stood behind him. They exchanged no words. What could they say? Do you regret it? If given another chance, would you betray again? Would you still stand by your great ideals? Yet, a decade separated them, and Satoru had long since answered those unvoiced questions. At this juncture, too many words felt hollow. They could not save someone who had relinquished their will to live. Just then, as he gazed into their sorrowful eyes, he chuckled softly. At least say something. Curse me a little. Teacher, wake up. A clamor erupted, and Tagusa rubbed his forehead, sitting up. He must have dozed off under the tree, overwhelmed by recent tasks. Another dream from the past. The ring sparkled amidst the dappled light filtering through the treetops. Has Teacher Kuroki gotten married? That ring is so beautiful. I love it. Wild Rose exclaimed, gazing at Tagusa's hand as if discovering a new world. Yes, indeed, Tagusa replied with a smile. Wow, what kind of person is your partner? Yuji Itadori leaned in with curiosity. Even Megumi Fushiguro silently edged closer. Though he had known Tagusa for many years, he only knew of a boyfriend from long ago. It was the first time he had heard him admit to being married. Children shouldn't concern themselves with such matters. It will stunt your growth and make you ugly. Satoru interjected, suddenly appearing and ruffling Wild Rose's hair. You jerk. Wild Rose's temper flared, and she retaliated with a slap. Wow, Wild Rose is scary. Show some respect for your teacher. Satoru teased, dodging her. What kind of teacher are you? Tagusa sat nearby, laughing at their antics, his fingers unconsciously grazing the ring. Is it all right? Megumi asked, sitting beside him and watching the commotion. You seemed a bit strange when you mentioned your partner, and that bandaged idiot clearly interrupted your topic. Pausing for a moment, Tagusa smiled and replied, It's nothing. Just a jerk who abandoned me for 10 years and cursed me. He chuckled as he spoke. Just a jerk. Megumi tilted his head at this description, sensing the underlying sadness in Tagusa's seemingly cheerful expression. He had an inkling of who it might be. Turning away, he murmured an apology. It's all right. Megumi, You're such a gentle soul, Tagusa said, reaching out to smooth down Megumi's tousled hair. Huh. I told you not to call me that. Teacher Kuroki, come quick. Satoru-sensei said he's treating us to a big meal. Yuji shouted from a distance, his bright smile breaking Tagusa's reverie. Wild Rose huffed, declaring her intent to have the most expensive sushi. Megumi responded and stood, heading toward them, remarking that Yuji was being a bit loud. How wonderful, Tagusa mused, catching sight of Satoru standing behind them, slightly lifting his eye mask to glance at him. How truly wonderful. With a smile, he gently shook his head at Satoru, signaling that he was fine, then kissed the ring before rising to step into the sunlight, lazily declaring his desire for cheesecake and fried shrimp. The diamond upon the ring sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Ah, I bear the weight of 2 curses. A breeze traversed the corridor, rustling the treetops, casting a shadow that obscured the sun and enveloped the intertwined figures of the youth. How splendid, Satoru. Satoru Gojo slowed his pace, walking alongside Hitomi, both trailing behind, observing the raucous students ahead. What were they thinking? Perhaps contemplating how delightful the weather was today. Wishing it had been this warm on that fateful day. Hitomi turned to him, asking, do you still dream of the past? Gojo placed his hands behind his head, gazing through his blindfold at the flickering shadows of the trees. You remain in the same place, don't you? Indeed, it seems I am still here. Let us pack some for Shoko when we return. Stretching lazily, Gojo recalled how she had complained just days ago about not having tasted food from outside the school for ages. All right, I shall deliver it to her. It has been too long since I last saw her. Chapter 47, The King of Self-Reflection. Hitomi was entirely draped over Suguru, following him around the room without even opening his eyes. Suguru straightened him up and placed a toothbrush in his hand, which he accepted as if in a daze. Brush your teeth. Scrub, scrub, scrub. Rinse. Suguru pressed a cup into his hand. Gurgle, spit. Hitomi, still half asleep, mechanically followed his instructions. Washing his face. He splashed cold water onto his face, jolting himself awake. Looking around, he was slightly disoriented, wondering when he had gotten up. Huh. How can you not even remember when you woke up? Satoru, who had come to witness the commotion, nearly burst into laughter at Hitomi's bewildered expression. What are you laughing at? Hitomi grimaced, turning to Suguru. Has he finally lost his mind? Satoru made a gesture of international friendship towards Hitomi, who rebuffed it with disdain. Satoru declared the rejection ineffective. In retaliation, Hitomi reciprocated with a gesture of international friendship using both hands. Satoru insisted he had no limits. Perhaps, Suguru shrugged, separating 2 cats that were about to fight, gently ruffling Hitomi's hair. Hurry up and get ready. Shoko is waiting outside. Hitomi nodded, sticking his tongue out at Satoru. Suguru then locked Satoru in a headlock with his arm, disregarding his struggles, and dragged him outside. Hitomi waved goodbye to Satoru with a smile, then turned to support himself on the sink, looking into the mirror. His already tousled hair was now even more disheveled from Suguru's affectionate ruffle. Faint dark circles adorned his eyes, which were slightly swollen. He turned on the faucet, cupped water in his hands, and splashed it onto his face, then slicked back his damp hair. Shaking his hands, he retrieved a cigarette from the box on the sink and strolled unsteadily out of the bathroom. Suguru and Satoru were huddled together, seemingly engrossed in a discussion, while Shoko sat on a small sofa, engrossed in her phone, typing away, seemingly responding to messages. Upon noticing Hitomi's approach, she waved at him. Hitomi settled onto the sofa across from Shoko, and a lighter came flying at him. It was thrown by Shoko. He caught it, lit his cigarette, and tossed it back. Why are you so tired? Shoko asked, propping her chin on her hand, gazing at him. I drank too much tea yesterday and couldn't sleep. Went to bed late, Hitomi replied, rubbing his temples, taking a drag from his cigarette, and slumping back into the sofa. He raised his hand. Is it Yaga-sensei? Uh-huh. He said he couldn't reach you or Satoru. Shoko fiddled with her phone. Have you 2 not unblocked him yet? Forgot. Let me do that now. Hitomi, with the cigarette clamped between his teeth, fished his phone out of his pocket and unblocked Yaga, only to see a message pop up immediately. Penalty. Remember to submit an additional 4,000-word reflection when the special grade Cursed Spirit returns. Ah, Hitomi's face fell instantly. He tossed his phone onto the coffee table, one hand clutching the cigarette resting on the arm of the sofa, while the other shielded his face as he let out a long, drawn-out wail. Completely collapsing onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling, questioning, why did I unblock him? The other 3 glanced over at his dramatic display. What's wrong? Suguru inquired with concern. Take a look for yourself. Hitomi weakly gestured towards the phone that Satoru was holding. I want to die right now. What? Suguru's expression sharpened, but was interrupted by Satoru's laughter. Ha! An additional 4,000 words? You now have the most extensive reflection among us. Satoru laughed unabashedly, and Shoko joined in, giggling at the absurdity. You're so annoying, Satoru. Can you keep your voice down? It's hurting my ears. Hitomi rolled his eyes dramatically. Suguru, understanding the situation, but wary of his own cat's pride, coughed lightly to suppress his laughter, though his smirk was hard to conceal. Laugh if you must. Hitomi surrendered his struggle, languidly declaring. 6,000 words of reflection. I feel terrifyingly powerful right now. A brief silence enveloped the group before the three erupted into laughter. Hitomi nestled closer to Suguru, resting his head on his shoulder, covering his ears, and whining, "You're all so loud." Ahem, Suguru chuckled, shaking slightly. You've only been in high school for a morning, and you've already accumulated a 6,000-word reflection. Truly the model of our generation. Ah, yes. Please refer to me as the king of reflections. Hitomi gazed at the ceiling with a deadpan expression, taking a drag from his cigarette. What a ceiling it is. Come on, let me join. Uffed, the king of reflections. Satoru laughed until tears streamed down his face. Kuroki, arriving at high school and already racking up 6,000 words in reflections, you're setting a new record. Shoko teased him as he regained his composure. Ah, yes. Please call me the chosen one who has rewritten reflection history. Hitomi continued to recline. All right. Suguru nudged Hitomi gently. We were just discussing where to go next. How did your research go? Hitomi inquired, intrigued, leaning forward. Shoko suggested we check out the differences between the shopping districts of Kyoto and Tokyo. Satoru, resting his hands behind his head, replied lazily. I've already seen all the tourist spots in Kyoto on my last visit. I'm indifferent. Let us heed Shoko's suggestion then. Ladies first. Hitomi nodded in agreement. The group tidied up a bit before heading downstairs to check out of their accommodation, making their way to a nearby commercial area that was relatively large. It was not the peak tourist season, and being a weekday, the streets were neither crowded nor empty. Hitomi, looking somewhat lethargic, clutched the hem of Suguru's shirt. Suguru, let us grab something to eat later. I didn't have lunch, and I feel famished. He rubbed his stomach, his ears drooping, shaking the hand that held onto Suguru's shirt. Let us have a grand dinner tonight. Suguru glanced around, noticing that most of the nearby restaurants were quite formal, but not wanting to let Hitomi continue to go hungry. He called out to Shoko, who was happily shopping, and Satoru, who was plotting to order pastries. He informed them that he was taking Hitomi to find something to eat. Satoru Gojo and Shoko Nishimiya exchanged an okay, urging each other to return promptly. Meanwhile, Megumi Fushiguro and Suguru Geto exited the shopping mall, seeking refuge in a nearby Odin shop. Megumi gazed intently at the pot of aromatic Odin, his eyes sparkling with delight as he animatedly requested several items for himself and Suguru, revealing his ravenous state. Suguru found amusement in his enthusiasm, teasing him about his insatiable appetite. Suguru, you must try this. It's truly delectable, Megumi urged, offering a fishball to Suguru's lips. Suguru obliged, taking a bite and savoring the flavor before affirming, indeed, it's quite tasty. See, Megumi nodded in satisfaction, seizing the moment. Suguru discreetly captured a few photographs on his phone while Megumi was engrossed in his meal. Suddenly, Megumi's ears twitched, and he straightened, frowning at something in the distance. Suguru, startled, quickly shut off his phone. What's wrong? He asked, poking Megumi's suddenly focused face in a somewhat guilty manner. Megumi remained silent, his expression peculiar, prompting Suguru to glance in the direction Megumi was scrutinizing. Don't look, don't move, Megumi whispered, gripping Suguru's hand tightly. What is going on? Suguru inquired, his voice dropping as he sensed the tension in Megumi's demeanor. We'll talk later. Relax, Megumi replied, casting a sidelong glance at the source of his discomfort. Gradually easing his tension, trusting him, Suguru naturally offered him a piece of fishball. Megumi munched contentedly, his ears twitching in response. After a while, he fully relaxed, sinking into the chair's backrest. Suguru, noting his calmness, asked what had just transpired. I felt someone watching me, but when I looked, I saw nothing, Megumi explained, furrowing his brow. Are you certain? Suguru gently smoothed out Megumi's furrowed brow. Positive. The malice from that person felt oddly familiar, and it was quite intense. They were definitely observing me. Megumi instinctively rubbed against Suguru's hand. But I can't quite recall where I've sensed it before. If you can't remember, then don't dwell on it, Suguru suggested, pushing the Odin box toward him. It's not too hot yet. Hurry and eat before it gets cold. Suppressing his unease, Megumi picked up the box with one hand, while the other clasped Suguru's. Let us eat as we walk and find Satoru. Suguru grasped Megumi's hand, using it for support to stand, and followed beside him, watching him eat while occasionally accepting bites. He remained vigilant of their surroundings. Upon spotting Satoru, Megumi was about to call out, but suddenly remembered the source of the malice, causing his voice to drop. You guys are so slow. Satoru, noticing their approach, complained and effortlessly snatched a lucky bag from Megumi's hands. Hey, Megumi exclaimed, realizing the last lucky bag had vanished, leaving him speechless. If you want to eat, go buy your own. I'm too lazy to move, Satoru retorted, unapologetic. I can't believe you. Megumi rolled his eyes, feeling that since meeting Satoru, he had become increasingly speechless. Suguru gently nudged Megumi's hand. What happened just now? It's nothing, Megumi replied, shaking his head. I just suddenly recalled where I felt that gaze before. Once, when I was with Satoru at the dessert shop. I sensed a curse user whose gaze resembled the one I just experienced. You mean the one with stitches on her head? Satoru leaned in, stroking his chin, pondering about the female sorceress. You remember? Megumi raised an eyebrow. Wait, Suguru interjected, raising his hand. Oh, Mr. Geto, please state your inquiry. Megumi mimicked the teacheress tone. All right, Mr. Hikomi, when did you two go to the dessert shop together? Suguru smiled innocently, resembling a model student. But Megumi felt an ominous premonition from his demeanor. Suguru, is that really the crux of the matter? Shoko scoffed, pulling out her lollipop and casually holding the stick like a cigarette. Satoru wrapped an arm around Megumi's shoulders, flashing a peace sign while swaying it playfully. Of course, that was during the last family banquet. We jumped down from upstairs and ran over here for dessert. Megumi swatted at his arm, realizing his efforts were futile, and surrendered, explaining, it was that time when I returned to Kyoto and brought you sweets. I was wearing a Heori with the family crest. Ah, I remember that occasion. Suguru nodded, recalling the feelings he had as he watched Megumi approach him. Wow, so the sweets Megumi brought were for you, Suguru. Satoru chimed in teasingly. The important person he mentioned was you, right? Satoru, shut up. Megumi felt exposed, his face heating with embarrassment, ready to lash out. Hee, I won't. If you can defeat me, then maybe, Satoru chuckled, dragging the curious Shoko into the gossip. Megumi even insisted it was just a friend. Oh, Shoko pondered, stroking her chin. So that is how it is. Megumi felt exasperated with his peers. Little brother? Suguru teased with a smile. So, I've been important to you for quite some time. Haven Ti? Let us go shopping, Megumi retorted, unable to withstand their teasing gazes, and turned to leave. The other three stifled their laughter and followed. Hey, Suguru. Your fur is all bristled up. Aren't you going to soothe it? Shoko poked at Suguru. He merely chuckled. I'm not angry. I'm just shy. If I go over, I'll just escalate things. Is that how all cats are? Satoru tilted his head. I can't speak for others. But my family is like that, Suguru replied with a soft laugh. I'm a lynx. Megumi protested, turning to face them, his expression a blend of annoyance and amusement. He observed his three friends laughing together, grateful that his blush wasn't too noticeable. Otherwise, they would surely tease him even more. He had come to understand the nature of his playful companions. The group spent the evening shopping before heading to a renowned restaurant, intending to return home afterward. Megumi planned to catch a ride back to Tokyo, where he would let the assistant supervisor, Tadayoshi Tanaka, take him to the mission site, while Shoko would return to school. And Suguru and Satoru had another task to undertake. Conveniently, the four of them would depart in pairs. Before leaving, Megumi clung to Suguru, refusing to let go, burying his face in Suguru's neck, nuzzling affectionately. All right, Suguru chuckled, his voice laced with mirth. If we don't hurry, we'll miss the bus. Megumi ignored him, stubbornly holding on. Why aren't you shy anymore? Stop being clingy, okay? Suguru gently ruffled Megumi's hair. I don't want to be apart from you for too long, Megumi murmured softly. I'll finish my task promptly and return to Jujutsu High to wait for you. Suguru promised quietly. Satoru and Shoko lounged in their seats, observing the two with impassive expressions. Hey, Satoru, do you have any sunglasses left? Shoko asked, staring at the ceiling. Nope, I only brought one pair, Satoru grumbled, urging them. Hurry up, we're running out of time. As Hitomi gradually released her grip, she tugged gently at Suguru Geto's collar, leaning slightly downwards, whispering something before turning to Shoko, saying, Let us go. Our car is about to arrive. Finished being lovey-dovey? Shoko raised an eyebrow and stood up. Hitomi nodded, walking alongside Shoko towards the entrance. As they neared, she waved goodbye to Suguru and the others, their figures fading away at the entrance. Hey, Geto, stop staring. Satoru Gojo kicked Suguru's leg, noting that everyone had departed. Suguru retaliated with a kick of his own. Glancing at the time, Gojo, we should be leaving too. Satoru leapt up from his seat, draping an arm over Suguru's shoulder, inquisitively asking, What did Hitomi just say to you? Chapter 49, A Good Child Answers Questions. Nothing much. Suguru simply smiled, nudging him forward. Hey, Geto, that's unfair, Satoru elongated his tone, expressing his dissatisfaction. Hitomi gazed out at the night scenery whizzing by, her fingers tracing the patterns on her cursed tool, her expression inscrutable. What are you thinking? Shoko, seated beside her and engrossed in her phone, inquired in a neutral tone. Nothing. Hitomi stowed her cursed tool away, nestling into her seat. I'll take a nap. Wake me when we arrive. Okay, Shoko nodded. As Hitomi closed her eyes, She reflected on the lie she had told. She had indeed seen who was watching her, albeit for just a fleeting moment, but she had clearly discerned that it was a man. The stitching on his head, reminiscent of the woman from before. Was he from the Kumo family? She felt a sense of familiarity. If he was indeed from the Kumo family, why had they suddenly taken an interest in her? She had seldom appeared in social circles over the years, rarely attending competitions or exchanges, making it unlikely they could ascertain her background. She resolved to devise a plan to probe the Kumo family further. Unbeknownst to her, Hitomi gradually succumbed to sleep. When Hitomi opened her eyes, the car was nearing its destination, and Shoko was about to rouse her. You woke up just in time. She sensed the vehicle slowing down and rubbed her hair. Upon exiting the station, Tamanaka was already waiting outside. Hitomi instructed him to drop Shoko off at Jujutsu High before heading directly to the task location. You were a sorcerer before, so you should know how to set up a barrier, right? Hitomi leaned against the back seat, eyes closed, hands resting on her knees. Her tone nonchalant. Of course, my lady, Tamanaka replied with a nod. All right, do it when we arrive. Understood. After that, Hitomi fell silent, and Tamanaka was equally reticent. The journey enveloped in silence. We're here, my lady. Tamanaka brought the vehicle to a steady halt in front of an abandoned school. Hitomi opened her eyes, stepping out and glancing at the dilapidated structure with a slight frown. Could a grade 1 cursed spirit possibly reside in such a place? Surely. That group wouldn't have made a mistake again. My lady, Tamanaka observed her frown and cautiously inquired. Should I set up the barrier now? Hitomi nodded slightly. Stepping inside. Born of darkness, from dim to pitch black, all filth and corruption must be expelled. Tamanaka raised his hand to set up the barrier. As the barrier descended, Hitomi stood at the entrance, surveying the straight path leading to a gray classroom building, overrun by climbing ivy. The vegetation in the surrounding green spaces had withered significantly. Branches leaning precariously, the ground strewn with dead leaves that crunched underfoot. It was eerily quiet. Hitomi transformed her bracelet into a long whip, grasping it firmly. She lowered her footsteps, proceeding along the path towards the classroom building. Inside, dust hung thickly in the air. Hitomi gently brushed her hand over the stair railing. The layer of dust was substantial, indicating it had been abandoned for quite some time. She secured a bamboo tube with a red cord around her waist and began her search from the first floor. As she pushed open the sliding door, it resisted slightly due to the passage of time, sending a cloud of dust into the air, prompting her to cough involuntarily. The first floor yielded nothing. Ascending the staircase, she noticed the heavy dust, making her reluctant to touch the railing. Upon reaching the second floor, she furrowed her brow, sensing a faint presence, albeit difficult to trace. It was likely on the upper floor. Without hesitation, she bounded up to the third floor, only to have a shadow leap towards her. Hitomi bent backward to evade, then swiftly lashed out with her whip, ensnaring the shadow and hurling it against the wall. As the cursed spirit recovered and lunged at her again, she retaliated with another whip strike, sending it sprawling. The cursed spirit staggered to its feet, its body adorned with countless eyes, all fixated intently upon Hitomi. I'm watching you, it hissed. How revolting. Hitomi grimaced in distaste, attempting to deliver another strike only to find herself immobilized. Raising an eyebrow, she scrutinized the creature, her mind racing with thoughts. Just now, you didn't have this many eyes, did you? Hitomi retracted her whip, transforming it into a long blade. So, it seems that by seeing your eyes, one can be immobilized, correct? But you can't move either, can you? Hitomi mused, nodding thoughtfully. The quality seems adequate. Perhaps I could use you to hold someone still while I unleash a flurry of blows, a delightful addition for Geto's next meal. Hey, how long can you maintain this? Hitomi asked, intrigued. The information provided mentioned 2 cursed spirits. Do you have a partner? A shadow flickered above her, sharp claws descending towards her head with a swift whoosh. Yet they halted just above her, as if an unseen barrier enveloped her. The shadow immediately retracted, retreating beside the multitude-eyed cursed spirit. Punishment, you shall face punishment, it screeched. Ah, so you've been here all along. That saves me the trouble of seeking you out for some fun. Hitomi grinned, her long blade mysteriously vanishing. Are you working together or coexisting? Hitomi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Do tell, and I promise to go easy on you later. The cursed spirit merely screeched, while the punishing spirit attacked her from various angles, but to no avail. Meanwhile, many of the eyes on the other cursed spirit began to close. Hitomi tentatively wiggled her fingers, realizing the confinement had lessened. Why aren't you speaking? She chuckled softly, not answering questions. Isn't very well behaved. As the eyes on the cursed spirit closed halfway, when the other cursed spirit lunged at her again, Hitomi's pupils transformed into those of a beast. She leaped, executing a swift kick that sent the cursed spirit, along with shards of glass, flying out the window, followed by another whip strike aimed at the eye-laden spirit. You truly are a nuisance, tough-skinned and fleshy, Hitomi remarked as she watched the cursed spirit rise once more, while the other crawled back in through the window, sporting a cheerful expression as she berated them. Suddenly, she stomped the ground, propelling herself forward at blinding speed, first striking the cursed spirit that was nearly back up with her whip, then transforming her whip back into a long blade. She thrust it into the only eye that remained open before it could evade. The cursed spirit howled in agony as Hitomi yanked the bamboo tube from her waist, spinning it a few times before uncapping it and channeling her cursed energy to draw the spirit into the tube. With hair flying and settling back down, everything concluded swiftly. Hitomi straightened, securing the cap back on the tube, then gently brushed some stray hairs from her face, lightly patting her now dust-free clothing. Behind her, the other cursed spirit lunged through the window, its sharp claws slicing through the air accompanied by a piercing shriek. With a keen sense of alertness, Hitomi bent down as the cursed spirit flew past him, only to be swiftly kicked away by him. The spirit, quick to regain its balance, cautiously scrutinized Hitomi, refraining from any reckless assault. Hitomi opened the cap of a nearby tube, grasping a long whip as he approached, prompting the spirit to retreat step by step. Are you frightened? Hitomi arched an eyebrow, a gentle smile gracing his lips. What is it that terrifies you? I am hardly intimidating, am I? It is merely that your silence to my inquiries has left me slightly vexed. I distinctly requested answers. Chapter 50, Stirring Trouble. Cursed Spirit, you are lofty, remarkable, and impressive. If I could articulate my thoughts, would I not speak? The spirit continued to back away, while Hitomi steadily advanced, the soles of his shoes producing crisp sounds against the dust-laden floor. Suddenly, the cursed spirit struck fiercely, its claws elongating and sharpening into needle-like points that lunged forward, yet missed their target. The wall pierced by its assault immediately began to corrode and crumble. Hitomi sidestepped, his hair momentarily rising and falling, before he forcefully struck the spirit down with his elbow, pinning it to the ground. As the spirit struggled beneath him, he stepped firmly onto it, the floor cracking ominously beneath their weight. I have already stated, you ought to behave. Hitomi, with an air of impatience, ground down further, transforming the whip in his hand into a staff that pressed upon the spirit, his expression devoid of warmth. He then utilized the bamboo tube to channel cursed energy, drawing the spirit within. Sealing the tube, Hitomi was bathed in the morning light streaming through the glass unshrouded by the climbing ivy, casting golden rays upon the swirling dust. How filthy, he remarked, frowning at the grime now clinging to him as he secured the now crimson-tinged bamboo tube back to his waist. Stretching languidly, he draped his arms over the window, gazing at the sunrise, weariness etched upon his features. After all, his attire was already sullied, so what did it matter? The day had dawned since his arrival, and he was grateful for the rest he had caught on the way, though fatigue still lingered. He retrieved his phone, snapping a few photos to send to Suguru and the others. Nagi was the quickest to respond, perhaps having not slept. Smoking and drinking enthusiast, are you done over there? Cheese links, indeed. Cheese links, have you not slept? Nagi, seated on the sofa in his bedroom, glanced out the window while typing. My sleep quality was decent yesterday, so I woke up early today. Cheese links, a rare occurrence. Smoking and drinking enthusiast, perhaps a long afternoon of play has left you a bit weary. Care to chat? Did you send the photos? Sugura, hasn't he reached out to you? Cheese links, possibly no signal, it's not great here. Smoking and drinking enthusiast, poor signal? Cheese links photo. Cheese links photo. Cheese links, looks like a haunted house, covered in dust. Nagi opened the images. The first depicted a dust-laden corridor, overshadowed by ivy, eerie in its stillness, while the second showcased a dilapidated classroom, tables in disrepair, thick dust coating everything, with Hitomi as shadow performing an international friendly gesture captured in the sunlight. Smoking and drinking enthusiast, your disdain is evident. Cheese links, indeed. Smoking and drinking enthusiast, your hostility towards the classroom is quite apparent. Cheese links, Nagi the queen, sharp-eyed as always. Smoking and drinking enthusiast, last night, Teacher Yaga told me to remind you to place your reflection on his desk upon your return. Cheese links, this conversation has reached its end, goodbye. Nagi glanced at the time, feeling it was still early, tossed his phone aside, drew the curtains, and returned to slumber. Hitomi, with a furrowed brow, gazed at his phone, disinclined to ascend the stairs. Instead, he simply leaped from the window ledge. Upon exiting, he found Tamasaka waiting beside the car, who approached him upon seeing him emerge. For reasons unknown, Hitomi felt even more dismal after the appearance of Lord Kuroki, his expression darkening. He bent slightly to open the car door, tentatively inquiring, to Jujutsu High. Hitomi settled into the seat and switched off the navigation. Indeed, Tamasaka replied respectfully. Arriving near the director's meeting location, Hitomi abruptly tapped on the car window. Tamasaka, understanding, pulled over to the side of the road. "My lord," he said, glancing at the relaxed figure of Hitomi, who sat with legs crossed and a cool demeanor. At that moment, Hitomi's phone chimed. Upon checking, it was a message from Suguru. "Buckwheat Fox, I finished with Satoru and am heading over, almost there. I didn't check my phone earlier. Cheese links, no rush. I'll just get off here." Hitomi stowed his phone, adjusted his sleeves, and spoke in a neutral tone. "Just drive straight to Jujutsu High and do what needs to be done." "Understood, my lord." Hitomi alighted from the car, watching as it merged back into the flow of traffic before turning to venture down a sparsely populated side street. As he walked, he sent messages, and after a while, he spotted a small hill rising ahead, flanked by a torii gate. Stowing his phone, he stealthily navigated through the rooftops, ultimately pausing at a wall corner, retrieving the bamboo tube that contained the cursed spirit. Beyond this wall lay the usual meeting place of the unruly oranges. Crossing over uninvited would lead to detection. He needed to allow the spirit to enter first. While he was indifferent to repercussions, he wished to avoid causing undue trouble for Yaga. Testing the barrier's limits, he crouched behind a tree for cover, then opened the bamboo tube, delivering a swift kick to send the spirit inside. Cursed spirit? The moment the spirit entered, alarms blared, startling the unruly oranges within. Two subordinates emerged to investigate, their eyes locking with the spirit, causing one to scream and faint from terror. Truly useless. Hitomi squatted by the wall, watching the scene unfold with a scornful expression. The higher-ups within, alerted by the screams, could no longer remain idle. They summoned a particularly sycophantic second-grade sorcerer to inspect the commotion. Yet, upon stepping outside, he encountered the spirit at its most volatile, instantly frozen in place, only to be obliterated by another. How pitiful, Hitomi mused, stroking his chin. Are they sending them out one by one? The cursed spirit roared, intent on breaching the building, while the unruly oranges were thrown into disarray. Oh dear, were you not the immovable mountain, steadfast and unyielding? Yet now you flee with such haste, Hitomi commented, stretching before rising, declaring, the scene is chaotic enough. It is time for this lord to make an entrance. If I delay further, Suguru will miss out on a feast. A mocking voice chimed in from nearby. What a spectacle! Suguru exclaimed, snapping photos to send to Nagi in one fluid motion. When did you arrive? Hitomi leaned lazily against Suguru, fully aware of their timing, yet feigning curiosity. Just arrived, thankfully not too far from Kawasaki. It should be easily resolved. Suguru ruffled Hitomi's hair, nearly missing the grand performance. In a moment, you'll claim you heard the news and rushed over. Hitomi nuzzled against him, restraining the restless Satoru, then straightened up amid Satoru's disgruntled murmurs, leaping into the courtyard where he seized a wounded higher-up, forcefully tossing him against the wall, loudly exclaiming, My apologies. This cursed spirit stumbled here unexpectedly. I truly apologize. Kuroki, what on earth is happening? A higher-up yelled, barely dodging an attack, his heart racing as he beheld the wall collapsing where the spirit's sharp claws had grazed it, swallowing hard in a mix of shock and fury directed at Hitomi. With a swift kick, Hitomi sent him sprawling, feigning concern as she exclaimed, Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to kick you. After all, it was her inaugural solo mission involving two first-level cursed spirits, and her inexperience was palpable. She emphasized the words solo mission with two first-level cursed spirits with particular weight. Never had she anticipated that the only ones capable of being stationed here were such incompetents, a cadre of sorcerers who couldn't even handle two first-level cursed spirits. With a languid air, Hitomi swung her blade haphazardly at the cursed spirits in mockery, and then, deliberately clumsy, she kicked a senior who was off balance. After all, this group of old fools had their lives protected by an abundance of cursed tools. The thought of returning to write a self-critique, along with the relentless tasks assigned by Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo, irked Hitomi. Thus, she resolved to vent her frustrations amidst the ensuing chaos. Chapter 51. The demolition crew arrives. Hitomi deftly retreated a couple of steps, evading the razor-like claws of a cursed spirit, while surreptitiously tripping a senior attempting to dodge. She signaled discreetly towards the hiding place of Suguru Geto and the others. Satoru Gojo, unable to contain himself any longer, leaped out, unleashing a powerful blast that obliterated a significant portion of the structures. Hey, wasn't it agreed that we'd spare Geto some food? Don't strike the top, Hitomi complained. Dissatisfaction etched across her face. A senior, initially assuming they had come to assist, quickly grasped the reality upon hearing her words and stared at her in horror. You heard that? The senior stammered, realization dawning upon him. Of course, I specifically brought you here, Hitomi replied with a beaming smile, transforming her blade into a slender needle. Amidst the chaos, she swiftly pierced the senior's heart, stirring the blood within. His eyes widened in shock, fury, and terror. Unfazed, Hitomi steadied him and whispered in a low voice. Is it easy to collect money from my rotten orange? You. The senior's lips trembled. Only the dead can keep secrets. I wish you a smooth journey to hell, Hitomi said, denying him a chance to respond. She then feigned exhaustion, pushing him towards a cursed spirit that was lunging at them due to its evasion of Satoru's attack. Amidst the debris, swirling dust, and the cacophony of screams and curses, Hitomi stood there, an incongruous figure amidst the turmoil. The gusts of wind from the collapsing buildings tousled her hair as she flicked the blood from her needle, smoothed her locks, and gazed with a smile at the senior's demise before turning to depart. This was the final sight for the senior in his last moments. Now, everyone was in a state of trepidation. Who could afford to spare a thought for him? Meanwhile, Satoru had already begun demolishing the structures, focusing intently on the task, while Suguru, with a smile, unleashed his own cursed spirits, turning them into proud members of Satoru's demolition crew, though he discreetly pocketed the weaker cursed spirits. He turned to say something, but his pupils narrowed, and he casually turned to assist Satoru in the demolition efforts. By the time another cursed spirit had been transformed into cursed spirit jewels by Suguru, the entire director's office lay in shambles. A group of seniors stood amidst the rubble, their faces contorted with rage as they glared at the three nonchalant individuals. Hey Hitomi, I heard that. Don't shout so loudly, unlike you. I have no hearing issues, Hitomi shrugged, chiding the elderly. Old folks shouldn't be too agitated. Then, tilting her head, she grinned mischievously. You might just die? Suguru cast a brief glance at her. We need an explanation, one senior demanded, striking the ground forcefully with his cane, his countenance dark. Satoru lifted an eyebrow, casting a cold, emotionless glance at them, disdain evident in his scoff, an expression of utter contempt. I've already stated that I couldn't control two first-level cursed spirits, and they ended up here, Hitomi replied nonchalantly. I'm merely a puppet, a worthless one at that. You've overestimated me. You. The senior trembled with rage at her shameless demeanor, redirecting his ire. And what about you two? You came to help upon hearing the news. Suguru smiled politely, his tone precisely calibrated. The senior nearly choked on his frustration, trembling as he commanded his subordinates. Call Yaga Yoshinori here. Bring him quickly. After issuing the order, he delivered a shaky kick to one of his subordinates. Satoru, Suguru, and Heimu Hitomi huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. Oh, he resembles a repulsive giant moth. Is he here to amuse us? Show some manners, you lot. It's quite impolite to speak so candidly about the worthless, Hitomi retorted. Indeed, Suguru chimed in, not letting them off the hook either. When Yaga Yoshinori arrived on the scene, his fists clenched in frustration. He had anticipated trouble when these three were together. As he hurried to the site, confusion gripped him. Wasn't this the demolition site? Had he taken a wrong turn? No, he should be in the right place. Just as Yaga was caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, a hand waved from behind a collapsed wall. Hey Yaga. The sound of that infuriating voice made Yaga's eye twitch, veins throbbing on his forehead. It was indeed the work of those mischievous children. Yaga-sensei has arrived? Hitomi inquired, puzzled. Oh dear, I forgot Hitomi is the shortest, so she can't see, Satoru snickered, gesturing exaggeratedly at their heights. Huh, am I considered tall? Your height is the absurd one, Hitomi retorted, gritting her teeth. Besides, you don't even match the height of this wall. If you're capable, don't cheat with your 6 eyes. Suguru leaned against the wall, one hand in his pocket, idly toying with the cursed spirit jewels within, chuckling softly at their bickering. Don't bully the young one, Satoru. You aren't sparing me either. Hitomi rolled her eyes, only to be playfully ruffled on the back of her neck, instantly rendering her docile. As Yaga approached, witnessing his 3 unapologetic students, he felt his patience waning. Yet, he still engaged with the seniors. Seeing Yaga regain his composure, the seniors straightened up, yet their arrogance appeared utterly ridiculous amidst the debris and dust. Yaga Yoshinori, these are your students, and their actions reflect your negligence. One senior raised his voice, his expression grim. Which family do they belong to? Suguru tilted his head. Who was the loudest? The Zenin family, Hitomi interjected, covering her mouth. Everyone from their family acts this way, Satoru chimed in, joining the conversation. Can someone explain what exactly is going on? Yaga sighed, turning to his demolition crew of students. Reporting, Sensei. Hitomi raised her hand. Yaga's eyelids twitched. Why was she pretending to be the good student now? I couldn't control 2 first-level cursed spirits, and they ended up here. Suguru and Satoru came to assist. Hitomi slumped against Suguru, who nodded in agreement, while Satoru turned away, stifling laughter. Do you even hear the nonsense you're spouting? A furious elder shouted. You clearly did this on purpose. Do you have evidence? Hitomi replied, smiling sweetly. You. Yaga was about to retort when Suguru placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head with a smile. It's fine. We'll handle what we've stirred up. Yaga-sensei, You need not intervene. But, all is well. Yaga fell silent. Hey, you lot are truly ungrateful. I just saved your lives. Satoru complained loudly. Are we supposed to thank you? The seniors were so infuriated they nearly burst into laughter. They departed, leaving no words to share with them. Hitomi grasped one by the hand and signaled to Yaga to flee. Though some high-ranking individuals attempted to intervene, their identities ultimately deterred them. They understood that this was evidently an act of reprisal against them, yet they found themselves without justification, forced to swallow their resentment in silence. Upon returning to the high school, Yaga delivered a punch to each of them before retreating to his office for a calming cup of tea. He felt utterly drained from the burdens of mentoring this cohort. Hitomi stretched languidly before retreating to his dormitory for some much-needed rest, promising himself to reflect on matters upon waking. Just as he was about to enter his room, Suguru Geto placed a hand atop Hitomi's on the doorknob. Hitomi turned to meet his gaze. Suguru, with a gentle demeanor, suggested, "Let us converse." Chapter 52. You were never the villain. Hitomi hesitated, lowering his eyes to the hand resting on his lashes fluttering slightly. Suguru merely observed him, offering no pressure. After a prolonged moment, Hitomi turned the doorknob and softly invited, "Please, come in." The sunlight outside was splendid. Having neglected to draw the curtains before he left, the rays cascaded into the room, filling it with warmth. Hitomi shrugged off his uniform jacket, draping it over the chair, and rummaged through his wardrobe for a loose-knit cardigan to wear. Suguru retrieved the jacket from the chair's back, his hand brushing gently against Hitomi's cheek as he hung it on a hanger, then closed the wardrobe door. Hitomi leaned against the wardrobe, avoiding Suguru's gaze and allowing his eyes to fall, concealing his emotions. Suguru sighed softly, lifting Hitomi's chin to meet his eyes. "Look at me." "I cannot," Hitomi replied, slightly turning his head away. He gently pushed Suguru away, prompting Suguru to release him. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Hitomi questioned, "Weren't we meant to talk?" Suguru's expression was intricate. He struggled to articulate his thoughts without sounding accusatory. He opened his mouth, only to find the words inadequate, and fell into silence. "Surely, you've seen it all." Hitomi reached for a pack of cigarettes from the table, extracting one and placing it between his lips before igniting it with a lighter. He inhaled deeply, letting the smoke roll through his lungs before exhaling. With the cigarette held in his mouth, he leaned back, propping himself on the bed, and asked, "You've witnessed everything, haven't you?" "Yes," Suguru nodded. "I have seen." "Feel free to ask whatever you wish." Hitomi's expression was neutral, his lowered lashes concealing the tumultuous emotions within. The rising smoke obscured his features, rendering his expression unreadable. "Why?" Suguru endeavored to keep his tone gentle. "I merely seek a reason. Hitomi, why would you stain your hands?" He collected the debts of his rotten oranges, orchestrated the scheme. He aimed to kill me, so I retaliated, and that is all there is to it. Hitomi narrowed his eyes, suddenly pulling Suguru closer by his collar, revealing his true self through the dissipating smoke. His face, illuminated against the light, remained shadowed, and when he spoke of retaliation, his expression was devoid of emotion, as if discussing an everyday occurrence. Hitomi took another drag from his cigarette, turning to exhale gently between them, their gazes meeting through the haze. In a low voice, he asked, "Suguru, when you look at me, do you love the version of me that you wish to see, or do you love the authentic me?" Suguru's throat bobbed as he swallowed, lips pressed together, his hand caressing Hitomi's grip on his collar, his gaze inscrutable. Hitomi understood the internal conflict Suguru faced. No matter how proud he was confronting the reality of his lover's violence for the first time, even if the victim was a wretched soul. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Hitomi let out a quiet laugh to mask the anxiety awaiting his lover's judgment. "Suguru, I told you I emerged from the mire. I've never claimed to be a pristine good person. The skills I mastered were meant to bring death. Suguru, I have blood on my hands, more lives than I can count. Have you ever killed an innocent?" Suguru interjected. No," Hitomi replied, tilting his head. "I've only killed sorcerers who posed a threat to my life. I've stated before, ordinary matters should be left to ordinary people." "That suffices," Suguru said softly. "They sought to kill you. You were merely defending yourself." "Who bought his rotten oranges?" Suguru's gaze was fixed on Hitomi's eyes. He treasured those eyes, finding them pure and unblemished. In their depths, he could see his own reflection. Hitomi looked earnestly at him, witnessing his pain, his anger, and above all, the absence of disdain. "What is it?" Hitomi chuckled. "Do you wish to assist me in dealing with him? That would make us accomplices." Suguru paused before responding. "Truly, accomplices? That cannot be." Hitomi tossed the extinguished cigarette into the trash, lightly tapping Suguru's chest. "You are so pure. Why sully your hands with such blood? Besides, they can only last another couple of years." Hitomi gently caressed Suguru's face, tracing his features, and planted a kiss upon his lips. "They've been poisoned slowly. They won't survive until my graduation. My father has been rendered a shell of his former self by my design. He grinned wickedly. Suguru, I am, in fact, a villain. You are not. You merely wish to survive. Suguru replied without hesitation, soothingly caressing Hitomi's hand, his brows furrowed. You only seek freedom. Suguru, Hitomi paused. Suddenly resting against Suguru's neck, eyes shut to conceal the rising moisture, yet a smile graced his lips as he recalled the words of someone dear. He will learn the truth eventually. Indeed, he would learn the truth in due time. Yet, I have gambled correctly, dear teacher. Suguru? Yes? Suguru adjusted the chair slightly, ensuring Hitomi was more comfortable. Suguru, I share this with you simply to reveal my true self. I do not seek your assistance in any regard. Hitomi's voice was muffled, laced with a hint of tears. I merely wish for you to see me without deceit. Initially, I was unburdened by concerns, but as I recognized your significance, my fear magnified, fearful of whether you love me or the image you perceive. But thankfully, I have wagered correctly. No matter the circumstance, it is you. I will not allow you to lose. Suguru tenderly combed through his hair, whispering in his ear, I promise you. Hitomi nuzzled against Suguru's neck. Straightening up, Hitomi earnestly proposed, if you have time this summer, I would like to take you to meet my mother. Certainly. Suguru ruffled Hitomi's hair. Aren't you tired? You should rest soon. Hitomi intertwined his fingers with Suguru's. Will you stay with me for a while? Of course. Suguru rose to draw the curtains, watching as Hitomi lay down. Sleep now. I shall remain here with you. As Suguru gazed at his lover drifting into slumber, he was far from oblivious. He had long been aware, mentally prepared for the revelations, whether it was concerning Kuroki's request or the matters of the Kuroki family that Satoru had previously mentioned, or even Hitomi's past. He had known all along. He merely yearned for Hitomi to voice it himself, to foster greater trust between them. When he inquired and Hitomi willingly disclosed his truth, it rendered him uniquely significant. He leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on Hitomi's forehead. Little one, in my presence, you shall forever be free and fervent. Chapter 53, Rainy Day Routine, Part 1. Tozai sat on the ground, clad in a purple hoodie, with a cushion beneath him, perusing a book placed atop a low table. Outside, the rain fell gently, creating a soothing patter as it struck the leaves. Suguru Geto leaned against his back, also garbed in a black hoodie, as he and Satoru Gojo engaged in the latest co-op video game. They found themselves in a makeshift entertainment room, transformed from an empty space. As the intensity of the game escalated, their tempers flared, leading to a heated argument. Geto, how can you possibly use that move here? Gojo exclaimed. Gojo, clearly, that was your operational blunder. Why are you throwing the blame on me? Geto retorted. Huh, how could I make a mistake? It was clearly you. Gojo shot back. Stop being such a sore loser. Geto insisted. Me? A sore loser? That last move of yours was undoubtedly a blunder. Gojo defended himself. Do you even hear the nonsense you're spouting? Has your six eyes finally malfunctioned? Geto challenged. Huh, do you want to fight? Come on, come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Tozai, disturbed by their raucous quarrel, felt the veins on his forehead throb. Be quiet, he shouted, retaliating with a swift smack to each of their heads. I'm truly exasperated with both of you. Can't you just pause for a moment? His earlier concentration had been shattered by Geto's antics. Even the record player he had brought was now rendered useless amidst their bickering. I'll record this and turn it into a record for the future students to hear just how childish you both are. That's outrageous, Tozai. Gojo protested. Is it really? Tozai queried Geto. Not at all, Geto replied with a smile. You see, you're both bullying me, Gojo declared defiantly, refusing to succumb to any malevolent forces. You were the one who interrupted my reading. Tozai retorted, exasperated. What book are you even reading? Gojo asked, dissatisfied. The Complete Guide to Dessert Making, Tozai replied, waving the book in his hand. Please, do continue, Gojo said, falling silent. Oh, so you can use honorifics, Gojo? Geto quipped sarcastically. Huh. Gojo lunged forward to grab him by the throat, only for Geto to counter with an elbow strike, inadvertently hitting Tozai in the process. Enraged, Tozai clenched his teeth, tossed his book aside, and joined the fray. Prepare yourself. As Shoko returned from the infirmary and opened the sliding door, she witnessed Gojo's sunglasses flying from his head, his hair resembling a bird's nest. Geto's bun had completely unraveled, and he was covered in dust. Tozai, who had started the day with a high ponytail, now sported a low ponytail, with streaks of gray on his face and his clothes askew. If you're going to stir up trouble, at least have the decency to avoid being so low, Gojo exclaimed. I was merely using my skills. If you can't handle it, then don't use defense. Geto shot back. If you both have the guts, then don't use any skills at all. The entertainment room had devolved into utter chaos. Upon noticing Shoko's arrival, the three paused and turned to look at her. Shoko furrowed her brow, sensing a profound foolishness reflected in the eyes of her peers. Didn't you say it would take another 2 hours? Tozai stood up, brushing off his hands as he glanced at the time. I was planning to wait a little longer before making dessert. The teacher in the infirmary had informed her that there were few patients today, allowing her to return for a break. Shoko reluctantly found a place to sit, resting her chin on her hand as she arched an eyebrow at Tozai. So what was it that caused this commotion? Playing a game, Tozai replied, rolling his eyes as he tidied his clothes and pulled the two apart by their collars. Can you both calm down for a moment? Fine, Geto acquiesced, sitting down obediently and wrapping his arms around Tozai's waist. Gojo slumped on the table, grumbling in discontent. Tozai allowed him to cling, playfully pulling up the hood of his hoodie and patting his head. I'm off to make dessert. I'll help, Geto exclaimed, rising. Can you even cook? Tozai chuckled. I can learn, Geto replied, not bothering to remove his hoodie, peering through the gap in the fabric. Oh, I can learn, Gojo chimed in mockingly from the side. By the way, where's Kamo? I haven't seen him gaming, Shoko inquired, curious. Tozai stiffened momentarily, falling silent. Ha ha ha, Shoko, you don't know? Tozai is a complete gaming novice. He can't even recognize all the button combinations. It's hilarious. Gojo laughed heartily. Shut up, Tozai exclaimed, grabbing a nearby book and throwing it at him. Gojo dodged effortlessly. I'm off to make some snacks. Tozai stretched lazily before stepping out, with Geto following leisurely behind. Shoko surveyed the disarray of the entertainment room before also exiting, while Gojo ambled outside with his hands in his pockets. Is there any cola left? Gojo rummaged through the fridge. Looks like there isn't. We'll have to buy some from the vending machine, Geto noted, leaning against him for support. If you two go, bring me back 2 bottles of beer, Shoko called from the sofa, waving her hand while engrossed in a magazine. I'll take strawberry juice. Geto chimed in, knowing what Tozai wanted without needing to ask. Indeed, Tozai said, glancing at the rain still falling outside, handing each of them an umbrella. I don't need one, Gojo scoffed. If I ask you to carry it, you carry it, Geto insisted, shoving the umbrella into his arms and nudging him towards the door. Let us go? As Tozai returned to the counter, he watched the two bicker and stumble into the rain, their voices fading into the distance. The moment they left, the air felt significantly quieter. Tozai began preparing almond cookies and traditional Japanese sweets. Shoko flipped a page in her magazine before placing it down, staring blankly out at the curtain of rain. Outside, the sound of the rain was a steady rhythm, while the indoor atmosphere was punctuated only by the occasional clatter of kitchen utensils. A gentle breeze drifted through, bringing a coolness to the air. Shoko fetched a blanket from the communal locker and draped it around her shoulders. It was quiet, but not the oppressive silence. Rather, it was a comfortable stillness. You seem to really enjoy desserts, Shoko remarked, leaning against the counter in her blanket. Why not sit over there? Tozai asked, wiping his hands. Boredom, she replied simply. Nothing much else, Tozai said, separating egg whites from yolks. I used to think they were quite sweet, which always lifted my spirits. And I've loved them ever since. I'm back. Gojo burst into the room, with Geto closely trailing behind. Ha ha! As expected, I'm the fastest, Gojo boasted, laughing heartily. Geto, expressionless, pulled a bottle of cola from a plastic bag, shook it vigorously, and aimed it at Gojo's triumphant face, spraying him with soda. Shoko gleefully captured the moment on her phone. Geto! Gojo exploded, retaliating with his own bottle of cola. Can you two stop playing with your food? Tozai scolded, kicking one of them. Exactly, you two are a pair of idiots. Shoko chimed in, putting her phone away. Didn't I give you both umbrellas? Tozai observed as he looked at Geto and Gojo, both soaked to the bone, and ordered them to change clothes. Once they returned in dry attire, Shoko and Tozai handed each a mop and a bucket. Clean this mess up. Chapter 54, Rainy Day Routine, Part 2. The two had transformed into wide-eyed children, wielding their mops. Hey, Gojo isn't happy now, Tozai remarked. Hey, watch it. Gojo rolled his eyes, quickly getting to work to avoid the sticky mess. Geto patted Gojo on the shoulder with his mop. Gojo, shouldn't you manage Tozai? After all, he is your partner. I can't control him, nor would I dare. He is the boss, Geto replied, stroking his chin. Gojo, you wouldn't happen to be incapable, would you? How could that be possible? Lousy is indeed omnipotent. Is it merely a matter of mopping the floor? Wataru Gojo scoffed dismissively. Then let us compete to see who can clean it first. Do you dare? Suguru Geto grinned mischievously. Bring it on. Even mopping, I shall excel. Gojo was provoked. Geto, with his cunning disposition, watched as Shoko Nishimiya leaned closer to Megumi Fushiguro and whispered, Do you think you can outplay him? He dared not respond. Megumi chuckled as he plunged a fruit knife into the cutting board and turned to place the baking tray in the oven. TSK, 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 Nishimiya mused, cigarette in mouth. Such is the law of nature. She retrieved a beer from a plastic bag and settled back onto the couch, calmly perusing an unfinished magazine. Gojo and Geto were once again engaged in a mop duel. Megumi had grown weary of their antics. His expectations were modest. Just clean it up. By the time the two ceased their ruckus, Megumi had nearly completed the dessert. Geto sat beside the bar, observing him craft the sweet treat. While Gojo sprawled across a couch, and Nishimiya, wrapped in a blanket, drank beer while flipping through another magazine. Geto had intended to assist, but was promptly dismissed by Megumi, who claimed that he would only hinder the process. Glancing at the time, Megumi realized it was nearly lunchtime. The cafeteria at Jujutsu High offered delivery to the dormitories. Geto, stop daydreaming. Please call the cafeteria and have them send over lunch, he instructed, placing cookies on 2 plates before gently tapping Geto on the head and wiping his hands as he stepped out from behind the bar. All right. After Geto placed the order, he clung to Megumi's waist, refusing to let go. Feeling affectionate? Megumi asked, running his fingers through Geto's damp hair. Came the muffled reply. I'll fetch a towel to dry your hair, Megumi coaxed. No need. You'll catch a cold, Geto replied stubbornly. Megumi sighed. Ever since their heartfelt conversation, Geto seemed particularly fond of subtly snuggling up to him. It's fine, Geto reassured, swaying slightly, clad in a black thin sweater Megumi had purchased for him, his damp hair cascading softly around him, lending him a gentler appearance. You're adorable, Megumi remarked, patting him. Reluctantly, Geto released his hold. The two on the other side wore expressions of disdain. Megumi returned from upstairs with a dry towel. Geto remained propped up on the bar. He carefully dried Geto's half-damp hair, his fingers weaving through the strands, the moisture entwining at his fingertips. The humidity from the rain made it difficult for the hair to dry. With furrowed brows, Megumi wiped diligently and patiently. Meanwhile, Gojo and the others were already munching on cookies. When the cafeteria delivered their meals, Megumi had just put away the towel, contemplating sending both Geto's soaked clothes and his own overdue laundry to the laundry room. Gojo dashed to the door to collect the food, urging them to eat quickly. During the meal, they delved into countless topics that seemed to vanish into thin air. Once lunch concluded, Nishimiya returned to her small sofa to continue reading her medical books. Megumi laid 2 cushions on the floor, fetched his laptop, and began attending to various tasks and documents, while Geto leaned against him, discussing the latest manga plot with the lounging Gojo. Occasionally, Megumi would offer him a piece of wagashi to savor. Geto, could you grab me a can of strawberry juice? I can't reach it, Megumi requested, eyes fixed on the screen. Amidst a heated debate with Gojo about the storyline, Geto reached for the can of juice, popped the tab, and brought it to Megumi's lips. Without lifting his gaze, Megumi took a generous sip. The rain outside showed no signs of abating. In the cozy, relaxed atmosphere, the sound of rain lulled them toward slumber. When Megumi finally lifted his gaze from the screen, he sensed an unusual silence enveloping the room. The banter between Gojo and Geto, along with Nishimiya's occasional laughter, had inexplicably faded away. He turned to investigate, only to stifle a laugh. Everyone had succumbed to sleep. Nishimiya was nestled against a cushion, engrossed in her medical book, while Gojo sprawled across the expansive sofa in an unceremonious fashion. Geto, leaning against the sofa, had his head resting on Gojo's shoulder, his arm wrapped around his waist without his notice. A smile crept across Megumi's face. His previously good mood had intensified. He gently lifted his hand and carefully placed the wired headphones on Geto's unoccupied ear. Then, he opened his laptop and selected a slow-paced film he had longed to watch. As the movie commenced, Megumi gradually immersed himself in the narrative, seemingly forgetting everything around him. The rain continued to patter softly against the window, creating a crisp sound that intertwined with the film's background music, establishing a unique ambience. Megumi sat there quietly, eyes glued to the screen, while his thoughts drifted far away. The scenes in the film began to blur, and his consciousness slowly faded. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, his eyelids growing heavier. Ultimately, he gently closed his eyes, leaning against Geto, the headphone cord dangling nearby as he slipped into slumber. The afternoon hours quietly slipped away, leaving the room in tranquil stillness. Gojo was the first to awaken, stretching and rubbing his eyes. Upon noticing Megumi and Geto entwined in sleep, he smirked but refrained from disturbing them. He tiptoed over to Nishimiya and gently shook her awake. Hey, wake up. Groggily, she opened her eyes and asked, what are you up to now? Gojo grinned mischievously, brandishing 2 pens and pointing at Megumi and Geto. Nishimiya instantly understood, her energy revitalized as she accepted a pen, and the two conspired to create artistic mischief on the unsuspecting duo, giggling and snapping photos along the way. When Megumi awoke, he discovered a blanket draped over him. Surveying the scene, he spotted the chuckling Gojo and Nishimiya, as well as Geto's face adorned with various drawings, and realized he too had fallen victim to their playful antics. You guys. Megumi sighed, attempting to muster anger, but ultimately succumbing to laughter. Geto, roused by the commotion, immediately grasped what had transpired upon seeing his own decorated visage. With a glare at Gojo, he gritted his teeth and seized a pin from the table, charging forward. Gojo bolted in response. If you can catch me, then go ahead. He taunted, making a face. Geto lunged at him, while Nishimiya watched the spectacle unfold. Megumi quietly grabbed another pin and stealthily approached, seizing the opportunity to add his own strokes to Geto's face. In the end, Gojo's face bore the marks of their playful artistry as well. The four of them sat on the floor, exchanging glances, unsure of who laughed first, until they all erupted into a fit of giggles. Megumi captured several group photos of their painted faces, with the four of them contorting into various silly expressions. Outside, the rain had mysteriously ceased, and the evening breeze was refreshingly cool, carrying the exuberant laughter of the youths amidst this rainy day. Chapter 55. Weariness. Perhaps it was the impending arrival of summer, but Megumi often felt as though he could never fully awaken. He dozed off in the car during missions, slumped over his desk in class, and even managed to catch a nap in a tree during physical training breaks. Sometimes, while playing games, he would lean against Geto's back and drift off. Who wouldn't marvel at the beauty of youth, able to fall asleep at a moment's notice? It was now early June, with mid-June fast approaching. The weather had begun to grow increasingly sultry. When the weather was slightly cooler, he was still willing to squeeze in with Suguru Geto, but now he has completely grown fond of sleeping alone. Unfortunately, the body temperature of a cat is naturally higher. And with the vigorous energy of DK, the two together at night made it feel as if they were stewing in a sauna, rendering sleep impossible. After unknowingly kicking Suguru off the bed for what felt like the umpteenth time, and receiving a complaint from his boyfriend, Tosaka promptly decided to retreat to his own room for a solitary slumber. Suguru, naturally somewhat displeased with his boyfriend's departure and their sleeping arrangement, nonetheless accepted this decision with understanding. While cuddling with his boyfriend was delightful, there were indeed nights when the heat was unbearable, often leading to both of them appearing the next day with dark circles under their eyes, only to be teased by their peers as foolish lovebirds. Although air conditioning is a thing, the dormitory at the high school has yet to be equipped. All they have is the creaking ceiling fan whirring above. How laughable it is. When two people are present, it is utterly ineffective, and the heat remains oppressive. They have heard that air conditioning will be installed this summer. But for now, it's a benefit for the next cohort. Perhaps they could secretly sabotage it later. Tosaka lay on a branch, grinding his teeth in frustration. His uniform was draped over another branch, leaving him clad only in a short-sleeved shirt. His tapered cargo pants, though stylish in normal circumstances, were akin to encasing himself in an impermeable layer of waterproof fabric in this sweltering heat. Wataru Fushiguro lounged beneath the shade, and Tosaka mused that if it weren't for the bones supporting him, he might just dissolve into a puddle. They still had a physical training class ahead. Tosaka grimaced at the thought. At this moment, he envied Shoko, recalling how she had flashed them a peace sign, encouraging them before darting off to the infirmary. Suguru returned, carrying a bag of popsicles. The three of them took turns to procure them, and Tosaka was now relying on the popsicles to survive in the outdoors. He truly feared the heat. Back when he was at home, he had to maintain a certain image, but now, in front of his peers, he felt utterly unconstrained. So drowsy, Tosaka accepted the popsicle that Suguru tossed up from below, yawning widely. Why am I so tired? Suguru inquired as he sat beside the already sprawled Wataru, leaning back against the tree and gazing up. I don't know, Tosaka replied, tearing open the plastic wrapper of the popsicle and placing it in his mouth. The chill coursing down his throat brought him a moment of comfort that made him squint his eyes in bliss, revitalizing him enough to respond to Suguru. I asked Shoko. She said it might be due to the changing seasons. Tosaka expressed with a hint of gloom. Has that ever happened before? Suguru inquired with concern. Not really. But I suppose it could count, Tosaka pondered. Suguru chuckled lightly at the ambiguity of his statement. Tosaka picked up his uniform jacket hanging from the branch, skillfully leaped down, and settled beside him. I used to train on the island for 2 months between June and August, and during those times, when conditions were generally safe, I would often fall asleep up in the trees. Ah, wait, Tosaka suddenly interjected, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Could it be a matter of habit? I think it might be, Suguru replied, equally uncertain. If you can still sleep in this dreadful weather, you must be quite the talent, Wataru quipped from the side. We're not even at the hottest part yet. Tosaka rummaged through the plastic bag of popsicles Suguru had returned with and retrieved a can of chilled cola, pressing the frosty bottle against his face with a sigh of relief. Why is it so hot so early this year? Suguru complained, fanning the collar of his shirt. I have no idea, Tosaka shrugged, reclining against the tree trunk, feeling utterly lethargic. When is night raid coming? Wataru grumbled. Wataru, be understanding, after all. Some middle-aged folks can be a bit slow at times. Suguru patted Wataru's shoulder. Night raid, who had just approached the playground, sneezed unexpectedly. It must be those little brats talking about me behind my back, he grumbled. Night raid has arrived. Suguru straightened up from the grass, turning to see someone already asleep against the tree trunk, while another lay on the ground in a heap. He fell silent, simply closing his eyes and lying back down. Night raid, witnessing him sit up only to recline again, felt a vain throb on his forehead. You lot, come here right now. By the time the three of them reluctantly shuffled over, Night raid was already exasperated. Isn't it hot for you, Night raid? Dressed all in black. And wearing a jacket too? Tosaka whispered to Suguru. It's about style, my friend, Wataru chimed in, draping an arm over Suguru's shoulder. Get off me, Wataru. It's so hot. Suguru pushed him away. Night raid, feigning ignorance, simply closed his eyes. First, warm up by running 3 laps around the playground. Yes, the 3 of them replied in unison, dragging their feet as they began to jog slowly. Faster! Night raid shouted from the sidelines. Wataru's eyes darted mischievously, and he stealthily moved closer to Suguru, swiftly tugging at his bun and retreating with a triumphant grin. Wataru, do you know how long it takes to perfect a bun? Suguru yelled through gritted teeth as he accelerated in pursuit. How childish, Tosaka remarked, maintaining his steady pace while mocking his peers. Tosaka, are you a turtle? Running so slowly. Wataru taunted, glancing back even as Suguru chased him. Huh. Tosaka's forehead twitched with irritation, a deathly smile creeping onto his face as he suddenly pushed off the ground. Launching himself like an arrow, he quickly caught up to them. Wataru, what are you saying? Whoa, Tosaka's gaze is terrifying. It seems like he wants to kill someone. Wataru snickered, covering his mouth. Suguru, stop him. I want to teach him a lesson about the meaning of love. Tosaka gritted his teeth in anger. Here he comes. Suguru cheered enthusiastically. Night raid sat on the steps of the playground, watching the 3 of them run restlessly and sighed wearily, already dreading his future teaching career. Chapter 56, Physical Training Class. By the time they finished their 3 laps, the 3 of them were drenched in sweat, yet hardly breathless, standing in place to stretch. You 3 will take turns in a 2-on-1 match. Night raid waved his hand, emphasizing that everyone must give their all, especially Tosaka. Teacher, does this mean pure physical combat? Tosaka raised his hand. Correct. No use of cursed techniques? Correct. Can I refuse? No. Night raid's stern refusal was unwavering. But it's really hot and exhausting like that, Tosaka pouted. Haven't you given it your all before? Suguru glanced at him, while Wataru chimed in, peering over. Never, Tosaka replied slowly. Someone once told me that the highest form of slacking is to do so without others noticing. He raised a finger in a mockingly mysterious manner, adding, you shouldn't let others perceive the extent of your abilities if they underestimate you and lower their guard. That is the best scenario. What kind of nonsensical logic is that? Wataru scoffed. Strength is strength. Why hide it? Well, sometimes being underestimated isn't beneficial, but at other times, being too ostentatious isn't either. With a smile, Hitomi playfully patted Suguru Geto's shoulder, stretching languidly and suggesting, why don't you 2 go ahead? I wish to finish up and return for some rest. Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo exchanged glances. Underestimated, huh, Gojo? He remarked. Let us make this a swift victory. Even if you haven't given your all before, with me and Geto together, how could we possibly lose? Gojo's expression was one of defiance. Hitomi merely chuckled, her eyes gleaming with amusement as she observed the 2, thinking how innocent they were. Teacher Yaga, you must think this through, Hitomi said, tilting her head slightly as she regarded the suddenly united duo. Indeed, Yaga nodded in agreement. Gojo, catching the moment, suddenly materialized behind Hitomi, while Geto charged towards her. Uh-huh. Gojo exclaimed, raising his fist to strike, only to see Hitomi swiftly sidestep and grasp Geto's arm, executing a shoulder throw that sent him sprawling. Gojo had no choice but to retract his fist to avoid inadvertently harming Geto. Geto rolled and regained his footing, aligning himself with Gojo. Suddenly, his pupils dilated, and he leaped aside. Being soft-hearted in combat is not a virtue. Hitomi's elusive figure appeared behind him, executing a sweeping kick. Such ferocity. Geto's lips twitched. Hitomi evaded Gojo's sudden punch, seized his arm, and delivered a swift kick. Spinning gracefully, she dodged Geto's grasp and leapt, executing a downward strike. You're not holding back either, Hitomi teased. This is merely a sign of respect, Geto replied, bracing against her leg before gripping her ankle and forcefully pushing her away. You've been hiding your strength quite well. Gojo rubbed his stomach as he stood. Playing possum, huh? In terms of cursed energy control, I may not match you, but... Hitomi flipped backwards several times. Then, using her momentum and speed, she almost instantaneously appeared before Gojo, pressing down on his shoulder with a playful smile. But if it's a pure physical contest, I could certainly handle you right now. Hey, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Gojo protested, elbowing her. Hitomi adeptly sidestepped, bending low to evade Geto's attack, then retreated several steps, distancing herself from their offensive range. Come again. Gojo was clearly exhilarated, and Geto's eyes sparkled with a competitive spirit. No, not again. I concede. Hitomi grimaced. No way. Both shouted in unison, charging forward, one descending from above while the other swept low. How can one even get hyped during a fight? Hitomi lamented, yet still engaged with them in a spirited exchange. Yaga observed closely from the sidelines, initially thinking Hitomi's combat skills might not match those of the other two. However, upon reflection, he recalled that most of the missions she had undertaken were completed flawlessly on her own. To handle 2 grade 1 curses alone, how could her strength be underestimated? Moreover, it troubled him that this child deliberately concealed her abilities, making it challenging for him to devise appropriate training regimens. It was evident she had previously trained under a highly skilled martial arts instructor. Thunderous sounds erupted as the three, in the heat of their sparring, found themselves at the edge of the playground, inadvertently initiating a demolition of trees and grass. Stop! Yaga urgently called out. Stop what? Gojo exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. I'm about to overheat. Hitomi darted aside, evading their strikes. Let us go again. I haven't even shown my true strength. Gojo shouted eagerly. Let us not. You big-headed fool. If it were winter, I'd be game. But in this scorching summer, don't you feel the heat? Hitomi retorted. Are you even a man? Gojo complained. I'm not. I'm a lynx. Hitomi shot back with crossed arms. Geto looked at her, his eyes shimmering with memories of their first encounter. You let me win back then. I did not. Hitomi replied instantly, then scratched her head and tentatively tugged at his shirt. At that time, I hadn't fully claimed my authority. I had to lower their guard and create a bit of misinformation. Geto sighed. I'm not angry. I know, Hitomi nodded, leaning in to kiss the corner of his mouth. You all get ready. We'll switch to another group next, Yaga announced. I can't go on, teacher. I'm truly spent, Hitomi said, her expression weary. This heat is bearable, but after exertion, I can't manage. What's the matter? Can't handle it. Gojo teased. Yes, I truly can't, Hitomi asserted boldly. Yaga glanced at the time. It was nearly noon, the hottest part of the day. Let us resume this in the next class. He waved them off, sending the group to rest. Yay, Hitomi cheered, darting to the water fountain and splashing water on her face. Slow down, don't rush, Geto cautioned, blocking her. Going from strenuous activity to cold water like that isn't good for your body. Oh, Hitomi complied, turning the faucet down to wash her hands instead. Did you not know? Geto ruffled her hair. Shin only teaches me to fight. Hitomi elongated her vowels. Understood, Geto replied. Gojo approached with hands behind his back and suddenly thrust a tightly coiled hose at them, drenching them completely. Gojo, you're finished, Hitomi exclaimed, soaked. Hey Shun. What is going on? Hitomi, just concluding a mission, felt fatigued, lighting a cigarette to revive herself. Are you in debt again? A voice from the other end seemed to curse, and the next moment, she heard Shun's serious tone. Kong is dead. With a start, Hitomi's hand trembled, causing her lighter to fall to the ground. She managed a forced smile, but thought to herself, you're joking, right? This isn't funny. Yet when she attempted to speak, her voice felt constricted, making it hard to breathe. She felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Your family has arrived. They wish to take him back to the Kakuki family for burial. I doubt you would want him interred there, and Kong certainly wouldn't. I've sent you the location. I'll keep watch here. They dare not move his body. Shin paused, seemingly indifferent before adding, no need to rush. I understand. Thank you, she managed to say, her voice dry. Kakuki Kong is very clean, Shin remarked, saying he had someone tidy him up. He arrived clean and left clean. He was always immaculate. Hitomi knelt by the stove, collecting his remains. The harsh fluorescent light bore down from above as she bowed her head, obscuring her expression. A small urn, light as a feather, contained a person. When I arrived, the sorcerer accompanying him was already dead. He was alive at that time, but gravely injured. Shin stood behind her. The information from the window was incorrect, stating he was grade 2 when, in fact, he was a special grade. He placed a necklace on the side operating table. This is the birthday gift he intended for you. My brother, what were his final words? The silhouette of the youth remained erect. He urged you to remember the promises made long ago, to never despise yourself. Ha ha ha. The boy suddenly burst into laughter. Yet despite his mirth, it evoked a profound sadness, as tears streamed down his face in torrents. Heir, do you think he is amusing? It's clearly because of my demise, clearly because the higher-ups aimed to warn me, implicating him. The voice of the boy trembled. Why did he still care for me in the end? Heir, do you think he harbored resentment towards me? Resentment for being his brother, resentment for causing his death? Why did I make a promise with him? To kill them, just to eliminate those old mandarins. The antiquated fan word as the boy clutched the jar tightly. Speaking to himself, his voice quaking as if seeking strength from it. Let us first bury Kong in. Heir sensed the boy's increasingly unstable emotions and interrupted his speech. On December 3, 2007, under a clear sky, a rare fine winter day, the second-grade sorcerer Kong lay at rest in the Whale Sea Cemetery without a ceremony. The one who erected the tombstone was Hino Kuroki. Kuroki went to have his hair cut, brownish-green strands falling away, severing the last remnants of attachment. Watching the barber gradually shorten his hair, he suddenly recalled why he had grown it long. In his youthful days, Kong had fallen gravely ill after cutting his hair. He had complained to his younger brother about having to grow it long again for a long time. What had he said back then? Oh, he had said, then I'll grow my hair long and cut it once it's long enough to make a wig for my brother. At that time, Kong had laughed heartily. But now, with his hair cut, there was no one left to use it. Hino Kuroki defected. What did you say? Suguru Geto's mug slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the floor, yet he paid no mind as he swiftly approached, gripping Satoru Gojo's shoulder tightly. Do you even realize what you're saying? Gojo. This jest is far from humorous. Suguru Geto fixed a steely gaze upon Satoru Gojo. How could I possibly jest about such matters? Satoru Gojo pointed at the list in his hand. Look closely, this is a plea from the Executive Council. What if this is merely a trap? Suguru Geto's agitation was palpable. Geto. Satoru Gojo interrupted. We need to investigate. Calm down, Geto. Shoko Yeri inhaled a puff of smoke, restraining his arm. Suguru Geto gradually released his grip, exhaling deeply, his fingertips trembling. I am calm now. By the time they arrived, the entire Executive Council was strewn with corpses. Gojo Geto. You're here. Kuroki half kneeled on the ground, tilting his head to look at them, his face bearing unshed blood, his gaze hollow. Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo stood frozen, staring at the blood and bodies scattered across the floor. But soon, Suguru Geto snapped back to reality, smiling as he extended a hand to Kuroki, gently saying, Little Kuroki, come here, it's filthy there, I'll take you home. Satoru Gojo remained silent, his expression taut. Kuroki shook his head with a smile. But, Geto, I have no family left. Don't say that. We are still here. Suguru Geto's tone was coaxing, even tinged with a hint of pleading. But I can't go back, Geto. Kuroki lowered his gaze to his hands. I can't go back. I've killed innocents. Geto, you must love this world well under the sun for me. What about you? Satoru Gojo interrupted Kuroki, his eyes fixed intently upon him. As for me, I lack the strength to love this world any longer. Kuroki chuckled weakly, his form swaying slightly. We can discuss this later. Suguru Geto stepped through the pool of blood to approach him. Satoru Gojo's lips were tightly pressed together as he advanced, his demeanor devoid of its usual levity. Don't come any closer. Kuroki suddenly shouted, causing Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo to pause. Kuroki gasped for breath, slowly rising to his feet. His body trembling, yet his back remaining straight, exhaustion etched across his face. Don't come closer. It's too dirty here. I've always been filthy. So it doesn't matter. But you are clean. Just stay away. We're going back. Suguru Geto felt an ominous premonition and hurried toward him, his fingers trembling. You're not dirty. Not at all. The filthy ones are these rotten mandarins. You've always been pure. Stop saying that. Geto, why do you have to come here? Kuroki's body swayed precariously as he closed his eyes, forcing back tears, greedily kissing the corner of his mouth, pushing Suguru Geto away. Geto, let us go. Gojo. I've never asked anything of you. Kuroki gazed at Satoru Gojo, his eyes pleading, begging him to take him away. We're going back. Satoru Gojo ignored his words. Yeri can heal you. Have you forgotten? I can also reverse techniques. Kuroki coughed softly, raising a hand to shield himself, when he released it. The blood on his hand was uncertain if it was his own or merely stained. Perhaps it's both. Suguru Geto, it hurts so much. I never knew growing pains felt like this. No, Suguru Geto, his pupils constricted, a hint of panic in his expression. Kuroki's body swayed again. I'm sorry. His voice was barely a whisper. Suguru Geto, his expression darkening, scooped him up in his arms, hastening toward the exit. Geto, Satoru Gojo grasped him, speaking softly. He has long lost the will to live. Forcing him to persist is futile. Enough. Suguru Geto interrupted, his body trembling. I know everything. But my cat is so clean, I can't leave him there. I just want to bring him back into the sunlight. While gathering Kuroki's belongings, Suguru Geto appeared unwell, his hair disheveled, dark circles under his eyes. When he inadvertently opened a drawer, he discovered a letter inside. His hand trembled slightly, hesitating to open it, but ultimately he broke the wax seal. Inside was but a single phrase, I love you. From within rolled a pair of rings. Suguru Geto constructed a facade of strength, but it finally crumbled uncontrollably, the sunlight streaming into the room, yet it could not dispel the dampness in his heart. It was common knowledge that Suguru Geto the most charming teacher at Jujutsu High, was married. This seemingly cheerful teacher was, in fact, the hardest to approach. The only ones who seemed close to him were the least popular Suguru Geto and the school nurse Heir. Once, someone tried to pry gossip from Suguru Geto, only to be beaten, leaving them to crawl to the infirmary. Consequently, the greatest mystery at the school became the identity of Suguru Geto's beloved, a topic even the most outgoing Suguru Geto would not discuss, while the relatively amiable Heir would warn against prying, and Principal Yaga would merely sigh, urging them to train. Little Geto, here again for shrimp? The kindly grandmother at the seafood stall greeted him with a smile. Yes, Suguru Geto replied, taking them from her hands with a smile. My partner loves to eat them. Oh, your relationship is truly delightful, the grandmother beamed. After purchasing vegetables at the market, Suguru Geto passed by a flower shop and bought a bouquet of champagne roses. He returned to the villa where Tozai had once invited him. He had subsequently purchased this villa, a smooth transaction as its previous owners were no longer present. Nothing had been altered. He resided in Tozai's room. Occasionally, Shin would bring Hui over to stay for a couple of days, and everything seemed to revert to how it once was, as if his beloved were still present. Life continued as usual, with the mundane routines of daily necessities persisting, and tasks carried on without interruption. Yet, no one ever inquired if he was weary anymore. He had become quite adept at crafting exquisite desserts, particularly cheesecake. Nevertheless, in the stillness of midnight, his heart would ache dully. It turned out he had never truly escaped that damp winter, nor had he ever healed from the pains of growing up. During moments of solitude, he would often visit the cemetery, clutching 2 bottles of strawberry juice, seated before the gravestone, rambling about how weak the students of their year had become, discussing the antics of Gojo, and lamenting how Shoko had acquired her medical license yet drank excessively, appearing nothing like a doctor. There were times when he would simply sit there for an extended duration. The location, elevated enough to view the sea, allowed sunlight to bathe him on fine days, and the gentle breeze imbued a sense of freedom. He would clink his bottle against the one resting on the gravestone and drink deeply. Xiaosheng, I'm leaving now. I shall visit you again. Do remember me. He would rise, pat the gravestone, and with one hand in his pocket, descend while waving goodbye. The silver ring on his finger shimmered under the light's reflection. An empty soda can rattled in the wind, as if in proud agreement. Chapter 57. A moment of darkness obscures the future of Jujutsu High. Gojo was making faces at them. Tosaka scanned the area and spotted a water bucket on the ground, promptly lifting it to catch the water gushing from the hose, quickly filling it to the brim. You can play like this? Gojo was taken aback. He immediately reacted, rushing over to snatch the bucket from Tosaka. However, Tosaka nimbly dodged his attempt, resulting in a splash of water dousing Suguru. Caught off guard, Suguru wiped his face, a smile on his lips, veins bulging on his forehead, and joined the fray. The 3 engaged in a water battle by the pool, splashing water everywhere, transforming the entire playground into their battlefield. Yaga suddenly recalled some matters he had yet to address. As he turned to head towards the playground, he coincidentally encountered Shoko, who had just exited the infirmary, intending to find her peers for a meal. Are you going to the playground? Yaga inquired. Yes, to eat with them. Shoko mumbled around her cigarette. Then let us go together, Yaga nodded. Upon their arrival at the playground, a bucket of water splashed upon them, extinguishing Shoko's cigarette. You lot. The 3 of them, towels atop their heads and smoke billowing from their buns, obediently knelt in a row. Yaga, towel draped over his head and jacket already removed, crossed his arms and observed them. Who instigated this? Tosaka and Suguru, heads bowed, subtly pointed to the right. Gojo, with an expression of betrayal, accused. You 2 sold me out like this. Tosaka turned to inspect the wallpaper. There must be a profound meaning behind this wallpaper being here. Let us study it. Suguru, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, either towards the ceiling or the wooden floor, avoiding looking at him. Who designed this interior? It's utterly tasteless. My apologies, Gojo. But for our safety, you must make a small sacrifice, Suguru thought devoutly. Gojo, let us congratulate our classmate for winning the smoking dual ball ice cream. Shoko, with a towel draped around her neck, stood to the side, snapping photos to send to the idol, reveling in their misfortune. Yaga, observing this group of troublemakers, felt his vision dim, unable to see a promising future for Jujutsu High. Let us go eat. Yaga rubbed his temples and waved them off. Tosaka sprang up from the ground, pulling Suguru along as he had been feeling famished for quite some time. Suguru felt as though he had been yanked from the ground by his boyfriend. Yaga closed his eyes at the sudden disappearance of the 2, lifted his teacup, and took a sip. Tosaka just yanked Suguru up like a radish. Gojo chuckled, teasing Shoko that Suguru was a peculiar radish with a strange fringe. Uffed. Yaga burst out laughing, causing water to spray from his mouth. Wow, Yaga has become a fountain. Gojo snickered mischievously. Shoko, seeing Yaga's face darken, took a few steps back to distance herself. Slow down, Suguru advised, somewhat exasperated, as his shoes were soaked and movement would lead to illness. All right, Tosaka slowed down. His grip shifting from Suguru's wrist to intertwining their fingers, teasingly scratching his palm. Suguru raised an eyebrow, capturing Tosaka's restless fingers, intertwining them. Although the temperature is not low now, it would be better to change into dry clothes, Suguru suggested, pulling Tosaka towards the dormitory. Tosaka extended his hand towards the cafeteria. Let us go eat first, he whined, elongating his tone. No way. Suguru was resolute about Tosaka's health, sighing, even if you whine, it won't work. Tosaka pouted, I can reverse the technique, you know. That's not a valid reason to ignore your health, Suguru stated firmly, his gaze unwavering. Tosaka curiously peeked at him. Realizing this was the first time Suguru had spoken to him in such a tone. Combined with his half-damp shirt, it was rather alluring. I want a kiss. What? Suguru turned to him, his tone returning to its usual gentleness. I want to kiss you, Tosaka blurted out, realizing too late, his face reddening. Nevertheless, he maintained his bravado, mentally planning their future together. Huh. Suguru found his expression amusing, noticing how Tosaka's face was flushed yet he attempted to act nonchalant. Why is it suddenly so hot today? Tosaka averted his gaze, fanning himself with his other hand. It's all right, I was just splashed with cold water. So it's not too hot, right? Suguru analyzed seriously, teasingly undermining him. Tosaka shot him a glare, quickening his pace. Can I exchange this boyfriend for the one I just mentioned? Suguru chuckled, using a deft motion to pull Tosaka closer and gently peck his lips. Still want a kiss? Tosaka softly murmured, yes. Let us kiss back in the dorm, Suguru coaxed quietly. No, I want to eat first. Tosaka shook his head, pecking Suguru's lips once more, pulling him swiftly towards the dorm. That'll do. Let us hurry back to change clothes. After that, we'll go to the cafeteria for eel rice. All right. Suguru indulged him as they hurried back. Upon returning to the dormitory, Suguru quickly changed clothes and took a dry towel to knock on Tosaka's door, offering to dry his hair. Hearing Tosaka invite him in, he pushed the door open. Tosaka had already changed into shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, with a low ponytail for convenience. Sitting in a chair, he turned to face Suguru, who approached, wrapping his arms around Suguru's waist, burying his face in his abdomen. Suguru untied Tosaka's ponytail, lowering his gaze to gently dry the droplets from his hair. Tosaka aimlessly pondered how he adored every version of Suguru, content just to be in this moment. All right, that should be enough. Satoru Gojo placed the towel down, gently patting Megumi's back, signaling him to lift his head. Obediently, Megumi wrapped his arms around his waist and looked up, his eyes blinking in curiosity. Gojo's gaze darkened slightly as he cupped Megumi's face and leaned down to kiss him. The kiss deepened gradually, only breaking when Megumi was nearly breathless. He let out a soft gasp, his cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, clearing his throat. Gojo observed his expression and playfully coughed into his hand. Aren't you hungry? Let's head to the cafeteria. What about your hair? Megumi drawled, still clinging to his waist. Gojo placed one hand on Megumi's back, while the other playfully twirled the ends of his hair. It's fine, not too damp. Let it air dry. All right then. Hand in hand, they strolled towards the cafeteria. On the way, Megumi pondered the kiss, unable to suppress a smile that spread across his face. What are you grinning about? Gojo noticed his smile and inquired. Nothing, let us hurry. Megumi shook his head, urging him to pick up the pace. He didn't wish for Gojo to discover his thoughts, lest he be teased. After all, even cats have their pride. And he didn't want Gojo to become overly smug. Gojo raised an eyebrow, suppressing a chuckle, choosing to remain silent about his understanding. A gentle breeze swept through the hallway, and the midday sun filtered through the lush foliage, casting dappled patches of light upon them. Chapter 58, The Young Couple Goes Out. The pair arrived at the cafeteria, finding it seemingly deserted, perhaps fortunate to have missed the crowd. I'd like an eel rice, please. Megumi said to the lady behind the counter, then turned to Gojo, what do you want? Anything is fine. I'm not picky, Gojo replied after a moment's thought, adding. Let us have the same. Then I'll order two. Megumi gestured with 2 fingers. They found a vacant table and began to savor their lunch. Delicious. Megumi squinted his eyes in satisfaction as he enjoyed the eel rice. He earnestly complained to Gojo, though the missions are quite dreadful. The cafeteria at Jujutsu High isn't bad. I wonder if I'll still get to eat here after graduation. Then why not stay on as a teacher? Gojo chuckled at his expression, amused. Though Megumi often claimed to be a fierce creature, at times his behavior was undeniably cat-like. He reached for a napkin and naturally wiped away a grain of rice from the corner of Megumi's mouth. Slow down, don't choke. I'm already beginning to handle clan matters, Megumi replied, his expression somber. My brother still shares some of the burden, but once I take over as clan leader, I'll be incredibly busy, and I'll even have students. By the end of the year, they might not even realize they have a teacher. Gojo sighed at his boyfriend's exaggeration. It can't be that extreme. Absolutely. Megumi mumbled around his food. You could stay at Jujutsu High after graduation. Then I could sneak in for meals. So, you've already mapped out my future for me? Gojo laughed incredulously, pretending to be distressed. Am I merely a tool for you to mooch off of? Stop acting. You're so dramatic, Megumi retorted, pondering whether to return to the earlier, more naive version of Gojo. Can I have the old Gojo back? Have you grown tired of me that quickly? Gojo feigned melancholy. But Megumi could easily see through his act. He refused to fall into that trap. Swallowing his food, Megumi asked, Do you have any missions this afternoon? No, why? Gojo replied, glancing at his emails. Then let us skip class and go shopping. I want to buy some things. Sounds good, Gojo nodded. What do you need? Not much. Just whatever I find appealing. Megumi stirred his eel rice as he spoke, taking another bite. Gojo, understanding, felt his hair was dry enough, and with a casual motion, removed a hair tie from Megumi's wrist to fashion his hair into a bun. The tie inadvertently clinked against Megumi's bracelet, creating a delicate sound. After finishing their meal, the two quietly departed from Jujutsu High. Hand in hand, they wandered through the streets, relishing the rare tranquility of being alone together. Gojo, look over there. Those two charms are so adorable. Megumi exclaimed, stopping in front of a stall, pointing at a cat charm nestled beside a fox charm. Isn't it strange? Normally, wouldn't foxes be made in red? Why is this one black? It seems to be part of a series, Gojo observed, glancing around at the various animal charms. But didn't you always claim to be a fierce beast? But they're just so cute. Megumi held the charms up to his cheeks, grinning widely as he asked, Aren't they adorable? Gojo was momentarily taken aback. Whether by the radiance of his smile or the brilliance of the sun, he found himself momentarily dazzled. Gojo. Megumi waved his hand in front of his face. What are you spacing out for? Just admiring how cute you are. Gojo felt an overwhelming urge to kiss him, but suppressed it. Should we buy them? Yes. Megumi nodded eagerly. I'll take these two, please. All right. The vendor wrapped their purchase and handed it over. Megumi tucked the cat charm into Gojo's hand, keeping the fox for himself. What's this? Gojo asked, shaking the bag playfully. It's a return gift for the ornament you gave me earlier, Megumi replied, scanning the area for any tasty treats. Why not give me the fox? Gojo teased. Megumi felt his secret thoughts exposed and pretended not to notice, looking around instead. Gojo chuckled at his reaction. Oh, it's all the same, Megumi huffed, attaching the charm to his crossbody bag and nudging Gojo forward. Gojo couldn't help but laugh. Over there's an ice cream shop. Megumi pointed, eager to change the subject. Are you craving ice cream? Gojo asked, stifling his laughter. Yes. Megumi nodded vigorously. On such a hot day, ice cream would be perfect. They entered the shop and each chose a flavor of ice cream. Megumi wasted no time in taking a bite, the cold sensation refreshing him instantly. How does it taste? Gojo asked. Delicious. Megumi squinted in satisfaction. You should try it. Gojo took a bite of Megumi's ice cream, nodding in approval. Very good. It's rare to find chocolate that is sweet, but not overly so. Megumi looked at his ice cream, now with a bite taken out. Gojo, weren't you supposed to try a bite? That was your request. Gojo feigned innocence, taking a bite of his own. I want some of yours too. Here. Gojo offered it to him. In a playful act of revenge, Megumi took a massive bite. So cold. He grimaced, feeling the chill to his teeth. Ha ha ha. Gojo couldn't contain his laughter, gently rubbing his face to ease his discomfort. Stop laughing. Megumi pouted. All right. Gojo composed himself, attempting to adopt a serious demeanor. I'm usually smart, but why do I feel so foolish when I'm with you? Megumi kicked a pebble in frustration. Where's the foolishness? Let me see. Gojo teased, lifting Megumi's face up. Let go. Megumi's ears turned crimson as he lightly swatted away Gojo's hand. The ice cream is melting. Gojo's phone suddenly erupted with notifications, several from Suguru and others from Satoru. Hey, where are you two? Suguru texted. Why did you skip class without telling me? Satoru's message followed. Lousy, you two adulterous cats. Lousy, respond. Lousy, hurry up and reply. Lousy, why are you both ignoring my messages? Lousy, you two have the audacity to run away. Yet you can't muster the courage to reply. Xia Yoja twitched at the corner of his eye. What do you two need us for? To be the third wheel. He scrolled through Wu Tiaowu's messages, glancing at Xia Zi's. Smoking and drinking enthusiast. Teacher Yega has asked you to return and submit a 1,000-word reflection. Smoking and drinking enthusiast. Bring me back 2 bottles of sake. Buckwheat fox, okay. What is up? Tongsheng leaned in to see his phone, just in time to catch a glimpse of a photo of himself enjoying Odin, raising an eyebrow in playful mockery. Asking when he took that? If line 2 warm winter. At that moment, Kong Xiao was utterly delighted. But now his hair had been cut. No one could use it anymore. Tongsheng sat on a bench at the station, his hood pulled up to shield his brow and eyes, chain-smoking one cigarette after another, clutching a ticket to Kyoto in his hand. The bustling crowd around him was loud and chaotic, yet he sat there alone, the ticket crumpled beyond repair in his grasp. It was as if he had already begun to drift away from the most beautiful moments of his life. His phone chimed, and he pulled it out to take a glance. Buckwheat Fox, when are you coming back, Xiaoshen? Today is your birthday. I'll accompany you to have cheesecake. Buckwheat Fox, I'm waiting at your door. Jia, his voice muffled and suppressed. He remained seated for a long time. So long that the train on his ticket had already departed. Slowly, he rose, letting the ticket drift into the trash bin. Xiaosheng, why is your task taking so long? Why haven't you returned yet? Today is Xiaosheng's birthday. Doesn't he care what fabulous birthday gift the invincible Wu Tiao has prepared for him? Wu Tiao squatted at the entrance of Tongxing's dorm, lamenting. Wu, clearly, mine is the best. Xia Yojia sat cross-legged beside Wu Tiao, reminding him. Huh. Wu Tiao lowered his sunglasses, glaring at Xia Yojia. Do you want to compare with me? Let us compare then. Am I afraid of you? Xia Yojia retorted, a cross appearing on his forehead as he snapped back. What are you two doing at my door? A weary Tongsheng, dragging his tired body back, gazed at the two arguing figures at the entrance. Xia Yojia looked up, about to say he came to celebrate his birthday, but upon seeing Tongxing's short hair, he momentarily lost his words. Oh, you cut your hair. Weren't you once so fond of it? Wu Tiao circled around Tongsheng, intrigued. Because it's unnecessary now. Tongsheng felt utterly fatigued, particularly exhausted, and he had no desire for excessive interaction with them. Even speaking felt like a drain on his dwindling energy. What do you mean, unnecessary? Just as Wu Tiao was about to delve deeper, Xia Yojia stopped him, sensing that something was off with Tongxing. Are you alright? Xia Yojia inquired softly. You shouldn't be here. It's too late. Please go back and rest. Tongxing didn't answer, merely pressing his fingers to his brow to urge them away. Hey, I came to celebrate your birthday with Jia. Not needed. Wu Tiao's words were abruptly interrupted by Tongxing's raised voice. Wu Tiao's eyes widened in disbelief, while Xia Yojia's smile faltered into a moment of shock. I'm sorry, I know, but Tongxing pushed the door open, standing in the shadows with his back turned to them, head bowed, his voice barely audible. I'm sorry. I don't need it. Please, let me be alone for a while. I'm sorry. The air around him was thick with weariness and sorrow. It was not until the door locked in front of them that they snapped back to reality. What do you mean you don't need it? This is the first birthday gift I've seriously prepared for someone. Wu Tiao was visibly upset. No way, I have to ask him. With that, Wu Tiao moved to knock on the door, certain that something was amiss. Otherwise, how could he behave this way? Wu, let Xiaosheng have some time alone. Xia Yojia held Wu Tiao back. Huh, he was just on the brink of despair. Are you certain? Wu Tiao rolled his eyes. Let him be for a while. We'll ask his supervisor for clarity. Xia Yojia squinted, sensing that something had indeed happened, but knowing him, he wouldn't speak of it now. Wu Xiao fell silent, impatiently ruffling his hair before glancing at the closed door, finally exhaling in defeat. I'll send a message to Xia Zi. She should still be waiting in the classroom. As their voices faded, Tongsheng leaned against the door, slowly sliding down to the floor, hugging himself. I'm sorry. His soft voice echoed gently in the room. What did you say? You don't know? The assistant supervisor, under the scrutiny of 3 intense gazes, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, trembling as he said, I truly don't know. Mr. Kuroki received a phone call this morning and left looking quite unwell. He didn't mention anything to me. Xia Yojia's expression darkened. He initially thought it was an accident during a mission, but upon inquiry, it proved otherwise. A phone call, a call. Just as the 3 of them were at a loss for whom to ask, Wu Tiao suggested simply breaking down the door, and surprisingly, Xia Zi agreed. Then, Xia Yojia's phone rang, the sudden ringtone capturing the attention of the other 2. Xia Yojia glanced at his phone, and his face suddenly darkened. Hey, Jia, what's wrong? Wu Tiao asked, noticing his altered demeanor. Xia Zi also cast a questioning glance. Xia Yojia remained silent, his face taut as he tossed the phone to them. The message from Shun Heir read, Xiao Gui's brother was killed by the higher-ups today. His emotions are unstable. He might go after those high-level officials to become a curse user. Keep an eye on him. The sky had completely darkened. They all understood the significance of Kuroki's Sora to Tongxing. Thus, today marked not only his brother's birthday, but also the anniversary of his brother's death. I'm heading to the ugly orange base. Wu Tiao set aside his usual smile. I'll use that group of old orange's remorse as a birthday gift for Xiaosheng. I'll go with you. Xia Yojia, unusually, refrained from lecturing Wu, his expression grim. Let me remind you, neither of you has the standing or justification to do this. Xia Zi, cigarette in mouth, took a slow drag. Going directly could cause trouble for Kuroki. If something happens to you, it would deal him a second blow. TCH. Does that mean we can't do anything? Wu Tiao Wu, frustrated, pushed the table aside and slumped into his chair. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he leaped up. Jia, lend me 2 of those cursed spirits you're not using right now. Xia Yojia immediately grasped Wu Tiao Wu's intent, correcting him with a smile. But those are the cursed spirits we were about to exorcise. What does that have to do with me? It's just that this one is particularly fast. Go ahead. Make a ruckus. As long as you come back breathing, I can heal you, though it may not be necessary. Xiaozi was quite pleased. Jia climbed through the window in the early hours of the morning. Upon entering, he spotted the youth curled up in the corner, sighed, took a blanket from the bed, and wrapped the boy tightly, then sat beside him in silent companionship. Xia Yojia, Jia, the boy's muffled voice emerged from beneath the blanket, tinged with a suppressed sob. I no longer have a brother. I have no family. I know. Xia Yojia gently patted his back, urging him to lean away from the cold wall onto him for a little rest. Just sleep for a while. Let me stay with you. Jia, I'm here. Jia, I'm here. Each utterance was met with a response. Beneath the soft and warm covers, the boy, who had initially curled up in the cold corner, could no longer contain the facade of strength he had maintained throughout the day upon hearing those gentle words. Tears cascaded down his cheeks. Perhaps it is often the case that when pain descends, one can grit their teeth and endure alone. Yet a single tender expression of concern can unleash a flood of pent-up sorrow. Tongsheng was unaware of when he had drifted into slumber. He only remembered a soothing voice whispering comforting words in his ear, a warmth that dispelled the darkness clawing at his heart. When he awoke, sunlight poured through the window, illuminating the room. He discovered a blanket draped over him, while Suguru Geto was slumped beside the bed, his brow furrowed, a hint of fatigue etched upon his features. Tongsheng sat up quietly, gazing at Suguru, the sunlight gracing his face, casting an aura of warmth around him. A torrent of complex emotions surged within Tongsheng as he reached out, gently caressing Suguru's hair and smoothing the furrowed lines of his brow. Thank you, Suguru. Tongsheng's voice was soft, tinged with the huskiness of tears. Truly, thank you. Suguru was stirred awake by Tongsheng's tender gesture. He lifted his head, his eyes still clouded with confusion. Realizing Tongsheng was awake, he hurriedly sat beside him, asking, How do you feel? Are you better? Tongsheng looked at him, then suddenly leaned in, pressing a gentle kiss against his lips. Suguru embraced him, cautiously responding without causing any discomfort. After a long moment, Tongsheng pulled back slightly, his hand resting in the sunlight that spilled across the blanket, savoring its warmth. Suguru's hands softly intertwined with his, their fingers gently overlapping. Tongsheng found himself lost in thought as he gazed at their hands on the blanket. Suguru, shall we hold hands like this forever? Of course. Suguru, it seems this winter is rather mild. Yes, this year has been a warm winter. Is it? Indeed. Chapter 59, Dispute. It was during their last trip to Kyoto that Suguru had put away his phone, reminding them to bring back 2 bottles of sake for Shoko. Tongsheng raised an eyebrow. Just 2 bottles of sake? Why the plethora of messages? And teacher Yago wants a 1,000-word reflection submitted. Suguru ruffled Tongsheng's hair. Since we've already skipped class to write reflections, we might as well enjoy ourselves a little longer before heading back. True. Tongsheng nodded, urging him forward. Go ahead. Wataru should have messaged you by now, right? Huh. Oh. Suguru pondered for a moment before realizing. Why didn't he ask you to join us? By the way, didn't he receive his message? Tongsheng shook his phone. Mine's on silent. I haven't checked since we left. Suguru gave him a thumbs up. All right. Let us head to the supermarket. I need to stock up on snacks. Tongsheng stretched. Plus, the supermarket has air conditioning, so it'll be cooler. Suguru suddenly chuckled, as if recalling something. Huh. Tongsheng glanced at him, reaching out to check his forehead. What's with the sudden laughter? You're not feverish, are you? Nothing's wrong. Suguru chuckled, shaking his head, his bangs swaying with emotion. I just remembered that time we went shopping, and you buried Shoko with snacks. You even got scolded by that child afterward. Let us not revisit that, shall we? Tongsheng sighed. Suguru raised an eyebrow. I still have several pictures from that day, but I'll keep them to myself. Otherwise, I'll surely be in for some teasing. Suguru, go grab a shopping cart. At the supermarket, Tongsheng directed Suguru. All right. Suguru obediently went to push the cart. Upon his return, he saw Tongsheng engrossed in his phone and quietly tiptoed next to him. Tongsheng. Suguru suddenly slapped his shoulder and shouted in his ear. Tongsheng jumped, nearly dropping his phone. Suguru. Tongsheng turned to punch him playfully. Suguru laughed, dodging while soothingly saying, Okay, I didn't mean to startle you. I didn't realize you were so focused. Tongsheng huffed, ignoring him and heading toward the snack aisle. Suguru quickly caught up, one hand still pushing the cart while tentatively intertwining his fingers with Tongsheng's. Tongxing shot him a sidelong glance, but paid him no mind, turning back to select the snacks he desired. Noticing this, Suguru's fingers gradually crept into the spaces between Tongxing's, eventually locking together. Who messaged you just now? Suguru inquired, shaking their intertwined hands. Tongxing pouted, who knows? I have no idea. Mind letting me in on it? Suguru leaned closer to him. Why you should step back a bit. Tongxing pushed him away slightly. Aren't you hot being this close? Just share with me first, Suguru playfully insisted. Ugh. It's a task, Tongxing replied, tossing 2 bags of chips into the cart. Is it another solo task? Suguru frowned, pausing to grab 2 boxes of matcha biscuits. Indeed. Tongxing nodded, casually adding a few instant rice balls to the cart. Why buy this? Suguru picked one up from the cart, studying the production date. I remember you prefer freshly made. This time, the task is in the mountains, and I don't want to nibble on biscuits, Tongxing grimaced. I'll join you, Suguru said, looking at him. It's fine. Tongxing continued to rummage through the shelves. It's a trivial matter. It won't take more than 2 days. Tongxing, Suguru said helplessly. Tongxing glanced up at him. Please speak more clearly. Suguru ruffled his hair. I believe I am being polite and clear. Tongxing added a few more snack bags to the cart. When they reached the frozen food section, he chose the sweetest 2 cakes and paused to poke Suguru. You should just wait for me safely and come back in one piece. Of course, Suguru nodded in agreement. Let us go to the beverage section, Tongxing replied, pulling on their joined hands, guiding Suguru to fetch 2 bottles of sake for Shoko. In the beverage aisle, they spotted a mother with a child. The little one rolling on the ground, crying, while the mother appeared exhausted. A cursed spirit perched on her shoulder. Tongxing took a glance, noting it was merely a level 4 spirit, unlikely to disrupt normal life, and resolved to bypass them. Suguru raised his hand, and the spirit transformed into a talisman in his palm, which he then tucked away into his pocket. Tongxing watched him, and Suguru turned, puzzled. Tongxing opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing, shaking his head to indicate he was fine. Then turned back to search for what he wanted on the shelf. Would you like oolong tea? Tongxing asked. I'm fine with anything, Suguru replied with a smile. Tongxing felt a sudden wave of irritation. Anything seemed to imply that Suguru was indifferent to everything. He recognized that his feelings might be unreasonable, yet he struggled to suppress his thoughts. Suguru reached for several cans of strawberry juice from the shelf, while Tongxing squatted down to examine different brands of sake, ultimately selecting the most expensive one to add to the cart. Despite maintaining a neutral expression, Suguru keenly sensed that Tongxing's mood had shifted from when they had first set out. After checking out, they exited the supermarket, carrying bags in hand, intending to stroll back leisurely. The June sunset cast a golden hue across the sky. As they walked back, they encountered a slight incline. Tongxing led the way while Suguru trailed a step behind. Tongxing, Suguru gently called out. What is it? Standing on a step higher than him, Hitomi turned to glance at her cursed spirit, pondering whether it posed any real threat to her. Why should she even be concerned about it? Little one, exorcising cursed spirits is our duty. It should not be dictated by their danger or classification. Suguru Geto's tone remained gentle. So what of it? As long as ordinary people exist, cursed spirits will never be eradicated. Must we exorcise each one we encounter? Hitomi's emotions flared, her eyes reddening. You will tire yourself out. Yet, it is our responsibility, is it not? Suguru's tone grew serious. We should not disregard them simply based on their level. Not all of them need to be exorcised. We ought to prioritize the most dangerous ones. Hitomi interrupted, her voice rising. Those that do not affect normal life do not warrant such action, do they? If we were to address every single one, it would be utterly exhausting. Suguru gazed at her silently. The two stood there, facing each other in the waning sunlight, shadows dancing across their faces. Am I going mad? Suguru, Hitomi finally spoke, her voice dry. Though the ear enhancer I made for you can mask the scent, swallowing a cursed spirit bead of that size must be quite painful, no? I understand your sense of duty, and I realize you have your own principles, she continued, her voice softening, tinged with a hint of tears. But could you not also pay attention to your own well-being? You often tell me that I shouldn't neglect my health just because I possess reversal techniques. Yet what about you? At times, you make me feel as if you can handle anything effortlessly. I admit I have selfish desires, and I confess I do not possess thoughts as grand as yours. I merely wish for you to be well. The world of sorcery is already burdensome enough, and I do not want you to further complicate your life. Suguru's initially solemn expression faltered at her words, and he sighed. I am not so foolish as to ignore the need to absorb cursed spirits. He stepped up a stair, turning her to face him directly, placing the shopping bag at his feet. Seeing her red eyes, he felt a pang of compassion and gently rubbed her eyes, whispering, I do not undertake significant burdens, but that mother will find relief. However, even if you exorcise them, as long as she remains in that household, Her negative emotions will continue to give rise to cursed spirits. Hitomi leaned against his hand, nuzzling it. That is pointless. On the contrary, Suguru replied softly. At least that mother will feel a bit lighter now, will she not? Hitomi pursed her lips. All right, I understand you mean well. I am aware of my own state of mind. Suguru was acutely aware of Hitomi's insecurity, evident in her previous emotional outbursts and the way she curled up while sleeping. He spoke gently. Would you like a hug? Yes. Hitomi buried her face in his embrace, her voice muffled. You must take care of your health from now on. Very well, he replied. You must also enjoy life. Do not dwell solely on your lofty ideals. Agreed. I shall keep a watchful eye on you. Indeed, keep watch. Suguru chuckled at her last remark, patting her as he comforted her. Do not laugh. I am speaking to you very seriously. Hitomi pinched his waist. All right. Suguru took hold of her hand that was pinching him, but I must say, your grip is quite strong. Hitomi looked up, her eyes still red, and pouted, kiss me. Suguru embraced her, slowly lowering his lips from her forehead to her eyes and finally to her lips. He endeavored to envelop her with the utmost tenderness, soothing her turbulent emotions. Is being with me exhausting? Hitomi asked softly at the end. I find myself easily emotional at times. I do not find it tiring. Suguru replied, tapping her forehead. Why do you think so much? Hitomi began, but was interrupted by Suguru pecking her lips once more. Suguru kissed her again. Not. Suguru raised an eyebrow, leaning in for another kiss, only to be stopped by Hitomi covering his mouth. All right, I understand your point. Hitomi's ears flushed crimson. Suguru. His mouth covered, squinted and smiled. The sun had completely set. Streetlights filtered through the leaves, casting light upon them as the night breeze gently blew, bringing a refreshing coolness that dispelled the lingering warmth. Suddenly, Hitomi embraced him tightly, nuzzling against him before gently releasing him. You should head back quickly. I have a mission tomorrow and need to rest. Suguru nodded, picking up the shopping bag that lay on the ground, and then casually taking the one Hitomi held. Little one, Suguru called softly. Hitomi looked down, kicking a pebble absent-mindedly. Just moments ago, she had been caught up in her emotions, but now that they had settled, she felt slightly embarrassed about her earlier behavior. Thank you. Suguru's voice was barely above a whisper. Thank me for what? Hitomi lifted her head slightly to glance at him. I am not sure. Suguru tilted his head, contemplating, feeling as though he ought to express his gratitude. Oh, Hitomi's gaze fell again as she kicked the pebble forward. Little one, how cruel. Suguru elongated his tone, feigning disappointment. Cruel? I do not think so, Hitomi replied, reaching into his shopping bag to retrieve a bottle of oolong tea. Taking a sip. Did you not have a stronger palate? Why have you started to like these lighter flavors recently? Suguru inquired, noticing her change in preference. I wanted to try something more in line with your usual tastes, but it seems you enjoy everything equally, so I thought I would start with something milder, Hitomi said, her fingers tracing the bottle. I see. Suguru paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Next time, let us seek out some delicious treats together. Hitomi nodded gently. As they walked back, silence enveloped them. The night breeze was just right, and the path was devoid of people. They walked side by side, comfortably quiet. Upon entering the gates of the school, they were nearly knocked over by a figure barreling toward them from a distance. You too. At last I've caught you. Wataru Fushiguro exclaimed, draping his arms over their shoulders in a fit of indignation. Isn't it just that we went out to have fun without you? Hitomi replied, amused, blinking playfully. I am furious. Fushiguro, I brought you dessert, freshly released, Suguru said, rummaging through the bag. Wataru accepted it, grumbling, fine, I'll forgive you this time. But only because of the dessert. And where is Shoko? Hitomi asked, pulling his arm down. I brought her some sake. I saw you two from the first floor common area, and came over, Wataru replied, grumbling. Very well. The three of them bickered jovially as they reached the base of the dormitory, where they spotted Shoko in casual attire, leaning against the doorframe with a cigarette in her mouth, waiting for them. The warm glow from inside illuminated the space. Your sake. Hitomi presented the bag of alcohol to her. Thank you. Shoko accepted the offering, noticing Hitomi's fox keychain and raising an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, oh. Hitomi followed her gaze to her own charm and chuckled. Shouldn't you take the rare opportunity to go to bed early? A girl's sleep time is precious. Rest up. True. Shoko waved dismissively, carrying 2 bottles of alcohol upstairs. Once the 3 boys secured the lights and windows, they ascended to their rooms. Little one. Suguru called as Hitomi opened the door to enter. Hitomi looked back. Good night. Suguru smiled warmly. Good night. Hitomi replied, returning his smile. Ah, exclaimed Satoru Gojo, shaking off the moment as he effortlessly opened and closed the door while securing the lock, all while carrying delectable treats. Upon seeing Suguru Geto enter the room, Tosaka turned and retreated into his own space, clutching the snacks. After closing the door, He placed the goodies on the floor and, feeling the warmth of his still flushed ears, reflected on Geto's words. Should I give him a hug? Yes. Under the streetlight, that lingering kiss. He could see himself in Geto's eyes. And that phrase, thank you. Tosaka suddenly flung himself onto the bed, embracing his pillow and burying his head within it, rubbing against it frantically. I'm going to go insane. Chapter 61, Nightmares. Tosaka clutched his pillow, yearning to drift into slumber. Yet he recalled he hadn't changed into his nightwear or washed up. Reluctantly, he climbed off the bed, sat at the edge, and rubbed his face, slightly flushed from the pillow's embrace, before slipping into his slippers and heading to wash up. After changing into his pajamas, he collapsed onto the bed. Surprisingly, after freshening up, he felt even more energized. Lying there, he dutifully tucked a small blanket over his stomach and began to gaze vacantly at the spinning ceiling fan. Suddenly, a gust of wind rattled the window. Tosaka's attention was drawn towards the sound, and he observed the branches outside swaying in the breeze, gently tapping against his window. A thought stirred within him, prompting him to rise and move to the window. The sky had turned entirely dark, with stars twinkling faintly. Tosaka sat quietly by the window, resting his hand on the sill, allowing the gentle breeze to caress his face as his thoughts drifted away. He recalled the argument with Geto earlier that evening. Tosaka? Geto peered in through the adjacent window, surprised to see him. He had intended to close the window, thinking Tosaka was eager for rest before the impending mission. I'm having a bit of trouble sleeping, Tosaka confessed, leaning his head sideways on the windowsill. What's the matter? Geto asked, concern etching his features as his mind raced. Was it due to their earlier disagreement? He had thought he had soothed him. Not quite, Tosaka said, brushing a nearby leaf with his hand. I just can't seem to settle down. Shall I keep you company for a while? Geto's hair had loosened, signifying his intention to sleep. Clad in a white t-shirt, the night breeze stirred his hair gently. All right, Tosaka nodded, and they both leaned against the window, engaging in a casual conversation, with Tosaka doing most of the talking as Geto listened intently. As time slipped away, Geto glanced at the clock. It's getting late, we should sleep. Tosaka acknowledged but remained unmoving, suddenly recalling something. Geto. Yes? Geto queried, a quizzical look on his face. About today, I was a bit emotional. Thank you for not being angry with me. Tosaka avoided his gaze, though from Geto's perspective, he could see Tosaka's cheeks tinged with a faint blush. And good night. Geto chuckled softly, momentarily taken aback by Tosaka's awkwardness. You're just too endearing, he said, clearing his throat playfully. I understand. Sleep well, good night. After exchanging goodnights, neither moved, remaining at the window. Why aren't you coming in? Tosaka tilted his head to look at Geto. I'm waiting for you to go in. Then I'm off to sleep. Good night. Tosaka retreated. Good night. Geto found it amusing. How many times had they said good night today? Watching Tosaka close the window, he turned away, drawing the curtains shut. Tosaka lay on his side, clutching his pillow, and before he knew it, he gradually drifted off to sleep, his body curling up comfortably. In his dream, Tosaka found himself in an endless corridor, dark and stretching infinitely. He walked on, eventually emerging onto a bustling street in Tokyo, surrounded by throngs of people. Yet, his focus was elsewhere. Across the street, he spotted his peers confronting a familiar figure, Satoru Gojo, fingers poised in a hand sign before dropping it. That figure was unmistakably Suguru Geto. A sudden dread washed over him, an instinctive fear of irrevocable loss. He bolted forward, reaching out to grasp Geto's clothing, but his hand passed through, unable to seize him. He opened his mouth to call out, yet no sound escaped. He saw Geto glance back, his eyes filled with a painful unfamiliarity. Ultimately, he could only watch as Geto's silhouette faded into the crowd, disappearing from sight. Tosaka awoke from the nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. He sat up, leaning against the headboard, his emotions tumultuous and unsettled. He retrieved his phone, scrolling to Geto's contact, hesitating for a moment before setting it down. Just a dream, he reassured himself. Geto was safe and sound, sleeping next door. He rose to pour himself a glass of water to calm his nerves, but in his agitation, he failed to notice his trembling hand, causing the glass to slip and shatter on the floor, the sound echoing in the quiet night. Footsteps echoed from next door, and soon after, a soft knock resonated at the door. Tosaka? Geto's voice was low. Silence lingered within the room, and Geto patiently waited at the door. Tosaka, crouched beside the glass shards, pressed his lips together before finally standing up to open the door, blocking the mess behind him. He smiled reassuringly. It's nothing. I just knocked over my cup while tossing in my sleep. You. Geto frowned, noticing Tosaka's sweaty forehead, the damp strands of hair clinging to his face, and the slight tremor in his hands. Tosaka, aware of Geto's gaze, tucked his hands behind his back, smiling brightly. Really, it's nothing. Do you know what the most common phrase is after someone gets hurt? Geto asked seriously, finally sighing in resignation. He reached out to gently rub Tosaka's face, brushing aside the stray hairs. I'm fine. Do you remember me saying that? Tosaka blinked, recalling the moment and smiling. How can you turn my words around on me? Geto raised an eyebrow. It works, doesn't it? So, can you tell me what happened? Geto's tone softened. Why don't you step inside? Tosaka composed himself, stifling his smile. Noting that Tosaka was barefoot, Geto took his hand and led him carefully past the shards. Settling at the foot of the bed. Did you have a nightmare? Geto inquired gently, mindful not to provoke him. Tosaka's eyelashes fluttered. Abruptly, he spun around and straddled Geto's lap, clinging to him as he buried his face into his neck, holding on tightly. Geto was startled by the sudden intimacy, but instinctively wrapped his arms around Tosaka, gently patting his back. What prompted this sudden boldness? Aren't you afraid of getting too warm? He teased lightly. Not at all. Tosaka murmured, his voice muffled. Geto felt warmth radiating from the spot where Tosaka pressed against him. Geto ran his fingers through Tosaka's hair, leaning in to plant a soft kiss, realizing that this nightmare had truly unsettled his usually warm-hearted companion. Chapter 62. Wait for my return. Time passed, and gradually, Tosaka's emotions began to settle. Jia, I dreamt that you had left, that you no longer wanted me. I couldn't hold on to you, Suguru Geto. The voice of Toji Fushiguro trembled with a hint of sorrow. Do not fret. It was merely a dream. Look at me now. I am tightly embraced by you. Am I not? Suguru Geto comfortingly tilted his head to nuzzle against him. Indeed, it was just a dream, Toji murmured softly. After a brief silence, Suguru sensed that the argument from earlier that day might have weighed on Toji's mind. It was his oversight for not recognizing the unease within Toji's heart. He softened his tone and reassured. Do not worry, I won't be going anywhere. I promised you that. With a playful shake of his head, he added. Even if I tried to run, these earphones can track me, so how could I possibly escape? Toji chuckled at his banter, releasing his hold and rolling over to sit beside him. Glancing at the clock, he asked, shall we sleep together tonight? The next morning, Suguru awoke to the warmth enveloping him. Upon opening his eyes, he found Toji nestled in his arms, limbs entwined around him. His eyes still closed and cheeks flushed from warmth. Perhaps it was the tears from last night that had caused his eyes to swell slightly. Toji's pajama top had ridden up slightly, revealing a glimpse of his fair waist. Suguru cautiously placed his hand there. Toji seemed to sense it, stirring slightly. Suguru's hand froze for a moment, but upon realizing that Toji merely shifted without any significant reaction, he relaxed and gradually wrapped his arms around him. Indeed, Toji had transitioned from curling up in a corner to naturally entwining himself with Suguru in his slumber. This was a manifestation of trust, a trust in himself. Moreover, he appeared slightly more robust than when they first met. Suguru felt a surge of emotion, proud of his success in nurturing Toji. He glanced at the time, 7:30 a.m. Although Toji had a mission today, his supervising assistant would likely refrain from rushing him, especially after a late night of sleep. Let him rest a little longer, Suguru thought without a hint of guilt, completely oblivious to the fact that he had a class with Shotaro Yaga that morning. Suguru continued to watch Toji until nearly 8 a.m., when suddenly his phone rang. The previously tranquil Toji frowned, grumbled a few incoherent sounds, but remained asleep. Fearing that he might wake Toji, Suguru hastily reached for his phone, where the name Shotaro Yaga flashed on the screen. He slipped out of bed quietly and into the hallway to answer the call. Hello? Jia, are you not coming to class? Came Yaga's voice from the other end. Suguru coughed softly, lowering his tone. Yaga-sensei, I think I have caught a cold and feel unwell. May I take a leave? I'll send Natsuki over, Yaga replied, his tone stern. Ah, sensei, what did you say? The signal is not clear, Suguru feigned, moving the phone away. I'm sorry, Yaga-sensei, I can't hear you well. I'll hang up for now. After disconnecting the call, he turned to find Toji's arms wrapping around his waist from behind. I've caught you, Toji proclaimed. Suguru turned around, feigning surrender. Yes, you've caught me. You can't escape now, Toji declared playfully. Indeed, I cannot escape, Suguru replied, ruffling Toji's hair. Do you want to sleep a little longer? No, I'll be heading out on a mission soon, Toji replied, nuzzling against him before releasing his hold and turning to change clothes. Very well, Suguru swayed in after him. I'm changing, Toji stated, a hint of amusement in his voice. I know, what's the matter? Suguru feigned ignorance. Go ahead. Toji shot him a knowing glance, retrieving a short-sleeved shirt and black pants from the wardrobe. I'm going to change my clothes now, he reiterated. Yes, I understand. Suguru finally seemed to grasp the situation and closed the door, leaning against the wall. Toji, slightly exasperated, looked at him while Suguru smiled cheerfully. All right, Toji nodded, turning away to let his hair cascade forward as he meticulously unbuttoned his pajama top, gradually pulling it down from his shoulders. His porcelain neck and shoulders were revealed. Suguru narrowed his eyes, feeling a sudden urge to bite him. Why not? He mused, rising to stand behind Toji. Leaning down to nip at the junction of his shoulder and neck, precisely where his shirt would leave a tantalizing glimpse. Toji tilted his head, a triumphant smile lighting up his face. You certainly know where to bite, he teased. Now can you move? I still need to change. Suguru straightened up, his gaze enigmatic. Toji donned his outfit and turned to face him. What are you looking at? Suguru inquired. Looking at you, Toji replied, a smile gracing his lips. Me? Suguru pointed to himself, surprised. Toji approached him, lifting his right hand to caress Suguru's chin, giving it a gentle squeeze. What does Yaga-sensei want with you? You must take care if you're truly unwell. His tone was calm, devoid of emotion. Suguru grasped his hand and kissed it gently. Fear not, I'm in good health. You can't discern my excuse for absence, can you? He chuckled helplessly. Toji rummaged through a plastic bag, producing 2 rice balls and handing one to Suguru. Then you need not take a leave. You're quite unfair. Suguru wrapped his arms around Toji's waist, following him closely. Are you being affectionate? Toji turned, playfully patting his back before grabbing a hair tie from the table and skillfully tying Suguru's hair into a neat bun, planting a kiss on the corner of his mouth. I'm off now. As Toji sat in the car, he watched Suguru's figure recede into the distance. The dream from the previous night surged back to his mind, prompting him to halt the assistant supervisor from driving. He stepped out. Suguru. Suguru waved as he escorted Toji to the assistant supervisor's car. Just as he turned to leave, he heard Toji call him from behind. Suguru turned, astonished. Jia. The young man sprinted towards Suguru, defying the wind, his laughter vibrant, the breeze lifting his hair. The morning sun bathed him in warmth as he leaped into Suguru's embrace. In that moment, Suguru felt he had caught a radiant summer. Wait for my return. He tightened his hold. All right. Chapter 63, Then I shall take my leave. Toji waved from the car. Be cautious on your way, and do your best with the mission, Suguru advised. I know, Toji nodded. As the vehicle gradually disappeared from Suguru's sight, it halted at a corner after traveling a short distance. Hand me the notebook. Toji addressed Tanaka, his tone indifferent. Yes, sir, Tanaka complied, handing over the notebook from the passenger seat. Toji perused the information on the email. The task details were quite extensive, and finding the phone's small screen bothersome, he opted to transfer the data to a computer for easier viewing. Does my brother know about this? Young Master Kuro was unaware. I intercepted this directly from the director's meeting, and it hasn't been released yet. Imaginary grade 2 Cursed Spirit. Estimated strength nearing grade 1. Designated target. Kuro so. It seems they're trying to involve my brother again. Well done. Just don't let my brother know I intercepted his mission. Understood. What about the director's office? It indicates that tasks are being assigned normally and simultaneously. A low-risk task has been substituted in place of another and dispatched to young Master Kwon. It should belong to the Kamo family. For some unknown reason, Hitomi suddenly recalled the man she had seen during her last visit to Kyoto. What? As Hitomi's voice was barely a whisper, Tanazawa did not catch her words clearly. How annoying. As expected, Gojo's idea is more straightforward. Why not just eliminate them all? Frustrated, Hitomi closed her laptop and tossed it onto the seat beside her. Master. Tanazawa swallowed hard. Well, I was just joking, Hitomi said, reaching out with a gentle smile to pat his shoulder, her tone softening. How could I genuinely wish to eliminate them all? No, I genuinely feel your tone suggests otherwise. Tanazawa sensed her hand sliding across his neck and nervously nodded. Yes, Master is just joking. Young Master Kwon. Save me. Reassign me. Lord Kuroki is terrifying. Tanazawa lamented. On the verge of tears. Let us go. Hitomi retracted her tentative hand and leaned back in her seat. Understood. Meanwhile, when Suguru Geto entered the classroom, it happened to coincide with the break between the first and second periods. Satoru Gojo was idly twirling a pen, while Shoko was slumped over her desk, seemingly catching up on sleep. Upon seeing Suguru enter, Satoru's eyes brightened, and he quickly propped himself up with his hands, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Hey Suguru, how far have you and Hitomi progressed? Suguru rolled his eyes and walked around him to sit at his desk, sighing. Why are you so inquisitive? Don't be shy. Just tell me. Satoru persisted. At that moment, Shoko stirred awake, lifting her head in confusion. What are you guys talking about? Satoru immediately leaned closer to her ear. Let me tell you, last night, Suguru knocked on Hitomi's door. This morning, I went to knock on Suguru's door, and he wasn't there either. Hee. Shoko perked up instantly. Her interest piqued. Do tell. Suguru felt a wave of embarrassment, picking up a book from the desk to feign reading. However, Satoru had no intention of letting him off the hook and continued to tease. Suguru, this won't do. Spill it. Suguru, your book is upside down, Shoko chimed in, crossing her legs and grinning. Suguru quietly corrected the book's orientation. Oh, by the way, Suguru, do you know what task Hitomi has? Satoru recalled something. Not sure. Just know it's in the mountains. She didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask, but given her capabilities, it should be manageable. Suguru set the book down. What is up? Oh. Nothing, Satoru shrugged nonchalantly, just envious of her getting to run out. If the curses are weak, she could play around nearby. Satoru's eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, gazed at the ceiling while his legs were propped on the desk, swaying gently with the support of a chair leg. Suguru stood up with a cup, intending to refill his water, and as he passed by Satoru, he slyly hooked his foot under him. Huh. Satoru, along with his chair and desk, toppled over. Ha! Suguru quickly made his escape with the cup. Gritting his teeth, Satoru got up and chased after him. Suguru dashed to the left aisle beside Shoko, sticking his tongue out at Satoru, who stood on the right aisle making friendly gestures. Shoko, seated in the middle, took a puff of her cigarette. Her expression, one of resigned indifference. Such a bunch of childish dorks. Just as Suguru and Satoru were about to engage in a playful scuffle in the classroom, they failed to notice their teacher, Yaga, standing at the door with a dark expression. You two, go stand at the back. Yaga delivered a punch to each of them. The justice fist. The two quieted down, each holding a single scoop of ice cream, sulking as they moved to the back of the classroom for punishment. It's all your fault. We got punished because of you, Suguru muttered under his breath. Huh. You were the one who provoked me, Satoru retorted quietly. It was you. It was you. Want to fight? Come on. Yaga, poised at the blackboard, heard their escalating argument and snapped the chalk in his grip. Can you two settle down a bit? He scolded, turning with a frown. Suguru nodded cheerfully, giving a thumbs up, while Satoru pouted, both standing obediently. But before long, Satoru began to fidget again, poking Suguru to draw his attention to the window. Suguru followed his gaze, but saw nothing, only to turn and find Satoru nearly at the doorway, waving him over. Suguru understood immediately, glanced at Yaga who was still writing on the board, silently apologized, and then stealthily followed Satoru out. You two, come back and sit down. Yaga turned around after finishing his writing, intending to commend their newfound quietness, only to find the back row empty, with Shoko resting her chin on her hand, watching him. Teacher Yaga, they've already run off, Shoko commented, observing the dark aura emanating from Yaga. In her mind, she thought, I will pray for you, you dorky idiots. Suguru slouched forward, hands in pockets as he walked, while Satoru ambled beside him with an indifference that suggested he was unrecognizable. It's so hot today, let us buy a cold drink, Suguru said, biting into a strawberry-flavored lollipop he had pilfered from Hitomi's snack bag that morning. It's a bit overly sweet, he mused. Whatever. Satoru shrugged, as they had already skipped class. They might as well go wherever. The two meandered to the vending machine. Hey, Suguru, let's go back to the dorm to play games. We never settled the last game. And if it weren't for that sudden task, I definitely would have won. Satoru bent down to retrieve a cola from the vending machine, addressing Suguru, who was contemplating his choice at another machine. Not necessarily, Suguru replied, pulling out a bottle of strawberry juice, turning to him with a challenging look. Let us go? One round. Bring it on. Chapter 64. He is my deity. Hitomi gazed out the window at the swiftly passing streets, reminiscing about a conversation she had with Tanazawa during a mission in the car. A task to keep an eye on young Master Kwong? Tanazawa expressed surprise. Yes. Hitomi replied calmly, especially since it has been assigned. It should be more convenient for you than me. Indeed, Tanazawa agreed. I thought you would refuse, or at least hesitate, considering this is not permitted by that troublesome group. Hitomi raised an eyebrow. Lord Kuroki, is this for young Master Kwong? Tanazawa inquired earnestly through the rearview mirror. Hitomi looked at him, then nodded after a moment of contemplation. That suffices. I haven't asked yet, but why are you so devoted to my brother? Such matters, if discovered, could lead to severe consequences, Hitomi questioned, rhythmically tapping her fingers on her knee. Young Master Kwong saved me. Tanazawa tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Hitomi nodded, deciding against pressing further. In that moment, Tianshan Zhuang gazed at the flickering digits of the traffic light, reminded of his initial encounter with Lord Kuroki by the recent words of the latter. Their first meeting had transpired 7 years ago, an event forever etched in his memory. Particularly the snowy day it occurred. The sky was laden with falling snowflakes, and he had curled up in a street corner, a thick blanket of snow accumulating upon him, leading him to believe that he was destined to perish. At that time, he was a vagrant, or perhaps more aptly, a youth. He had suffered bullying, disdain, and humiliation for being different from those around him. He yearned to resist, yet ultimately succumbed to the harshness of that winter. No one had ever illuminated for him the reasons behind his distinctiveness. A pair of finely crafted shoes came to a halt in the snow before him. Are you all right? The then 15-year-old Sora extended his hand, shielding him from the drifting snowflakes with the umbrella he held. You're a sorcerer, aren't you? How did you end up in such a predicament? He tilted his head, a hint of mischief in his voice. How about this? Help me and my brother, and I'll provide you with food and shelter. Sora smiled as he spoke. In that moment, Tian Shanzhuang felt as if he were witnessing a deity from the tales he had heard, his heart racing with an unfamiliar excitement. Though he was meant to address Kuroki as Lord Kuroki, his small selfishness compelled him to refer to him as Sora. After a period of active engagement as a third-level sorcerer, he eventually withdrew from the sorcery realm due to severe injuries, choosing instead to serve as Sora's assistant. He was acutely aware that Sora's initial kindness had been a means of utilizing him. However, what did it matter? Had it not been for Sora, he would have perished in that snowstorm and never transformed into his current self, one of potential worth to Sora, a fact he took pride in. Moreover, Sora was inherently a gentle soul. Now, returning to the present, Lord Kuroki, we have arrived, Tian Shanzhuang said respectfully as he opened the car door for Tongsheng. Is this the place? Tongsheng stepped out and surveyed the mountain road before him. The mission indicates this is the location. Tian Shanzhuang confirmed their destination once more. Indeed. Tongsheng unsheathed his long knife. Wait here for me. Understood, my lord. Do you require me to set up a tent? Since we are in the mountains. That won't be necessary. This is hardly a tourist attraction. It's merely a wild hill. Tongsheng lowered his gaze, biting a cigarette from his pack, igniting it with a lighter. My lord, Tian Shanzhuang contemplated whether he should gently advise against smoking in the mountains, especially during summer, as it posed a risk of igniting a fire. Tongsheng cast a languid glance his way. Please be cautious. Tian Shanzhuang's words faltered as he opted to say, I will wait for your return right here. Understood. After finishing his cigarette, Tongsheng leaned over a rock to extinguish the butt. Tian Shanzhuang exhaled a sigh of relief at his actions. Thankfully, if Lord Kuroki had indeed entered with a cigarette, igniting the mountains, he would not mind taking the blame for Lord Kuroki. He merely hoped that before facing imprisonment, he could catch another glimpse of Sora, biting his hand in distress. Tongsheng glanced at him, an eyebrow twitching. Was his brother's choice to associate with someone so peculiar a sign of madness? He chose to disregard him, grasping his long knife and leaping onto a tree, swiftly navigating through the branches. His ears twitched, gathering information, his eyes transforming into a feral gaze. Fine for sprouting across his face. He would not lower his guard simply because the intel indicated a second-grade cursed spirit. That bunch of rotten oranges was exceedingly treacherous. Before long, he detected the residual cursed energy of the spirit and, following the trail, swiftly located it. The intelligence had proven accurate. The imagined cursed spirit was indeed a second-grade entity nearing the threshold of first grade, likely born from the villagers' fears and fantasies regarding the mountain spirit. If Kuroki Sora were to handle this spirit, he could eliminate it, but it might cause him severe injury. In a matter of moments, Tongsheng dispatched the cursed spirit. But just as he did, a barrier suddenly fell. A barrier? Tongsheng furrowed his brow, recalling that he hadn't instructed Tian Shanzhuang to set one up. Nor would it have been timely if he had. Footsteps crunched on the fallen leaves, subtle yet perceptible to his heightened senses. He darted to a nearby tree, using the summer foliage as cover, holding his breath and concealing himself completely. He watched as a man approached the spot where he had just vanquished the cursed spirit. Crouching down, familiar malice washed over him. This was the third encounter. The man rose, tilting his head slightly in Tongsheng's direction. His bangs shifted, revealing the stitches hidden beneath. An unsettling anxiety stirred within Tongsheng. Are you not coming out to greet me? The man taunted. Tongsheng bent slightly, suppressing himself. Yet his beastly transformation silently surged to 50%, the fine for covering his arms. I know you're here, but I did not expect you to still have the strength to hide, the man remarked with a tilt of his head. Tongsheng paused. He recognized that this remark was directed not at him, but at Kuroki Sora. He also identified the man, an influential figure within the Kamo family. Damn it. A sudden wave of unease washed over Yaga, causing a tremor that led to a slip in his actions. Yes, I, the Great One, have triumphed. Gojo Satoru exclaimed with uncontained excitement. I'm done playing. Yaga fell back, sprawling on the floor in a star shape. Gojo Satoru pouted in dissatisfaction, grumbling about Yaga's inability to accept defeat. Yaga turned to gaze through the window at the clear sky outside. When would he return? Thoughts of him had already begun to occupy his mind. Line 1, withdrawal. Jia, the magnificent Lord Kuroki has returned. Come quickly to welcome him. Tongsheng burst into Yaga's room. Yaga's quarters were immaculate, perhaps overly so, giving off an aura of desolation. Tongsheng, seemingly oblivious, rambled on about the various local specialties he had brought back from his mission. Jia, let me tell you, I encountered an amusing incident during this mission. Tongsheng paused, fiddling with the gift bags. I saw a couple. The girl scolded the boy mercilessly for his poor photography skills, and the boy, quite shamelessly, defended his abilities. Do you know what happened next? Tongsheng's eyes lit up with the memory. I was dragged into the fray because the girl claimed any passerby could take a better photo than him. The boy was indignant. And I happened to be nearby, so I was pulled into taking a picture. Guess what? Mine turned out far better than his. Tongsheng erupted into laughter, his mirth echoing in the otherwise silent room, akin to an absurd one-man show. Gradually, his laughter subsided, leaving the room in a tranquil silence. Jia, if you were here, you would have undoubtedly taken a better photo than that boy. Jia, I find myself missing you. Gojo Satoru leaned against the doorframe, slightly tilting his head. He didn't need to see inside. His 6 eyes would reveal all that transpired within. Not going in. Shoko, standing beside him, took a drag from her cigarette. No. Gojo Satoru shook his head. Inside the room, Kuroki was trapped, and it dawned on Shirako how many years had passed, yet he remained unable to escape. Satoru Gojo straightened his back, stretched lazily, and made his way downstairs. But he was not the only one ensnared in this predicament. Shirako lingered against the wall, reminiscing about years gone by. It was a time when Hitomi had just returned from abroad. Jia, he flung open the door to Suguru Geto's room, expecting to be greeted by his boyfriend with open arms and a warm smile, only to be met with an echoing silence and a layer of dust gathering on the furniture. Even the teacup was cloaked in neglect. Hitomi's hand faltered, his fingers curling slightly. Was he still not back? He forced a smile, thinking, I suppose I'll wait. Then, from the adjacent room, Satoru Gojo stepped out. Hitomi heard him call his name, his body stiffening for a moment before he turned, smiling, and replied, What is it, Gojo? Satoru merely gazed at him, his 6 eyes seeming to penetrate the depths of his soul, revealing his innermost turmoil. Hitomi was acutely aware that he was indulging in self-deception. The unchanging location of his heart, the silence since Suguru embarked on that mission, the dust settling in the room, and the look in Satoru's eyes, all were harbingers of something unspeakable that had transpired. He had rushed back as swiftly as he could. Tell me. Hitomi tightened his grip on the doorknob, his fingers tensing and then relaxing, his downcast eyes shrouding his frantic emotions, until he finally met Satoru's gaze, pleading, Please, tell me. Gojo pursed his lips and ultimately handed him a fax. Hitomi's hand trembled as he received it, scanning the contents rapidly before crumpling the paper and casting it aside. I don't believe it. His voice quavered. How could he possibly commit such an act? I want him to tell me personally. His emotions spiraled out of control, his eyes reddening as he recalled, he promised me. He would never leave me. He also vowed he wouldn't let me lose. I refuse to accept this. Hitomi gasped for breath, desperately trying to reject the contents of the fax. This can't be true, can it? He stared at Satoru. Speak to me. Tell me this isn't real. He fumbled to steady himself against the wall, his body teetering precariously. Have you seen him? Yes, Satoru replied. I have seen him. Then why didn't you stop him? Hitomi shot up, tears brimming in his eyes, realizing immediately how harsh his tone had been. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I can't control my emotions right now. You cannot stop someone who wishes to leave. Hitomi slowly slid down the wall, his realization dawning. He should have understood this long ago. That day, Satoru had refrained from his usual playful banter, and they simply sat against the wall in the corridor, as if awaiting the return of someone who had yet to come home. Time slipped by, and suddenly, Hitomi sprang to his feet, racing towards the entrance of Jujutsu High. Satoru, sensing something amiss, followed closely behind. Hitomi's legs, having grown numb from sitting too long, faltered as he ran, yet he pressed on, feeling the familiar aura of his earpiece drawing nearer to the school. Jia. He searched frantically near the entrance, but found only 2 young girls. One held a box, while the other clutched a letter. Excuse me, are you Kuroki Dano? The blonde girl asked tentatively. Yes, Hitomi replied, realizing he was losing his composure. He composed himself and inquired, What brings you here? Yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the box, sensing the familiar cursed energy within. Is this his? Suddenly, everything clicked into place. Did Jia send you? Hitomi knelt down, his voice hoarse. Are you really Kuroki Dano? The girl insisted, seeking confirmation once more. I am. Lord Suguru instructed us to deliver this to you. The 2 girls extended their arms, presenting their burdens. Can he come to see me? Hitomi's eyes glistened. Yet he strove to soften his tone as he spoke to the girls. They exchanged hesitant glances before softly apologizing. How did you come here? Hitomi changed his question. Lord Suguru arranged for a special driver to bring us, the short-haired girl explained, gesturing towards a distant vehicle. I understand. You may go now. Hitomi stood, striving to maintain his composure as he accepted the box and letter, gently patting the girls on the head. Please send him my regards. And tell him I will wait endlessly for a response. He watched them depart. Aren't you going to investigate where that car goes? Satoru, who had appeared behind him, questioned. This isn't like you. Would it matter? Hitomi straightened, gazing at the clear sky and softly replied. It wouldn't change anything. I cannot hold onto anything. Upon returning to his room, Hitomi opened the box. He had long known what lay within. The earpiece. Truly, He was leaving no room for retreat, Jia. He stared at the letter for an eternity, witnessing the sun dip below the horizon, the moon rise, and the night envelop the room in shadows. Before finally reacting to the dim light and slowly opening the letter. I am a coward in matters of the heart. There was no signature, no name. Tears fell, soaking the paper, leaving traces where they landed. Rain always falls, one after another. Clad in the family attire, Hitomi knelt before his mother's memorial. Mother, I have fulfilled my wish, yet I am utterly alone. Perhaps my desires have long since changed. Hence, I have not achieved what I wished for, nor the happiness you hoped for. Jia, could you fetch me a bottle of strawberry juice? Hitomi adjusted his blue light-blocking glasses, engrossed in documents while extending his hand. A chilled bottle of strawberry juice was placed in his grasp. He brought it to his lips only to realize the pull tab remained unbroken. Jia, he called, looking up to see Shirako raising an eyebrow at him. Ah, it's you. Hitomi smiled faintly, pulling the tab and taking a sip, reflecting that indeed, Jia had already abandoned him. After all these years, some habits should have been shed gradually. Shirako settled on the sofa beside him, smoking a cigarette. Hitomi glanced at the wall clock. You're back quite early today. The infirmary isn't usually this crowded. Shirako rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window. Hitomi nodded faintly, forcing a smile. Shirako shot him a sidelong glance. Are you alright? What? Hitomi was taken aback. You have heavy dark circles, Shirako pointed out. Oh, that. It's nothing, Hitomi replied, regaining his composure. I've just had too much on my plate lately. I'm fine. Outside, the rain began to patter softly, evoking memories of that rainy afternoon when he had watched a movie and drifted off to sleep against Suguru's shoulder. That day, too, had been marked by such rain. Oh, but they have since moved from the student dorms to the faculty apartments. Gojo has gone on another mission, hasn't he? Hitomi set the juice aside, propping his chin up as he lazily scrolled through documents. It seems so. Wrapped in a blanket, Natsuko nestled on the small sofa, engrossed in a medical book. The room fell silent once more, occasionally disturbed by the sound of a mouse click or the turning of pages. Hikamu, a voice broke the stillness. To show. Raising his head from a chaotic pile of documents, he replied, it's nothing. Natsuko closed the book, resting her chin upon her hand as she gazed out the window. All right then, Sho nodded, returning his attention to the papers before him. Hikamu, some habits are hard for you to shake, Natsuko suddenly remarked. Sho paused, taken aback by her comment, before letting out a resigned smile. It's quite painful, you know? I can't seem to rid myself of my dependency on him. It's a malady. An affliction of the heart. With a languid stretch, Natsuko settled deeper into the sofa, her tone casual, as if merely broaching a topic of light conversation. Sho said nothing, his thoughts drifting far from the screen before him. He occasionally frequented quiet bars, often finding himself alone at the counter. The dim yellow light casting a warm glow on his face, with numerous suitors attempting to engage him. Yet, he always declined, claiming he had a boyfriend. Care for a drink? A voice chimed from beside him. This time, he chose not to refuse, silently acquiescing. Tokyo is truly vast, Sho mused, watching the liquid in his glass gently ripple beneath the amber light. Summer Yuji paused, his hand hovering over the glass for a moment before lightly clinking it against Sho's. After all these years, what brings you to see me now? Sho tilted his head slightly, curiosity evident in his gaze. Well, it's not so much that I went to see you, Yuji replied, tilting his head, surprised to find Sho in this bar. Is that so? Sho responded. The sound of their glasses clinking filled the air. Tokyo is indeed small if one can encounter familiar faces in a bar. Sho downed his drink, contemplating how it took Yuji so long to agree to meet him. Why come to see me now? Why send those gifts? Yuji's instinct was to intervene, but his fingers hesitated before retracting. Sho chuckled, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He acknowledged the intoxication creeping over him, drawing Yuji closer by the collar, his voice thick with emotion. Stop me. I'm almost accustomed to life without you. Why do you suddenly reappear? Yuji, don't you want me anymore? Chapter 65. What is that noise? From his demeanor, it was clear Sho had realized the location of his concealment, so he leapt from the tree without further pretense. I expected it was your brother, yet here you are. The man raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Sho's lingering cursed energy, momentarily questioning his own senses. Your expression hardly suggests otherwise, Sho replied flatly. You look as if you're reveling in my presence. Do I? The man tilted his head, winking at him. I find my expression perfectly normal. A shiver ran down Sho's spine, and he felt goosebumps rise. What on earth is this commotion? What does my brother possess that garners the Kumo family's attention? Sho rubbed his arms and took a step back. In public spaces, one must maintain a safe social distance. Take a guess. The man shook his fingers. Even if you guess correctly, there is no reward. Sho remained silent, cautiously retreating, while he sensed he could overpower this man. A nagging instinct warned him that confronting him directly might lead to unfavorable consequences. What if he possessed some vile cursed tool? For show. Ensuring his safety in the absence of those he held dear was paramount. He had promised Yuji he would return unharmed. Your brother indeed holds nothing worth my scheming, the man observed, his smile unwavering as Sho continued to back away. The curse was originally crafted for Hikamu Sora, and changing it now would be too late. Judging by Sho's outward characteristics, his beastly transformation seemed highly developed, suggesting he was incredibly swift. Even with his training, it would be challenging to fully pursue him. Sho caught the instinctive use of I in the man's words. Typically, familial missions would focus on the benefits for the family, rarely referencing the personal desires of the individual. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. His beastly gaze fixed intently on the man. He needed to escape this place. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to discuss a transaction with your brother. The man raised his hand, then tucked it back into his wide cloak. Since your brother is not present, I shall take my leave. Farewell. The man bowed slightly, adopting a gesture of respect before departing. Sho remained rooted, his expression inscrutable. After a long pause, he turned and carefully made his way down the mountain, stepping over the dry twigs and leaves. The initial encounter was with that woman, and the subsequent 2 times it had been this man from the Kumo family. Yet, judging by the man's attitude, he seemed unaware that Sho had noticed him. Since he now recognized who he was, Sho resolved to investigate thoroughly, quelling any potential danger before it erupted. Is it truly possible for someone to change bodies? If so, one could ensure eternal life simply by switching vessels. Master, Tanaka stood anxiously, awaiting his return. A curse had inexplicably activated, and he was in a state of panic. Hesitant to call for reinforcements due to the task's peculiar nature. He feared his own inadequacy would hinder Master S' efforts. Upon seeing Sho emerge, he rushed forward. Is everything all right? I'm fine. Sho waved a hand dismissively, rubbing his temples. He had anticipated that aiding his brother with the task would lead to yet another source of concern. Let us head back to the school. Yes. Tanaka quickly bowed, respectfully opening the car door for him. Sho bent to enter the back seat, and once Tanaka was seated beside him, he suddenly added, First, let us stop by the nearest specialty store and pick up some local delicacies. Of course, Master, Tanaka replied, starting the vehicle. As Sho gazed out the window, his fingers rhythmically tapped against his knee. His expression was inscrutable, lost in thought. At that moment, a notification interrupted his reverie. Was the Soba Fox mission successful? The Cheese Links mission went smoothly. I've completed it, and am on my way back. Soba Fox, I'll wait for you in the dormitory. What would you like to eat? I can pack it for you. Cheese Links, pork cutlet rice, please. Understood. Sho put away his phone, realizing he couldn't fathom the situation, choosing to set it aside for now. After all, the Kumo family was not so easily investigated, and overthinking would yield little fruit. I'll take a short nap. Wake me when we arrive, Sho instructed Tanaka. Yes, Master, Tanaka replied. Upon arriving at the specialty store, Sho wandered around, finding little of interest. Ultimately, he selected 2 bottles of wine and some unique local sweets, differentiated by their varying levels of sweetness. As he approached the checkout, a jar on the shelf caught his eye. Is this honey? Sho read the label aloud, unable to suppress his curiosity. Indeed, sir. Our honey, when dissolved in water, is excellent for throat care, the enthusiastic staff member at the counter elaborated. Tamashang initially merely observed, yet suddenly recalled something. Retrieving 2 cans from the shelf and placing them upon the counter. Let us take 2 cans, he decided. By the time he returned to the high school, it was already midnight. He had intended to deliver the items to them the following day, but unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, he found Yashiro's room ajar. Yashiro's hair was still dripping with water, evidently just having returned from a shower, his hair not yet dried. Why didn't you tell me you were back? He lazily inquired, leaning against the doorframe. I thought you were asleep and didn't want to disturb you. Tamashang observed as Yashiro decisively closed his own door and turned to enter his room. Yashiro, noticing Tamashang's familiarity with the surroundings, raised an eyebrow and smiled, then casually shut the door behind him. Tamashang placed the items he had purchased on the table. This one is yours, this is Satoru S, this one is Shoko S, and this portion is for Teacher Yaga. He commandeered the sole table in the room, organizing the local specialties. And yours? Yashiro inquired, bending down to Tamashang's side, his hand hovering around him, resting his head atop Tamashang's. It's with yours, Tamashang replied, patting Yashiro's hand. Yashiro lifted his head, but soon let it fall back onto Tamashang's shoulder, droplets of moisture from his hair brushing against Tamashang's face. Turning his head, Tamashang playfully tugged at Yashiro's collar, exchanging a brief, damp kiss. Then, upon parting, he spread his arms and pouted. I missed you so much. Tamashang's voice was soft. Give me a hug, will you? Chapter 66. Once again, the familiar ritual of drying hair. Yashiro bent down to envelop him in an embrace. What's wrong? Tamashang rested his chin on Yashiro's shoulder, squinting with a smile. You seem a bit off today. Yashiro merely nuzzled against him, not responding. Come on, tell me, Tamashang urged, patting his back. It's nothing, really. I just felt a bit uneasy today for some reason. I only felt at ease when I saw you come back. Yashiro's voice was muffled, as if he were afraid of losing something. All right. Tamashang reached up to ruffle Yashiro's hair. Your hair is still wet. Let me help you dry it. Okay. Yashiro consented, though he remained motionless. Tamashang found it amusing. When he shifted slightly, Yashiro clung to him even tighter. How can I dry it like this? Tamashang laughed. Just like that, Yashiro replied playfully, a rare display of mischief. One arm still around Tamashang. He casually handed him a dry towel that had been resting on the table. Isn't it tiring to bend over like this? Tamashang teased, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Not at all, Yashiro replied, rubbing against him. It's rare to see him being so affectionate, Tamashang thought with a smile. He awkwardly moved his head within Yashiro's embrace, slightly nudging him. You sit down. Yashiro kept his eyes closed, silent and unresponsive. Then shall we sit on the floor? Tamashang asked tentatively, chuckling at his own suggestion. Yashiro raised an eyebrow, finally making a move. He slightly lifted his head, their faces drawing near. Their lips almost brushing against each other, as if to kiss, yet remaining separated by a hair's breadth. On the floor? Yashiro's tone was light. Tamashang blinked. Yashiro stood up, looking at him with a meaningful gaze, then leaned against the bed. Once Tamashang stood, he realized that if Yashiro indeed wished to hold him while drying his hair, the position might be a tad too reckless. Tamashang's face flushed from his neck to his ears. He had only thought that drying hair in that manner would tire Yashiro, hence wishing to change positions. But he hadn't expected to feel uncomfortable himself. He now felt that no matter how he sat, it was inappropriate. What's wrong? Yashiro asked, his knee bent. Head tilted as he smiled. Isn't this what you wanted? Tamashang closed his eyes, realizing he had dug himself into a pit. Yashiro looked up at him, clearly seeing the flush on his ears, which struck him as somewhat amusing. He had suggested this idea, yet now was feeling shy about it. However, it was not without merit to tease. The one he worried about, who had caused his unease, was now vibrantly present before him, easing some of his internal turmoil. Having kissed already, what was there to fear? Yashiro teased him. You're so charming when you kiss, yet now you're like this? Exactly, having kissed. Why would I be afraid of this? Tamashang mentally encouraged himself. With a surge of determination, he boldly straddled Yashiro's lap. Their height difference was minimal, and seated upon him. He found himself slightly taller. Yashiro's eyes sparkled with delight as he gently wrapped his arms around Tamashang's waist, burying his face in the crook of his neck. Tamashang reached for the towel, wrapping his hands around the back of Yashiro's head, lightly drying his hair. Suddenly, he paused, then resumed with a bit more force, infused with a hint of playful retribution, but soon softened his touch again. Yashiro chuckled softly against his neck, then gently kissed the mark left from earlier. The bite mark from the morning was nearly fading away. Why did you bite so hard? Tamashang complained. I've never bitten you. Then I'll let you bite me back. Yashiro rested his chin on Tamashang's shoulder, his tone languid. Forget it, Tamashang conceded, aware of a fleeting moment of excitement, but refusing verbally. Really not going to bite. Yashiro's breath tickled Tamashang's ear, making it itch. I'm busy with my hands. Tamashang rolled his eyes. A flicker of regret crossed Yashiro's eyes, but he said nothing more. All right. Tamashang set down the towel, ruffling Yashiro's hair, which had become even more disheveled from the towel's friction. Yashiro allowed him to tousle his hair freely. When Tamashang finally withdrew his hands, he saw Yashiro's eyes sparkling with joy. Are you satisfied? Yashiro tilted his head, inquiring. Humph. Tamashang felt somewhat deflated, noticing how he always appeared like a child playing around in front of him. Although he was older, he felt dwarfed in stature and, even more so, in demeanor, seeming somewhat childish. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Tamashang climbed off Yashiro. Yashiro extended his hand, and Tamashang shot him a glance before pulling him up from the floor. Yashiro used the leverage to stand. Wait a moment, I brought you food. It's too hot outside. I was worried it might spoil, so I kept it in the fridge downstairs. I'll heat it up for you. I'll go down with you. Just sit for a while. You just got back from a mission. No need to go up and down, Yashiro gently advised. Oh, it's fine. I'm not tired. Tamashang followed him to the door. Yashiro helplessly pressed his fingers to his forehead, turned around, and grasped Tamashang's shoulders. Tamashang blinked in confusion. Yashiro firmly held his shoulders, giving him a gentle push to spin him around, then guided him to the edge of the bed, pressing him down with a serious expression. What's this? Tamashang tilted his head. Yashiro nodded in satisfaction. Stay here. I'll go down and get your food. Tamashang finally comprehended, finding it somewhat amusing, yet obediently nodded, waving him off. Got it. Hurry back. If you take too long, I might starve. As Suguru Geto approached the door, he glanced back one last time. Tsumaki, seeing his confirmation of position, obediently extended a hand and wiggled his fingers, assuring that he would remain stationary. Uffed, Geto, have you secretly gone and changed your hairstyle? Wataru Watanabe, descending from upstairs at mealtime, circled around Suguru's new look with curiosity, snapping several pictures while grinning widely. Suguru replied in a nonchalant tone, "Oh, I merely provoked him while he was drying my hair. He could hardly give me a beating, so he took his frustration out on my hair instead. TCH. Is it just because you have a partner? What a ridiculous display." Wataru retracted his smile and initiated a playful gesture of international friendship towards Suguru, raising an eyebrow. Suguru's tone seemed to lament how Tsumaki was too exhausted from his mission to come down for dinner, leaving him to warm up the meal and deliver it. "I didn't ask you," he thought. Wataru, feeling exasperated, opened the refrigerator, retrieved a bottle of cola, and slammed it shut with force. Though he said nothing, Suguru could sense the colorful language that accompanied the action. Unfazed, he chuckled contentedly at the microwave. Wataru leaned against the bar, scrolling through his phone with evident disdain. "Why don't you go up?" Suguru tilted his head slightly, his hair, ruffled by Tsumaki, swaying with the motion. "I can't sleep, so I'll just wait for you," Wataru stated, taking a sip of cola and shaking the can between his fingers. "Is it because of the 6 eyes?" Suguru queried while retrieving a pair of gloves from a nearby cabinet to take out the food from the microwave. "Huh, no way. I'm simply experiencing insomnia," Wataru retorted, as if someone had stepped on his tail, then defiantly added, "There's no way 6 eyes could keep me awake." Suguru placed the meal box into a bag, turning to face him. "Oh really? Of course." Wataru draped his arm over Suguru's shoulder, urging him upstairs. "Aren't you supposed to deliver dinner to Tsumaki?" "Wataru." Suguru slightly turned his head, feeling uncomfortable and ready to speak up. "Got it," Wataru replied after a moment of silence, then cheekily remarked, "You kind of look like a mother hen." "Huh." Suguru's forehead twitched as he elbowed him. "Do you want to fight? Come on." Wataru made a silly face in response. Just then, Tsumaki, hearing the commotion, opened the door and hesitated between breaking up the fight or closing the door. "How about you give me my food first, and then you can go fight?" With Tsumaki's interruption, the two could no longer argue. Wataru waved his hand dismissively and sauntered into his room with an air of indifference. "I'm too lazy to deal with you guys. I'm going to sleep." "Hey, wait for me." Tsumaki called after him, then stepped inside. Wataru raised an eyebrow but did not follow, leaning against the doorframe. Moments later, Tsumaki emerged, carrying a gift bag filled with local delicacies he had brought back from his mission. "I thought you might enjoy these, so I brought some for you." "Wow, thanks." Wataru accepted the bag, peeking inside. "What made you suddenly so polite?" Tsumaki looked at him, bewildered. Uffed. Both turned their heads toward the source of the sound. Suguru, nearly unable to contain his laughter at Tsumaki's comment, noticed their simultaneous gaze and quickly composed himself into a serious expression. "I am quite polite, you know," Wataru protested. "I attended the etiquette classes I was supposed to." I know, Tsumaki chuckled, soothing Wataru. "It's just that your sudden politeness took me by surprise, my bad." "As long as you recognize your mistake, I forgive you," Wataru grumbled. "Wataru, weren't you tired?" Suguru interjected with a smile, wrapping an arm around Tsumaki's shoulders, subtly urging him to leave. "I'm not tired," Wataru feigned innocence. "Weren't you just saying you were going to sleep?" Suguru reminded him with a smile. "Is that so?" "I don't remember," Wataru tilted his head. "You misremembered," Suguru replied, his expression unchanged, though his teeth were slightly clenched. Look, Geto's face is so dark." Wataru laughed, finally dropping the act. "I'm not teasing you anymore. I'm heading back, bye?" Before Tsumaki could wave goodbye, having just raised his hand, he was pushed into the room by Suguru. Tsumaki turned slightly, curiously observing him. "Are you jealous, Geto? Wow, your lips are tight. Wow, your face looks dark. Wow, you're smiling so creepily. Wow, I feel like I'm in trouble." Tsumaki blinked, cautiously asking, "Geto, are you angry?" Suguru turned away, replying, "No." Tsumaki leaned in, scrutinizing Suguru's expression. "Are you really not angry? Your face looks really dark." Suguru sighed and shot Tsumaki a glance. "I am not angry." Tsumaki chuckled. "All right, I believe you. But, are you perhaps feeling jealous? What if I said I was jealous?" Suguru raised an eyebrow at him. Tsumaki pondered. "Then you should calm down a bit. I'll eat first, and after that, I'll comfort you." Suguru watched as Tsumaki adeptly set up a small table and sat on the floor, opening the meal box to begin eating. Feeling a bit defeated, he ruffled his hair and eventually surrendered, sitting behind him. "Why are you so hungry?" Suguru wrapped his arms around Tsumaki from behind, resting his chin on his shoulder. "I rushed back to see you without eating," Tsumaki said after swallowing a mouthful of food. Suguru, while not truly jealous, had felt a twinge of irritation at feeling overlooked. However, hearing Tsumaki's words seemed to dissipate his annoyance. Can I stay here tonight? Suguru elongated his tone. No, I'll leave after I finish eating. It's too hot, Sumiki replied, poking Suguru's face with one hand after swallowing. Could you please not talk while I'm eating? I always want to respond, but end up rushing because I have food in my mouth. All right. Suguru nestled closer. Watching him eat, Sumiki noticed that his eating pace had indeed slowed, and despite claiming it was hot, he showed no resistance to Suguru's closeness. He finished his meal leisurely, grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, and then stretched his arm back, signaling, I'm going to wash up now. Suguru heard him, but was reluctant to let go. It's late, and I've been running around all day. I'm exhausted, Sumiki coaxed him. Though Suguru was somewhat unwilling, he ultimately conceded, releasing Sumiki. I'll clean up, you go wash up. Go back. Sumiki turned, raising an eyebrow. Yes. Aren't you coming back later? Suguru feigned innocence. I don't recall saying that, Sumiki replied, his tone laced with amusement. Indeed, you don't remember. Suguru replied with utmost seriousness. How had I never noticed the thickness of his skin before? Tongsheng laughed for quite a while, and when he stood up, a smile lingered on his face as I retreated to my room to wash up. Understood. Suguru Geto waved his hand at him. Watching as he exited the room and closed the door, feeling a twinge of regret, knowing that his boyfriend would most likely not be spending the night with him. Suguru tidied up the lunchbox and the small table on the floor, then lay on his bed, intending to send Tongsheng a message before drifting off to sleep. When a knock echoed from the doorway. If line 1, a silent play. Tongsheng trembled, gripping his collar tightly. His head bowed to hide the redness of his eyes and the vulnerability within them. Suguru's hand hovered above his hair, yearning to descend and comfort him as he had done before, but he restrained himself. After all, he was the one who had left. What right did he have to offer solace now? In truth, he could easily employ the eloquent words he had mastered to soothe him, yet he found himself incapable. In Tongsheng's presence, he could never bring himself to lie. Thus, he chose silence. Yet silence can sometimes weigh heavily. Tongsheng sensed Suguru's hand lingering above him, hesitant to descend. Suguru Geto, you coward. Strands of hair obscured his bitter smile. Suguru, I have come to realize that my affection seems to be perpetually solitary. That gaining and losing has never been within my control. This place feels like a mere resting station for you all. You come, rest, and depart, leaving me behind. However, he did not voice these thoughts. Ultimately, he let his hand fall in despair. No longer the youthful boy of 17 or 18. A person who had been precocious was now dulled by time, only able to express a fraction of his grievances and discontent through the haze of alcohol. Yet, some things cannot be entirely articulated. It is as if once articulated, they sever all ties, while holding back allows a pretext to validate the past connection. A thread of lingering attachment. Tongsheng turned his head, grasping the cup before him, avoiding Suguru's gaze, for the emotions reflected in Suguru's eyes were too burdensome. And he feared losing control once more. Suguru silently consumed the contents of his glass in one gulp, remaining mute. He felt as though he could no longer muster the words of apology. I'm sorry seemed too lightweight, incapable of mending any wounds. While I apologize felt excessively heavy and formal, words he wished to avoid, for uttering them would create an irrevocable chasm between them. How ironic. For he had been the one to depart so decisively. After all these years, he dared to appear before him, yet it only seemed to plunge him deeper into anguish. Tongsheng opened his mouth, only to realize he could utter nothing else. In the end, the two merely clinked their glasses in silence, as though enacting a mute drama. When the performance concluded, the actors dispersed. Tongsheng raised his head and drained the remaining liquid in his glass, then turned to exit the bar. Safe travels. The phrase floated like a feather, uncertain of who had uttered it, or perhaps they had both spoken it, yet ultimately it dissipated into the air, leaving one to wonder if the other had heard. Outside, rain had begun to fall, the droplets cooling against his skin. Tongsheng did not look back. His steps showed no sign of the drunken stagger, merely fading silently into the night. Was he not also a coward, only daring to question under the guise of alcohol? Suguru watched Tongsheng's retreating figure, a pang of pain striking his heart. He understood that their relationship could never return to its former state. He had never regretted the choices he made. Yet this path was destined to betray those from the past. Fushiguro Megumi, rising in the middle of the night for a glass of water, was startled by the shadow seated on the sofa. Sleep fled from him. Tongsheng, is that you? Megumi furrowed his brow as he approached the door, switching on the living room lights. Instead of the harsh overhead light, he opted for the softer warm lights on either side. Tongsheng merely lifted his eyelids slightly, glancing at him. Stop calling me that, Megumi replied, displeased. As he approached, he noticed Tongsheng was soaked through, the scent of alcohol clinging to him, causing his frown to deepen. Did you come in the rain after drinking? Megumi struggled to contain himself. How could this usually reliable brother suddenly be so worrisome? Did he intend to make himself ill with such reckless behavior? Yeah, I'm fine. You should go to bed. Little kids need to sleep early to grow tall. Tongxing waved him off. Megumi ignored his words, turning to the kitchen to pour a cup of warm water and placing it before him, then tossing a dry towel over his head before sitting down beside him on the sofa. Tongxing gazed at the cup, wrapping his chilly hands around it, the warmth gradually restoring some comfort. Go to bed. I'm fine. Don't you have class tomorrow? Don't be late. I'll wait a bit and leave when the rain lessens. Understood. Megumi replied, standing. There's an umbrella by the door. Remember to take it when you leave, or you'll end up soaked again. Little kids shouldn't worry so much. Tongxing paused, then added, got it. Go to bed, and when you leave, please turn off the lights. They're a bit too glaring. Megumi nodded, switching off the lights before retreating to his room. He glanced back one last time before closing the door. With the lights extinguished, the living room darkened, save for the faint glow from the neighboring houses illuminating the room, though not falling upon Tongxing. He sat there, hands clasped around the cup, silent, as if performing a suppressed drama. There were things he had never shared with him, yet Megumi could vaguely sense some of them. He recalled a peculiar brother with bangs who had played well with Tongxing in childhood, only to be lost from sight afterward. Tongxing had once mentioned him, but when Megumi brought it up, Tongxing abruptly interrupted, asking him not to speak of it again. Though Tongxing later apologized, Megumi still vividly remembered the expression on his face at that moment. It was the first time he had witnessed anger flickering across Tongxing's features. Since then, he had never dared to mention it again. He closed the door. Tongxing sat for a moment before leaving. He did not take an umbrella, but fortunately, the rain had ceased. The distance from here to where he often resided outside of school was not particularly close, yet not too far either. He walked slowly through the night, the streetlights casting shadows upon him, the ground already puddled with water, the empty street featuring only his solitary figure reflected in the pools. Currently, he lived in an apartment, riding the elevator alone, washing up alone, preparing himself before lying down alone. He carelessly stuffed his discarded clothes into the washing machine, and as he poured in double the amount of detergent, it suddenly struck him that he was washing only his own clothes. He squatted before the washing machine, lost in thought for a while, before tears began to flow uncontrollably. He had always believed he had grown accustomed to life without Suguru Geto, yet sometimes, unconscious habits betrayed his true feelings. Outside, the rain began to fall in a soft patter, the sound of raindrops tapping against the glass once again awakening him. He hastily wiped away his tears and rose to splash his face with water. The bathroom was dimly lit, illuminated only by the glow of a street lamp outside, allowing him to catch a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror. His eyes were swollen, and his expression was devoid of emotion. He attempted to muster a smile, but found it an insurmountable challenge. Ultimately, he relinquished the effort to smile altogether. After all, the person who had extinguished his desire to smile had already departed from his life, rendering it inconsequential. He was merely a soul repeatedly forsaken. Why then, he pondered, must he endure such a wretched existence? In a fit of defiance, he hastily completed his grooming and wrapped himself in his blanket, surrendering to sleep. Sleep, he thought, would bring solace. Once asleep, everything would be well. Downstairs, Suguru Geto stood beneath a black umbrella, gazing at the window of the room where Toji Fushiguro resided. He lingered for a moment. Although Toji had not turned on the lights, he estimated that after Toji drifted off, he would softly utter a good night before turning to leave. Tokyo, in truth, was rather small. Yet, I find myself too timid to meet you, and you too hesitant to seek me out. Now, the space between us resembled a drab pantomime, silent yet laden with understanding. Chapter 68. Come now, let us indulge in theatrics. Suguru Geto had already nestled into bed when a knock at the door startled him, causing his hand to tremble momentarily. But he steadied himself just in time to prevent his phone from colliding with his face. Rising from his bed, he approached the door, pulling it open to find Toji standing there, clutching a plush pillow. Suguru raised an eyebrow, leaning against the doorframe to block his path. Toji tilted his head. Who are you and why do you wish to intrude upon my quarters? Suguru teased. Toji, amused yet exasperated by the question, reflected on how his boyfriend had appeared somewhat glum upon his return and, after some contemplation, opted to seek him out. Despite the heat, he believed that a close embrace would lift Suguru's spirits. Yet, here was Suguru, jesting with him? Come on then, if we are to play. I am still older by a year. Can't let the older brother lose face. I have come to seduce you, Toji declared, deliberately raising his voice, freeing one hand to tousle his hair before playfully caressing Suguru's chin and then gently squeezing his arm. Let us engage in this playful banter. Who among us cannot play? Are you attempting to entice me? Toji winked, tracing circles on Suguru's chest with an innocent expression. Though he appeared composed on the surface, inside he was in turmoil. Suguru swallowed hard, his throat tightening, He admitted that while the situation was indeed awkward, having initiated this game, he felt compelled to continue. Grasping the seemingly innocent paw of the cat wreaking havoc on his chest, he murmured, "What shall we do then, dear brother? I happen to have a boyfriend." Toji, upon hearing this, momentarily set aside his inner turmoil. He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you acknowledge that you have a boyfriend?" Drawing nearer, he grasped Suguru's hand. Leaning in to whisper in his ear, "Just don't let him find out." His tone was languid, his pitch rising slightly, as if he were slowly reeling Suguru's heart in. Toji smiled, satisfied at seeing the flush in Suguru's ears, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. Forget the awkwardness, for in this moment, he had claimed victory. Typically, it was Toji who blushed under Suguru's teasing. This time, however, he had turned the tables, gently blowing into Suguru's ear. The latter shivered as he heard his boyfriend's soft voice cooing. "So, are you going to let me in?" Suguru closed his eyes. "Mother, I believe I have encountered a fairy." All right, I concede." Suguru surrendered, stepping aside to grant passage. "After you." Toji nodded contentedly, striding into the room like a proud cat surveying its territory. Suguru stood still for a moment, inhaling deeply before closing the door. Nearby, Wataru Kumo, eavesdropping by the door, relished the unfolding drama, finally ready to rest easy. So, who claimed that life lacked an audience? As Suguru entered, he found Toji already occupying his chair, legs crossed, humming a tune while opening a jar of honey. In a good mood? Suguru leaned against the table, observing him. "Well, it seems I have stolen someone else's boyfriend." Toji teased, winking at him. "I concede," Suguru replied with a resigned smile, gesturing a sign of surrender. "Let us move on." "Very well, my boyfriend," Toji said, gleefully shaking his head as he scooped a spoonful of honey into Suguru's cup. "Drinking honey water at this hour?" Suguru, puzzled by Toji's sudden whim, inquired. "What prompted this desire?" "This is for you." Toji pushed the stirred honey water towards him. "When I bought this honey, the clerk mentioned it is excellent for the throat." "I am not an incantation practitioner. I have no need for my voice," Suguru replied, albeit accepting the offering. "That cursed talisman is quite large. Does it not cause discomfort when swallowed?" Toji capped the honey jar and rose to rinse the spoon in the small sink. As he exited, Suguru had already finished the honey water and was ready to wash the cup. He stood in the cramped space, nearly blocking the entrance. "What are you doing there?" Toji prodded him. "Brushing my teeth again and washing this cup. It's summer now, and I fear leaving sugar water may invite ants." Suguru raised the cup. "Oh." Toji stepped aside to allow him in, then exited. "I bought 2 jars, just trying it out. If it proves beneficial, I can have someone procure more. Or we could go together." "Either option works," Suguru replied, his words slightly muffled as he brushed his teeth. He popped his head out, adding, "But I am more inclined towards the last suggestion." After freshening up, Suguru emerged with the clean cup. He placed it on the table and, in a swift motion, wrapped his arms around Toji's waist, pressing him onto the bed. Toji, caught completely off guard, felt himself tumble onto the soft pillow, his face brushing against Suguru's cascading hair. It tickled. Gazing into Suguru's somewhat shadowed eyes, Toji suddenly understood the playful challenge. A reckoning was at hand. He smirked at Suguru, ready to speak, only to find himself captured by Suguru's kiss. Unlike their previous kisses, this one was marked by an urgency, awakening Toji to the realization that his unease had not entirely vanished. He simply did not wish to burden Suguru with his worries. Pausing for a moment, Toji cast aside any thoughts of provocation, wrapping his arms around Suguru's neck, surrendering to the sensations, and reciprocating. Suguru, encouraged by this gesture, deepened the kiss. As their embrace concluded, Suguru left a mark on Toji's neck, a gentle reminder of their shared moment. The position left this time was somewhat elevated, and considering that he always feared the heat during summer, it was absolutely impossible for him to wear a turtleneck. Thus, it would undoubtedly fail to conceal anything tomorrow. Tongsheng lay sprawled on the bed, contemplating. He claimed not to be jealous, yet the scent of jealousy was potent enough to prepare 2 dishes. It turned out that Suguru Geto was indeed the type to believe in the saying, "A gentleman takes his revenge 10 years later." He felt a tinge of mental exhaustion and rolled over, not particularly eager to see him at the moment. Suguru Geto, satisfied, wrapped his arms around Tongsheng, resting his head against the nape of his neck. With one hand, he gently swept aside Tongsheng's hair, then began to plant soft kisses along his nape. Tongsheng shivered at his actions, aware that Suguru was using a tender method to coax him into turning around. However, was he someone who would easily succumb? Well, perhaps he was. Under Suguru Geto's playful grin, he turned to face him, his gaze drawn to the collarbone peeking out from the loose neckline of Suguru's t-shirt. And he couldn't resist sinking his teeth into it with a playful bite. Suguru Geto merely chuckled, affectionately ruffling his hair. After realizing he might have bitten a bit too hard, Tongsheng felt a pang of guilt and reached out to massage the spot. Suguru's body stiffened momentarily. Did it hurt? Tongxing asked, sensing he might have caused him pain, feeling somewhat guilty. Not at all. Next time, you might want to bite a little higher, Suguru replied, nuzzling against him and speaking softly. Be careful, or I might leave a few blood marks on your neck next time, Tongxing teased, baring his teeth. You wouldn't dare. Suguru asserted confidently. Tongxing gazed into his eyes, suddenly feeling a bit deflated. All right, he conceded, he truly wouldn't want to. After all, setting aside feelings for a moment. Just Suguru Geto's face and physique were enough to captivate him entirely. Moreover, they had been together for nearly half a year, and at times, he still felt overwhelmed by Suguru's allure. The idea that the novelty would wear off, or any such thoughts, were utterly unfathomable when it came to Suguru. Tongxing nestled closer, rolling over into his embrace to sleep. Suguru murmured, holding him and softly wishing him good night. Good night. Tongxing quickly fell asleep, evidently exhausted, his breathing gradually steadying. Under the moonlight, Suguru gazed at him, gently pecking his face before tightening his hold on him. He found himself unable to sleep. And the consequence of that was a mind wandering through a myriad of thoughts. Though Tongxing hadn't voiced it, Suguru believed he understood him well enough. He sensed that Tongxing, having returned from some sort of mission, carried something heavy upon his shoulders, and the weariness in his eyes earlier had not been feigned. Yet, that fatigue seemed not to stem from the mission itself, but rather from something else entirely. When he saw him, his eyes sparkled anew, and he appeared suddenly revitalized. Suguru noticed, but refrained from questioning. When the time was right, Tongxing would share willingly. In the darkened room, a soft mumble broke the silence. Hot. Tongxing murmured in his sleep, feeling as though he were encircled by a furnace. He instinctively furrowed his brow and pushed against the warmth, muttering his dissatisfaction. Suguru then realized that he had unconsciously tightened his embrace, observing Tongxing's scrunched-up face in slumber, which made him chuckle softly. His heart felt suddenly at ease. And in a playful manner, he tightened his grip further before gradually loosening it, resting his hand lightly on Tongxing's waist. Good night, Suguru whispered before closing his eyes and slowly drifting off to sleep. When the two awoke, it was nearly noon. Sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, casting a gentle glow over the pair. Tongxing was the first to wake, squinting against the light. He reached across Suguru to grab his phone, intending to check the time. Suguru, disturbed by his movements, pulled him back into his embrace, slightly turning to glance at the time before tossing the phone aside. No classes today. Let us sleep a little longer, Suguru grumbled. Tongxing, still feeling drowsy, perhaps from staying up too late the previous night, mumbled in agreement, intending to drift back into a light slumber. Thankfully, there were no classes today. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be bombarded by nocturnal nuisances, he thought before succumbing to sleep once more. However, they had not rested long before they were jolted awake by a loud banging at the door. Geto, are you not up yet? Wataru's voice echoed from the other side. Are you a pig? How can you sleep so soundly? Hurry up. Shoko is downstairs waiting. We're going to the mall to eat. Wataru knocked a couple more times, impatiently adding, if you don't get up now, I'll just break down your door. How does he have so much energy? Tongxing burrowed deeper into Suguru's embrace, while Suguru, now awake, comfortingly patted Tongxing before getting out of bed, opening the door with a dark expression. Wataru, you better give me a satisfactory reason for waking both me and Tongxing. Wataru stammered, momentarily at a loss. Then incredulously asked, did you get into a fight with a dog last night? Huh? Suguru looked at him with a bewildered expression, as though Wataru's mind had finally derailed. No way, a dog wouldn't bite there, Wataru remarked, eyeing the collarbone exposed by Suguru's shirt. Who are you calling a dog? Tongxing's voice floated from behind Suguru. Oh, Tongxing was here last night, Wataru began, ready to greet him with some teasing. But then he froze again. Tongxing's short-sleeved pajama shirt offered little concealment for the marks left on his neck from the previous night. You two fought a dog together? Wataru tilted his head in confusion. But why didn't I hear anything? Well done. A single sentence inadvertently insulted both of them, very much in Wataru's style. Clearly, it's a human bite, Tongxing retorted, exasperated. Oh, Wataru nodded, then curiously stroked his chin, asking, so you two bit each other? I thought you would just kiss. Why the biting? Tongxing stared at him incredulously for a long moment, realizing he genuinely didn't understand. Wataru was not teasing. He simply believed that couples only engaged in kisses and hugs, completely oblivious to the playful antics that satisfied possessiveness between young lovers. Ultimately, Tongxing could only pat his shoulder reassuringly. Good luck, kid. Maintain your innocence. Huh, Tongxing, what s with that disgusting expression? Wataru felt offended. Tongxing waved him off, turning back to his room to wash up and change. Maintain that innocence, Suguru echoed, patting Wataru's shoulder with a grin before heading to change his clothes as well. Huh, Tongsheng examined the bite marks on his body in the mirror, uncertain if it was due to Suguru's intensity or his own constitution. But the marks on his collarbone and neck were undeniably prominent. After hastily finishing his wash, he hesitated between a wide-neck t-shirt and a short-sleeved shirt before finally choosing the t-shirt. He secured a high ponytail with a hair tie, slung a bag adorned with a fox charm over his shoulder, and stepped outside. He turned to see Suguru, also heading out, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt with the buttons undone to reveal the bite mark he had left the day before. No. Was it really that intense yesterday when he bit me? Tongsheng reflected upon himself. Surely not, as he watched the other wave at him. The collar of his shirt shifted with the movement, revealing the faint bite marks near his collarbone, evoking a sensation of being teasingly stirred. Seeing this, Suguru Geto raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on the two marks. The two descended the stairs, one after the other. Upon reaching the bottom, they spotted Shoko sitting on the sofa, arms draped over the backrest, complaining about their slow pace, comparing them to turtles, alongside Wataru Watanabe. As Shoko noticed their arrival and was about to greet them, her head tilted slightly, as if she had seen something amusing. Chapter 70. An incident that could be teased for a lifetime. Shoko pulled Tongsheng closer to her side, leading the way as Wataru and Suguru walked side by side behind them. The four of them strolled along the tree-lined path, the day devoid of wind. The atmosphere somewhat sultry. Tongsheng lifted his collar, fanning himself to find some relief from the heat. What's with you two? Shoko's gaze uncontrollably swept over Tongsheng's neck and collarbone. A glance backward revealed the two boys playfully wrestling, where one could clearly see the bite marks just barely concealed by a certain peculiar hairstyle. Leaning close to Tongsheng's ear, she whispered, urging him to speak honestly. Huh? Tongsheng blinked in confusion, unsure of Shoko's intentions. Boys should take care of themselves, even when it comes to their partners. She advised him solemnly, patting his shoulder. Tongsheng still failed to grasp the situation. Observing his blank expression, Shoko sighed in exasperation, pointing at her own neck where the bite mark was prominently visible. You two didn't? Though Shoko did not voice the latter part, Tongsheng instantly understood her implication, his face flushing crimson. No, we didn't, he stammered, attempting to clarify a misunderstanding to his female peer. Didn't, Shoko replied dismissively, her expression indicating she comprehended more than he realized. No, really, Tongsheng raked his fingers through his hair, striving to explain that it was merely a couple of bites. Nothing more. Oh, Shoko nodded before lowering her gaze to light a cigarette. Really, Shoko, you must believe me. Tongsheng's ears were burning with embarrassment. I believe you, Shoko said, igniting the cigarette and offering him the pack. No, thanks, Tongsheng awkwardly declined. Are you quitting smoking? Shoko asked, glancing at him while holding the cigarette. Previously, he often borrowed her lighter, though he had also borrowed her cigarettes frequently. It felt odd for someone who used to smoke with her to suddenly declare they were quitting. Well, I've been fine lately, nothing bothersome, and I don't have a strong craving, so I decided not to smoke, Tongsheng nodded. Oh, I see. It seems Suguru has cheered you up, and you have no worries, Shoko remarked, nodding in understanding. Shoko. Tongsheng sighed in exasperation. Shoko shot him a knowing glance. I can tell you two didn't tea, just by the two bite marks on your neck. If you really had something going on, would you even be here right now? Tongsheng was taken aback by his female peer's bluntness. Shoko, how can you say things so nonchalantly? Seemingly able to read his expression, Shoko replied evenly. I'm a doctor, you know. Well, that makes sense. Wow, Suguru, your ears are so red. Wataru suddenly darted over to Tongsheng's side, walking backward in front of Suguru, and exclaimed, catching the two who were chatting off guard. Wataru, don't say such things. Suguru's eye twitched. This is clearly just heat. Tongsheng glanced back slightly before returning his gaze forward, while Shoko poked him, asking, are you blushing? Tongsheng met her gaze firmly and nodded, then leaned in to whisper. I think our conversation just now was overheard. So what if they heard? Shoko shrugged, quickening her pace to take the lead. Wataru covered his mouth and leaned closer to Suguru, chuckling mischievously. What should I do? Big brother? She has a boyfriend. Suguru initially looked at him as if he had lost his mind, shivering with disgust at his brotherly antics, but then he recalled the dramatic exchange from the previous night. Isn't that my line? Wataru. Suguru's temples throbbed. If given the option, he would rather bury himself alive or escape to outer space with Tongsheng than deal with Wataru's antics. Wataru, what on earth are you doing? How disgusting. The only one oblivious to the situation, Shoko rubbed her arms, feeling a chill, while Tongsheng's face was burning with embarrassment, desperately searching for a crevice to disappear into. Wait, wasn't Wataru supposed to be asleep yesterday? How does he know about this? Tongsheng silently screamed within, continuing to mentally berate himself for not realizing someone was eavesdropping. Suguru, will you let me in or not? Wataru slipped from Suguru's grip and wrapped an arm around Tongxing's shoulder, continuing to tease him. Oh, Tongxing lunged forward, shaking Wataru frantically. Forget it. Forget everything. Just erase it all. Shoko was startled by his sudden reaction, glancing at the now red-faced Tongxing and then at Suguru, whose smile belied the storm brewing above him, raising an eyebrow with a sigh of regret. What a pity. It seems something amusing happened last night. Too bad I wasn't there to witness it. Shoko tossed the extinguished cigarette but into a nearby trash can. Not at all. Not at all, Tongxing quickly asserted, having regained his composure, resolutely cutting off Shoko's curiosity. Hey, Shoko tilted her head. I'm telling you last night. Wataru. Just as Wataru was about to divulge the details, Suguru interrupted him with a tight grip around his neck, smiling in a way that suggested he was not pleased. Wataru tilted his head, wearing an expression of utter confusion. What is that supposed to mean? Go on, Shoko urged, her eagerness palpable as she restrained Tongxing, who was equally eager to retaliate against Wataru. If they team up against you, I'll ensure you recover, and you'll still be around to cause more trouble, with Shoko's assurance. Wataru felt a surge of confidence and exaggeratedly relaxed, despite knowing they might not actually harm him. Seeing the situation was beyond salvage, Tongxing quietly retreated beside Suguru, closing his eyes and donning a mask of despair, preparing to face the inevitable mockery of his life. What would he see upon closing his eyes? A future where he and Suguru would be teased for eternity, their once esteemed reputations shattered. Chapter 71, Brothers' Connections. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Tongxing suddenly realized that there was nothing particularly embarrassing about the situation. His earlier actions had indeed been a tad overzealous. Among friends, there was no malicious gossip behind each other's backs, only playful banter in person, all grounded in truth, with no embellishments. Perhaps Wu Tiao's tone had simply been a bit off-putting. However, next time, he might as well perish. He would never engage in such antics in the hallway again. That fleeting moment had been utterly mortifying. Tongxing's gaze wandered aimlessly, and inadvertently, he caught sight of the mark he had left on Suguru's collar, causing the warmth that had just subsided to resurge within him. Why do you seem so calm? Tongxing prodded Suguru, as if to change the subject. Suguru grasped the hand that had poked him and slowly intertwined their fingers, casting a glance at the two ahead who were engrossed in gossip. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "Can you not stop him from speaking?" No. Tongxing pondered for a moment before shaking his head honestly. The two exchanged a glance and sighed in unison. Well, we both foresee the teasing awaiting us. Acceptance seemed to be the only option left for Tongxing, who felt a bit like a broken pot that had given up. The two in front continued to chatter incessantly, entirely oblivious to the subtle gestures of the two behind them. However, Suguru shifted the conversation, stating, "I actually don't mind their remarks about this." Huh. Tongxing looked up, meeting Suguru's gaze. The depth and warmth in his eyes reflected Tongxing's own image. The lush green leaves behind him, and the sunlight filtering through the foliage. Tongxing found himself momentarily entranced by Suguru's eyes. "I care about your thoughts," Suguru said softly. "Of course you should care about my thoughts." Tongxing's face began to redden again, yet he quickly recovered and chuckled. "You are my boyfriend, after all." Suguru smiled in response to his demeanor. Just then, the two ahead seemed to finally notice the unusual atmosphere behind them. Tongxing lightly tugged his hand, only to find Suguru's grip steadfast and unyielding, so he acquiesced. "Have you finished your conversation?" he asked, wearing an expression of fearless nonchalance as he looked at them. Oh, Shoko just finished gossiping with Wu Tiao and is now quite satisfied. Upon seeing their entwined hands, she revealed a rather peculiar smile. "So what shall we eat?" Tongxing feigned indifference as he inquired about sushi, hamburgers, or something else. "I heard from a middle school classmate that the nearest commercial area recently opened a restaurant with excellent reviews," Shoko observed, glancing at him thoughtfully. "Since we have no tasks or classes today, we might as well give it a try." "Yay." Wu Tiao was the first to cheer after dinner. "We can play a few rounds at the arcade nearby." "Sounds good. I recently spotted a new arcade game that I've been eager to try," Suguru concurred. "You too," Tongxing said, looking at the suddenly excited duo with an exasperated expression. "Why are you so interested in arcade machines?" He found it utterly incomprehensible coming from someone like him, who was hopelessly inept at games. "Just the joy of being a boy," Shoko casually replied. "Now I sound like a sister." Tongxing was left speechless. "Come on, let us go," Wu Tiao exclaimed, throwing an arm around Tongxing's shoulders. "We finally have some time to relax, so let us not overthink it." Thus, the quartet set off towards the commercial street, still discussing what dishes to order. Shoko and Wu Tiao occasionally teased the two, exchanging harmless jokes, while Tongxing chimed in with lighthearted remarks about Shoko bringing alcohol to class instead of water, and Suguru would mercilessly dismantle Wu Tiao's bravado. Then, the two began to debate the merits of arcade games. Their tightly clasped hands remained unbroken. Upon arriving at the restaurant, just as they were about to sit down, a server suddenly approached Tongsheng, bowing deeply and exclaiming in a booming voice, "Mr. Kuroki, greetings." The loudness was a bit socially awkward. The other three turned their attention to Tongsheng, who was equally bewildered. "Wait, is this a family establishment? I haven't heard of any new dining ventures in Tokyo." Despite his confusion, he knew he had to maintain composure. He replied nonchalantly, nodding, though internally he was frantically contemplating whether this was indeed a family business. At that moment, his phone rang. He picked it up and found a message from his brother. "My adorable kitten, are you going out to eat?" "Cheese links, yes." "Is this our family's establishment? Did it just open? How come I wasn't informed?" "My adorable kitten, no, it's my friend's. I invested in it. And the staff are familiar with you." "Cheese links, why's that?" "My adorable kitten, my friend said the staff training required them to recognize VIP photos. So I sent them yours." "Cheese links, oh I see. My adorable kitten, alright, enjoy your meal." "Cheese links, sure." "Cheese links, brother, there's one more thing." "My adorable kitten, what is it?" "Cheese links, about your name." "My adorable kitten, what about my name?" "Cheese links, never mind, as long as you're happy." "My adorable kitten, enjoy your meal." "Cheese links, got it, got it." Tongsheng looked up to see 3 pairs of curious eyes fixed on him. "My brother just messaged me saying this is his friend's restaurant, and he invested here, which is why I have VIP status," Tongsheng explained to them. Indeed, the server, maintaining a standard smile, led them to a private VIP room, stating, "This area will provide a more comfortable and serene dining atmosphere. I wish you all a pleasant meal. Could you kindly direct me to the restroom?" Tongsheng politely requested. "Certainly, sir, this way, please," the server responded with a respectful gesture. Once inside the room, a staff member knocked to take their orders. Shoko and Wu Tiao each selected their preferred dishes, while Suguru had already inquired about Tongsheng's choices earlier and proceeded to order for both of them. After the staff left, Suguru relaxed from his previously formal posture, adopting a more casual demeanor. "That was rather amusing," Wu Tiao chuckled, teasing Suguru. Suguru rolled his eyes, smiling as he made an international gesture of goodwill. Shoko, accustomed to the banter between the two, gracefully poured herself a cup of tea. When Tongsheng returned, he found them deeply engrossed in conversation. He took a seat and merely listened to their exchanges, occasionally adding a comment or two. At that moment, the server began to bring out the dishes, each more exquisite than the last, their aromas wafting enticingly. Tongsheng, somewhat distracted, ate while reflecting on his earlier phone call with his brother. Chapter 72. Summer Vacation to Meet the Parents. Tongsheng bit his chopsticks, recalling his recent conversation with Kuroki Sora. "Brother, have you ever heard of the sorcery that allows one to maintain immortality by continuously switching bodies?" In the restroom, where no one else was present, Hitomi leaned against the sink, inquiring of Kuroki Sora. "Why do you ask?" Kuroki's voice crackled through the phone, slightly distorted. "Have you encountered such sorcery?" "I'm not entirely certain. Which is why I wanted to consult you. You have more experience with the Kumo family than I do, brother. Do you believe there's anything peculiar about them?" Hitomi furrowed his brow, whispering his question. Kuroki rhythmically tapped the end of his pen against the table, contemplating. "I can't quite place it, but they always give me an unsettling feeling. As for the sorcery you mentioned, I'm afraid I don't know anything about it." "Well, it's merely a hypothesis. Although sorcery can manifest in various forms, this particular one seems rather absurd." Hitomi's gaze fell slightly. "Not necessarily. Have you forgotten about Lord Tenjin?" Kuroki gently reminded him. "Given the existence of someone like Lord Tenjin, the sorcery you described could indeed be plausible. If you're keen on investigating, you might want to check the records regarding sorcery at home during the summer break. There may be some clues." "I understand." Kuroki's words were like a revelation to Hitomi. Indeed, how could he have overlooked Lord Tenjin? "When you return from Tokyo for the summer, remember to bring me a souvenir." "Okay," Hitomi agreed. "By the way, I recall you have a connection with someone from the Gojo family in your cohort, right? You could discuss it with him. Their family's records on sorcery should surpass ours." "Sure, I'll mention it to Gojo Satoru later. Don't overthink it for now." Kuroki chuckled softly to comfort his younger brother. "Enjoy your lunch. The restaurant under my friend's name serves delightful dishes." Just then, Hitomi seemed to recall something and added before the call ended. "Oh, brother, there's one more thing." "What is it?" Kuroki set his phone down and leisurely flipped through a report on the table. "During the summer, GA will be coming to our home." Hitomi spoke in hushed tones. "Let him come. It's not like he hasn't been there before. I want to introduce him to our mother." Although Hitomi's words were faint, Kuroki caught every syllable. His hand tightened abruptly, crumpling the paper he held, as if he had just grasped the weight of the moment. Slowly, he released his grip and smoothed out the page. "I've actually considered whether your feelings for him stem from adolescent hormones and the desire for romance." Kuroki leaned back against the sofa, gazing out the window, where the weather in Kyoto was rather gloomy, but a gentle breeze kept it from feeling stifling. Brother, I genuinely like him. Yes, I can tell from the look in your eyes. Kuroki smiled gently. Bring him back. Let him meet our mother formally. Hitomi nodded. Then paused before adding, Brother, you hold immense importance in my heart as well. Therefore, I will do everything in my power to keep you safe from danger. I know. Kuroki's smile crinkled at the corners of his eyes. His younger brother was truly endearing. Then I'll hang up. Xiaosheng? Suguru Geto waved his hand in front of Hitomi, who seemed lost in thought. What are you so serious about? I called you twice, and you didn't hear me. I was contemplating taking you to meet my parents during the summer. Hitomi blurted out before his brain could catch up. Huh. Suguru was taken aback by the sudden confession. Slightly dazed, an awkward silence fell over the table. Hitomi suddenly realized, forcing himself to appear composed as he picked up a piece of food. What's wrong with you guys? Life winner, huh? Suguru remarked, resting his chin in his hand. Though you aren't a capitalist, you possess a boyfriend who is one. You could be a kept man. More like a family-run capitalist, Gojo Satoru interjected, shaking his head. Isn't that the same for you, Suguru? How does it feel to have two capitalist friends? Hitomi teased while serving Suguru some food, noticing that Suguru seemed a bit tense. Turning to face him, he asked softly, What's wrong? Nothing. Suguru gradually relaxed his muscles that had tensed up at the mention of meeting parents. Ha ha ha, you kill me. Gojo laughed heartily. Suguru, are you nervous? You can't be serious. Huh, no way. Suguru replied with a smile, promptly shoving a piece of dessert into Gojo's mouth. Enjoy that. As Gojo chewed with puffed cheeks. He complained about Suguru's antics. Ignoring him, Suguru turned to find Hitomi and Shoko teasingly watching him. No, really, I'm not nervous. We've met before, Suguru insisted. Trying to explain himself. Hitomi continued to smile at him. All right, let's eat, Suguru said, rubbing his temples in resignation. After their meal, as they began on dessert, Hitomi asked Gojo, Is it true that your family has a wealth of books on sorcery? He scooped a hefty spoonful of vanilla ice cream into his mouth. Yes. Why do you ask? Gojo tossed a piece of daifuku into his mouth, then commented that it wasn't sweet enough. Could you help me check if your family's ancient texts contain any references to sorcery that grants immortality through body switching, aside from Lord Tenjin? Hitomi inquired, as he reached for a piece of matcha cake. Sure, when summer break comes, I'll head back home and look through the Gojo family archives for you, Gojo agreed. Shoko and Suguru sampled the desserts but decided against further indulgence once they realized the overwhelming sweetness, opting instead to wait for the two of them to finish before heading out to the mall together. What happened? Is everything all right? Suguru asked, casting a curious glance at Hitomi. Hitomi briefly recounted the peculiar events from his last mission and the female sorcerer he previously encountered. The malice I sensed can be understood as a spirit. While malice may bear similarity, souls can never be identical, he summarized with a slight frown. As Suguru listened, the hand that had been lightly toying with Hitomi's tightened around his, gripping firmly. A wave of dread washed over him. It was no wonder he had felt so uneasy that day. Everything's fine. Hitomi sensed Suguru's anxiety and gently patted his hand with his free one. Look, I'm okay. Gojo, unusually serious, declared, I'll look into this matter when I return. If I make any progress, I'll come find you directly. And you need to be cautious too. Understood. Hitomi nodded. Thus, their agreement was set. After finishing their meal and stepping outside, the other three left first while Hitomi went to register for a VIP card. Upon exiting, he found that Shoko and Gojo had already departed, leaving Suguru standing alone, surrounded by two blushing girls who seemed to be engaged in conversation with him. Today marks the first day since Hitomi parted ways with Suguru. Suguru did not attend the subsequent funeral. He merely watched as his beloved was laid to rest before taking his leave. When the time came to inscribe the gravestone, aware of their intertwined relationship, someone inquired whether he would adopt the surname of Suguru. At that moment, Suguru Geto declined. Primarily, he was himself. Only secondarily was he my beloved. Upon his return, he found solace in the dormitory once occupied by Tosaka, where a cake he had prepared for Tosaka still lay upon the desk. Geto silently gazed at the cake for a while before pulling out a chair, sitting down, and cutting into it. No wonder you were reluctant to return for a meal, he murmured, staring at the cake. This cake is truly bitter. Why is it so bitter? He forced himself to consume the cake, and after washing up, he wrapped himself in Tosaka's blanket and buried his head under it, sleeping the entire day away. Here, remnants of his presence lingered. Yet, to say he was asleep would be inaccurate. Geto could not find rest. With closed eyes, he was haunted by the image of Tosaka, bloodied and collapsed in his embrace. Next to Tosaka's gravestone stood an empty one. He had broken his promise. In the end, he had not brought Tosaka back. Tosaka, his lover, his summer, his fervent boy. I am sorry. I am sorry. He curled beneath the blanket, unknowingly adopting the same posture he had when he first slept beside Tosaka. It had been long since he had slept alone in the winter. How cold it was to do so by oneself. And what of that little life? Would he be cold sleeping beneath the gravestone, too? He dared not entertain the thought, nor did he wish to, yet the more he resisted, the more his mind cruelly tormented him with it. He was unsure when he had gradually drifted off, in the liminal space between dreams and reality. He felt someone wrap their arms around him from behind, gently stroking his hair, reminiscent of the tender gestures Tosaka had often shared. He immediately recognized this was a dream. Yet, he willingly surrendered to the enchantment. He wished to open his eyes and behold the vision, only to find a persistent darkness enveloping him. He seemed to hear a sigh, familiar, stirring within him an urge to weep. Geto, you ought to awaken. A voice, ethereal and soft, gradually grew more insubstantial. Do not leave. Startled, Geto opened his eyes, finding his hand raised in the air, reaching for the ceiling. He gasped, anxiously scanning his surroundings for the familiar figure, only to succumb once more to despair as his gaze fell upon a framed photograph on the desk. Just an illusion, merely a dream. His eyes began to sting, and as he rubbed them, he realized tears had fallen unbeknownst to him. Perhaps it was in the dream. Today marked the first week since Tosaka had departed from Geto's life. At last, Geto mustered the strength to begin sorting through the belongings left behind by Tosaka. Mei and Nanako still needed him. Though Tosaka's possessions were often scattered haphazardly, each item was meticulously cleaned. Geto handled them with care. Many items were memories they had shared, tokens from their time together. Throughout this period, his spirit had not been well. On several occasions, he had ordered 2 meals, only to return to the dormitory and realize one would remain uneaten. Yet he had never discarded it. Instead, he would sit in silence for a moment, then place it in the refrigerator downstairs, reheating it for the next meal. As he opened a drawer to place a few books within, he suddenly noticed a letter pressed beneath, sealed with the wax of the Kumo family crest. Initially, he had no intention of retrieving it, but upon seeing the envelope, his gaze was drawn to a beautifully inscribed line in the lower left corner, "To my dearest beloved." His hand trembled uncontrollably as he gently extracted the letter, caressing the elegant script, his lover's handwriting. Inside, he felt a circular object, hard against his palm. He abruptly found his breath quickening. A ring. The thought emerged in his mind, growing ever clearer. Reason urged him not to open the letter recklessly, yet the tumult of emotion clamored for him to unveil it. In the end, Geto chose to cautiously unfold the letter, his hands quivering. A sheet of paper slipped out. "I love you." A silver ring rolled into the palm of Geto's hand, engraved with the Kumo family crest, fitting perfectly upon his finger. This was Tosaka's final gift to Geto, a proposal that had never come to fruition, a promise left unfulfilled. That day, Geto sat there for what felt like an eternity, the sun shining brightly, yet it could not dispel the tide of moisture welling in his eyes. This marked the first winter since Tosaka's departure from Geto. This winter was an unusually warm one. The sun's rays enveloped the world in a comforting warmth, prompting one to recline on a lounge chair beneath its glow, feeling as though their very bones would melt with delight. 4 rocking chairs adorned the rooftop. Geto draped a blanket over his lap, nestled into one of the chairs, drifting into a sleepy haze. The gentle rocking of the chair allowed the tension within him to release, a rare sensation of relaxation washing over him. What a splendid day it was. Geto stretched lazily, as if conversing with the universe or perhaps addressing someone dear. He closed his eyes. A breeze brushed past the rocking chair, causing it to sway slightly, as if responding to an unseen presence. Geto's lips curled into a faint smile. "It seems you feel the same, Tosaka." The ring on his left hand's ring finger glimmered softly in the sunlight. This was the first year since Tosaka's departure from Geto. Occasionally, Geto would capture photographs of himself amidst beautiful landscapes, blooming flowers, or playful animals, sometimes including his classmates from Jujutsu High during group outings, yet upon closer inspection, each image thoughtfully preserved a space for Tosaka. Behind every photograph, a note chronicled the time, location, and his feelings at that moment. If one were to peruse each note, they would find the final line consistently echoed, "I miss you dearly." Gradually, the photographs adorned an entire wall. At its center stood a picture of them pulling silly faces on a rainy day during their first year at Jujutsu High, captured by Tosaka himself. This wall bore the weight of unexpressed longing and love, encapsulating moments forever lost in time. Longing is silent and ethereal, a fleeting thought, yet it manifests as a heavy reality. Before Tosaka departed, he entrusted Geto to truly experience and love this world, and Geto endeavored to do so on his behalf. These were the words he left for himself, a promise he yearned to fulfill. This marked the 3rd year since Tosaka's departure from Geto. Geto and Suguru Geto had become teachers at Jujutsu High. The cheerful yet intimidating figure of teacher Geto exuded a certain charisma in his physical education classes. Despite his extraordinary prowess, he often modestly claimed his own skills were not the most formidable. When students inquired, he would proudly declare that his beloved's abilities surpassed all others. In those moments, he would extend his hand adorned with the ring, the distinct contours of his fingers accentuated by the mysterious family emblem engraved upon the silver band. His expression radiating pride and affection for his lover, evoking gasps of admiration and envy from his students. Whenever the suggestion arises to have teacher Suguru's beloved lead a class, his demeanor invariably darkens. Though his expression remains largely unchanged, an unspoken understanding permeates the air. Suguru Geto resides in the villa that was once extended to him by Toji Fushiguro during the latter's initial stay in Tokyo. While this location is not particularly close to the Jujutsu High, he prefers it over the faculty dormitories, only retreating to the latter under the most pressing circumstances. Meanwhile, Mei and Nanako, due to their overall frail health, have remained at Jujutsu High, gradually engaging in physical and sorceress training. Occasionally, should he return from a mission early or find his classes finished ahead of schedule, he delights in visiting the local market or supermarket to procure some ingredients. If he passes by the flower shop and finds the proprietor still open, he often indulges in purchasing a bouquet. Over time, the local residents have come to recognize him. Aware of his affectionate partner, whose demanding profession seemingly keeps them apart, rendering them strangers to one another. "I'm home." Suguru Geto's first utterance upon entering the house is always this, even though it has never elicited a response. Yet, he continues in his habitual manner, recounting the day's purchases, discussing what he plans to prepare for dinner, or mentioning the fresh flowers he has brought to replace those in the vase on the bedside table. Occasionally, Shinra may bring over Huihui for a couple of days. Or if Huihui has quarreled with Shinra, she might seek refuge at his home. Life meanders on in its mundane rhythm of daily necessities. Everyone appears to share an unspoken agreement, never mentioning the name of Kimo Toji in Suguru Geto's presence. This marks the 10th year since Toji departed from Suguru. He is uncertain when he developed the habit of journaling. It is not a daily ritual, but rather a sporadic endeavor to document significant events. Once the pages are filled, he burns the entries as offerings to Toji. This year, Suguru embarked on a prolonged assignment abroad, lingering for approximately half a month. Upon his return, Tokyo had begun to witness its first snowfall. "I'm home," he softly calls out to the darkened room, met with the familiar silence. Yet, he seems accustomed to it, continuing to chatter about his experiences overseas, as though sharing a space with an invisible companion. Sitting beside the floor-to-ceiling window, he observes the snow cascading outside. Yet he is suddenly enveloped in stillness. "Toji, they say if a person clings to something at the moment of death, their soul does not dissipate. If your attachment were to be a person, perhaps it would always remain by their side," he murmurs, recalling the first time he heard this notion with a sense of joy. "If this is true, maybe you are here beside me all along." Yet, a troubling thought arises. What if your attachment is not to me? This leads to a growing disdain for the idea. Suguru gazes at the photograph on the tea table, where a youthful, exuberant smile is captured at the age of 17. "Toji, why do you never visit me in my dreams? Is it because I am growing older that you no longer find me appealing? I believe I still look all right," he quips, though his tone carries an undertone of bitterness. The snow outside intensifies. The kettle on the stove begins to whistle, releasing warmth into the room. Suguru pours himself a cup of hot water, leaning against the glass as he watches the snowflakes gradually accumulate. A chill seeps through the glass, penetrating his black turtleneck sweater. This winter is particularly cold. Slowly, he finishes his tea, extinguishes the stove, and ascends the staircase with the teapot in hand. After freshening up, he reclines on his bed, turning slightly to gaze at the multitude of photographs adorning the walls, each encapsulating a summer of his life. "Toji, I am so weary. Please come visit me in my dreams tonight." Yet, that summer has long since slipped away, leaving him unable to escape this enduring winter.